This young man's name is Li Changan. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised solely by his grandfather. But as soon as his grandfather passed away, a bunch of scumbag contractors came to demolish the house. While cleaning out his grandfather's old house, Li Changan happened to find an ancient book. He never would have dreamed that this very book would transport him through time, to an ancient era. Here, demons run rampant. Every time he kills a demon, he obtains a divine ability. As for how he destroys these demons and how powerful his abilities are, well, we'll have to follow the story to find out. The story opens with a middle-aged man handing money to someone. Next to him is a middle-aged woman holding a baby. The middle-aged man says as he hands over the cash, "Li Changan, nephew, don't complain that it's not much. We divided the demolition compensation money by headcount. This young man is Li Changan, and these are his uncle and aunt. Changan was orphaned as a child and raised single-handedly by his grandfather. This recently demolished house belonged to his recently deceased grandfather. Only now did he understand why his aunt had even brought along the baby from her side of the family. It turned out it was all for dividing the assets. His grandfather had been a stubborn man, a holdout household that had given the developers a headache for years. Now, hearing that the old man had passed away, the developers acted immediately. The contractor thought demolishing the house would be smooth sailing, but unexpectedly, a wrench was thrown into their plans. Changan's aunts and uncles all showed up together, throwing firecrackers and tossing spirit money at the contractor's crew. Even worse, they even brought the grandfather's coffin. Then they started wailing, "Oh, the heavens are blind. Your bones are not yet cold, and these bastards are already here to bully your descendants and tear down your house." The contractor's crew was about to rush in for a fight when a message came down from their superior. "The big boss says we should just pay them off to solve this quietly. Avoid making a scene. Both sides are just in it for the money." After negotiating a specific compensation amount, the contractor, worried that others might come to make trouble later, decided to bring the cash that very day. The uncle, aunt, and other relatives divided the money right then and there. By the time it was Li Changan's turn, only a few bills were left. After a moment of thought, Changan said he wouldn't take the money. "Even though I lived with Grandpa, all of you uncles and aunts helped me a lot when I was young. From the beginning, I never intended to fight with you over anything. I'll just pick a few things from his room, that's all." Hearing that he wouldn't take any money, the aunts and uncles were all delighted. They happily continued dividing the cash, then went home to enjoy themselves. After dinner, "Let's play a few rounds of mahjong. Mom, I want to go play games with my cousin." "Sure, Mommy just got a big payday today and is in a great mood. Go have a blast. Remember to order some instant noodles and an energy drink so you can carry your team." Li Changan went inside the house, wanting to take something, as a memento. But when he stepped inside, the house had been completely cleared out. There was nothing left. Suddenly, he saw a single yellowed book left on a bookshelf. Changan took the book and left. Soon after, the house he had been attached to for so many years was demolished. That night, back in his room and lying in bed, Changan took out the book. He thought to himself, "I grew up by Grandpa's side. I was familiar with every nook and cranny, every object, but why do I have no memory of this book at all?" Changan opened the book and read, "Tong Yu, Qua Shen, Dan Shan, Jin Shui, Zuo Feng, Qi Xing." After reading for a moment, he shot up. "Isn't this the 72 earthly transformations of the Taoists?" The 72 earthly transformations, also known as the 72 metamorphoses. The great sage, Sun Wukong, owed part of his incredible abilities to these 72 Taoist transformations. After finishing the first page, Changan turned to the second. The second page was a drawing of a demon. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this be a book for drawing demons? Curious, he continued flipping through the following pages. But strangely, apart from the first two pages, all the subsequent pages were blank. Just then, a strange sound echoed in Changan's ears. He immediately felt drowsy and dizzy. Changan cried out in pain. After a while, when he could no longer hear that bizarre sound, the headache finally subsided. Changan slammed his hand on the table and sighed in relief. Finally, the noise is gone. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. "Huh? Where did this table come from? Wasn't I just lying on my bed?" He tilted his head back and looked up at the ceiling. He could only see a hole in the roof, with the moon visible in the sky. It was then that Changan realized this wasn't his house. "Oh my God! Where on earth am I?" Li Changan opened the ancient book again to have a look. He had just closed it, but now, the two words Tong Yu had appeared on the page, and none of the other words were there. He didn't understand what Tong Yu meant, nor did he understand the book's purpose. He decided to open the door and go outside to check the situation. As he opened the door and peeked his head out, the scene before him was unbelievable. He saw that everyone here was dressed in ancient clothing, and the surroundings looked like they were from ancient times. Changan's eyes widened. Where is this place? How could I be here? He quickly left the house and walked down the street to assess the situation. The road was bustling with stalls, selling fruits and food, and there was even an old man carrying sticks of tanghulu, selling them as he walked. After a short walk, a little girl approached him, inviting him to buy flowers. These were just picked from the mountains today. Changan politely declined and continued walking forward. After a little while, as he passed a food stall, the owner called out, inviting him to eat. Changan was feeling a bit hungry, and the broth here smelled very fragrant, so he went in and ordered a bowl of noodles, no bean sprouts, no onions. After the waiter brought out the noodles, Changan felt a little tense and broke out in a sweat. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted some noodles to take a look, confused. What kind of noodles are pitch black like this? Just as Changan was about to taste the noodles, someone walked up to the shopkeeper and said, "Your noodle broth is a bit bland." Hearing this, the shopkeeper put both hands on his head and replied, "All right, customer. Just a moment, I'll add some more seasoning." After saying that, he decisively ripped his own head off and threw it into the pot of broth. Changan saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. He then looked down at the stove fire and saw that the stove was burning nothing but human skulls. He looked over at the flower girl, who was now exchanging her flowers for a human arm. Then she took that arm to buy a stick of tanghulu. At that moment, everything changed. That stick of tanghulu was actually a skewer of human eyeballs. The little flower girl had also transformed into a one-eyed demon. The bowl of noodles in Changan's hands was emitting a foul smoke, and inside, it was crawling with disgusting maggots. The headless shopkeeper was still, chatting with a skeleton in front of him. Changan's mind raced. Oh my god, I can't look anymore. This isn't a night market, it's clearly a ghost market. Over there, where the light is, there seem to be fewer ghosts. That must be the end of the ghost market. Long story short, no matter what, I have to get out of this place first. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. The shopkeeper walked over, holding his head in one arm and pressing down on his shoulder with the other. He said, "Sir, you haven't paid for your noodles. You're not trying to dine and dash, are you?" Just then, a crowd of ghouls gathered and surrounded him. Each of the ghouls wore a ferocious and menacing expression. The shopkeeper calmly reattached his head to his neck and said, "That's all right, sir. You can pay your debt with something else." Hearing this, Li Changan asked curiously, "With something else?" The shopkeeper replied, "That's right. Your heart, liver, lungs, any of them will do." Another ghoul drooled as it stared at him. "Your eyes look delicious," it said. Another group stared intently. "And your hands are so pretty. Hee hee." Li Changan was completely surrounded. Are these ghouls really going to tear me to pieces? He thought. Just then, an old Taoist priest holding a lantern ran toward them, shouting, "Move aside, move aside." Then, he threw some paper money at the shopkeeper's chest. "Here's the money for his noodles. I'm paying for him. Is this enough, shopkeeper?" Without waiting for the shopkeeper to answer, the old Taoist priest grabbed Li Changan's hand and quickly pulled him away from the circle of ghouls. The ghouls didn't pursue them. They just stood there, watching for a moment, then slowly dispersed. After running for a while, the old priest stopped. Li Changan looked back and saw that the ghouls were gone. The old Taoist priest took off his hat, glanced at Li Changan, and then started whacking him with the lantern. "You brat! Do you have a death wish? How could you just stroll into a ghost market like that? If I hadn't happened to pass by today, your heart, liver, kidneys, and lungs would have all been ripped out for them to feast on. They would have even used your bones for firewood." While being beaten, Li Changan shouted, "Thank you for saving my life, Master Priest." Hearing this, the old Taoist priest stopped hitting him. "Thanks, I don't care for empty words. If you're truly grateful." He trailed off, his eyes fixed on Li Changan. He was probably about to ask for money, but seeing how poor Li Changan looked, he put his hat back on and turned to leave. "Looking at your sorry state, just forget it." After walking a little way, he saw Li Changan still standing there, stunned. He stopped and asked, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting for the ghouls to come back and eat you?" Li Changan replied helplessly, "I have nowhere to go." The old priest sighed. "All right, fine. In for a penny, in for a pound. You can come with me." As they walked, he told Li Changan about the history of the area. This place was once a prosperous market. Then, a natural disaster struck. After the disaster, bandits took over, which then brought soldiers to crush the uprising. This place suffered through 3 great calamities. The people either died or fled. Now, only a few lingering spirits are left. Soon, they arrived at a house. At the door, the old priest told Li Changan to go inside, but he hesitated. The priest knew he was afraid of the 2 skeletons inside and spoke up. "Don't be afraid, these bones won't bite." Upon entering, the old priest bowed to the 2 skeletons. "This young man would also like to take shelter in your home. I hope you 2 will allow it." Li Changan stood there silently, lost in his thoughts. The old priest walked to a corner of the house and set down his lantern. "Come over here and help me prepare a small bed so we can rest," he said. Li Changan looked up at the ceiling and saw 2 spirits staring down at him. Terrified, he thought to himself, "Can't the old priest see those 2 ghosts?" After that, the 2 of them spread a mat in the corner and sat down to talk. "My Taoist name is Xuanji. My family name is Liu, and my given name is Jing. You can just call me Priest Liu. And you, young man, what's your name?" "My surname is Li. My name is Li Changan." The old priest then pulled a sword from his bag. He said, "Li Changan, eh? It's a good name. These are chaotic times, so since we're sharing a roof, I must warn you about a few things. First, I travel the world alone, and I carry nothing that isn't essential. Second, this sword has traveled with me for many years, from the south to the north. It has cut down just as many powerful bandits as it has demons. If you..." Li Changan immediately understood that the priest suspected him of being a disguised bandit. He quickly said, "Master Priest, rest assured, I'm not someone who would repay kindness with evil." Early the next morning, as the sky began to lighten, Li Changan stretched and woke up. "Ugh, this mat made my whole body ache." He turned to look for the old priest, but he was nowhere in sight. Li Changan went outside to look for him. "Where are the priest and the skeletons?" Outside, he saw the old priest burying the 2 skeletons under a tree. Afterward, he performed a hand seal and chanted a prayer for their rebirth. "Oh, heavenly worthy of the 10,000 transformations, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, manifesting in all the 10,000 worlds, bringing salvation to gods and men, entrusting their chi to gather merit and virtue, with one voice to save all people." Li Changan looked up and saw the content expressions on the 2 spirits' faces, and without realizing it, he smiled happily. Seeing his reaction, the old priest turned to him, puzzled, and asked, "Young man, can you see ghosts?" Li Changan didn't hide it. "Yes, I can," he replied. Hearing his answer, the old priest's attitude did a complete 180. He became extremely courteous and, with a friendly smile, asked, "Young Master Li, where have you come from, and where might you be headed?" Li Changan glanced around and thought silently. Where did I come from? I can't possibly tell him I was transported from another world. As for where I'm going, perhaps only this golden book holds the answer. After a moment's thought, Li Changan decided not to answer and instead turned the question back to the old priest. "Master Priest, where are you headed?" Confused, the priest pointed at himself. "Me? I'm heading to Yulin." The scene shifts to the outskirts of Yulin. It was pouring rain. Inside a small house, the owner, Wang Shen, and his wife. Mrs. Wang looked outside anxiously. "The rain is so heavy. Why isn't our son home yet?" "Don't worry, dear. I'm sure he'll be back soon." A moment later, a young man, soaking wet, entered the house. "Mother, father, I'm home." Seeing the woman behind him, his parents asked in confusion, "And who is this with you?" The woman immediately put on a pitiful expression. "My humble self is from a village 10 miles south of here," she said pitifully. "My husband passed away young, and I was unable to bear any children, so my wicked in-laws threw me out. My own parents passed away long ago, so I came here hoping to take refuge with my aunt, only to find that she, too, has passed on. Now, I have no one to turn to, and could do nothing but cry in the rain. I beg you, good people, to take pity and allow me to stay for just one night." Hearing her story, the compassionate Mrs. Wang went over to help the young woman up, saying warmly, "Of course, dear. You can stay here for the night. We were just about to have dinner. Please, join us." While the kind family's attention was elsewhere, a sinister smile crept across the woman's face. After the meal, she went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, she began to mend their clothes, appearing to be a model of domestic virtue. The more Mrs. Wang watched her, the more she liked her, smiling non-stop. "You helped with the dishes, and now you're helping me with the mending. Thank you so much, dear." "It's nothing, Auntie. You and Uncle were kind enough to let me stay. This is the least I can do." As Mrs. Wang watched the woman sew, she couldn't help but praise her profusely. "Your needlework is just wonderful. With your beauty and skills, your in-laws must have been fools to let you go. If only you were my daughter-in-law." Hearing this, the woman smiled shyly and replied, "If auntie and uncle wouldn't be opposed, I would be willing to become your daughter-in-law in such chaotic times." For an ordinary family, they didn't pay much mind to the details. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Shen hastily arranged everything, and that very night, they sent the young woman and their son into the bridal chamber to get married. The young man sat in the room, waiting for his bride. When she came in and carefully locked the door behind her, he was a bit confused and asked her why. "I have to block the door again. There have been a lot of thieves and robbers around here lately, so you can't be too careful at night." After carefully locking the door, the woman walked over to the man's side. Taking a closer look, she thought, "Wow, you're quite smooth-skinned, my good sir." Hearing this, the young man was bewildered. Why did that sound like a demon praising its delicious prey? Seeing how shy he was, and flushed face, the woman sat down next to him, covering her mouth as she giggled. "I'm just saying, my husband is incredibly handsome." Hearing this, the young man's face turned an even deeper shade of red. You're the beautiful one," he stammered. Seeing the woman about to pounce, the terrified young man cried out, "We haven't even blown out the candles yet." She just giggled, "Don't worry about those." And then, a scream. A blood-curdling scream for his mother echoed through the night. Meanwhile, his parents were fast asleep. Suddenly, Mrs. Wang had a nightmare in which her son, covered in blood, warned her, "Mom, that bride is a demon." She jolted awake and immediately shook her husband. "Honey, I dreamed our son was covered in blood. He told me our new daughter-in-law is a demon." "It's the middle of the night. What are you sleep-talking about?" he grumbled. The two of them lit a lantern and headed to their son's room. As they walked, Mrs. Wang fretted. He said the demon ate him whole. But Mr. Wang remained skeptical. "You were just so overjoyed about getting such a fine daughter-in-law that you're having crazy dreams." They quietly approached the door and listened for a moment. It seemed there was no sound inside. Thinking their son was asleep, they were about to turn back when they suddenly heard a sickening squelching sound, like a demon devouring flesh. Terrified, they started pounding on the door. "What's that noise?" "Son, open up." It seemed something was barricading the door from the inside. "Wait here," she cried. "I'll get the neighbors to help break it down." Very quickly, the villagers gathered. In front of the room, Mr. Wang yelled desperately, "Everyone, push together. My son is still in there." With the neighbors' help, the door was quickly smashed open, but on the bed, there was no bride and groom to be found. All that remained was a mangled human skeleton, surrounded by bloodstains. It was a gruesome, horrifying scene. In the corner of the bed sat a demon, blood dripping endlessly from its mouth. The crowd stared in stunned terror. "A demon! It's a demon!" Mrs. Wang picked up her son's skull. Her face turned ashen, and she collapsed in a dead faint. The demon simply smashed its way out through another wall and fled into the night, leaving behind only the cries of man-eating demon and the devastating wails of the victim's family. The scene shifts to Changan, who has now changed into local attire. He and the old Taoist have arrived outside the walls of Yulin City. He has also officially taken the old priest as his master, beginning his journey on the path of exorcising demons and defending justice. Seeing Changan wanted to walk straight into the city, the old Taoist handed him a piece of paper. "Take this," he said. "You'll need it to get inside." Changan was surprised. "We need ID cards to get into the city?" Changan took the paper and read it for a moment, then turned and asked curiously, "Who's Changan?" "Your martial uncle." "Oh, where is he now?" "He was eaten by a demon." This back and forth with his master left Changan breaking out in a cold sweat. Afterwards, the two quickly brought their documents and luggage to the city guards for inspection. After a moment, a guard nodded. "Luggage is okay. No problems here." Just as the two were about to enter the city, the same guard shouted, stopping them. "Hold on, you can't go in yet." He then took out a bowl of water and handed it to them, telling them both to drink. Changan looked at the bowl, confused. "What is this?" The guard replied, a bit impatiently. "Just drink it. Why ask so many questions?" The old Taoist took the bowl, sniffed it for a moment, and then drank it all in one gulp. "It's nothing," he said, "just some talisman water." After they both drank, the guard gestured for them to enter. "Daozong, you seem to be a man of some skill. Once you're inside, you might want to take a look at the notice." As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd gathered around a notice that had been posted that very morning. On it was a drawing of a large fat demon with a message. "Our county is currently seeking an individual capable of helping us eliminate the evil demon residing on the outskirts of the city. Whoever succeeds will be generously rewarded." Changan stared at the drawing. He whispered to himself, "Isn't this the same creature from Grandpa's book?" Afterwards, the two found an inn to rest for the night. The old Taoist then grabbed his gourd and headed for the door. I'm going out to find some wine. You just stay here and behave. Li Changan watched him leave, thinking to himself, wow, I've already been with old Taoist Liu for a month. Once his master was gone, he pulled the yellow book from his robes. As soon as he opened it, he was startled. The demon drawn in the book was actually starting to turn colorful. What's more, the demon on the notice and the one in the book looked exactly the same. If I can defeat this demon, maybe I'll find out why I was brought to this world. A short while later, the old Taoist returned just as a waiter brought up a table full of food. Your meal is served, honored guests. Please, enjoy. The old Taoist took out a small statue, then produced a different, smaller wine gourd, poured out a cup, and said, the cheap wine from outside is just for me to drink. To pay respects to the founding master, one must use the truly good stuff. He then placed the aromatic cup of wine before the statue and respectfully said, inviting the founding master to sample the wine. Li Changan looked quizzically at a talisman placed beside the statue. Master, why do we have to worship both the founding master and this talisman? The old Taoist picked up the paper charm and slowly explained, this is the life-protecting talisman of the Xianxia sect, passed down from the founding master himself. Of course we must worship it. He then poured the cup of wine right back into the gourd, sighed, and said, all right, respects have been paid. Time to eat. Li Changan, who was used to this routine, thought to himself, this old cheapskate always pours the good wine back into the gourd and only drinks the cheap stuff he buys. Outside, I'll never understand him. The old Taoist lifted his own cup to his nose, sniffing it with an expression of pure ecstasy. Ah, the premium wine offered to the founder smells so fragrant. Li Changan took the gourd of cheap wine his master had bought and poured a cup. Can't you just pour it in a cup to drink it? The old Taoist held his own cup and glanced back at him with a look of disdain. You, what do you know? If you just pour and drink, it's gone in one gulp. But if you smell it first, you can make one large gourd last a long time. Anyway, when I was out buying wine, I managed to pick up some news. Right now in Yulin City, there are two potential jobs. One is in the northern part of the city, at the Chu family's residence. It's being haunted. I already took a look on my way here. It's just the lingering spirit of a dead person, who can't move on. Nothing major. The second is at the great Zhang family estate. In a little while, you and I will go check out the situation there. Li Changan, who was in the middle of eating, heard this, and became a little tense. What's the rush? He asked. Of course it's a rush. Boy, let me ask you, when you're out in the world, what's the most important thing? Li Changan saw his master's sudden, stern tone and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself, I've been with this old priest for a month. His skills and his courage aren't that great, but he has a special talent for seeking out fortune and avoiding disaster. After a moment of thought, he answered, when traveling the world, safety is the most important thing. Hearing this, the old Taoist became furious. Safety, my butt, the most important thing. Of course, you should go to the Hugo Review channel, watch, like, and subscribe. Now hurry up and eat. After we're done, we'll go earn some spending money. A moment later, the two of them headed to a small alley next to the Zhang family estate. As they walked, the old Taoist took out his sword, burned a talisman, and performed a ritual to summon the Jade Dragon God talisman. After the Jade talisman burst into flames, the old Taoist sniffed at it. A moment later, he was crawling on all fours, sniffing the ground like the howling celestial hound. Li Changan, watching from the side, was speechless. This sniffing out demons technique of his master's was always so ridiculous. After sniffing for a while, the old Taoist crawled to a dog's den. He stopped there and looked up at Li Changan. This is the place. The old Taoist sniffed for another moment, then suddenly jumped back, shouting non-stop, it stinks! It stinks! Seeing this, Li Changan's expression grew tense. He rushed to ask, stinks? Is it the stench of a rotting corpse with yellowed skin? Hearing his question, the old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. No, it's dog poop. Li Changan was choked speechless by that answer. He stared blankly for a moment before asking again, are there any demons or evil spirits here? The old Taoist brushed off his rear, sighed, and replied, just a little ghost. Nothing to worry about. You. Hurry and follow your master to exterminate this demon. Hearing this, Li Changan excitedly turned and took the lead. Suddenly, the old Taoist grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Wrong way. Li Changan was confused. He pointed ahead. Master, isn't the Zhang family in that direction? The old Taoist scolded him angrily. What Zhang family? We're going to the Zhu family in the north of the city. In the northern part of the city at that moment, the townspeople were gathered in small groups, gossiping endlessly. That lady from the Zhu family is so pitiful. That's right. Her husband was a good-for-nothing when he was alive, and now that he's dead, he still won't leave her alone. The old Taoist walked over and immediately sensed the presence of a restless soul. He drew his sword and shouted, "Show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, high above, a vengeful spirit appeared. The surrounding crowd saw it and scattered in fear, leaving only the woman and a young boy behind. It was their father, their husband. The old Taoist pointed his sword at the spirit and bellowed, "Are you not going to reveal your true form?" The restless soul slowly began to transform, turning into a man whose face was bruised and battered, with not a single spot on his body left unharmed. Seeing this, the old Taoist thought to himself, "Looks like he was beaten to death by a mob." With a cold gaze, he immediately began to chant an exorcism spell. "Oh, heavenly ones of the 10 directions, as countless as grains of sand, manifest in this world to save all of humanity. Gather your merit, and with one voice, save the world." The resentful energy on Fanavine, the spirit was immediately cleansed. It bowed its head in gratitude and then slowly faded away. The woman was overjoyed and brought out a basket of eggs to thank the Taoist. "Thank you, Taoist master, for liberating my husband's soul. We don't have much in the house right now, so please accept these humble items as payment for your services." The old Taoist picked up a single egg, then turned and left, looking like a great sage unconcerned with fame or fortune. He said, "It was a small matter, not worth mentioning. This one chicken egg is more than enough." Not long after he left, Changan came running up excitedly. Seeing him just now appear, the old Taoist asked curiously, "Where did you just run off to?" Changan held up a piece of paper in his hand and replied, "I went to help you tear down the public notice, master." Hearing this, the old Taoist jumped in shock, nearly wetting his pants. "You did what?" Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around his leg. A man was crying and begging, "Please, Taoist master, immortal sage, you must save my master. I am the steward of the Zong family. I just saw you use your divine powers to save the Zhu family. It was truly incredible. Your powers are peerless. I beg you, please help my master." The old Taoist helped the man up, reassuring him, "Please, sir, let go first. I have cultivated the Tao my entire life. How could I possibly ignore demons causing trouble? Get up, quickly. Let me discuss this with my disciple." After saying that, he walked over, grabbed Changan by the collar, and asked through gritted teeth, "You brat, what kind of mess have you gotten us into? Master, didn't you say it was just a little ghost? A little ghost is..." "What? You think a little ghost can't be fierce? Now go and get us out of this." When Changan saw that his master was about to flee, he quickly asked, "Master, I was just wondering about the ritual for the Zhu family. How much was the reward?" Hearing this, the old Taoist immediately coughed and put on a serious face. "What have I taught you? Our sect's purpose is to save the world and help its people. Exorcising demons is our fundamental duty. How could we possibly ask for a reward for performing a ritual? But master, we don't have any travel money. Where can we even go now?" After a moment of negotiation, the two came to a final decision. They would go to the Zhang family to exorcise the demon. "This way, please. We've arrived." As soon as they entered the estate, the old Taoist broke out in a sweat. From the looks of this, the Zhang family has been plagued by a ghost for a long time. Although most of these people look haggard, between their eyebrows, there's no trace of demonic influence. After walking for a bit, he spoke up, "I wonder where Master Zhang is." The steward immediately led the two of them to Master Zhang's room. The old Taoist observed for a moment, then pushed the door open and went inside. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. His eyes, dull and his body frail, surrounded by an aura of death. The Taoist immediately turned his head and asked Changan, "Do you see it?" Changan replied nervously, "It's on his shoulder." Hearing this, the master immediately took out a talisman and shouted, "Spirit summoning talisman, awaken the eye of God." On the middle-aged man's shoulder, a ghost in the shape of a child instantly appeared. It glared angrily at Changan's group and roared. Seeing the Taoist perform his magic, Master Zhang asked, "Taoist, Master Xuanji, is this ghost difficult to deal with?" Xuanji broke out in a sweat and replied, "Very fierce." Hearing this, Master Zhang asked again, "What kind of ghost is this? Why would it come to harm my family for no reason?" Taoist Master Xuanji heard this and replied, "What do you mean? What kind of ghost? That is your own daughter." Master Zhang was stunned. "Master, you can't be joking." Xuanji gave him a cold glance. "Joking? Master Zhang, in recent years, have you not had any children die in infancy? Hearing this, Master Zhang sighed in despair. It seems there's no way out of this. I was hoping you could save my life. Who said there's no way? I, this old Taoist, will set up a ritual altar. By setting up an altar, a Taoist practitioner can summon the great masters and gods to lend them their power to help exorcise demons. Once they were outside in the courtyard, Li Changan asked curiously, Master, what kind of little ghost is so powerful that it requires setting up an altar to deal with? The old Taoist sighed. Even with an altar, we might not be able to handle it. This is truly karmic retribution. Who knows how many times this child has tried to be reborn into the Zhang family, only to die in infancy each time. Who knows how many times it has died to accumulate this level of resentment. The people of the household were terrified when they heard him say this. How can that be? Everyone, calm down. The Taoist master will surely have a way. All right, we'll use an altar ritual to help its soul pass on. He immediately turned and instructed the steward, have someone prepare fresh milk and white sugar. Human milk with added sugar can attract a child's ghost. We'll use it to lure it away from Master Zhang, and then we can perform the ritual. Li Changan, standing by his side, was a bit nervous. Master, is Master Zhang okay? He's fine. It's better for him to be asleep than awake. Li Changan took the bowl of milk and placed it on the ground, thinking to himself, this little ghost seems to be no simple matter. I hope everything goes smoothly. Once the preparations were complete, the Taoist raised his sword and began to chant, Primeval Heavenly Lord's true talisman, by decree. Primeval sect's true 5 spirits, High Venerables Tai Wei, Hao, and Ying, extinguish the 8 gates and inform the 5 elders. Just as expected, the little ghost on Master Zhang's shoulder reacted. It slowly crawled to the ground, cautiously circling the bowl of milk for a moment. Then, it quickly bent down and began slurping it up non-stop. A moment later, it lifted its head, looking extremely blissful. Li Changan and the Taoist stood perfectly still, just watching. Soon, the little ghost collapsed. The two of them looked at each other, surprised it was so easily lured. Then, they used a special rope to tie it up. Whew! Thankfully, the talisman in the milk worked. The old Taoist continued to perform a ritual of deliverance for it. Vermilion bird, Ling Guang, divine might of the inner Zhang mountain, primal 4, suppress the spirits of the fallen. Li Changan, standing to the side, was extremely nervous. The swelling on his upper body was already starting to go down. He just had to wait for his master to complete the ritual. But just then, Master Zhang, who was behind them, began to stir. As soon as he opened his eyes, he pointed at the little ghost in terror and screamed, A ghost! A ghost! Li Changan and his master knew this was bad. Hearing his scream, the little ghost awoke from its unconscious state. Its fierce eyes stared intently at him, and then it let out a loud roar, shattering its bindings. It then shot forward like a bullet, attacking Taoist Master Xuanji. Seeing this, Taoist Master Xuanji froze in fear. He couldn't even react in time to run. He just stood there, eyes shut, waiting for death. My life, is it really going to end here today? Just then, Li Changan, who was behind him, managed to grab the little ghost by the neck, holding it back. Because of this, the old Taoist's life was saved. He stared at the screaming ghost in front of him, unable to believe it. This kid, Li Changan, not only could he see ghosts, but he could even touch them? The old Taoist's life was saved. Li Changan was just as shocked as him. He could actually touch these ethereal things. Once captured, the little ghost turned its head and shrieked, biting, towards Li Changan. He quickly pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and swiftly shoved it straight into the little ghost's mouth. When he transmigrated, he happened to have a few pieces of candy in his pocket. Soaking them in talisman water should be enough to daze you. After eating the candy, the little ghost's growling began to quiet down, and it stopped struggling so violently. A moment later, after it had been completely knocked out, Li Changan turned to the old Taoist and yelled, Master, now. The old Taoist immediately took out a brush and shouted, First stroke, heaven and earth move. Second stroke, the ancestral master's sword. Third stroke, demons and ghosts, stay 1,000 miles away. The final stroke landed right between the little ghost's eyes, and the resentful energy surrounding it was instantly scattered. Master Zhang had fainted once again. After the resentful energy had completely dissipated, Xuanji glanced at the butler and said, The evil spirit attached to Master Zhang has been delivered by this old Taoist. Take the master to his room to rest. From now on, he just needs to recuperate peacefully. That night, Li Changan and his master were invited to stay in the guest room to rest. As Taoist Master Xuanji drank his wine, he said to Li Changan, This was a dangerous one. You've learned something today, kid. These jobs from wealthy households. Doc Dobbs. If you can avoid them, avoid them. Everything stems from a grievance. Every debt has a debtor. Do evil, and you will face retribution. Look at any wealthy family. Don't they all have a few servants who've died unjustly, a few maids who've become ghosts? When ghosts haunt common folk, it's just a bit of chaos. But when they haunt a wealthy household, it means the entire family is doomed. The richer they are, the more vicious the evil spirits they attract. Hearing this, Li Changan thought to himself, I never realized this old man was such an extremist. So, what's the deal with that green-skinned evil ghost on the notice at the city gate? At the mention of the green-skinned evil ghost, the old Taoist paused. That green-skinned ghost is extremely vicious. The notice at the city gate even said that the green-skinned evil ghost already has a physical body. I'm afraid it's a powerful ghost that has been cultivating for a long time. The words evil ghost don't even begin to describe how ferocious it is. Hearing this, Li Changan continued to ask for more information about the green-skinned ghost, but the old Taoist suddenly noticed something was off. His eyes narrowed, staring at Li Changan as he thought, something's not right. This kid usually just gives me a half-hearted response when I talk. Since when did he become so serious? Just then, the sound of gongs and drums erupted outside. Puzzled, the two of them looked out before opening the door. Outside, they saw a crowd of townspeople beating drums and blowing horns, cheering for an official. The official stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, I am the Yulin County Magistrate, Wang Du Yuan. I've come to pay my respects to Taoist Master Xuanji. That green-skinned evil ghost is a disaster for this place. The people of Yulin live in fear every single day. Taoist Master Xuanji, you have bravely stepped forward, disregarding all hardship and danger to rid the people of Yulin of this menace, and restore peace to our lands. I, Wang Du Yuan, on behalf of all the people of Yulin, thank you, Taoist Master. After hearing the magistrate's speech, the old Taoist couldn't believe his ears. He screamed, Me? This old Taoist? When did I ever say I was going to exterminate the green-skinned evil ghost? At that moment, Li Changan, who was behind him, spoke up. Master, last night I observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that the green-skinned evil ghost is actually a Xianxia ghost from the underworld. It took advantage of a moment of carelessness in the underworld to escape to the mortal realm, where it specializes in taking the form of a woman to lure and eat people. However, because it escaped the underworld with an empty stomach, it's currently weak and powerless, which is why it's been tricking the common folk. Hearing this, the crowd burst into discussion. It's weak from hunger, but it can still eat people? What are we going to do now that it's had its fill? Seeing everyone panic, Li Changan continued, clasping his hands behind his back with the air of an immortal. Yesterday, I sought out the city god of this place to inquire. I learned that this evil spirit likes to eat young boys and girls for their tender flesh. The crowd had a sudden realization. Huh? That's right. The person from the Wang family who was eaten was a young boy. What? What do we do now? The terrified young men immediately surrounded Taoist Master Xuanji. Taoist Master Xuanji, please save us. Taoist Master, save us. The old Taoist's face was extremely grim. He thought to himself, this knack for telling convincing lies. Didn't I teach him that? But what on earth is this kid trying to do with this trick? While he was lost in thought, Li Changan spoke again. Everyone, please listen to me. My master is the true master and sect leader of the Upper Realm sect. A tiny little Xianxia ghost is hardly worth troubling his esteemed self. The one who will step up for such a trivial matter is, of course, his humble disciple, me, the old Taoist. Glanced at Li Changan with a look of disbelief. This kid actually wants to take on that green-skinned evil ghost by himself? Hearing this, the magistrate was overjoyed and clasped his hands toward Li Changan. Truly, a great master produces a great disciple. May I ask when you will make your move, great hero? My master and I will return to our room to discuss and prepare. As for the specific time, we will inform you later. The moment they were back in the room, the old Taoist slammed the door shut and scolded Li Changan. What do you think you're doing, kid? Even with my decades of cultivation, I wouldn't dare go looking for that evil ghost. You haven't even mastered the basics. Isn't this just a suicide mission? Li Changan replied helplessly. Master, I have my reasons. I have to go. The old Taoist was still furious. Master? What master? I don't want to be the master of someone who's about to die. The rushing dragon jade talisman that you taught me. While other Taoist brothers use their skills to hunt and bind demons, you're the only one who uses them to run away. Hearing this, the old master didn't get angry. On the contrary, he sighed. Your uncle, Li Changan, was a show-off his entire life. He laughed at me for being a coward, but in the end, what happened? Am I not the only one who's still alive? He showed off his skills, and in the end, he was devoured by a demon, without even a single bone left. Li Changan slowly took a golden book from his chest, then opened it and held it, up next to the wanted poster for Master Xuanji to see. Master, this is why I must find the green-skinned demon. The old man was startled when he saw this. The book he always read and the wanted poster were both about the same demon. It seemed this demon was closely connected to his origins. The old Taoist thought for a moment, then took out a talisman and slapped it on the table before returning to his room. If you want to go get yourself killed, then hurry up and go. I have no disciple like you. Li Changan looked at the talisman, then towards the room, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you, master." After that, he left the room alone. The magistrate and the townspeople were still, waiting for him outside. Li Changan came out and handed them a drawing, saying, "This is a magical weapon used to exorcise demons. Magistrate, please help me forge it quickly." The next day, Li Changan changed into a military uniform and, along with several soldiers from the city, went to the Wang family inn on the outskirts of Yulin. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked, "Are you Wang Shen?" The middle-aged man replied sorrowfully, "That is I." Li Changan looked at him and thought to himself, according to the magistrate, Wang Shen isn't even 30 years old. But looking at him now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's 60. To think that grief could torment a person to this extent. Entering the house, Wang Shen immediately saw a woman locked in a room. Her face was lifeless as she screamed incessantly. "Ah, my son, my son." Wang Shen quickly spoke up to explain. "Officers, don't be alarmed. That's my wife. Ever since our son was eaten by that demon, she's become like this." Then, "Mr. Wang, do you have any leads on that demon?" Hearing Li Changan ask about the demon, Wang Shen's face filled with terror as he recalled that evil demon. It transformed into a beautiful young girl. It was enormous, terrifyingly so. It tricked us, and then it ate my son. Seeing his expression, Li Changan didn't ask any further. It looked like he'd been scared into silence and couldn't provide any more clues. The group quickly went to the scene of the incident. "May this humble Taoist go in and inspect the room where your esteemed son was killed?" "Of course. However, I've sealed the room. Let me open it. Please wait a moment." Wang Shen then quickly went to open the door. As soon as it was opened, a foul, rancid stench wafted out. Li Changan covered his mouth and said to the soldiers behind him, "Everyone wait outside for me. I'll go in to investigate." Inside the room, the bloody and chaotic scene remained untouched. It seemed that after the incident, no one had come to clean this room, which was actually quite convenient for casting a spell. Li Changan quickly took out the dragon-seeking jade talisman his master had given him. He immediately lit it, waved it while chanting an incantation, and took a few sniffs. A moment later, he quickly ran back outside. "It really stinks, but I've caught the demon's scent." After that, Li Changan led the men up the mountain. The lingering scent of the demon was getting fresher and fresher. It seemed the demon was nearby. Behind him, one of the soldiers spoke up, "Master Taoist, it's getting late. The brothers are all exhausted. Can we continue in the morning?" Li Changan glanced at them and thought to himself, it's better not to involve these ordinary people. After a moment's thought, he said to the men, "Officers, this humble Taoist will stay here a while longer. Could I trouble you to relay a message to my master? Just tell him I'm safe." "Yes, yes. Don't worry, Master Taoist. We'll be sure to pass along the message." After saying this, the men quickly scrambled down the mountain. Li Changan continued on for a while, until the moon was high overhead. He looked up at the sky and thought, hunting a demon alone at night is a bit too dangerous. Suddenly, he saw an abandoned temple up ahead. Li Changan quickly walked over, wanting to go inside and rest for a bit. Inside the temple stood a headless statue. Seeing this, Li Changan sighed. "It's been abandoned for so long, I can't even tell which deity this is." He stepped inside, clasped his hands, and bowed to the statue. "I'll be borrowing your space for the night. Please forgive the intrusion." A moment later, a fierce thunderstorm began to rage outside. Inside the temple, Li Changan lit a fire to warm himself and lay down to rest. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. He opened his eyes and immediately sat up, shouting, "Someone's here? Show yourself." Very quickly, a woman appeared outside the temple. She was soaking wet. She looked at Li Changan and asked, "Excuse me, could I take shelter from the rain in here?" Li Changan glanced at the warning talismans he'd placed nearby, and saw no reaction. After a moment's thought, he said, "Come on in." The woman was overjoyed and immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Thank you, Master Taoist, for your help. As soon as she came inside, she pulled her dress down over her shoulder, striking a seductive pose. I'm so cold from the rainwater. I'm afraid I've disturbed the Master Taoist's rest. Li Changan picked up his robe and handed it to her. He said, You can borrow my Taoist robe. You'll catch a cold in those wet clothes. The woman took the robe, intentionally brushing her hand against Li Changan's. This humble lady thanks the Master Taoist. I am the daughter of the Wang family in Yulin. I came out for a stroll with some friends tonight, but we accidentally got separated, and I ended up lost in the forest. It's so fortunate that I ran into you here, Master Taoist. You were lucky to run into this humble Taoist first. If you'd run into the demon, you'd have been finished. Hearing this, the woman put on a frightened expression. A demon? Are there really demons in this world? Noticing Li Changan staring intently at her chest, the woman blushed, covered herself, and pouted. Master Taoist, Li Changan burst out laughing. Couldn't help myself. Then he lay back down to rest. I was personally invited by Wang Duyuan to eliminate this very demon. All right, it's late. Miss Wang, you should get some sleep. First thing in the morning, I'll take you back to Yulin City. The woman remained silent. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. A little while later, sensing that Li Changan was fast asleep, the woman began to reveal her true form. She started to take off the Taoist robe, then reached her hand behind her head and tore off a piece of skin. From within that layer of skin, a demon emerged. After it was completely out, it put away the human skin, looked at Li Changan, and said, Thigh, arm, back, waist. Which piece should I eat first? After a moment of internal struggle, it made its final decision. Of course, the neck is the most delicious. One bite full of fresh blood is always the best. Just as it reached out to grab Li Changan and feast, it saw that he wasn't asleep at all. He had opened the golden book and was saying, Just as I thought. It looks exactly like the drawing in here. When the demon saw that the picture in the book was a perfect image of itself, it froze in fear, not daring to make a move. This kid was only pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, the demon felt something under its foot. It looked down and saw a suit of armor. It roared in fury. Damn it, a mere little Taoist has to use this broken armor? What kind of skill is that? Looks like I'll just bite you to death. Suddenly, something extremely strange was pointed right at its face. While the demon was surprised and curious, boom, it was blasted backwards by a cannon. Li Changan, holding the cannon, thought to himself, This homemade cannon, the fuse burns way too slow. Luckily, the bluff was enough to trick it for a while. The demon scratched its body all over, saying, It hurts and it itches. It's just a metal ball. Even if it wounds my flesh, do you really think you can deal with me? Suddenly, it felt something was wrong. Wait, why? Can't I move? You did something to the metal ball. Li Changan looked at it and grinned. Good, very good. The talisman inside the iron ball worked. Next, I need to seize this chance to deal with you, you demon. Li Changan laid the demon neatly on the floor and even carefully placed a rock under its head, as if he were taking care of his wife. Seeing his actions, the demon was a bit confused, thinking, What does he want? Could it be that he's into me? Does he want my body? After laying it down neatly, Li Changan bit his fingertip and used his blood to draw a seal on his axe. Heavenly execution, earthly purge. With my mark, 10,000 ghosts shall perish. After finishing the drawing, he raised the axe and repeatedly chopped at the demon's body. With every swing, a clap of thunder roared outside, as if the heavens were cheering him on. Very quickly, one arm and then the other of the demon were chopped off by Li Changan. Please be advised, this scene is not suitable for children, pregnant women, or nursing mothers. After chopping for a while, Li Changan was getting tired and out of breath. After severing all 4 of the demon's limbs, he felt it was about time and raised his axe for one final swing. The demon's head flew from its neck. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, considering the job finally done. The cannon's fuse was too slow. Good thing I took out the book to buy some time, otherwise I would have been toast. Oh right, my book. Maybe there's some change in it now. Huh? What's this that the demon left behind? So soft and smooth like this. Is this human skin? Whatever. Screw it. I'll check the book first. Li Changan opened the book to look, but there was no change at all. That's not right. I already dealt with the green-skinned demon. The book should at least have some kind of change, right? Suddenly, that voice in his head rang out again. Li Changan started clutching his head, screaming and struggling. When he came to, he was back in his own room. Just then, Someone outside pushed the door open and shouted, "A thief! A thief! I've already called the police. Don't even think about escaping." But when he saw Li Changan, he immediately quieted down. "Li Changan, my boy, when did you get back? And why do you look like this?" Li Changan scratched his head and chuckled. "Landlord, it's a long story." The scene shifts back to ancient times. The old Taoist priest was walking through the rain towards the abandoned temple. Reaching the entrance, he drew his sword and slowly entered, calling out, "You brat! Are you in here? You brat!" As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes fell upon Li Changan's tattered armor lying there, surrounded by pools of fresh blood. The old priest was utterly horrified, frozen in place. How? How could this be? He sank to the floor of the temple, clutching his head and sobbing. "You brat! Why didn't you listen to my advice?" The scene shifts back to the modern day. Li Changan had taken the golden book to his grandfather's grave to bury it. "Grandpa, this book is yours. I think it should stay here with you. Compared to that world full of adventure and excitement, I think I'm better suited for this ordinary, mundane world. Grandpa, please rest in peace. I'll come visit you again another day." He looked up at the distant sky and sighed. "Master, I'm so sorry." Last night, right after he'd traveled back through time, Li Changan received a phone call from his landlord. "Ah, little Li, my son is getting married soon, so the room you're renting, I need it back to use as the newlyweds' room. Please arrange to move out in the next 2 days, okay?" After a night of searching for apartments online, the next morning, Li Changan followed Google Maps to the Chunhua apartment complex. This must be the place. Although he'd been in that other world for over a month, only 7 or 8 days had passed here. But I was absent from work without leave for a week. I've definitely been fired. First, I lose my job, and now I'm being kicked out of my home. It's just one unlucky thing after another. He walked into the complex, and after a moment, an old lady came out and asked, "Young man, are you here to rent a room?" Li Changan heard this and happily turned around to reply, "You've got a sharp eye, ma'am. I'm here to see an apartment. I saw you looking around and knew right away you were looking for a room. Young man, you're planning to rent in which building? Tell me, and I'll give you directions." Li Changan looked for a moment, then said, "Thank you, ma'am. I'm here to see Building 2, single room number 44. Hearing this, the old lady broke out in a sweat. A group of old men playing chess behind her also stopped, staring at Li Changan in fear. The woman scratched her head and said, "Young man, that room of yours. Ah, it's a bit." Before she could finish, an arm stopped her. A slick-looking young man walked out and said, "You must be Mr. Li Changan, right? My surname is Liu. I'm the one who contacted you last night." Under the frightened gaze of the old lady, the agent slung his arm around Li Changan's shoulder and pulled him along. "I've been waiting for you all morning. Come on, let's go this way. It's the unit at the very end." Li Changan looked at the apartment door, a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, mirrors and brooms used to ward off evil. A lot of old folks still have this habit, but a painting of the god Zhongkui is a bit much. A 3-bedroom apartment in this area for just over 1,000 yuan? Looking at this, could it be that this place really isn't clean? The two quickly entered the apartment, and the young agent immediately started his sales pitch. "This room belonged to my father. He was a bit superstitious. It's been vacant for a while, so it just needs to be aired out a bit, and it'll be fine." Li Changan looked around and could feel a thick aura of death. It was incredibly gloomy and cold. The agent walked over, opened a window, and continued his pitch. "This place of mine has a large floor area, and all the appliances are in great shape. If I wasn't in urgent need of cash, I wouldn't be renting it out so cheap." Li Changan glanced into a corner of the room and saw a female ghost sitting there crying. Looking up at the ceiling, he saw 3 or 4 more of them flying around. Li Changan looked at them and thought, if it weren't so cheap, do you think you could even rent it out at all? The whole room is full of these floating things. The ghosts had no idea that Li Changan could see them. Perched up high, they looked down at the 2 men and discussed, "How should we scare these 2 this time? Hey, how about we use the ghost blinding trick? Some people in the city have already seen the true darkness. When the time comes, we'll suddenly blind them. I guarantee it'll scare them so bad they'll piss their pants. Who should we scare first? Let's start with that skinny beanpole over there. This time, let's make it miserable for him, so he'll be too busy to bring more people to bother us." The young agent was completely oblivious and kept rattling on to Li Changan. "This room is really fantastic. Just 2 days ago, I brought someone else to see it, and they were quite pleased with it, Mr. Li. Sir, if you pass up on this unit, I guarantee you won't find another apartment this good at this price in all of mainland China. Forget China. This room. Basically, you won't find another one like it in the whole world. Suddenly, Li Changan pointed to the window behind the man. Hey, look over there. The young man turned his head, only to see the door suddenly slam shut. The salesman's face immediately tensed up, and he broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, The wind outside is too strong. This window must be broken. We should probably go outside to talk. Just then, that ghost covered his eyes again. A blood-curdling scream of terror immediately echoed through the room. The salesman was so scared he fainted on the spot. Boss Wu, you're the best. You almost scared them to death. What are you waiting for? It's your turn to handle the other one. Hearing this, the other ghost's expression turned ferocious as he prepared to go and cover Li Chang'an's eyes. Suddenly, Li Chang'an turned and looked right at him, scaring him so badly he almost wet himself. The ghost looked at his boss in fear and said, Boss, is it possible this guy can see me? See you? My ass. Just go. Get it done with. Quickly. Before he could finish, Li Chang'an, with a cold expression, turned and landed a solid punch right on the ghost's head. He then walked over and started slapping the boss, salesman's face, trying to wake him up. A moment later, the salesman came to. As soon as he woke up, he asked Li Chang'an, Mr. Li, why are you here? Are you also dead? Hearing his delirious words, Li Chang'an raised his hand again. Still not awake, huh? Seeing this, the terrified salesman quickly said, I'm awake, Mr. Li, what about the ghost? Before he could finish, Li Chang'an cut him off. What ghost? Look at you, all skin and bones. You probably just have low blood sugar and suddenly got dizzy and fainted. I was about to take you to the hospital, but you woke up just in time. The salesman was about to ask something else, but Li Chang'an quickly smiled and continued. Don't worry about such minor things. Did you bring the contract for this room? I want to rent it. After signing the contract, Li Chang'an moved in right away. At night, the sound of ghostly wails and demonic screams echoed endlessly in Li Chang'an's ears. You're so heartless. I died such a tragic death. It's not fair. We died so miserably. Don't you want to join us? Li Chang'an couldn't care less and just turned on the TV. After screaming for a while with no effect, a female ghost turned to their leader, Boss Wu. It doesn't seem to be working. This isn't good. Let's just use force. The ghost boss pondered for a moment, then replied, but he seems to know some kind of magic. So what? It's not like we've never met Taoist priests before. But those were fakes. This guy is the real deal, boss. When we were human, we had things to fear. But now that we're ghosts, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Come on. There are so many of us. You're telling me we can't beat him alone? Brothers, let's get him. With that, the ghost boss led the charge. Let me punch that smug look off his face. Seeing him rush forward, Li Chang'an gave a cold smile and then quickly threw a punch. The ghost boss was sent flying with a single blow. Li Chang'an took out a branch and sneered. Lucky for me, I broke off a willow branch downstairs. There's an old saying, a willow branch can strike a ghost. Turns out that wasn't wrong. Although it can't destroy your physical forms, it will be very, very painful. Seeing their boss get beaten, the remaining ghosts didn't dare to rush forward anymore. Li Chang'an took out a talisman and held it up, saying, Don't make me use this talisman to force you to reveal yourselves. Hearing his words, the other ghosts quickly materialized one by one. In a moment, Li Chang'an had tallied up all the ghosts in room 44. There were a total of 10 male ghosts, 5 female ghosts, and 3 child ghosts. Why are you all gathered here? The ghosts looked at each other, but none of them dared to speak up. Finally, Li Chang'an pointed at the ghost boss and told him to talk. I don't really know. I just remember that after I died, I couldn't pass on. I just wandered around the city, and just when my soul was about to dissipate, I somehow ended up in this room. Since then, my soul hasn't faded, and in fact, it's gradually gotten stronger. Later, I discovered that you can only enter this room. You can't leave. As for what happened before that, I can't remember. Li Chang'an listened silently as he spoke from beginning to end. Finally, he looked at the others in surprise and asked, Is it the same for all of you? Seeing him look at them, the surrounding ghosts trembled in fear and quickly replied, Yes, it is. Li Chang'an began to stroke his chin, deep in thought, nurturing the soul body. You can only enter, but not leave. I remember the old Taoist priest talking about a strange type of terrain called a ghost-binding land, or a ghost-nurturing coffin. It's a natural place for nurturing ghosts. It can strengthen a ghost's body, but it also traps the ghost's soul. Over time, this group of ghosts will go mad. They'll absorb and devour each other, and the last one remaining will become a ghost king. But a ghost binding land can't trap a powerful ghost king like that. In the old Taoists' world, some of the great ghosts that caused chaos escaped from places just like this. But this situation is still a bit off. Whether it's demons, monsters, ghosts, or Taoist magic and artifacts, they all rely on the most fundamental, spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy in this world is very thin and full of impurities. If it weren't for my netherworld communication technique, which can generate its own spiritual power, once I used up the power I brought from the other side, I would have no way to recover it to cast spells. Therefore, when modern people die, if they linger in the mortal world and don't immediately enter the underworld, their souls will quickly dissipate. A situation like this ghost-binding land would be like an oasis in a desert, especially conspicuous. After analyzing the situation, he turned and continued to ask the ghosts, "Which one of you has been here the longest?" The ghost boss immediately spoke up. "I've been here for about 7 years." Changan was startled by this, thinking to himself, "Only 7 years? That doesn't seem right. This building must be nearly 20 years old. If the ghost-binding land had existed from the beginning, this building could never have been built. Could it be that someone created it later? Why would they do that? I can't believe I ran into something like this. Better not to overthink it. Now that I've rented the place, I'm about to run out of money for food. I need to find a job quickly. All right. From now on, let's all live together peacefully. You can all disperse and go back to your spots." Changan then went to sleep. Just as he drifted off, in his mind, a strange dream appeared. He was walking alone across a wooden bridge, holding a lantern. Under the water, bubbles kept rising to the surface, as if something was about to emerge. Changan was a little scared, and he looked behind him, shouting, "Who's there? Who is that?" As soon as he spoke, a ghostly hand shot out from behind, trying to grab him. Terrified, Changan quickly dodged it. He turned, raising the lantern to see, and immediately discovered that it was a Xianxia. Its face was ferocious, and it stared at him constantly, roaring as if it wanted to eat him alive. Scared, Changan quickly took out a talisman, preparing to cast a spell to suppress it. But as soon as he took out the talisman, it immediately turned to ash. At that moment, the Xianxia pounced, grabbing him. The two were face to face, and just as the Xianxia was about to devour him, at that very moment, startled awake, Changan sat up, clutching his head in fear. Damn it, another dream. Why the hell have I been dreaming about Xianxia for the past few days? What's more, the Xianxia in the dream gets closer and closer to me each time. This time, it almost took a bite out of me. It seems it's most likely the ghost from that old, yellowed book. It can transport people thousands of miles away to ancient times and create dreamscapes, so it must be incredibly powerful. But if you think you can use tricks like this to force me to dig, take you up, then you're dead wrong. Not a chance in hell, buddy. As Changan opened his door, he found the ghosts lined up neatly outside, every single one of them, smiling brightly. Changan looked at them, confused, and asked, "It's early in the morning. What are you all doing?" The lead ghost stepped forward and answered, "Boss, didn't you get the power turned back on as soon as you arrived? We haven't had any fun for years, so we wanted to watch a little TV, but we ended up breaking it." Changan was speechless. They're ghosts, and they still like to watch TV? A moment later, the doorbell rang. Changan quickly ran to open the door. When he did, he saw the sketchy, multi-level marketing guy who rented him the place, holding a cross and Buddhist beads, with a demon-slaying sword strapped to his back, standing there trembling. He even had 2 electronics repairmen with him. Seeing Changan, he thrust the cross forward and said fearfully, "Mr. Li, are you still human?" Changan looked at him, exasperated. "Are you an idiot?" A while later, the TV was fixed. The young man saw that the 2 repairmen were completely fine. He curiously pointed into the room and asked, "The TV is fixed, but don't you guys feel like something's a little off in here?" The other 2 men looked at him, puzzled. "What's off about it? There are just a few talismans on the wall, that's all. I didn't realize that kid was so superstitious at his age." Hearing the word talismans, the young man was a bit confused and turned to look at Changan. But as he turned, he saw him talking to thin air. "No need to thank me. It's not like I'm the one paying for it. Who is this kid talking to?" The next morning, at Changan's house, the sketchy landlord showed up again with another person. Li Changan invited them inside and asked, puzzled, "What brings you here so early in the morning?" The sketchy landlord immediately made an introduction. "Mr. Li, this is our Mr. Liu." The other man took off his glasses, looked at Li Changan, and said, "I've come today mainly to ask for your help with something. Mr. Liu's company recently started a new project that was about to begin construction on a piece of land, and that piece of land is a bit unclean." Li Changan was a little surprised. How is it unclean? He thought to himself. So he's run into a ghost and came to me for an exorcism. "Mr. Li, I heard from little Lou that you're a very capable person. I won't beat around the bush. My construction project has run into a bit of a problem. I don't know whose ancestral tomb we dug up, but a ghost popped out and has been causing non-stop trouble. I'm not scared in the slightest, but my subordinates are terrified. The project is halfway done, and now we're at a standstill. We're losing a lot of money every single day. If you can help me solve this, I'll pay you this much." With that, he held up 5 fingers. Seeing this, Li Changan's eyes lit up. 50,000? Hearing that, the man gave an embarrassed laugh and scratched his head. "Mr. Li, I'm just building a farm on that land. 50,000 is the best I can do." Hearing this, Li Changan thought to himself, "You should have said so earlier. From your tone, I thought you were some big-shot developer. Still, 50,000 wasn't a small amount. The new job he'd found 2 days ago only paid 2,000 yuan a month." After a moment's thought, Li Changan spoke up. "All right, I'll take the job." After the men left, Li Changan immediately started drawing talismans. The ghosts in the house watched curiously from the side. Soon, a pile of talismans was drawn. The demon-slaying and evil-purging talisman is done. The spiritual energy in the modern world is thin and full of impurities, so there's no way to use it. I haven't even joined the Xianxia sect yet, so I have no way of inflicting damage. If I hadn't drawn a few of these a few days ago, and had to rely only on these newly drawn ones, I wouldn't even think about leaving the house tomorrow. The dragon-charging jade talisman is the old Taoist's trump card, but it probably won't be as effective when I use it. And the spirit-gathering and mind-soothing talisman, and the house-guarding and peace-bringing talisman are both support-oriented, with no offensive power whatsoever. If I run into a powerful evil spirit, I'll have to rely on this demon-slaying and evil-purging talisman. Of course, besides those, I still have this trusty weapon. This sword should come in handy." Li Changan drew his longsword and performed a few basic moves from the evil exterminating sword manual. Suddenly, he was extremely surprised. This feeling, it was as if the sword had become an extension of his own arm. The silence was suddenly broken by the buzzing of a mosquito flying by. Without saying a word, Li Changan turned and slashed. The unlucky mosquito was instantly sliced in two. He then continued to practice a few more moves from the evil exterminating sword manual. He swung the sword with incredible smoothness, as if he had already mastered it long ago. The surrounding ghosts were so scared they nearly wet their pants, scrambling to dodge his swings. This sword technique is way too terrifying. After practicing for a while, Li Changan looked at the sword, delighted. This feels amazing. If I had this level of skill back then, I wouldn't have needed to calculate so carefully just to kill that green-skinned demon. With a good sword, I could have just twisted those ghosts' heads off and used them as stepping stones. However, this clearly wasn't his own ability. He had just borrowed this sword from a friend. It couldn't possibly be some divine weapon. Could this also be a power from that yellowed book? After thinking for a moment, Li Changan had a realization. Among the 72 earthly transformations, there's a skill called swordsmanship. So, you could say that Tong Yu was a beginner's gift, and this swordsmanship is probably the reward for completing the main quest. Whatever. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse, and if it's a curse, I can't avoid it. I'll just cross that bridge when I come to it. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. He turned his head and looked at the ghosts. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" At this moment, every single ghost had an expression of extreme terror as they stared at Li Changan. The lead ghost heard him and turned his back, crying, "Look what you did to me. Wah, my life is so hard. I'm already a ghost, and I'm still getting tormented like this." Seeing the wound on his back, Li Changan sighed to himself. "I got too into swinging the sword and forgot they were around. All right, it's my fault. How about I compensate you guys with a spiritual chicken leg?" The ghosts heard this and immediately gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. As spiritual entities, they naturally couldn't experience the tastes of the human world. But if food undergoes a special process and is then used as an offering, ghosts and spirits can still perceive the taste of the tribute. This type of processed food is collectively known as spirit food. After a moment of discussion, the lead ghost ran over excitedly and said, "Even though the injury is on my back, it has a huge impact on my good looks. Even hitting on female ghosts is severely restricted. So, you have to at least compensate me with 2 chicken legs." All right, no problem. But you have to help me with something, ghost." Big Bro heard this and asked in surprise, "Help with what?" Li Changan pointed towards the door and replied, "Do you want to go out and play?" As soon as Li Changan got down to the courtyard, he saw the MLM guy waiting for him. He took a piece of cloth to wrap his sword and carried an umbrella. Seeing the young man, he walked over and asked, "Is it just you? Didn't you say, before that Boss Liu wanted to come in person? It's not that something happened, is it? Look at what you're saying. Our Boss Liu really wanted to come, but he's just been too busy these days." Li Changan didn't pay it much mind. "As long as nothing's wrong, that's good. We don't have a lot of time, so let's get going and come back early." The young man was still a bit curious and asked, "All right, if we leave now, we'll get there before dark. But, Mr. Li, the weather has been so clear and dry lately. Why are you carrying an umbrella?" Li Changan glanced at him with a slightly sinister look and replied, "A friend of yours wants to meet you. Do you want to see him?" Hearing this, the young man was so scared he nearly wet his pants. No need. No need to bother him. Let's just go." The two of them then got into a car and drove to the construction site. Soon, they arrived at a gate that looked incredibly grand. Seeing this scene, Li Changan thought to himself, "Whoa, this doesn't look like a small farm at all. I really took a huge loss demanding only 50,000 from him." A moment later, another car pulled up. Boss Liu and a Taoist master stepped out. Seeing Li Changan, he said, "Oh, Mr. Li, you're here too. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's head inside quickly. I'm sure you've heard of this Taoist master. He is the 65th generation successor of Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master Manor, the Vice President of the Yangcheng Taoist Association, Zhang Suxuan, Taoist Master Zhang." Hearing this, Li Changan helplessly thought to himself, "I have seriously never heard of that title. No wonder I haven't seen him for so long. Turns out he went to find a safer insurance policy. Though, looking at how they're dressed, they might just be a couple of scammers." Boss Liu continued, pointing towards Li Changan to introduce him, "Taoist Master Su, this is." Before he could finish, the old Taoist master screamed, his face filled with terror. Impossible. This place is far too dangerous." When Boss Liu heard that, he stopped his introduction and ran over in a panic, asking, "Taoist Master, is something wrong? Look at this place. The mountains and rivers are misaligned. A malevolent spirit rides the wind, and poison flows in the water. A classic case of a vicious dragon toppling a fierce tiger." Li Changan, on the side, was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, "A malevolent spirit in the wind, poison in the water. Even though I don't quite get it, why do those phrases sound so familiar?" After his threats, the old Taoist master calmed down and reassured Boss Liu, "Don't panic. The situation should still be salvageable. Taoist master, you are truly amazing. You saw the mountain haunting in an instant. So now, what should we do? As for the specifics, I'll have to go to the scene and investigate carefully before I can draw a conclusion." All right. In that case, Taoist Master Suxuan, this way, please." Li Changan watched the old Taoists retreating back and thought, "Master, this guy's skill at scaring people is no less than yours." A moment later, the group followed Boss Liu to the back of the mountain villa. "Everyone, the place where the haunting started is right here." At first, some workers said they could hear a woman crying, and at night, they could even see the figure of a woman walking around. I thought it was just female workers slacking off, so I didn't pay it much mind. But then, they all started demanding a strike, saying this place was haunted, and no one was willing to keep working. I didn't believe it. I felt someone was maliciously trying to sabotage my business. So, I brought some people over to check. But that night, I really did see a female ghost. Taoist master. I never used to believe in this stuff, but now, I have no choice but to believe. Hearing this, the old Taoist master ordered his disciples to bring up his ritual tools. Brimming with confidence, he said, "Everyone, don't worry. Just follow me." A cart full of ritual tools was quickly wheeling over. Bagua mirrors, bronze bells, horsetail whisks. He had the whole damn setup. He looked at Liu with extreme confidence and said, "Mr. Liu, don't be afraid. After all, Seeing is believing. Today, I shall deal with this evil spirit for you. Once they were ready, the group went into the house and then split up to search the area. The MLM guy was about to touch the wall when suddenly, a hand grabbed his. Lee Changan stared at him and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you feeling up the wall? You scared me to death. I'm just looking for the light switch. It's pitch black in here with no lights. It's so scary." Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out, making the group jump. Boss Liu quickly ran over with the Taoist master. "What happened? With the Taoist master here, what are you yelling about?" The person pointed fearfully towards the window, stammering, "No, it's over there. There's." Hearing this, the group immediately turned their heads to look. They saw, outside the window, an evil spirit staring right at them. Everyone, including the Taoist master, gasped in horror. Only Li Changan remained calm, walking over to flip the light switch. When the lights came on, everyone immediately realized it was just a painting hanging on the wall. The MLM guy was still sitting on the side, holding his head and crying, "Ah, a ghost! Save me! I haven't even had a girlfriend yet." Seeing him screaming, Boss Liu ran over and kicked him. "What are you yelling about? If you keep screaming, you'll really summon a ghost. You piece of trash. If I find out which bastard painted on my wall, I'll definitely make him pay dearly." "Taoist master, is there anything wrong with this painting?" Hearing this, the Taoist master finally snapped out of his fear and stammered, "Huh? No, nothing. I saw at a glance that it was a drawing. I was just about to point it out to you all, but I didn't expect this little friend here to turn on the lights first." Boss Liu then remembered and pointed towards Li Changan to introduce him. "Oh, earlier at the gate, I didn't get to finish introducing him. This is Mr. Li Changan. Although Mr. Li is very young, he's quite capable." Right then, the painting on the wall let out a scream. The crowd was utterly terrified. "Taoist Master Zhang Suxuan. Taoist Master, what's going on?" The old Taoist trembled as he tried to keep his voice steady. "With Zhang Zhenren of Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master Manor here, do not act so presumptuously. What foul demon dares to appear? Show yourself to me now." Behind him, Li Changan helplessly thought to himself, "God, looking at this fraud's trembling state, I doubt he has even half an ounce of spiritual power. But then again, it makes sense. The spiritual energy here is so thin, let alone a cultivator, even demons and ghosts would have a hard time taking form. If it's not a ghost, then smashing it will reveal the truth." Li Changan quickly picked up a brick and ran straight towards the painting. Then, he shattered it with one strike. It turned out it wasn't a painting, but a glass door. As soon as Li Changan broke it, he discovered a fox on the other side. It snarled at the group for a moment, then ran straight into the forest and disappeared. After it left, Li Changan looked at everyone and said, "I think that was a fox. Model." But then he stopped shaking and put on a facade, saying, "I've already figured it out. Everyone, follow me to the second floor and have a look." He stroked his beard as he walked and said to Mr. Liu, "I'm afraid the troublemaker here isn't a ghost. The killing intent in this place is thick. I've just finished my calculations and discovered that in the mountains, there is a powerful demon guarding the area. Your construction project has awakened it. The ghost you saw before was just a form it took to warn you." The people behind him heard his nonsense and began to whisper amongst themselves. "A demon? This is getting more and more ridiculous. Aren't demons not supposed to be a thing after the founding of the nation?" "That's right. I think he's most likely lying. Why do we need to go to the second floor? Didn't Mr. Li already say it was a fox?" The old Taoist heard their discussion and angrily turned his head and shouted, "How could a normal fox hide behind a demonic painting and spy on people? Those were the eyes of a demon. However, Mr. Liu, please rest assured. I have secretly destroyed the demon's phantom in the mountains. With me here, it absolutely wouldn't dare to show itself." Just as he spoke, an extremely creepy laugh echoed through the hall. The group jumped in fright and yelled, "Who is it? Who's laughing over there? Taoist Master, where's your disciple? Taoist Master, what on earth is happening?" A barrage of questions hit the sham Taoist, and he didn't know how to answer. "Mr. Liu, please don't worry. It's possible my disciple just went to the restroom, that's all." Mr. Liu was already losing faith in him and turned to ask Li Changan, "Mr. Li, what do you make of this?" Li Changan, at this point, had lost his patience. "I've watched this farce long enough. It's time to get to work. Everyone, follow me." As they walked forward, that savage laughter grew louder. Although the crowd was terrified, they remained silent and followed Li Changan. Soon, they reached the end of the hallway and saw the Taoists disciple hiding behind a wall, laughing uncontrollably. Mr. Liu was furious. He looked at the priest. Isn't that your disciple, Taoist master Jiang Suxuan? What is the meaning of this? Is your disciple pretending to be a ghost to scare us? The sham Taoist quickly tried to explain. Mr. Liu, please calm down. In this matter, there must be some misunderstanding. With that, he walked over and slapped his disciple on the shoulder, asking, Hey, what are you doing? Haven't you had enough laughs? The disciple glanced at him. Master, there really is a ghost here. The old Taoist immediately covered his mouth. It's a demon. What ghost? It's definitely a demon. You never focus on your Malton, cultivation, and now you've been bewitched by a demon. You see, this disciple of mine has been dispelling evil with me since he was a child. It's my fault for not taking good care of him, allowing him to be afflicted by this evil ailment. It took a great deal of my spiritual power to cure him. Mr. Liu, I think that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. What do you say? Just then, a click was heard. Everyone's expression changed. Who turned off the power on the first floor? Mr. Liu glanced at his young subordinate and ordered, The voltage here might be unstable. Little Liu, you go down and turn the lights back on. Hearing this, the young man's face went pale. He stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Seeing this, Mr. Liu got angry and yelled right in his face. You can't even handle a small task like this? Get going, now. The young man had no choice but to go down to the main hall on the first floor to turn on the lights. It wasn't until the lights flickered back on that he dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Whew, thank goodness. Luckily, nothing appeared. Just then, a hee-hee sound echoed again. The people on the second floor stared with their mouths wide open. Taoist Master Li, this. What is this? The young subordinate below saw everyone staring at him like that, and asked confusedly, What's wrong? Is something the matter? Behind him, a female ghost with a piece of meat in her mouth was glaring at him with a ferocious gaze. The young man screamed bloody murder without a second thought, then passed out on the spot. Up above, Li Changan was exasperated. This twig is such a coward. He fainted just like that, but I guess fainting gets him out of trouble. Mr. Liu came over to Li Changan's side and whispered, Mr. Li, can you handle this female ghost? Li Changan heard this, and chuckled. A ghost? I think it's more likely someone is just playing pretend. With that, he drew his sword and charged forward to fight the female ghost. Seeing him charge with a sword, she showed no fear, her face contorting into a ferocious snarl as she rushed to meet him. Just as he was about to strike with his sword, Li Changan suddenly realized the girl was human, so he retracted his sword and used his elbow to send her flying into a wall. The woman collapsed in pain, unable to get back up. Li Changan looked at her and said, I told you from the beginning. I couldn't smell any trace of a ghost. As expected, it was just a human in disguise. The woman's face was still dazed, drool dripping from her mouth as she stared at him. Seeing her state, Li Changan turned to the crowd and asked, Does anyone recognize who she is? But the faces of the crowd were filled with extreme terror as they looked behind him. Then, they all shouted in unison, Mr. Li, be careful. Behind you. Hearing this, Li Changan didn't even have time to turn around before swinging his sword behind him. But when he looked back, there was nothing there. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was screaming in terror and fleeing outside. Don't come over here. Help me. Li Changan couldn't understand what on earth they had seen. The young subordinate slowly began to get up. Ow. What happened? Li Changan walked over to check on him, but as soon as the man saw Li Changan, he once again passed out. Confused, Li Changan opened his umbrella and released the ghost boss. Strange. There's really nothing here, is there? He looked at the ghost boss and ordered, Take a look around. See if there's anything unclean here. The ghost boss scouted around for a moment before returning. Unclean things? There's nothing here at all. Li Changan was still a bit skeptical and asked again, Are you sure there's nothing? But all those people saw something. Could it be that there really is some kind of demon here? At that moment, the woman picked up the piece of meat and started gnawing on it again. The ghost boss pointed at her, confused. Is she the female ghost? Li Changan replied dismissively. From the looks of it, she's clearly just a mentally ill person who wandered in here. Suddenly, the ghost boss poked his finger into the woman's nose and pulled out 3 strands of fur. As soon as the fur was removed, the woman immediately passed out. The ghost boss handed the fur to Li Changan and said smugly, Haha, I knew at a glance she wasn't crazy. She was just bewitched by something. Li Changan looked at the strands of fur in his hand and realized they were fox fur. It seems that fox from earlier isn't so simple after all. A while later, Li Changan left the building and walked deep into the forest. The Taoist priest and his group who had run out earlier were now all lying unconscious on the ground. Only Mr. Liu was still running for his life, shouting non-stop, "Great Immortal, please stop chasing me. I'll give you all my assets. Just please, spare me." Just then, a calming talisman was slapped right onto his forehead. Li Changan walked up and patted him on the back. "Boss Liu, Mr. Liu, calm down." The young man finally came to his senses, peeled off the talisman, and turned to look at Li Changan. "Master Li, you're okay? You're still alive?" Li Changan ignored him and walked back over to the group of fraudulent Taoists. A moment later, seeing Ghost Bro return, he asked, "How are the others?" "The others are all fine. They just fainted from fright." After Li Changan had placed talismans on them, the group started waking up one by one. Only the fraudulent Taoist remained unconscious. Ghost Bro was a bit confused and asked, "Why hasn't this old man woken up yet? That is a bit strange. Could it be that the talisman isn't working?" Li Changan walked over and gave the man a few slaps, but he still didn't wake up. However, Li Changan noticed that when he was slapped, the man's hands clenched tightly. It was clear that it wasn't that he couldn't wake up, but that he didn't want to. The sheer thickness of this old Taoist Liu's skin was unrivaled. Li Changan didn't want to expose him, so he just said, "The Taoist master must have overexerted his spiritual power. Don't worry, everyone. He'll wake up in a bit." 5 minutes later, feeling enough time had passed, the man slowly got up. The rest of the group was speechless and didn't bother saying anything to him. Seeing that everyone was awake, Li Changan spoke up. "Everyone, that thing has already fled. You should all head back for now. Remember to carry the girl and that guy Liu Xianju from the room with you." Hearing this, Boss Liu spoke up. "Master Li, since everyone is all right, aren't you coming with us?" Li Changan decisively turned and walked into the forest. If you want to kill a weed, you have to pull it out by the root, and that goes double for an intangible ghost. A short while later, at the farm behind the mountain, Li Changan had been running for over 10 minutes following Ghost Bro's directions. "We're here. It's just up ahead. I don't know how to describe the situation. You'll understand once you see it for yourself." When they arrived, Li Changan hid behind a bush. He was completely stunned by the scene before him. He saw the fox from earlier standing on a cliff, holding a plate with its 2 front paws as if catching something. Below it were several other foxes with human skulls on their heads. Soon, a liquid flowed down from the moon, falling into the plate the fox was holding. The surrounding foxes began to howl in unison, as if performing some kind of ritual. Li Changan recognized this scene. It had been recorded by an ancient master in a book. This was moonlight like water. Just then, the fox put the plate down and then looked toward where Li Changan was hiding, letting out a soft cry. The surrounding foxes also realized something was wrong and immediately turned their heads to look. Li Changan cursed inwardly. "Not good. This is bad." The wind changed direction, and my scent was discovered by the foxes. The foxes quickly ran over and surrounded him. Without a hint of fear, Li Changan drew his long sword. "Since I've been discovered, then there's no need to hide anymore. You all should be able to understand human speech. Don't waste time. Come at me all at once." After hearing this, the foxes immediately charged forward to attack. Li Changan continuously swung his sword, each strike aimed directly at the skulls on their heads. Very quickly, the foxes were all knocked unconscious on the spot. Only the white fox still stood there, watching him. From its appearance, it seemed to be very frightened. Li Changan sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "Is that all you've got? Are foxes only good at illusions?" Seeing Li Changan looking at it, the fox immediately bowed its head and gestured to the plate. Seeing its expression, Li Changan walked over to look at the liquid in the dish. "Haha, this fox seems to be scared." Li Changan picked up the plate and held it up. "You want to use this to bargain with me? You'll give it to me if I spare you?" The fox was extremely intelligent and nodded its head repeatedly. A moment later, the other foxes also woke up. They no longer had the fierce demeanor from before. Instead, each and every one of them looked extremely cute. Seeing this, Li Changan sighed. "All right. As long as you don't cause any more trouble, it's fine," he thought to himself. From start to finish, this group of foxes never took a human life. They probably aren't the evil type. He then looked at the liquid. The moonlight had transformed into a kind of wine with an intoxicating aroma. Without hesitation, Li Changan tilted his head back and drank the entire liquid. As soon as he drank it, his face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "It feels like nothing going down, but my whole body feels an indescribably cool sensation, and more importantly, it can actually enhance my spiritual power. This wine is truly miraculous. Although it's not much, It's very pure. And this is in the modern world. What would its effect be in that other world? Seeing Ghost Bro looking on with great desire, Lee Changan handed the plate to him and asked, "Do you want some?" Ghost Bro didn't say much, simply taking the plate and drinking it all. After drinking, his expression also became extremely excited. This is good stuff, really good stuff. It's even more effective at nourishing a ghost's soul than a human's. This thing is practically a heaven-sent magical treasure. Li Changan took back the plate and happened to see a few words inscribed on the bottom. When the moonlight fills my cup, the moon cup can turn moonlight into fine wine. On a full moon night, under the moonlight, recite the 8 characters on the bottom. It can only be used once a night. How interesting. By reciting the 8 characters on the bottom of the cup in my mind, the related information just appeared on its own. Li Changan quickly patted the white fox's head and asked, "Where did you get such a wonderful item?" The night was quiet, the moon still hanging in the... A short while later, in the farm's hotel lobby, Boss Liu was chatting and laughing with the receptionist when someone suddenly walked in. Seeing that it was Li Changan who had returned, Boss Liu eagerly went to greet him. "Master Li, how did it go? Was everything successful?" Li Changan seemed quite tired and didn't pay him much mind. "Don't worry, Boss Liu. I've taken care of the disaster completely." "That's wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Master Li. Please, come in. I've arranged the best room for you to rest." Li Changan didn't say much and went up to his room. As soon as he entered, he flopped onto the bed, his mind replaying what had happened earlier. The fox had led him to a cave, and inside was a skeleton. Looking at the skeleton, Li Changan thought, this moon cup must have been the magical treasure of this senior expert, but he probably died trapped in these mountains because the spiritual energy became thinner and thinner. However, this stone room appeared so magically, as if it was forced into the mountain itself. Oh, well, forget it. No more thinking. It's been a long day. I wonder if Boss Liu will pay me a bonus. He had just closed his eyes when Li Changan felt a sudden chill. Subconsciously, he felt as if something was staring at him, as if it wanted to eat him alive. The room door was gently pushed open. A Xianxia walked in, stood before the bed, and then swung its arm down in a powerful strike. Luckily, Li Changan sensed the abnormality and woke up just in time to avoid the blow. When he got a clear look at his attacker, he was utterly shocked. Did this Xianxia jump out of my dream? There wasn't much time to think. He quickly moved toward the table to grab the moon cup and his iron sword. The Xianxia realized his intention and lunged forward, swiping with its claws. Just as Li Changan grabbed the moon cup, the Jiangxi's claws came down on him. He quickly gripped the cup tightly and leaped backward, dodging another attack. Of the zombie slammed down, shattering the table. Li Changan just barely managed to grab the moon cup, while the iron sword fell to the floor. Leaping backward, Li Changan raised the moon cup to inspect it, then breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the moon cup wasn't damaged at all. If he had been hit just now, even with his armor, the shockwave would have killed him. If he could just get his sword and talismans, he might be able to fight it. But right now, without a weapon, he feared it would take just one blow to mince him. Rapidly analyzing the situation, Li Changan decisively turned and ran outside. The zombie, seeing him run so fast, couldn't catch up. The night shift receptionist suddenly heard a strange noise and stood up to see what was happening. Soon, Li Changan came running down the stairs, shouting, "Quick, pull the fire alarm. If you don't, everyone here is done for." Hearing this, the receptionist cried out in fear, "Don't tell me it's another haunting." Li Changan quickly replied, "This time it's not a ghost, it's a zombie." The fire alarm immediately blared, and people rushed out to the open area in front of the youth farm. A moment later, the multi-level marketing guy dragged the neurotic girl out. "Stop running around. If I'd known you were this much trouble, I would have just left you," Li Changan thought to himself. This skinny stick Liu isn't a bad person at heart. Even though he's a coward, he still tried to bring that girl out. But wait, if everyone's out, why haven't Boss Liu and that receptionist come out yet? Just as he had that thought, the receptionist, wrapped in a towel, ran out crying, "Help! Help me!" The crowd was stunned, their jaws dropping. It looked like she was getting ready for a battle with Boss Liu. Li Changan quickly walked over to her and asked, "Where's Boss Liu? Why didn't he come out with you?" The girl, still trembling with fear, replied, "Sob. Boss Liu was taken by the zombie. Master Li, you have to save Boss Liu." The crowd broke out in a cold sweat. In Boss Liu's room, he was still oblivious to what was happening, lying spread-eagled on the bed, his limbs tied and his eyes blindfolded, a wicked, lecherous grin on his face. "Little Li, you're getting more and more creative with your games." The zombie, about to attack, was momentarily stunned by his words. Seeing no response, the young man continued, "Don't worry. After we're done, I'll make you the manager right away." With that, he reached out to hug the zombie, puckering his lips for a kiss. The zombie couldn't believe this guy was trying to steal its first kiss. It roared in fury, about to give him a bite when Li Changan stabbed it through the chest from behind with his sword. "A successful hit," Li Changan said smugly. "Who says a wooden sword can't kill someone?" Before he could celebrate for long, the zombie confusingly turned its head to glare at him, then immediately spun around and lunged. Li Changan was furious. "Damn it. Why is it still moving? Didn't Zhang Suxuan say this sword was made of peachwood? Damn it. You can't believe a single word that old Taoist says." At that moment, Boss Liu sensed something was wrong. He sat up and took off his blindfold. The first thing he saw was Li Changan fighting the zombie. Seeing him still frozen there, Li Changan yelled, "What are you staring at? Run!" The young man snapped out of it and bolted outside. When the receptionist saw her boss run out, her fear instantly turned to joy. If he had died, her sale tonight would have been for nothing. Once outside, Boss Liu closed his eyes and sighed. "Master Li isn't going to be killed by the zombie, is he? If it weren't for him that day, I would have been killed already." Just as he finished speaking, Li Changan burst through the door and landed right beside him. The young man was overjoyed. "Master Li, if you hadn't arrived in time, I'd be dead by now. Thank you so much." Li Changan shot him a cold look. "Humph. What good is your thanks to me? First, you said it was a haunting, then it was a monster, and now a zombie shows up. Pal, you're gonna have to pay extra." Boss Liu, thinking it was something serious, immediately brightened up when Li Changan mentioned more money, and happily agreed. But then his expression turned tense, and he asked Li Changan, "What do we do now? Every day the farm is delayed, we lose a lot of money." Li Changan looked up at the second floor for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he looked towards the edge of the garden. He walked over and crouched down beside a coil of wire, on the ground. As soon as he touched it, he realized it was a steel cable. Li Changan picked up the cable and said, "I have an idea, but it's a bit dangerous." He quickly gathered everyone and explained his plan. After hearing him out, Boss Liu looked at the steel cable, a bit uncertain. "Will that really work?" The phony Taoist stroked his head and said, "It sounds like it has some merit, but this humble priest's spiritual power has not yet recovered, so I cannot participate. I hope you will all forgive me." Boss Liu angrily kicked him. "If you want to get paid, don't slack off. Just listen to Master Li and do what he says." A while later, Li Changan took his wooden sword and went up to face the zombie. The zombie was hiding in a dark corner of the upstairs hallway. Seeing how cautious it was, Li Changan also felt a bit tense. "This thing is tough. That book telling me to deal with this. It's obviously not that simple. But so what? Old habits die hard. The blood of a cultivator with spiritual power must smell absolutely delicious, right?" With that thought, Li Changan took a knife and made a small cut on his palm. As expected, the zombie hiding in the shadows reacted immediately. Seeing this, Li Changan quickly ran outside, shouting, "You want my blood? Then come and get me." This time, the zombie didn't hesitate and immediately gave chase. It was extremely smart, throwing chunks of concrete at Li Changan as it ran, roaring and smashing the walls, causing the ground to shake. Soon a rock hit Li Changan in the ankle. He cried out in pain and was forced to slow down. The zombie seized the opportunity, leaping to close the distance. It lashed out with a claw. Although Li Changan raised his arm to block, he was still sent flying backward by the blow, only stopping when he slammed into a door. Li Changan sat up, wiping the blood from his mouth, his face tense. Before he could react, the zombie grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Li Changan was being choked to the point of suffocation. With great effort, he managed to force out a few words. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up, or I'm gonna die here." Hearing him, Boss Liu and the others pulled the steel cable with all their might. The cable was looped through a pulley hanging from above. As they pulled, the steel cable wrapped around the zombie's legs and immediately hoisted it upside down. Boss Liu ran over, ecstatic. As expected of Master Li, "We did it!" The zombie saw him running over, and its face contorted in fear. Thinking he was coming to kiss it again, it quickly swung its arm, trying to claw him. Luckily, Li Changan reacted, quickly, pushing him back and saving his life. The rest of the group was still struggling to hold the steel cable, because the zombie was very heavy, and it was constantly thrashing about. But his men were a bunch of misfits. One looked like he was on his last legs, another was as thin as a twig, so it wasn't long before they were struggling. Seeing this, Li Changan said to Boss Liu, "Go help them, this isn't over yet." Hearing this, Boss Liu's expression turned serious. All right, I'm on my way. Li Changan quickly bit his fingertip and used the blood to draw a talisman on the chainsaw blade. The suspended Xianxia shrieked relentlessly. After finishing the talisman, Li Changan yanked the cord to start the chainsaw. With one swing, the Xianxia was instantly sliced in two. Boss Liu's men were ecstatic when they saw this. We finally took care of it. But Li Changan's expression remained tense. He asked, "Do you have any lychee wood here?" Hearing this, Boss Liu dropped his playful demeanor and replied, "I think we happen to have a young lychee tree in the warehouse. Master Li, what do you need it for?" Li Changan looked toward the Jiangshi and said, "To burn this thing, of course. If I don't see it burn to ashes with my own eyes, I'm afraid I'll never sleep peacefully again." Soon, the Jiangshi was brought to an empty plot outside the farm, to be burned. Li Changan supervised from start to finish, until the Jiangshi was completely reduced to ash. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It seems what Old Man Liu said about lychee wood being effective against Jiangshi wasn't complete nonsense after all. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw that one part of the Jiangshi hadn't been burned. Li Changan picked it up, thinking to himself, "Judging by the shape, it's the Jiangshi's forearm bone. Why didn't it burn to ash?" Just then, Boss Liu, now properly dressed, rushed over. "Master Li, I was tossing and turning in bed, couldn't sleep. How is that thing now?" Li Changan turned and smiled. "Don't worry, it's burned to a crisp. Nothing's left. However, if you're still not at ease and are afraid something else strange might appear, then just hand this whole estate over to the government." Hearing this, Boss Liu was speechless. Hand it over to the government? Then how the hell am I supposed to do business? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? A few days later, Li Changan returned to his residence. As soon as he walked in, he saw the golden book lying on his bed. He picked it up and opened it. Sure enough, an image of that Jiangshi had appeared inside. As he looked at it, he thought, "Is this supposed to tell me that even if I bury you, I can't escape? What's even more outrageous is that this time, you've opened a door for me." He saw a black spatial vortex appear in the middle of the room. Li Changan quickly changed into his Taoist robes, packed a bunch of clothes, food, and drinks, and prepared to set off. "So, instead of me having to find you, you've come knocking on my door. Do you want to rely on me that badly? If that's the case, then I'll make the trip." Once he was ready, he resolutely jumped straight into the spatial portal. Li Changan went in, but the vortex didn't disappear. After a moment, he was thrown back out. Dazed, Li Changan sat on the floor. "What's going on? Did it not let me through because I was carrying too much stuff? If that's the case, then I have no choice. I'll just have to travel light. Bringing my slaying sword and some good wine should be enough." Sure enough, this time, carrying nothing, Li Changan passed through easily. The scene shifts to ancient times, at Wang family village near Farhead Mountain. At this time, the rice was ripe, and the villagers were all rushing to harvest. Sigh. It's a shame the harvest isn't very good this year. Tell me about it. Before, we could always rely on Farhead Mountain. Good times or bad, it never affected our Wang family village. But now, it's just depressing. I don't even want to talk about it. A middle-aged man reluctantly carried a sack of grain to an old man. "Old village chief, this is the grain we worked so hard to grow. Do we really have to give it to those bandits from Spider Mountain?" The old man replied helplessly, "Let it go. What other choice do we have? If we hand it over, at least they won't kill us. If not, they'll come with their blades to deal with us." Hearing this, all the villagers fell silent. The entire village's harvest was plundered by the landlord. Once, and now the mountain bandits are taking another cut. 9/10 of it is gone. For the children of the village to live peacefully, they can only do this. Even the old men on their deathbeds have to go up the mountain to work. Every time they despaired, the villagers would think of one person. If only Taoist Li Changan were here, that would be great. I heard he despises evil. He could definitely wipe out those Spider Mountain bandits. When the village chief heard them mention the Xianxia Taoist, he immediately yelled, "Stop your nonsense. There are over 100 mountain bandits on Farhead Mountain. No matter how powerful Taoist Li Changan is, he's only one man with one sword. What can he do? Coming here would be a suicide mission." As the crowd was listening to the chief's lecture, they suddenly looked into the distance with surprise. They saw Li Changan, dressed in Taoist robes with a long sword on his back, slowly approaching on a donkey. He looked just like a supreme master, strolling through the mortal realm. Arriving in front of the villagers, Li Changan hopped off his donkey. "Old sir, I've heard there's a mountain near Farhead Mountain called Spider Mountain. Can you tell me which way to go?" The crowd grew tense and fell silent. They carefully observed Li Changan's appearance. Short hair, a longsword on his back. One of them pointed at Li Changan and shouted, "Are you Taoist Master Li Changan?" Hearing this, Li Changan gave a helpless smile but didn't answer. The scene flashes back to a few weeks earlier, outside the abandoned Yulin temple. As soon as Li Changan returned through the portal, he came here. But in the time he was back in the modern world, several months had passed in this place. As a result, no traces were left. He went around the back of the temple and saw a grave with the inscription, "Tomb of Li Changan." Li Changan saw it was his own grave, and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. That old man really thought I was dead. He even set up a tombstone for me, and I went to all the trouble of bringing this fine wine, only to end up burying it at my own grave. How ironic. Sigh. But I don't know where to go, after leaving Yulin. Just as he was wondering where to go, Li Changan suddenly saw something next to the grave. He picked it up. It was Marshal Uncle Xianxia's calling card. Holding the paper, Li Changan thought to himself, if I use Marshal Uncle Xianxia's name to stir up some trouble, the old man should find out that I'm still alive. The donkey behind him, seeing he wasn't moving, ran up and stomped its feet restlessly, snorting angrily. Seeing its attitude, Li Changan calmed it down, saying, all right, don't rush me. I'm coming. The new monster that appeared in the yellowed book. I don't have any clues for now. I can only travel and listen for news." On the tombstone, Li Changan crossed out the words "Tomb" of Li Changan and replaced them with Li Changan was here, so that if the old Taoist came to pay his respects, he would know he was still alive. Along the way, whenever there was injustice, I intervened without hesitation. I've eliminated bandits and exorcised demons. I never expected my reputation to spread so quickly. That Spider Mountain has many men, and their methods are cruel. Taoist Master, if you aren't fully prepared, it would be best not to go there. Even though we are being oppressed by those bandits, ruined like this, but as long as you deliver the grain on time, you can still save your lives. Li Changan heard what they said and smiled, thanking the old man for the reminder. I was already planning to go find that Spider Mountain. If I can help everyone now, then I have even more reason to get involved. However, before that, I hope. Old sir, do me a favor. Hearing this, the old man was a bit surprised and said, what is it? Please, Master Taoist, just ask. Li Changan pointed towards the food cart. Sell this supply wagon of yours to me. Before the old man could answer, Li Changan had already flicked something into his hand. Is this enough payment? The old man looked at the object in his hand and saw a small red pearl. After a closer look, the old man and all the villagers behind him were utterly terrified. Not even 10 Wang family manors could be traded for this pearl. Master Taoist, we absolutely can't accept this. It's too valuable. Seeing their reaction, Li Changan was speechless, thinking to himself, I bought a huge bag of these toys online for 1,000 yuan. What's the big deal? After a moment's thought, Li Changan smiled at the old man and said, if you feel a bit awkward about it, then just sell me that Spider Mountain as well. How about it? The scene changes to a mountain cave far away. Inside, a group of mountain bandits were feasting and partying. In front of them, a sweet, fiery-figured girl was dancing. The big boss sitting in the main seat watched her dance, getting extremely excited. Haha, good, very good. That's some fine dancing. As he spoke, he reached up to his neck and took off a green spider, then walked over, wrapped his arm around the woman, raised a wine jug, and shouted, brothers, drink up. Down below, each of the thugs, holding an innocent woman, laughed loudly and raised their cups. The chieftain from Dadang invited them. After finishing his drink, the big boss turned to look at the woman. Ching ching, you must dance another song for my brothers to lift their spirits. Shouldn't a joyous party like this have a little reward? How about that? Hearing this, the woman turned her head and replied shyly, if the big boss says so. But before she could finish, a mountain bandit came rushing in from outside. He ran in shouting, big boss, I have something urgent to report. Seeing him run and yelling and screaming, the big boss got a little angry and snapped. Everything was going fine. What are you yelling about? The young man immediately dropped to his knees, clasped his hands, and reported, it's the Wang family manor from the foot of the mountain. They've brought tribute. Tribute is tribute. So what? Why are you bothering me for such a small thing? But the one who brought it is a Taoist. He also wants to present you with a treasure. It's this. After speaking, the young man held out a pearl for the big boss to see. The big boss took the pearl and looked at it, immediately bursting into a joyful laugh. A treasure! This is a real treasure. What are you waiting for? Go invite the treasure. No. Invite the Master Taoist in. The man was about to run outside to invite Li Changan when the big boss called him back. Wait a minute. Later, only keep a few of the bosses here. Tell the others to guard the entrance. After all, a Taoist only has so much meat on him. It won't be enough to feed so many people. A short while later, most of the bandits had been sent outside the entrance to stand guard. They didn't understand what was happening and gathered by the door, gossiping non-stop. Although they were very curious, none of them dared to disobey the big boss's order. Li Changan was led inside by a few of the bandit leaders. The moment he saw Li Changan, the big boss said cheerfully, "Taoist, you'd better really have a bag of treasures. Otherwise, I'll cut off your treasure and stew it in a soup as an apology gift." The mountain bandits roared with laughter. Li Changan glanced towards the cave entrance, thinking, the bolt can be opened from the inside, which means they're not locking me in. He must be trying to guard against his own subordinates. Good. Saves me the effort of dealing with the small fry. Li Changan quickly took out the longsword wrapped in cloth and said, "Big boss, please, don't be hasty. That pearl was just a small gift for our first meeting. This humble Taoist has prepared something even more precious to give to you all." Hearing this, the big boss got excited. He laughed so hard he couldn't see straight. "There's more treasure? Quick, quick, let me see it." Seeing Li Changan just standing there frozen, another big man reached out to grab the longsword in his hand. "You Taoist, stop acting so mysterious. Give me the treasure. If I'm happy, I might even let you live." The moment he finished speaking, a sword flashed across his neck, killing him on the spot. Everyone was stunned. After finishing one off, Li Changan smiled. "I'm giving you all a one-way ticket to the afterlife." Hearing this, the remaining men drew their swords and shouted, "Avenge our second boss." Seeing them charge, Li Changan didn't even bother to look. He turned his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. When he opened them again, there was no longer a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Hearing the sounds of fighting inside, the bandits outside began to pound on the door, shouting, "What's going on in there? Open the door, quick!" A moment later, Li Changan had dealt with all of them. Seeing this, the big boss immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Master Taoist, please spare me. My ancestors were farmers for 3 generations. I was forced into this line of work. Please, Master Taoist, give me a chance to live." Li Changan paid no attention to his words, his face extremely grim as he slowly stepped over the corpses on the ground, walking towards him with his sword. Then, he held up a written indictment. "Spider Mountain, Li Daohu, originally from Junhu County. Because you lusted after your neighbor's wife, you raped her and then murdered her entire family. For crimes like these, you still dare to ask me for mercy? You're truly pathetic. You should just go and ask King Yama for forgiveness yourself." After Li Changan finished speaking, the kneeling big boss suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Li Changan didn't say another word and brought his sword straight down. The big boss's expression turned savage. "You damn Taoist. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." He gritted his teeth, braced himself, and took the blow with his shoulder. Li Changan's sword came down, and he immediately launched a counterattack with a slash of his own blade. Luckily, Li Changan's reflexes were quick, and he jumped back to dodge just in time to take a blow from my sword and still be able to counterattack. No wonder he could become the leader of this gang of mountain bandits. Although he took a hit, the big boss showed no signs of weakness. On the contrary, he became even more frenzied, swinging his saber wildly at Li Changan. Seeing his saber technique, Li Changan felt a bit helpless. He's got guts, but his technique is no different from a child's brawl. Li Changan stepped back, looking at him with a disdainful smile. "You use the turtle fist, and I use the turtle saber. Why don't you just change your name to Mountain Turtle? Wouldn't that be better?" Hearing his mockery, the big boss grew even angrier, his eyes bulging as he charged forward, continuing to swing his saber desperately at Li Changan. Li Changan's eyes turned cold. Then, he unleashed the first strike from the evil warding sword manual. The big boss was killed instantly, collapsing to the ground. Then, he turned his head to look at the women in the cave. The women were also staring intently at him. Li Changan glanced at them for a moment, then at the pile of food nearby. At that moment, his stomach began to growl loudly. Outside, the low-level bandits were still yelling non-stop, "Boss, open the door, open up!" But inside, Li Changan sat comfortably, gnawing on a pork leg. After eating his fill, he spoke up. "Your little brothers outside are in such a hurry, so, final boss, what are you still waiting for?" Hearing this, the woman put on a confused expression and asked, "What does the Master Taoist mean by that?" If the food isn't to your liking, I can make you something else right away. He continued nonchalantly, "Stop pretending." The moment I walked in, I smelled the overpowering scent of a demon. Hearing this, the two village girls behind him feigned fear, exclaiming, "A demon? There's a demon here?" Li Changan raised the leg in his hand and threw it at the woman in purple. "Haha, this looks like a goat leg. Even if you doused yourself in a ton of perfume, you could never hide the rotten stench of a spider." After having the goat leg thrown in her face, the woman's eyes turned blood red and her face contorted with rage, as expected of a Taoist priest. In that case, I don't need to hide anymore. In an instant, a spider demon appeared before Li Changan. Seeing this, the other women shrieked in terror. "A demon! A demon! Master Taoist, save us!" Li Changan didn't waste words, thrusting his sword straight into one of their stomachs. "Even a greater demon couldn't fool me. You lesser. Demons dare to come seeking death?" Hearing this, the village girls stopped screaming. Their faces immediately twisted, their eyes turned white, and then they too transformed into several spider demons. Seeing all of them reveal their true forms, Li Changan felt a bit tense. After all, this was their territory, and there were so many of them. But he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Come on, you pack of demons." Hearing this, the spiders shrieked, wanting to rush forward and tear him to shreds. Suddenly, Li Changan glanced to the side, then immediately ran over, picked up a jug of wine, and started chugging it down nonstop. "Haha, I found some good wine." The Spider Queen, seeing him completely ignore her, became enraged and bellowed, "How dare a lowly Taoist priest act so arrogantly? All of you, charge, capture him for me. I want to peel his skin off myself." Li Changan downed half the jug in one go, his face flushing slightly. He waved his hand at the spider demons. "I've had my fill of food and wine. Now, come here and let this great master cut you to pieces." The spider demons, having received their orders, quickly charged forward, each one like a starving tiger. Li Changan swiftly executed his sword techniques, relentlessly cutting down the lesser demons. Just then, the Spider Queen from afar lunged at him. "You damned Taoist, die for me!" Li Changan quickly swung his sword to block her attack, his expression becoming extremely tense. As expected of an old demon, her strength and speed were on a completely different level than those minions. However, this level of power still wasn't enough to make him back down. Li Changan met the spider demon's attack head-on but was immediately pushed back, constantly being forced to retreat. Seeing his strength, the spider demon laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, you damned Taoist, I am protected by demonic energy. An ordinary weapon like this can't possibly harm me." Hearing this, Li Changan smirked slightly. "Of course, I know that. I just wanted to test it out." After speaking, he cast a spell, imbuing his sword. Instantly, a holy golden light enveloped the blade. "Unless I'm pushed to the absolute brink, I really don't want to use this move." Seeing his sudden bravado, the spider demon spoke with contempt. "Such shameless boasting. In a moment, I'll skin you and rip out your bones to offer to the souls of my children." With that, she leaped into the air, preparing to unleash a powerful strike towards Li Changan. With a cold expression, Li Changan swung his sword. The spider demon was hit by the blade and let out an extremely wretched scream. One of her arms had been severed by Li Changan's single strike. "You damn Taoist. I can't believe you possess such a powerful spell. But don't think you've won just yet." After speaking, she opened her mouth and shot webs at Li Changan. Unable to dodge in time, Li Changan was bound by her silk. Li Changan broke out in a sweat as he looked at the spider webs wrapped around his body. He thought the spider demon would press her advantage, but instead, she smashed her remaining hand against the nearby wall. A cave entrance immediately appeared. She turned her head, glared resentfully at Li Changan, and said, "That's enough for today. Next time, I'll finish you off for good." Seeing that she intended to flee, Li Changan's eyes narrowed. He then flexed his strength, shattering the bindings. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Just as he was about to give chase, a sudden feeling of heaviness washed over his body. He then collapsed, unable to get back up. After killing the white Xianxia, he had acquired the new skill, Demon Severance. Although it was incredibly powerful, the mana consumption was astonishing. To be completely drained after just one use, I'm so screwed. Li Changan then fell to the ground, unconscious. Outside, the mountain bandits were still shouting and banging on the door. A while later, Li Changan stretched and woke up. That was a good enough nap. When the bandits get in and see their boss and all these demons dead on the floor, the looks on their faces should be priceless. As soon as he was awake, Li Changan lit a torch and went into the cave the spider demon had escaped into. continuing his pursuit. Seeing the trail of purple blood it left on the ground, Li Changan took out a jade dragon pursuit talisman. By following the blood trail, he should be able to track down that giant spider. As the jade dragon pursuit talisman burned, Li Changan took a sniff. Ugh, for crying out loud, it stinks to high heaven. A female spider demon. Who doesn't even know how to keep herself clean? I have to be careful. I absolutely can't let her escape again. He ran at full speed. A moment later, Li Changan saw several points of light up ahead. Li Changan looked forward, confused, thinking to himself, this mountain cave actually has air vents? Soon, a figure approached him. Li Changan, feeling a bit scared, shouted, "Who's there?" There was no reply, but it was followed by many more figures emerging. Li Changan drew his sword and asked them, "Are you human or demon? Spit it out." His threat was met with silence. He then gently poked one of the figures with his longsword. A gust of air immediately shot out of the figure's mouth, and it floated up. After a moment, it ran out of air and fell back down. Looking at them all, Li Changan finally realized what they were. Human skins. When this spider demon hunts, it always injects poison into its victim's body. It waits for the blood, flesh, and internal organs to liquefy. Then it sucks everything out, leaving only the skin behind. With so many human skins here, who knows how many people have lost their lives to it. At least in the modern world, there aren't this many terrifying monsters. Perhaps the scarce spiritual energy in the modern world is a blessing. As Li Changan walked among the skins, one of them suddenly opened its mouth. A spider leg shot out, attempting a sneak attack. Li Changan, on high alert, immediately spun around and slashed with his sword. The head and the spider leg were instantly severed. I was waiting for you to try that. With its assassination attempt failed, the spider immediately jumped into the crowd of skins and fled. Li Changan watched it go, sword in hand. He thought to himself, this must be its true form. The smell is absolutely putrid. Let's see where you can run to now. Li Changan quickly ran towards the cave ahead, but the scene before him made him break out in a cold sweat. There, on a large rock, a completely naked woman was lying. Her expression was incredibly alluring, as if she were inviting him over. Seeing this trick again, Li Changan sighed to himself. Beautiful, truly beautiful, but what a pity. The woman immediately rushed into Li Changan's arms, her eyes full of tenderness, and said, Master Taoist, if you don't mind, please let this humble servant serve you. Li Changan played along. In that case, let's get to it. After speaking, with her eyes closed in an inviting pose, just as Li Changan was waiting in anticipation, the woman suddenly opened her mouth, and a spider leg shot out from within, striking straight at his neck. Just as the woman was gleefully thinking she had Li Changan for sure, she didn't realize that a longsword had already pierced through her body. The woman immediately screamed, in agony. Li Changan closed his eyes and sighed. What a pity. Such a stunning beauty. Eaten by a demon, the spider demon quickly emerged from the woman's body, fresh blood continuously spurting from its abdomen. A moment later, it was completely dead, lying flat on the ground. After dealing with it, Li Changan opened his golden book. To check. That's not right. I've defeated the demon, so why isn't there a reward? The illustrations for the green-skinned demon and the white Xianxia were both in color, so why is this spider still black and white? Does that mean it's not considered a boss? As Li Changan was deep in thought, another bandit from behind led a group of his lackeys over. Ha ha, you stinking Taoist, so you were here after all. Brothers, before we make our move, I want to ask one thing. What are the 8 rules of our Yuzhou outlaws? Hearing this, the bandits behind him immediately roared in unison. Whoever captures this Taoist alive and avenges our brother's will, become the new great chieftain. Damn it, this Taoist's life is mine. Don't you guys dare fight me for it. The chieftain's position is as good as mine. Haha, dream on. I will personally cut off his head to offer to our brothers. Seeing them shouting and arguing, Li Changan stood there helplessly, at a loss for words. The group quickly charged forward with their blades and swords, each one wanting to capture Li Changan to claim the chieftain's seat. Seeing them rush over, Li Changan became determined. If that's how it is, then I'll play with you all to the end. He then leaped forward, charging straight into the crowd to fight. A moment later, inside the cave, horrific screams of fear rang out. The bandits scrambled to escape, shouting as they ran, Help! A monster! A monster! Li Changan, holding his longsword and emanating a murderous aura, slowly followed them. A monster? Are you talking about me? 70. Or maybe 80. I don't even know how many people I've killed. I was originally going to spare them, but I didn't expect these bandits to be so foolish. wiped out so easily. Oh well, they deserved it anyway. The few who slip through the net can't cause any real trouble. The scene changes to outside, where Li Chang'an's donkey was being chased for stealing vegetables. You damn beast. If I catch you, I'll definitely skin you and dry you out to use as a doormat. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 hands quickly covered his mouth. The men whispered in his ear, "Be quiet." The entire mountain stronghold was wiped out by that god of slaughter. And you dare talk about skinning his mount to use as a doormat? Shut your mouth if you want to live. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Li Chang'an leaped onto his donkey's back and prepared to leave. The men finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Li Chang'an spoke again. "I almost and forgot." This made them so scared they nearly wet themselves. Li Chang'an glanced at them and sneered. "Don't even think about running. I'll be watching. Return the grain carts to the village before nightfall." After giving his orders, Li Chang'an left. Soon, night fell in the deep forest. Tonight was a full moon, so Li Chang'an took out his moon cup to catch the wine. The shimmering moonlight enters my cup. After catching it, he took a deep drink. This wine is truly magical. The wounds on my body seemed to be completely healed. Suddenly, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. He saw a tiny little spirit standing before the mouth of the cup, its eyes staring intently at the wine inside. Li Chang'an looked at it curiously without saying a word, then used one finger to gently push it into the cup. He then picked it up by its wings. "It seems this is a jasmine flower spirit. Is it also interested in this moon wine?" Li Chang'an immediately spoke up to reassure it. "Don't be afraid, this wine won't drown you. I was just joking just now. As an apology, I'd like to offer you a drop of moon wine." "What do you say?" The little spirit excitedly bent down to slurp up the wine. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's donkey ran over, looking extremely annoyed, and then knocked the little spirit away. Li Chang'an offered the cup to the donkey and chuckled. "You stingy little devil. How much could a tiny fellow like that possibly drink? This little guy seems to have gained a bit of intelligence ever since it secretly drank the moon wine last time. But that's a good thing. After all, having a talking donkey out here in the desolate wilderness won't be so boring." Suddenly, a voice calling Taoist rang in Li Chang'an's ear. He turned his head to see a man in green robes approaching. Li Chang'an immediately took out a jade dragon god talisman and burned it, sniffing the air. After a moment, he discovered that besides the smell of grass and earth, this person had absolutely no demonic aura at all. I wonder what kind of demon this could be. The young man looked at Li Chang'an and asked, "I'm hosting a wine banquet on the mountain. Anyone with good wine can join. Are you willing to come?" Hearing this, Li Chang'an replied, "You said good wine? But it's been drunk from by a donkey. Does it still count as good wine?" The young man heard this and put on an unconcerned expression. A donkey drinking from it is no different from a person drinking from it. Besides, the fact that a donkey also likes to drink it only proves how magical it is. Hearing this, Li Chang'an replied, "If that's the case, then please, sir, lead the way." Li Chang'an then followed the young man. The further they went, the more little spirits he saw perched on the tree branches. After walking for a while, feeling the atmosphere was a bit dull, he spoke up to introduce himself. "This humble Taoist surname is Li, and my Taoist name is Li Chang'an. I have yet to learn how I should address you, sir." The young man heard this and casually replied, "Just call me Mr. Xing." Hearing him state his name, Li Chang'an fell into deep thought. Mr. Hu is a fox demon. Mr. Huang is a weasel demon. Lord Donglu is a wolf demon. Yu Lai is a centipede demon. And young Master Wu Chang is also a centipede demon. So what in the world is this Mr. Xing? After walking a bit further, a stone cauldron appeared up ahead. Li Chang'an walked over and pointed at it curiously, asking, "Mr. Xing, what is this?" The young man didn't hide anything. "This is a stone cauldron used to hold wine." He then took out a gourd, uncorked it, and poured the wine inside. Seeing this, Li Chang'an thought to himself, the gourd in his hand also contains a rare and fine wine, without any mixed flavors. Soon, Li Chang'an felt a slight tremor around him. He turned to look around and was completely startled. From the forest emerged countless monsters, each and every one carrying their own wine container. Then, they all poured their wine into the cauldron. Li Chang'an was completely dumbfounded. The wine brought by these flying bird beasts was all top quality. As he was lost in thought, the young man spoke up again. "Taoist, it's your turn." Hearing this, Li Chang'an snapped out of it and also poured the wine from his moon cup into the feast. This wine is truly magical. Even the wine vat is a magical artifact that can condense wine based on its quality. What a bizarre party. Just after Chang, poured the wine, the young man spoke up. They're here. Hearing this, Li Changan looked confused. He's here? What's here? Seeing him speak so loudly, a rabbit demon next to him reminded him, shh, be quiet. Very quickly, from within the flower buds, countless little sprites flew out, then circled in the air, following the young man's clapping directions. Each of them also held a small bowl. They then flew over to ladle wine from the vat, and went to distribute it evenly to everyone. Li Changan finally understood. It was so the little flower sprites could distribute the wine fairly. Suddenly, Li Changan looked at his own bowl, a bit confused. Why is mine so full? He looked towards the little flower sprite and realized it was the same one who had asked him for wine earlier. Seeing Li Changan's expression, it made a hushing gesture. Seeing this, Li Changan smiled and whispered, "Thank you." Once everyone had been served, the young man took the lead, raising his cup and saying, "Cheers." The birds and beasts heard this and excitedly raised their cups, drinking together. After finishing his drink, Li Changan had an expression of pure enjoyment and exclaimed, "Exquisite and mellow, with its own life-giving, divine properties." Calling this top-grade immortal wine or holy water wouldn't be an exaggeration, he thought to himself. No wonder. Snakes and rats from all over can raise their cups and laugh together. In that case, a wandering Taoist priest like me should be able to have a few words with them, right? Thinking this, he turned to ask the rabbit demon next to him, "My fellow demon brothers, I wonder if you've ever seen any giant spiders, the kind that have become demons." Hearing this, the rabbit demon asked curiously, "What are you looking for it for?" Li Changan unconsciously blurted out, "I'm a Taoist priest, so of course I have to exterminate." Before he could finish, the surrounding demons were already staring daggers at him, shouting, "You want to exorcise demons?" Seeing this, Li Changan's face tensed up, and he broke out in a sweat. Crap. Didn't we just raise our cups and laugh together? If a fight breaks out here, I'm probably a goner. Just then, the rabbit demon spoke up to reassure him. "Taoist master, don't be so tense. I heard that a few days ago in Manzhou, a huge, extremely vicious spider appeared. It devoured all the smaller demons nearby. Many of our friends here are refugees from that place. Heh. If you really managed to take it out, we'd have to thank you." The surrounding demons also started smiling and looking at Li Changan. "That's right. That monster is so cruel. It really deserves to die." Seeing their attitude, Li Changan was left speechless. Above, the flower petals began to fall. The young man then walked over to Li Changan and asked, "The party's over. Why haven't you left yet?" Li Changan scratched his head, replying a bit embarrassedly, "To be honest, sir, I want to go to Manzhou, but with these deep forests and mountains, I can't find my way." The young man understood that he was lost and pointed in a direction, saying, "Follow the mountain path on the left to get down the mountain. Then follow the official road north, and you'll reach Manzhou." After hearing this, Li Changan still didn't understand and asked, "But this whole forest is overgrown with green trees. Where's the mountain path?" The young man reached into his chest as if to take something out, saying, "Since I invited you here, I will naturally see you off myself." With that, he took out a token and handed it to Li Changan. "You can borrow this for now." Li Changan took the token and continued to ask curiously, "What is this wooden tablet for?" But before he could finish his question, the young man had vanished without a trace. In front of him, a path suddenly appeared. Li Changan rode on his donkey, analyzing the characters on the wooden tablet as he went. "Yuxing. I heard there's a Yuxing spirit mountain nearby. Could that Mr. Xing be the mountain god of Yuxing?" Li Changan headed straight for Manzhou. Along the way, he happened to pass through a village plagued by a ghoul. He stopped to lend a hand. Li Changan held a bowl of wine in one hand and a willow branch in the other, continuously chanting a salvation mantra. "Hear me, heavenly lords of the 10 directions, numerous as grains of sand. Manifest in all realms to bring salvation and aid to all. Guide souls through the 3 realms of suffering. Respectfully, I call upon the primordial Lord. By this accumulated merit, we unite our voices to save the world. As the Lord's scripture teaches, guide the resentful from their prisons to heaven to enjoy its blessings, so that hell may be free of suffering." The more Li Changan chanted the incantation, the more violently the corpse thrashed. The people around them watched this scene in agony. The one being bound for the salvation rite was their son. After finishing the incantation, Li Changan splashed the bowl of wine onto the young man's face. The young man immediately stopped thrashing and screaming, and the resentful energy around him quickly dissipated. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but collapse on the spot. sobbing uncontrollably. Li Changan walked over and gently closed the man's eyes, saying, "Everyone, rest assured, he has passed on peacefully now." A moment later, the woman brought a bowl of money to thank Li Changan. "Thank you, Taoist master, for performing the salvation rites for my son. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please don't refuse." Li Changan looked at the pile of coins in the bowl and thought, this is probably all the money these households could scrape together. Before, I used to laugh at the old Taoist for being too soft-hearted and ending up broke. Now, it seems it's my turn. Li Changan couldn't bring himself to take their money and said, "A man of my calling doesn't need so much money. If it's convenient, please do me a favor instead." The villagers heard this, and their faces filled with confusion. Half an hour later, Li Changan looked at the patched-up spot on his Taoist robe and thought, this patch is really meticulous. Although it's just coarse linen, it's both sturdy and durable. But why does this color look so familiar? Li Changan glanced over at the woman and saw that one of her sleeves was now empty. He immediately understood the situation. Li Changan didn't dwell on the issue. He cupped his hands to bid farewell and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to set off, the woman ran up to him again and said, "Ah, Taoist master, please wait. I'm getting old and my mind is a bit muddled. I forgot to tell you something important. A few days ago, some people came to the village asking around. They asked us if we had seen a young, short-haired Taoist priest." Hearing this, Li Changan pointed to himself, confused. "Do you mean they were looking for me?" The woman continued, "Taoist master, you have neat, short hair, and travel alone. If you run into them, please be careful." Hearing this, Li Changan's expression turned serious. He replied, "Thank you for the warning. This humble Taoist will remember." He thought to himself, it seems the Spider Mountain still has a few brothers that need to be dealt with. After that, Li Changan continued on his journey. By nightfall, he had reached another village. Looking at the moon hanging high in the sky, Li Changan sighed and thought, it's a full moon night again. Unwittingly, it's been a month since I left Yuxing Mountain. Although a bed would be more comfortable, for the sake of tonight's moon wine, I'll just have to make friends with the mosquitoes and sleep outside. Just as he was about to turn and head into the forest, a voice suddenly called out from a nearby house, "Young Taoist master." In the house stood an old man holding a basket, and said, "The road ahead is fraught with danger, and bandits and ghosts roam at night. Why don't you rest here for a night?" Li Changan glanced at the ham hock in the man's hand, then decisively got on his donkey and turned to head up the mountain. "No need to trouble yourself, old sir. This humble Taoist's swordsmanship is barely enough to protect myself." A while later, deep in the forest, Li Changan walked on, glancing back and thinking to himself, that old man earlier, if he were a bamboo weaver, his hands wouldn't be free of scars from the bamboo strips. If he were a farmer, his back is too straight. He talks about drawing his sword to help the wronged, and speaks so gallantly, but every time a sword is drawn, a new grudge is formed. That old geezer is probably an assassin sent by the remnants of the mountain bandits to kill me. It was only a matter of time before an assassin came for revenge. But for someone his age to still be in this line of work is quite unexpected. While Li Changan was lost in thought, from behind him, an arrow flew through the air. He quickly dodged to the side, caught the arrow, and immediately snapped it in half. Glancing back, he said, "If this is the best you can do, I suggest you go home early. Don't waste any more of my time." Just then, sword aura shot through the air from all directions, ceaselessly. Li Changan quickly drew his sword to meet the endless, meteor-like sword aura. Soon, Li Changan realized it wasn't sword aura. To be precise, they were flying swords. The donkey, terrified, shrieked and thrashed about. Seeing a flying sword coming straight for his face, Li Changan held out his hand to block it, shouting, "Wait!" The flying sword indeed stopped. Looking at the several flying swords hovering in the air, Li Changan remarked, "This seems to be the flying sword technique." Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Little Taoist, you rely on your cultivation and swordsmanship to cause trouble, yet you can still recognize the flying sword. Technique of this old man? We are both swordsmen. How can you deny my flying swords?" Li Changan glanced at him and chuckled. "Old geezer, you must have the wrong person. I've never used my swordsmanship to cause trouble." The old man found this amusing. "The wrong person? Little Taoist, have you forgotten the 137 souls who died by your sword on Serpent Head Mountain?" Li Changan sighed. 137 lives. Did I really slaughter that many people? Old geezer, you pity the bandits on Serpent Head Mountain. But why don't you pity the common people they oppressed? Besides, Their leader was in league with a monster, helping it capture people to eat. The old man didn't want to hear his explanation and shouted, "You bastard! No matter how cruel the men of Serpent Head Mountain were, they were the hounds of our great master. How they are dealt with is his decision to make. Since when was it the place of a puny Taoist like you to interfere?" Li Changan heard this and realized, "So you're with those bandits. Humph. Our great master is known in the Jianghu as Jin Liang, the leader of the outlaws of Hebei province, a man who distinguishes clearly between black and white. How can you call him a mere bandit?" Li Changan chuckled. "So, a great rogue isn't a rogue?" The old man trembled with anger. "Little Taoist, your mouth is full of nonsense. If you repent for what you've done, I can let it go. But since your tongue is so boastful, I must give you 100 slaps and make you kneel and kowtow 100,000 times before the bandits' graves." Li Changan slapped his donkey's rump, telling it to move away. "Old geezer, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. When I said wait earlier, it was only because I didn't want my donkey to get hurt. As for me and you, enough with the useless words. Bring it on. Let me see just how good your flying sword technique really is." Enraged, the old man controlled his flying swords to attack. "You are truly an arrogant junior." Li Changan combined his movement techniques with his swordsmanship, and the old man's flying swords couldn't harm him at all. "If this continues, I can only defend and won't have a chance to counterattack. To defeat him, I need to get in close." With that thought, Li Changan leaped towards the old man and quickly slashed with his sword, but the man was prepared. As soon as Li Changan approached, he retreated to dodge. "Ha ha! You're a clever one, little Taoist. You want to get close to me? Then you should have brought a proper gift." While defending, Li Changan cursed, under his breath, "Damn it. This old geezer's sword style does have a bit of the flair of a sword immortal. No, his flying swords are still too weak compared to the true sword immortal art. All he has are just 2 flying swords. Let's see how you handle this." Li Changan quickly took a talisman from his robes and threw it straight at the old man. Seeing this, he whistled, and 2 flying swords immediately flew back to shred the talisman. Then, he looked at Li Changan with a smug grin, laughing loudly. "No matter how skilled you are in magic, if you can't use it, you're useless." Hearing this, Li Changan gave a cold laugh. "You fell for my trick, you fool." Then took out the dragon-charging Jade God talisman. That was just a feint. The old man, enraged, shouted, and ordered his flying swords to charge again. Li Changan quickly burned the dragon-charging Jade God talisman. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw that the things controlling the 2 flying swords were 2 little imps. So, the flying swords are disguised by 2 little demons. This time, you're dead." The old man, completely unaware that Li Changan had seen through his trick, was still extremely confident as he controlled his flying swords to attack. "You rotten kid. I appreciate talent, which is why I've been going easy on you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame this sword immortal for being merciless." The 2 little imps received the command and charged forward with their swords, their attack much fiercer than before. Watching the flying swords approach, Li Changan thought, "It's a pretty clever little trick, but it's not very stable. As long as I break the swords, that old geezer will be useless." Very quickly, the old man's 2 flying swords were broken by Li Changan. He looked at the man coldly. "A third-rate sorcerer like you dares to call himself a sword immortal?" The 2 little imps, terrified, flew back to the old man's shoulders. The old man quickly calmed himself and sighed. "My skills are inferior. I have underestimated you, Taoist. Please, grant me a swift end." Unexpectedly, Li Changan didn't attack but sheathed his sword. "Old man, the road ahead. At your age, it's better to just go home and enjoy your retirement." With that, Li Changan left, leaving the old man standing there stunned. The next morning, Li Changan still hadn't made it out of the forest. He sat resting in a pavilion, taking out a map to examine it for a moment. This map doesn't even have any road signs. If I get lost easily, who knows when I'll ever reach Man Province. Just then, he noticed someone approaching and turned his head to look. Behind him, an old monk slowly walked over, constantly chanting Buddhist mantras. Li Changan quickly stood up to greet him. "Pardon me, master." Seeing how polite he was, the old monk, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha," in front of Taoist priest Li Changan. "I really wouldn't dare accept the title of Great Master. Please forgive me, Taoist priest. My old brother made a fool of himself yesterday and embarrassed you." Hearing this, Li Changan thought to himself, "Oh, so this guy's a bandit too. No need to apologize. Do you have any tea?" Hearing this, the old monk immediately took out a gourd. Of course, I do. Li Changan didn't hesitate and took it, downing the whole thing in one gulp. Seeing that he had no guard up whatsoever, the old monk asked, Taoist priest, if you already know I'm an outlaw, how can you be so calm? Li Changan didn't answer. His expression suddenly turned grave. He gripped his longsword tightly. The moment his blade slightly left its sheath, bandits jumped out from all directions, surrounding him. From their mouths, they all shouted in unison, "Protect the chief!" Only then did Li Changan have a startling realization. So this great master was Xu Chongdao himself. If I had made a move just now, I'm afraid they would have ganged up and hacked me to death. I don't even know how many of them there are. There are so damn many. The old monk chuckled and quickly waved his hand, signaling his men to sheathe their swords. Haha, Taoist priest Li Changan, your reputation is truly well-deserved. To be honest, our original plan was to ambush you here. Hearing this, Li Changan asked with some curiosity. Oh? Then why did you change your mind? My old brother didn't know his own limits, and was fortunate enough to receive the Taoist priest's mercy. With such a kindness shown to us, how could we possibly repay it with malice? As for these men, they were just worried about my safety. That's all. After all, among my generation, who would dare to appear alone before Taoist priest Li Changan? After listening to him for a while, Li Changan thought to himself, being able to say such shameless things without batting an eye is a skill in itself. Though he thought this, he still put on a curious expression and asked, So, what is it you really want? The old monk immediately clasped his hands and bowed. I came here to invite the Taoist priest to my place for a while, so we can express our gratitude. Hearing this, Li Changan fell into deep thought. He then followed the monk to a temple. After looking around inside for a moment, he was a bit surprised. The temple actually worshipped Guan Yu, and the bandits even had a slogan, carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. In Li Changan's opinion, their slogan should be changed to, carrying out banditry on behalf of heaven. Well, I'd like to see what you bandits are really up to. The old monk quickly poured tea and invited Li Changan to drink. Once Li Changan sat down, he began to speak. The main reason I invited the Taoist priest here today is so that my men can meet you. In the future, if we accidentally cross paths, I hope the Taoist priest will show them mercy. Li Changan couldn't stand this act and said bluntly, Stop beating around the bush. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Hearing this, the monk smiled. Taoist priest Li Changan is as perceptive as they say. I do indeed have a favor to ask. He immediately turned his head and called loudly inside, Fei Fei, come out and meet the Taoist priest. From inside, a youth who was clearly a girl in disguise walked out. Fei Fei pays respects to the Taoist priest. Li Changan glanced at her, but remained silent. The old monk then turned and asked him, Taoist priest, what do you think of my son, Fei Fei? Li Changan, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death. Damn it. A little bandit? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought she was a Confucian scholar. Li Changan put down his teacup, put on the air of a profound master, and began to pronounce his judgment. The young master's spirit is clear and bright, untainted by evil demons. Hearing this, the old monk immediately refuted, Taoist priest, you must be joking. With Xu Chongdao here, what evil demon would dare to cause trouble? Hearing this, Li Changan had to agree. He thought to himself, he's right. Whether they're great generals on the battlefield or notorious outlaws, they all possess an overwhelming killing aura. Ordinary demons really wouldn't dare approach. Although I don't know any aura reading techniques and can't see this killing aura. This guy is known as the big boss of Hebei province, so he must have a ton of it. While Li Changan was lost in thought, the old monk spoke up again. I won't hide it from you, Taoist priest. I have another name, Xu Chongdao. When Li Changan heard this name, he was utterly shocked. Xu Chongdao, the great philanthropist, nicknamed the richest man in Beihai province. Rumor has it that when the south was flooded, he donated money. When the north had a drought, he donated money. When the imperial court faced a great crisis, he also donated money, and he often helped the poor and destitute. To think that the great philanthropist was actually the great bandit who robbed people to pay for his charity. Seeing Li Changan looking at him with a hostile gaze, the old monk flinched and immediately clasped his hands, chanting, Amitabha Buddha. I've been doing this for a long time. I've become quite wealthy, but it's not a sustainable life. Now that I'm old, I look back and see that I'm full of sin. That's why I want to wash my hands of this life, change my past, and do more good deeds. But Fei Fei refuses to retire with me. Her heart is set on being a bandit. No matter how I try to persuade her, she won't listen. Although her skills are excellent, she's still young and inevitably a bit impulsive. To prevent her from getting into trouble in the future or implicating her family, I beg you, Taoist priest, please, for my sake, help me dispel this karmic obstacle. Li Changan glanced at the young Fei Fei. She had already changed into an assassin's outfit, and even her face was covered. Seeing this, Li Changan sighed in frustration and thought, damn it, help me dispel this karmic obstacle. That old monk made it so obvious. If I really did that, I'm afraid I'd never leave this bandit's den alive. He clearly just wants me to beat up his son, to let her know that there's always someone stronger out there. Hopefully, that will discourage her and make her give up on being a bandit. Li Changan looked at her for a moment, then scratched his head. Hello. The moment he spoke, a bolt immediately whizzed past. If Li Changan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been a goner. The bolt flew past and embedded itself deep into a pillar in the middle of the room, leaving a deep gash. Li Changan was about to say something when he saw the young Fei Fei raising her crossbow again, preparing to fire. Seeing this, Li Changan fell silent and didn't say another word. He just stood there, waiting for her to make her move. As the crossbow bolts flew towards him, Li Changan stood there with his eyes closed. Only when a bolt was right in front of his face did he finally open his eyes and draw his longsword. With a single swing of his sword, all the bolts obediently fell at his feet. Seeing that all her crossbow bolts were blocked by a single sword stroke, Fei Fei became a little tense. Seeing her expression, Li Changan laughed mockingly. If that's all you've got, I'm afraid even a kid hunting pheasants in the mountains could become a bandit. The young woman ignored his words and angrily took out a grappling hook. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Li Changan frustratingly shut his mouth. Fei Fei quickly threw the grappling hook up to the roof. Before Li Changan's surprised eyes, she used the rope to swing up onto the rafters. Li Changan saw this and thought to himself, like father, like daughter, I guess. These kids are so impatient. It only took a few words to get her this worked up. Fei Fei jumped onto the roof, his figure hidden in the shadows. He then took out his crossbow and continued to attack Li Changan. Li Changan's hearing was extremely sharp. With just one shot, he knew the bullet's trajectory. With a slight lift of his longsword, the bullet was instantly blocked. However, what surprised him this time was that after the shot was fired, Fei suddenly attacked. Li Changan's reflexes were not to be underestimated, and he quickly jumped up to dodge. Although Fei Fei's surprise attack failed, she wasn't discouraged. My level of skill is more than enough to kill a Taoist priest like you. Crossbow bolts continued to fly relentlessly toward Li Changan, but they posed no threat to him at all. Li Changan didn't even bother to look, flicking his sword as if swatting away flies. Yet, with every swing, he perfectly blocked Fei Fei's crossbow bolts. Seeing his smug expression made Fei Fei furious, with no way to vent her anger. Li Changan then looked at Fei Fei and said, whether it's swordsmanship or striking, it's all about three things: speed, precision, and ruthlessness. But if you only focus on two of them, you'll miss your target and reduce their effectiveness. Fei Fei saw him acting like he was lecturing her and became enraged. She quickly swung her sword, slashing at him. You stinking Taoist priest, go to hell. Seeing this, Li Changan also quickly swung his longsword. The tip of his blade struck the hilt of Fei Fei's sword with extreme precision. This single strike not only blocked her attack but could also be considered a direct counterattack that sent his opponent flying. Fei Fei raised her sword arm, which was still trembling, and thought in fear, that last strike was truly powerful. Is this Taoist priest's swordsmanship really that incredible? After knocking Fei Fei back with one strike, Li Changan looked a bit bored, picked his nose, and said, we've been fighting for a while now, and neither of us has won. How about we call it a day, okay? Fei Fei ignored him and charged forward again with her sword. If we haven't determined a winner, then we must continue fighting. Until you've defeated me, stop talking nonsense. Li Changan closed his eyes and thought to himself, this kid is really stubborn. Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson. With that thought, he once again drew his sword and slashed. The two of them rushed past each other, each executing their own technique. With one strike, Li Changan suddenly felt a bit tense. Damn, I think I might have gone too far. As Fei Fei slid back, the clothes on her body suddenly tore apart. Li Changan quickly threw aside his longsword to catch her. Fei Fei's cheeks turned slightly red as she stared intently at Li Changan. Li Changan also looked directly into Fei's eyes and said, to defeat an enemy by 800, you wound yourself by 1,000. Did you learn that from bandits? Before Li Changan could continue speaking, Fei Fei raised her crossbow to interrupt him. Don't move. If you move, I'll shoot your eyes out immediately. Hearing this, Li Changan froze. His gaze drifted downwards, and he discovered that this kid was actually using a chest binder. She was clearly a girl. Li Changan immediately let go of his sword, raised both hands, and sighed, "You win." Fei Fei heard this and couldn't quite believe it. She pointed to herself and asked, I won? After getting confirmation from Li Changan, she beamed like a flower blooming in spring. Then, she threw something to Li Changan. He reached out and caught it, realizing it was her crossbow. Fei Fei glanced at Li Changan and smiled. "Taoist, even though you have a sharp tongue, you're a formidable opponent. This crossbow is a gift for you." Li Changan watched her retreating figure at a loss for words. After Fei Fei had completely left, there was a noise from the ceiling. The old monk then jumped down from above. Even I was fooled by her little trick. From now on, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop her. Li Changan didn't seem to care much. He tossed the crossbow to the old man and said, "Here, this is yours." The old monk looked at the crossbow in his hand, a little surprised. As Li Changan walked out, he continued, "In this era, demons and monsters run rampant. One more bandit doesn't make a difference." The old monk seemed to be lost in thought upon hearing this. The next morning, in a side hall, Li Changan had just woken up and came out. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't believe his eyes. The statue of Guan Yu and the inscription, "Enacting Justice for Heaven" from yesterday, had been replaced by a statue of a bodhisattva, with the words, "Buddha's light shines upon all." This world is truly strange. In a single night, a bandit's den had turned into a monk's temple. A moment later, the old monk came running over cheerfully. Behind him were two bandits carrying a large wooden chest. When Li Changan saw him approaching, he spoke up, "Old master, I came here to say my goodbyes." The monk quickly told him to wait a moment, then clapped his hands and ordered his subordinates to bring the wooden chest forward. "My kid caused a bit of trouble for you yesterday, Master Taoist, so today I've prepared a small gift for you." As soon as the wooden box was opened, it was full of scrap paper. Li Changan was extremely surprised. "Is this old monk trying to mess with me?" The monk was also surprised and shouted angrily, "What happened? Where's all the silver I prepared? Why is this all just silk scraps and junk paper?" One of the subordinates finally stammered, I think it was the young master. He came here early this morning. When the old monk heard his child was responsible, he couldn't stay angry. He turned to Li Changan, scratched his head, and said, "Master Taoist, please wait a moment. Let me go prepare another gift." Li Changan pondered for a moment, then took out a talisman. "No need. This is a top-grade talisman charm." Li Changan quickly burned the talisman, then waved it around the wooden chest. A moment later, a demonic aura emanated from within. "Just as I thought. The smell on this cloth is very similar to the smell in the Snake Head Mountain Cave. It's the scent of the spider demon." Li Changan immediately glanced at the old monk and asked, "What is this cloth?" "This is called cloud cluster silk. It's become very famous recently. People say that when this material is woven, it's pure white, smooth, repels dust and water, and when worn, it's as light as wearing nothing. When it first came out, it was considered a priceless treasure." Hearing this, Li Changan thought to himself, "Such a strong evil aura. It doesn't seem to be tainted by something external. It's coming from the material itself. Could it be? This means the material for this cloth most likely came from that very spider demon." Li Changan picked up the cloth, felt it for a moment, and asked, "So, where does this cloud brocade silk come from?" The subordinate immediately replied, "Revered Taoist, this comes from Qi County. That place used to be extremely poor. The villagers could only send their daughters away, and the sons could hardly find wives. It's said a seamstress came down from the mountains to Qi County. They call her Lady Weaver. She brought a loom and taught them how to weave. Now, the men there are highly sought after. Not just anyone can marry one." Li Changan's mind raced, piecing the information together. At the banquet on Jade Tripod Mountain, some lesser demons mentioned a vicious spider from Minzhou Mountain that had devoured all the nearby lesser demons. Could this Lady Weaver be that very demon? With that thought, Li Changan quickly mounted his donkey and set off for Qi County. A short while after descending the mountain, he glanced back and said, "Young master, if you want to go to Qi County, then just go. Why are you following an arrogant Taoist priest like me?" There was no sound in response. Seeing this, Li Changan sighed. "I really should have just ignored him." A moment later, Fei Fei stopped hiding and openly rode her horse, following closely behind him. Li Changan thought to himself, "What game is this Fei Fei trying to play now?" After fighting me, he follows me down the mountain. Is he tired of being a bandit and wants to wander the martial world? After riding a bit further, he saw Fei Fei had moved ahead of him. Taoist, why are you so slow? I'll wait for you for a bit. Li Changan was exasperated. Heavens, what on earth does this little brat want? He quickly rode his donkey closer to Fei Fei and said, Young master, my donkey can't run as fast as your horse. You don't need to wait for me. If you're in a hurry, you'd better go on ahead. Fei Fei's expression turned a bit sad, and she fell silent. Li Changan, at her side, quickly urged his stupid donkey, Go, hurry up, before she could reply. Just then, Fei Fei's voice rang out. Taoist, you may not believe this, but ever since I was little, my father never wanted me to learn his skills. But I learned them anyway, and I learned very quickly. One day, he told me he wanted to retire. I told him I wanted to take over his profession and become a world-renowned bandit. He wouldn't allow it. But I stubbornly refused to listen. He found many people to discourage me, but none of them were a match for me. Until my second uncle lost to you, I knew then that he would find you to fight me. At that time, I wasn't worried at all. I was just filled with excitement, thinking that if I could just beat you, my father would have a change of heart. Taoist, did I really win? Li Changan sighed helplessly. You really did win. Fei Fei still didn't believe it, pointing at herself. But my father said I didn't win at all. Li Changan powerlessly picked his nose. A win is a win, isn't it? Fei Fei immediately drew her sword. You and I will fight again. Yesterday, you had the upper hand with your sword. Today, my sword is 3 inches longer than yours. I will definitely make you concede defeat. But as soon as Fei Fei drew her sword, she was stunned. All she saw was Li Changan urging his donkey to flee at an incredible speed. A swordsman must use their body and arms to determine the length of their blade. Hastily changing swords won't lead to victory. On the contrary, you'll lose even faster. Fei Fei quickly spurred her horse in pursuit. Wait for me. A short while later, the sky opened up. In a thatched hut by the road, Fei Fei was wringing out her clothes while cursing non-stop. This is all your fault. If you hadn't taken the wrong road, we wouldn't have gotten so soaked. And there was nowhere to shelter along the way. The donkey and horse were outside, grazing. Li Changan was also drying his clothes. Hearing her curses, he retorted, Who told you to follow me in the first place? And now you're blaming me? Hearing no reply, Li Changan glanced over. He saw Fei Fei huddled in a corner, shivering uncontrollably. Li Changan quickly put on his leaf raincoat and turned to go outside. I guess I'll be spending the night here. I'm going to find some firewood to warm us up. Fei Fei ignored him, remaining silent in her spot. An hour later, Li Changan returned through the rain, carrying a pile of dry firewood. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze suddenly tensed. Fei Fei had changed into a different set of clothes. The moment he entered, she drew her sword and swung at him. Li Changan dodged to the side, asking in confusion, What are you doing? Fei Fei continued her attack. We're trapped by the mountain rain. What else is there to do besides sword fighting? Let's settle this once and for all. While dodging, Li Changan quickly tried to reason with her. Stop. Be careful. This little hut could collapse easily. Outside, the donkey and horse heard the commotion and lost their appetite for grass. Li Changan finally had to draw his longsword to parry. No wonder this kid ran away from home. Ah, this girl is really stubborn. With a single stroke, Li Changan pushed Fei Fei back, then ran outside, whistling for his donkey. Fei Fei quickly ran out after him, shouting, Don't you run! Li Changan sprinted away. If I don't run, should I just stand there and wait to die? Just as Li Changan got out, the thatched hut immediately collapsed. Fei Fei led her horse and ran behind him, saying dejectedly, What rotten luck. Seeing this, Li Changan and his donkey chuckled. How about we stop fighting for now? Let's find shelter from the rain first. Fei Fei immediately pointed behind them and replied, What's there to find? Isn't there already a place right there? Didn't you see it when you went to look for firewood? Li Changan looked at the village behind them and said, Of course I saw it. But that village is deserted. Hearing this, Fei Fei put her hands on her hips. No people? Isn't that perfect? Seeing how stubborn this girl was, Li Changan sighed. All right, it's about time this kid learned that this world has man-eating demons, not just officials and bandits. Inside, the village was a desolate and dilapidated scene, clearly abandoned for a long time. Li Changan led his donkey in front, with Fei Fei leading her horse closely behind. After walking for a bit, he suddenly heard Fei Fei's terrified scream. Turning around, he saw the boy's face was deathly pale. Li Changan looked in that direction and saw it was a pile of human skeletons. He walked over and kicked the pile of bones, which scared Fei Fei so much she nearly wet herself. Li Changan picked up a skull, looked at Fei Fei, and asked, "Are you afraid of this?" Fei Fei seemed a bit dazed, then turned her head away and said stubbornly, "Afraid? Of what? It's just in my way." In the 5th year of the Tianzhong era, the Great Battle of Dinghai. In the 6th year, the annihilation of the White Lotus sect in Zhou. I've seen it all. I've seen more dead people than you've seen living people. Hearing this, Li Changan was a bit helpless. Is that so? I guess you've never seen the Spring Festival travel rush, have you? How can the living be afraid of the dead? What people should fear are those who look human on the outside, but are demons on the inside. The two of them split up to search the area. After a while, Fei Fei shouted loudly, "Taoist, I found it! This big house. Everything inside seems to be perfectly intact. And, also," without saying a word, Li Changan looked up at the sign, deep in thought. This large building was the village's ancestral hall, used to worship the dead. For one reason or another, the yin energy inside this house was incredibly heavy. Fei Fei reached out to push the door, saying, "Let me go in and see if we can rest for a bit, okay, Li Changan?" He didn't object, and simply nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, he bent down and stroked his donkey's head. "Well, I guess I'll take the risk. I hope everything goes smoothly. If anything happens, you run ahead without me." After giving his donkey instructions, Li Changan followed Fei Fei inside. The interior didn't have much in the way of decoration. In the center, there were just a few memorial tablets with a rather large coffin placed beneath them. Fei Fei, completely oblivious, hopped up and sat right on top of it. It's perfectly flat, and the length and width are just right. This will make a great bed. Looks like you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight, Taoist. Li Changan didn't say much. He took off his leaf raincoat, lay down on the ground, and sighed. "Go on. Do what you want." Soon, it was midnight. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Fei Fei was fast asleep when she heard a voice calling her name. She quickly opened her eyes and saw Li Changan staring at her. She was about to scream, but Li Changan clamped his hand over her mouth, signaling for her to be quiet. "Look closely. Who am I?" Still confused and terrified, Fei Fei asked, "You, Taoist priest, aren't you dead?" Hearing this, Li Changan angrily shot back, "You're the one who's dead. Take a good look around." After saying that, Li Changan went over to light the candles on the altar. The two of them carefully observed their surroundings but didn't notice anything unusual. It was precisely because nothing seemed out of place that Li Changan felt something was very wrong. Outside, near the dilapidated houses, several coffins were piled up. Suddenly, Xianxia crawled out from inside them. The night remained deathly silent and still. Inside the ancestral hall, Li Changan and Fei Fei were oblivious to what was happening outside. Goosebumps prickled Fei Fei's skin. She fearfully asked Li Changan, "What exactly is going on?" Li Changan walked to the door and signaled for her to be quiet. Fei Fei also approached and peeked through a crack in the door. It seemed like someone was in the fog. When her eyes adjusted, they widened in horror. Countless Jiangshi were shuffling around outside. Terrified, Fei Fei immediately backed away, speechless. Just then, a strange noise came from behind them. They turned to look and saw an arm emerging from the coffin in the middle of the room. Fei Fei was about to cry out in terror, but Li Changan quickly covered her mouth again. Outside, countless Jiangshi had gathered at the door. Then, they began to push the door open. The Jiangshi in the coffin slowly crawled out. When the other Jiangshi saw it, they immediately knelt in reverence. The Jiangshi stood up, tilted its head to the sky, and let out a loud roar, as if it were saying something. Li Changan and Fei Fei, hiding in the rafters, saw this and thought, "It can command other corpse demons? It seems this corpse demon has already cultivated some power. No wonder the demonic aura is so strong." Below, another corpse demon came forward to help it out of the coffin. Fei Fei was on the verge of tears. Did I really sleep all night on top of a walking corpse? That rotten Taoist priest. I knew there was something strange about him the moment we entered this village. He definitely knows something. Just then, the sound of a horse neighing came from outside. Fei Fei jumped, wondering if it was her horse. Soon, a horse was carried in by several corpse demons. Fei Fei breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not my horse. The horse's 4 legs were bound, leaving it no way to escape. It could only lie there, struggling and crying out endlessly. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on its snout, silencing its cries. Then, the lead corpse demon let out a truly disgusting laugh. Before Li Changan and Fei Fei's horrified eyes, the corpse demon began to eat the horse alive. It growled with sheer delight as it ate. In no time, more than half the horse had been devoured. After eating its fill, it stood up, wiped the blood from its mouth, then turned to the other corpse demons and roared, "Eat." It was the first time Fei Fei had witnessed such a gruesome scene. She was utterly horrified. She looked at Li Changan and said, "They ate that horse alive. Picked it clean. If they find us." Just then, the group of corpse demons brought in another coffin. From inside, they carried out a scholar. It was unclear if he was a human or a corpse demon. Li Changan closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and sniffed the air. He immediately realized the young man was alive. They placed him in the center of the main hall. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he saw the crowd of corpse demons surrounding him, which made him tremble with fear. From his vantage point, he also saw Li Changan and Fei Fei hiding in the rafters. Seeing this, Fei Fei took out her crossbow, intending to shoot him. Damn it! Is this scholar trying to drag us down with him? Seeing how impulsively the girl was acting, Li Changan reached out a hand to stop her. The young man stared at them in silence for a moment, then closed his eyes again, pretending to be dead. Li Changan and Fei Fei were completely astonished. This young man had accepted his fate and didn't want to involve them? Li Changan quickly spoke. "Fei Fei, give me your grappling hook." Although Fei Fei didn't understand, she still took it out and gave it to him. Li Changan quickly tied the hook to a wooden pillar. Seeing his actions, Fei Fei couldn't help but ask, "What are you trying to do? It's really dangerous down there." Li Changan paid her no mind. Grabbing his long sword and the rope, he leaped down. As a righteous man, how could I see someone in peril and not save them? If not now, when? The corpse demons saw him leap down and paused in their execution of the scholar. Even the scholar stopped pretending to be dead and sat up straight. All eyes turned toward Li Changan. He swooped down in one smooth motion, wasting no time. He aimed his sword straight for the corpse demon leader. With a single slash, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The top half of the corpse demon's head was sliced clean off by Li Changan. He quickly used the rope to tie up the scholar. The confused scholar was about to say something when Li Changan tugged on the rope and he was yanked upwards. The young man suddenly flew into the air and immediately screamed in terror. Li Changan just chuckled. "Save your energy. You can say whatever you want once we're safe." After finishing his work, he glanced back at the horde of corpse demons. Seeing their leader had been struck, the corpse demons didn't hesitate. They charged forward in unison, wanting to eat Li Changan alive. Seeing how ferocious they were, Li Changan tensed up, breaking into a cold sweat. He swiftly dodged all the attacks from the corpse demon horde and then jumped onto a coffin lid. He grabbed the grappling rope, intending to swing back up to the rafters. From above, a terrified Fei Fei shouted a warning. "Watch out behind you." Just as she spoke, a hand grabbed Li Changan's leg, holding him in place. It was the hand of the corpse demon leader whose head he had just sliced in half. Li Changan saw that it was somehow still alive, and his heart pounded. He looked up. He was so close to making it back up. The corpse demon yanked hard, and Li Changan was immediately pulled back down to the ground. After pulling him down, the headless corpse demon lunged forward, trying to bite off Li Changan's head. Fei Fei and the scholar watched, not knowing what to do. Li Changan quickly used his sword to block its mouth. The corpse demon's teeth were incredibly strong. Even though it was biting down on the blade, it wasn't phased at all and stubbornly kept biting. Li Changan struggled but finally managed to pull his sword free and backed away. Before he could do anything else, the demon charged at him again. He had no choice but to use that demon-slaying technique. Just as Li Changan chanted the incantation and rushed forward, the corpse demon suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out some kind of poisonous gas. He quickly covered his mouth and held his breath, then continued his charge. This time, his sword sliced off the remaining half of the corpse demon's head. Seeing this, the rest of the corpse demons began to roar incessantly. After that one move, Li Changan was completely exhausted. He just stood there, panting heavily. As he thought, that demon-slaying technique was still too much for him. He looked at the horde of corpse demons, who were like hungry tigers ready to pounce. Li Changan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Damn it. There are so many of them. In my current condition, I don't think I can take them on directly. I'm so dead. Crap. What do I do now? The zombies rushed toward him, opening their mouths to take a bite out of him, when suddenly, stone projectiles flew out of nowhere, hitting them right in the head. It sent them tumbling forward. Startled, Li Changan looked up and saw Fei Fei, crossbow in hand, firing relentlessly. She gave him an incredibly smug look. "Hey, you stinking Taoist. You owe me your life for that one," she said. Li Changan just chuckled and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but a Taoist's life is priceless, I suppose. It's worth about a bowl of wine." Hearing that, Fei Fei burst out laughing. "Ha ha, a bowl of wine it is." Li Changan grabbed the rope again, pushed off hard with both feet, and quickly leaped up. But just as he landed on a wooden pillar, disaster struck. The pillar broke. In a panic, Li Changan reached out, trying to grab Fei Fei's hand. Luckily, he managed to catch it. Fei Fei pulled him up, but he didn't relax for a second. Looking at the pillar they were standing on, he said, "This beam is about to break. Hold on tight." After saying that, he wrapped one arm around Fei Fei's waist, grabbed the scholar by the collar with his other hand, and with a powerful push of his legs, he jumped just as the wooden pillar snapped in two. The ancestral hall collapsed because of it. Seeing the falling debris, the corpse demons scrambled to get away. As soon as they hit the ground, Li Changan quickly put his fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The donkey and the horse immediately came running over together. Fei Fei was stunned to see her horse following the donkey. "That's my Bai Qinghua." Seeing her just standing there, Li Changan yelled, "This place isn't safe. We need to get out of here now." "My God, have all the corpse demons in this village woken up?" Li Changan quickly leaped onto the donkey's back. "Old buddy, if you get us out of here today, next time, you can have the whole jug of August wine." Just as Li Changan got on the donkey's back, a corpse demon behind him opened its mouth to bite. Just when Li Changan didn't know what to do, another projectile flew in from a distance and blasted the demon away. Fei Fei, riding ahead, laughed out loud. "Hey Taoist, you owe me another one." Li Changan quickly sat up straight on the donkey. All right. If we get the chance, I'll treat you to a feast until we're both stuffed." "You bet. I'll remember that." And with that, the group quickly fled the village. The next morning, in Qi County, at an inn, a waiter was pouring tea for a customer while chatting. What a strange day. Early this morning, 3 people showed up looking as disheveled as if they'd been chased by a pig through 3 streets. But don't judge a book by its cover, 'cause those folks are big spenders. Without a second thought, they rented 3 of our best rooms. It's already noon, and not a single one of them is up yet. Hearing this, the crowd immediately started buzzing with gossip. Could it be? They ran into that place. No way. If they'd really been to that village, how could they still be alive? While everyone was gossiping nonstop, Li Changan slowly made his way down from upstairs. Seeing him, the waiter warmly asked, "Taoist priest, what can I get for you?" "Just say the word." Li Changan sat down at a table, pouring himself some tea. "Don't worry about food and wine just yet. First, let me ask you a couple of questions. Has anything strange happened around here lately?" The waiter, while wiping the table, replied with a smile, "You must be joking, Taoist priest. With the grand celebration coming up, how could anything strange happen?" Li Changan was a bit confused by that. A grand celebration? What grand celebration is that? Why, the 7 Prodigies Assembly. Of course. Taoist priest, you absolutely have to go check it out tonight. The festival here is much livelier than in other places. As he pointed outside, "There's going to be a lantern festival tonight." Looking at all the lanterns hanging everywhere, the waiter sighed wistfully. Tsk, tsk. Niu Bancheng really is loaded. To please Lady Weaver, he'll come up with just about anything. He's a lucky guy. If it were me, heh. Hearing him, Li Changan started to commit those 2 names to memory. Lady Weaver. Niu Bancheng. Just then, a few men walked in from outside. The moment they entered, they started acting aggressively. "Get out of the way. Move it. What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out. Make way for our master." Following them was a slightly overweight, middle-aged man. As he walked in, he took out a portrait and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, has anyone seen the person in this picture?" Li Changan took a closer look at the drawing and immediately recognized the scholar he had rescued yesterday. The crowd quickly gathered to look, but one by one, they all shook their heads. When it was Li Changan's turn, he also casually said, "Never seen him." Unable to find any information, the men quickly left. "Let's go look somewhere else." After they were long gone, Li Changan glanced behind him and said, "They're gone. You don't need to hide anymore." The scholar finally stood up, rubbing his head a bit sheepishly. "Thank you for the warning, Taoist priest." Li Changan smiled and looked at him. "No one was paying attention to you at first, but with a reaction like that, weren't you basically screaming, 'Hey everyone, I'm hiding right here'?" The scholar heard this and smiled. "Shh, Taoist priest, to be honest with you, I'm actually..." Before he could finish, a foot slammed onto the table. Fei Fei appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "I'm starving." "Hey, I heard those guys just now were looking for a scholar on a horse. They definitely look like they have money. A handsome guy like you. Tell me, did you steal their money or something?" Hearing Fei Fei, the scholar replied, "Young master, you jest. The truth is, I ran away from home." Both Li Changan and Fei Fei were completely stunned. Before he could say more, Fei Fei slammed the table and shouted, "Say no more. Let's Have a drink." After that, the three of them clinked their cups together. A little bit of wine was all it took for them to start ranting. "Ever since I was a kid, I've hated studying, but my father, again and again, kept forcing me to read. He wanted me to study hard and pass the imperial exams. But in a world like this, what's the use of being an official? Exactly. What good is reading books? And what's the difference between yin and yang? So what if men and women are different? None of it means anything. Wielding a sword is much more satisfying." After their rant, they both fell silent and looked at Li Changan. "Taoist, what about you?" Seeing them ask him, Li Changan was taken aback and didn't quite know what to say. After a moment, he said, "A cultivator is not bound by worldly things. I have no such troubles." He said that out loud, but inside he was thinking, is there any child who ever truly lives up to their family's expectations? The expectations I carry are so much smaller than Fei Fei's. If the person who had those hopes for me were still here, they would probably be very disappointed. As he drank, he thought of his grandfather, Li Changan. He couldn't even manage to live up to those two simple words. After they had their fill of food and wine, Li Changan went out for a walk. On the street, children were playing happily, constantly chanting a nursery rhyme. 3 gold leaves, 1 paper sheet, for the maiden, a bridge I'll build. 3 gold swords, worth a pair of waxes, a red string for her wrist, to make the bridge. Li Changan walked past a mask stall and picked up a fox mask, thinking to himself, this mask is a little interesting. Just as he was picking out a mask, the surrounding crowd suddenly rushed in one direction. Look, it's Lady Weaver. It's really Lady Weaver. In the distance, a woman stood on a palanquin carried by a group of burly men, surrounded by a band playing drums and horns non-stop. Suddenly, Li Changan's gaze shifted to the distance, a bit surprised. He saw 2 stunningly beautiful girls mixed in with the crowd, or more accurately, 2 young demons. The younger demon girl looked around, extremely excited. Sister, look, it's Lady Weaver. The other girl didn't seem too interested, replying, hey, don't run so fast. Be careful or you'll fall. It's not that I'm fast. It's that you're too slow. Hey. The girl ran right through everything in her path. For her, it seemed there were no obstacles on the road at all. Li Changan witnessed it all and thought to himself, this lantern festival is truly lively. The little girl skipped around for a while before stopping in front of a candied hawthorn stall. Even though she really wanted one, she didn't steal it. When her sister arrived, she asked, Sister, did you bring any money? Mother said, we have to pay for things we take in the mortal realm. The other girl was a bit surprised to hear that. Pay? But I don't have any. Just then, Li Changan walked over, took a skewer of candy, then crouched down and offered it to the little girl. He said, if you don't mind, I can buy it for you too. The little girl immediately took the skewer, looking overjoyed at Li Changan. Thank you for the candied hawthorn, brother Taoist. It's a shame we have to move soon, or I'd definitely invite you to our house to play. Hearing this, Li Changan asked curiously, you're moving? Isn't it nice here? It is, but a bad new neighbor just moved in nearby. Mother said she'll bring disaster, and she's afraid it'll affect us, so we have to move away quickly. Hearing this, Li Changan glanced at the older sister and thought to himself, judging by your sister's expression, that disaster must be me. Li Changan smiled and pointed to himself, saying, so, where is this bad neighbor of yours? Maybe I can help you. Persuade them to leave. The little girl was extremely surprised and was about to say something, but her sister pulled her away. It's getting late. We have to go. Li Changan was a bit stunned to see them leave so abruptly. As her sister dragged her away, the little girl didn't forget to turn back and wave at Li Changan. Brother Taoist, I hope we can meet again someday. Maybe you can treat me to candied hawthorn again then. Li Changan stood still, watching their backs as their figures quickly blurred and vanished into the crowd. The old master used to say that demons are divided into 2 types. One type is the evil demon that devours flesh and blood, reeking of a foul demonic aura. The other is the celestial demon, dedicated to cultivation, with a pure demonic aura. The aura of those 2 girls belonged to the second type, but the foul stench filling this entire city comes from an evil demon. The festival continued, with the crowd still flocking after Lady Weaver. Li Changan, however, put on a mask, changed his clothes, and quietly snuck into a certain courtyard, the place with the heaviest demonic aura. In the city, indeed, it was coming from this new Bancheng residence. He quickly slipped into a room. As soon as he entered, he realized the demonic aura here was even stronger than outside. The room was filled with wooden chests. Li Changan used his sword to pry one open. Seeing what was inside, he was a bit confused. This is Huanzhongqian silk. Could this just be a warehouse? Just then, he heard someone approaching from outside. The door soon opened, and a group of people entered. Following behind them was the man who had scouted the inn. He stood outside, shouting and cursing incessantly. "Move it! Faster! You're too slow!" An old man, carrying a basket on his shoulder, looked utterly exhausted and out of breath. As he stepped over the threshold, he unfortunately tripped on the doorframe and immediately fell flat on his face. The contents of his bamboo basket, countless vegetables and fruits, spilled out. Seeing this, the foreman walked over and gave him a few kicks, yelling, "I told you to hurry up, but you still need to be careful. This is the offering for Lady Weaver tomorrow. If you damage anything, I'll have your hide. Now move it. Don't be lazy. There's still a lot of work to do." After they left, Changan jumped down from the rafters, looking at the pile of fruits and vegetables. Before him, Changan thought, "Lady Weaver, huh? How strange. Why would a demon, or a false god for that matter, need so much mortal food?" After a moment's thought, he drew his longsword. Could there be something hidden underneath? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "What are you doing?" Startled, Changan instantly spun around, swinging his sword behind him. His longsword was blocked by two daggers. Changan immediately twisted his blade, freeing it from the bind, then continued his relentless assault on the figure in black. The figure in black was no match for Changan, and was immediately pushed back. Every slash from Changan's sword aimed for a vital point. If the woman hadn't been so quick to react, she would have died several times over. The two of them fighting turned all the fruits and vegetables in the room to shreds. Changan pressed his attack, cornering the woman against a wall. With one of his attacks, he leapt into the air and brought his sword down in a heavy slash. The woman was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Her two daggers were knocked from her hands and fell to the ground. Changan pressed his advantage, rushing toward the woman. Suddenly, she raised her hand and formed a magic seal, then slapped it hard against the wall. An ink wash painting instantly appeared on the wall, depicting a giant tiger with blood-red, incredibly lifelike eyes. Changan was stunned, exclaiming, "It's magic!" The woman then pointed too, fingers straight at the tiger's third eye. Its eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Changan. At that moment, Changan could feel an overwhelming killing intent emanating from the painting. Before his horrified eyes, the tiger began to step out of the painting. Changan immediately raised his longsword and attacked, trying to prevent the tiger from emerging. But as he swung his sword, the tiger let out a massive roar that sent his blade flying. Then, it emerged completely from the painting. Just as Changan turned to retrieve his longsword, the tiger opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. It clamped down, swallowing him whole. In the next moment, the tiger roared violently. A tear appeared on its stomach, and a brilliant golden light began to shine out from within. The tiger lay on the ground, writhing in agony and roaring relentlessly. A moment later, Changan burst forth from its belly. The instant he was free, he shot a glance at the woman. She had already retrieved her dagger, but before he could make a move, she bolted outside and vanished without a trace. Changan gazed after her, a little regretful. "I wanted to restrain her and ask for more clues, but I let her get away." Just then, shouts of "thief" erupted from the crowd of people outside, rushed forward with swords drawn. "There's definitely a thief." The sound came from the warehouse. Changan quickly snatched the remaining dagger and escaped through the window. He swiftly leaped onto the rooftops, disappearing into the night. Heh, tonight wasn't a total loss. The next morning, two women sat before a temple, playing instruments. Below, a crowd of commoners gathered, cheering and shouting non-stop. Changan and his group had also come to join the festivities. Suddenly, he grew curious and looked over at a few young men who were gossiping. That new fellow organized the Lantern Festival and built a temple for the Weaving Maiden. It's obviously to curry favor with the Weaving Maiden. It's so obvious. I just don't know why the maiden was blind enough to give him all the cloud-weaving looms. Hearing this, Changan became pensive, then turned and asked, "Scholar, are you saying that Niu Bancheng personally invited Miss Xie here to Qi County to perform?" Hearing this, the young man's expression became incredibly excited. "That's right," he replied. "Let me tell you, Miss Xie is no ordinary dancer. You can't just invite her whenever you feel like it. I once saw her perform a dance, and it's been unforgettable ever since. The reason I ran away from home this time wasn't just to avoid studying for the official exams, it was mainly to see Miss Xie perform one more time." Hearing this, Fei, who was standing nearby, said scornfully, "You charged into that village of living corpses and nearly got yourself killed. All just to watch a dance? Was it worth it? Without the slightest hesitation, the young man replied, "Of course it was worth it. If I could just see Miss Xia's sword dance one more time, I'd gladly be torn to pieces." Fei Fei was speechless. What a complete idiot. Just then, the drums began to beat, and the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, shouting, "Miss Xie! Miss Xie!" Following the beat of the drums and the roar of the crowd, a woman in a purple dress slowly emerged. As she came out, she tilted her head up to greet the audience. She raised her hands high, and two long silk ribbons flew out to her sides. With one hand, she produced a dagger. The moment Li Changan saw that dagger, he instantly recognized her as the black-clad figure from the previous night. Dagger in hand, the woman immediately began to dance. With every spin, the audience below erupted in applause and cheers. The scholar, completely captivated, unconsciously grabbed Fei Fei's hand and raised it, shouting, "A sword dance! It's really a sword dance! Taoist Li, Fei Fei, young master, Miss Xi's grand finale is on stage." Fei Fei, furious that he had grabbed her hand, immediately turned and landed a few punches on him. On the stage, as the drumming intensified, the woman's dance grew more enchanting. The thin silk, trailing from the dagger, flew and danced through the air. Fei Fei glanced over at Li Changan, only to see that he too was staring with rapt attention, just like that scholar. Seeing this, Fei Fei huffed in annoyance. "Humph. Every one of them is completely fixated. It's just a sword dance. I can do that, too." The drumming became increasingly rapid as the woman's dance approached its finale. She raised both hands high, tossing the dagger into the air. Then, the two silk ribbons threaded themselves through the dagger's hilt. Under her expert control, the weapon flew and spun through the air. The commoners below were so ecstatic that words couldn't possibly describe it. Suddenly, the woman caught the dagger, hiding it behind her back, while her other hand continued to manipulate the silk ribbon, making it dance and twirl. Li Changan sensed that something was off. At that very moment, the woman directed the flying dagger straight at him, even as the surrounding crowd screamed in terror. Li Changan stood perfectly still, coldly watching the dagger approach. Seeing that it wasn't going to stop, Li Changan's hand moved to the hilt of the sword on his back. Seeing this, a faint smile crossed the woman's lips on stage. She then gave the silk a sharp tug, and the dagger looped through the air and returned to her. With the dagger back in her hand, her gaze remained locked on Li Changan. Though he didn't understand what was happening, Li Changan met her stare. She then took a bow, concluding the performance. The scholar was in a state of pure euphoria, his hands covering his mouth and his eyes filled with tears. Miss Xie smiled at me. Miss Xie smiled at me. Is this for real? Beside him, Li Changan spontaneously recited a few lines of poetry. She arrives like a thunderclap, shaking with fury, and departs like the vast sea, bathed in clear light. Upon hearing this, the scholar excitedly praised him. Brilliant, Taoist. You are truly a man of great talent. Seeing his reaction, Li Changan chuckled. Do I look like the type who would misquote the classics? The young man just laughed, unsure how to reply. Li Changan paid him no mind, the image replaying in his head of his confrontation with that woman. That one move, and that smile. Truly interesting. After the woman went back inside, a bell rang, and a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage and shouted, "Esteemed villagers, please quiet down." Once the crowd had settled, he stroked his beard and said with a gentle smile, "My dear friends and elders, the completion of the Weaving Maiden's temple on schedule would have been impossible without all of your great help. As the temple's patron, I was also honored to receive the maiden's personal blessing." Before he could finish, a voice shouted from the crowd, "The Weaving Maiden isn't a goddess, she's a demon." A rotten egg flew through the air, hitting him square in the face. The culprit was a young man. After throwing it, he continued to yell, "The Weaving Maiden is a demon." He only got the words out twice before the middle-aged man's guards muzzled him. Wiping the egg from his face, the man ordered his men, "Take this boy back to his mother for a proper lesson." At this, another wave of discussion rippled through the crowd below. Why is it that Niu Chowda's kid again? That's right, so ungrateful. He doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Outsiders could pray for 8 generations and never get to see the maiden's divine face. That Niu Chowda, just because he's from the Niu clan, had the good fortune to serve the maiden on the Immortal Mountain and now refuses to return. His wife and son, left behind, just keep insisting that the maiden is a demon. Isn't that just ridiculous? Hearing the crowd's gossip, Li Changan fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. A short while later, the ceremony concluded. The crowd slowly dispersed, everyone heading home. The scholar, however, was still lost in a daydream. To have seen Miss Xia dance one more time, he could truly die with no regrets. A pity. If only I could enjoy it one more time. What do you think, Taoist master? But when he opened his eyes, there wasn't a single ghost around. The scholar was dumbfounded. He stood there, repeatedly calling out, Taoist master, Fei Fei, young master. Just then, a voice from behind him called, Big brother. A middle-aged man walked over, weeping. We finally found you, son, a middle-aged man says. Wang Zifu, the scholar, looks at him helplessly and asks, Second Uncle Wang, why are you here? The eyes of the men with him all lit up. Get him. Don't let Wang Zifu escape again. The young man immediately turns tail and runs, shouting as he goes, Stop chasing me. You've got the wrong person. The scene changes to a different location. Inside a dilapidated thatched hut, a harsh scolding rings out. Woman of the Niu family. If the old master wasn't giving face to the weaver goddess today, he would have chopped off at least one of his arms. I advise you to teach that brat of yours a proper lesson. The supporting female character hears this, and nods her head repeatedly. Yes, yes. Old Master Niu is magnanimous. How could he possibly bother with a mere child? The two men then leave, still cursing as they walk away. Humph. You better remember this. If there's a next time, you'll see what we do to you. Li Changan, who was observing from the side, was about to step out when he suddenly stopped. He paused, looking at the mother and son. The woman immediately gives her son a few slaps across the face. You unfilial son. How many times have I told you? Why do you keep provoking that Niu Ban Cheng? Huh? Mother, Before the young man could finish, the woman cuts him off. Just what, huh? You just want me to stand by and watch you get taken away again? Seeing this, the young man runs to his mother to comfort her. But mother, your son was just thinking of father. That weaver goddess is truly a demon. If Qi County had a righteous hero who helps people, like in the stories, they would definitely help us. Kill that demon and avenge father. Hearing this, the woman starts sobbing again. In this world, where would you find a righteous hero like that? Hearing this, the young man shouts back. How could there not be? Over in Yulin, there's a great hero called Taoist Master Li Changan. Li Changan, hiding nearby, feels a bit embarrassed. When did his name become so famous? Li Changan quickly walks out, faking a few coughs to get their attention, then clasps his hands politely. Apologies for the intrusion, my two patrons. Seeing Li Changan, the woman sighs and replies, Taoist master, please forgive us. My family is poor, and it's difficult to get by. If you're here to beg for alms, please go to another house. Li Changan just smiles. Madam, don't be mistaken. This humble Taoist only wishes to ask a few questions about the weaver goddess. Hearing the name weaver goddess, the boy immediately grabs a stick and stands in front of his mother. We have nothing to say. You're asking the wrong people, Taoist master. Li Changan takes out his identification papers. Madam, please don't be alarmed. I just heard someone inside mention the name Li Changan. What a coincidence. This humble Taoist's name happens to be Li Changan. If you don't believe me, the two of you can take a look. The two take the piece of paper and look at it intently. A moment later, their expressions turn to utter shock. The young man quickly throws the stick to the ground, and both mother and son immediately kneel before Li Changan. Li Changan quickly helps them up. The woman then immediately recounts the whole story. My husband's surname is Niu. He was a well-read man who often helped people read and write letters. I also did some needlework at home to help with expenses. Although our life was a bit difficult, we managed just fine. But that Niu Ao, the one they call Niu Ban Cheng, suddenly announced that there was an immortal on the mountain who wanted to take people to receive an immortal's blessing. At first, no one believed him, so he forcibly took a few people up the mountain, including my husband. And after that trip, he vanished without a trace. He never returned. The young man, waiting for his mother to finish, immediately kneels down again. That Niu Ban Cheng colluded with demons and murdered my father and the other villagers. I beg you, Taoist master, please help me get revenge, he says, kowtowing repeatedly. Li Changan quickly walks over and helps him up. Get up, quickly. If that weaver goddess is truly a demon, this humble Taoist will certainly not stand by and do nothing. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why aren't the people in this town suspicious? That's because, Taoist master, please follow me. You'll understand as soon as you see. The woman quickly leads Li Changan to the riverbank behind the mountain. At this moment, countless people are rowing boats on the river, but they're not fishing. They're dredging something up. When Li Changan sees what they're pulling up, he immediately recognizes it. It's cloud-weaving silk. Rumors in the outside world say it's magical, even calling it immortal silk. To think it's just being dredged up from a river. If Fei Fei were to see such a long strand of immortal silk, she would probably be extremely disappointed. Even the most skilled thief couldn't steal it from this river. The woman looks towards the other side of the river and continues. This so-called cloud-weaving silk is the handiwork of that demon. It's because of it that Qi County has become as prosperous as it is today. Besides those whose relatives were killed, who would dare speak ill of the weaver goddess? Hearing this, Li Changan is a bit confused. In that case, this weaver goddess could be considered a benefactor to the region. Why are you so certain? She's a demon? Seeing Li Changan's doubt, the woman immediately explains, Taoist master, there's something you don't know. This silk can't always be harvested, only. When a group of people is brought to the weaver goddess's place can the silk be harvested from the river, and only for one time. Niu Ban Cheng says this is a blessing from the immortals. But what kind of immortal gives blessings like this? It feels more like a trade. After hearing this, Li Changan glances towards the far side of the river. That is Cloud Gauze Mountain. Near Qi County, the water is shimmering and the air is clear and crisp. But over by Cloud Gauze Mountain in the distance, a thick fog hangs in the air. This river seems to be separated by some invisible barrier. Just then, the water's surface started to bubble and churn. Li Changan, curious, looked closely and realized this was demonic energy solidifying into silk. The woman then continues, every so often, Niu Ban Cheng will gather outsiders without any relatives and send them across the river to cover his tracks. Occasionally, he'll pick a few locals from minor households, but he never sends a single one of his own family members. Taoist master, if the other side truly holds a god, why wouldn't that Niu Ban Cheng let his own family enjoy this immortal fate? Li Changan is still a bit confused and asks, aren't you also part of the Niu family? Although my husband's surname is Niu, we were originally refugees from far away. We have no connection at all with the Niu clan of Qi County, but my husband was forcibly added to the family registry by Niu Ban Cheng, who lied and said he was a Niu clansman to send him up the mountain and silence the public. After hearing everything, Li Changan falls into deep thought. It seems the demon isn't active within the town. The demonic energy here is all from the people who bring the silk back. After a moment's thought, Li Changan asks, you said Niu Ban Cheng takes people across every so often. When is the next time? The woman quickly replies, it's today. Hearing this, Li Changan's expression immediately turns grim as he stares into the distance. A moment later, by the riverbank, a crowd of people, young and old, were seeing off their relatives who were going to seek their immortal fate. The boat sailed straight to the other shore, filled with bamboo baskets of various sizes. From one of them, Li Changan emerged, sword in hand. Phew, finally, I can breathe properly again. While he was eating a pear, suddenly, he saw a basket behind him shaking non-stop. Very quickly, Fei Fei stretched and climbed out from inside. When Li Changan saw it was Fei Fei, he was so shocked he almost fainted. Fei Fei then noticed her surroundings and stared at Li Changan. Without planning it, they both shouted at the same time, why are you here? Fei Fei immediately snapped. Of course, I'm here to find the legendary immortal raft. Li Changan heard this and immediately snapped back. Nonsense. What immortal raft? That's… Before Li Changan could finish, another basket started to move. The fruit inside tumbled out, and from within, that scholar popped out, holding his head. Seeing the two of them, the young man shouted with extreme excitement. Taoist priest Li, young master Fei Fei, you're here too? Li Changan looked at him, thinking helplessly, that's it, the whole gang is here now. Li Changan quickly cut him off and asked, hold on, what are you doing here? The young man immediately replied smugly, I was trying to avoid the government officials. No, wait, that's not it. It's mainly because I heard Lord Xie was going to present the General Page Yang's triumphant return dance to Lady Weaver, so I just couldn't resist. Before he could finish, the sound of footsteps came from outside. The group quickly glanced toward the door. When the scholar turned his head back, he saw that Li Changan and Fei Fei had already hidden back inside the bamboo baskets. Soon, a middle-aged brute leading two subordinates walked in. As soon as he entered, his expression turned a bit surprised. He saw the scholar frantically trying to crawl back into a basket. He was quickly captured by them. Li Changan, peeking through a crack, thought to himself, sorry, scholar, it's better for them to take you back to shore. In any case, it's better than losing your life here for no reason, Li Changan thought. But the other men had different plans. The big man examined the scholar for a moment, then said, oh, whatever. One more person isn't a big deal. Just let this kid come along. Hearing this from inside the basket, Li Chang'an's eyes went wide. Just as they were about to take the scholar away, Li Chang'an dragged Fei Fei out of the basket, next to him, and stopped them. Wait, if one more is a lot, then two more is also a lot. Captain, would you please take the two of us along as well? The subordinate glanced at the longswords on Li Chang'an and Fei Fei's waists and was immediately startled. He then whispered into the leader's ear, "These two are carrying swords." Before he could finish, the big man cut him off. "It doesn't matter. That thing is useless on the immortal mountain. For the three of you to be able to board this boat, it must be fate. However, Lady Weaver is a water system deity, and she despises the fire attribute the most. If you have anything that can start a fire, hand it all over." Li Chang'an quickly clasped his hands and smiled gratefully. "Yes, thank you very much, Captain." After handling the matter, the three men went to the bow of the boat. One of the subordinates couldn't help but snicker to himself. These fools probably still think they've received a great blessing. But this blessing of theirs will cost them their lives. Ha ha. Very quickly, the boat docked at Zhangqianluo Mountain. The villagers were led off the boat, following instructions to go inside. "We've reached the immortal mountain. Prepare to disembark. Those at the back, hurry up and follow. Don't get left behind." That woman, Lord Xie, was also walking at the front. Just as everyone was silently walking in a single file into the forest, suddenly a loud sneeze echoed, breaking the silence. Li Chang'an wiped his nose and said, "My apologies. I must have spent too much time watching the lanterns last night and caught a bit of a chill." The people, seeing his improper behavior, glared at him and warned, "You've arrived at the immortal mountain, yet you can't be quiet? Aren't you afraid of offending the goddess, Lord?" She, who was leading, also turned back to glance at Li Chang'an. Soon, two beautiful women appeared in front of them to welcome them. "Everyone, please come this way." The group was quickly led to a desolate and deathly still forest. Looking at the surrounding scenery, everyone was terrified and began whispering amongst themselves. One person couldn't resist and walked up to one of the women to ask, "Excuse me, fairy, is this the immortal mountain?" The woman immediately waved her hands as if casting a spell, saying, "What? It doesn't look like it." As the two women danced gracefully, the desolate, deathly scene instantly vanished. In its place was a beautiful waterfall cascading down. In the distance, perched on a cliff, was a supporting fortress, magnificent and sacred building. Everyone, including Li Chang'an, was utterly astonished by this sight. Seeing this, the commoners all dropped to their knees, kowtowing. "Goddess, please forgive us. It is I who was blind. I absolutely had no intention of offending you." The people at the front, seeing their disorderly conduct, shouted a reminder, "It's not too late to kneel once you're inside the mountain. Hurry up and keep up with the group." The crowd was quickly led to the palace on the mountaintop. The interior was decorated with extreme splendor, filled with countless glowing, magnificent, immortal flowers. On the tables, countless delicacies had already been laid out. The immortal maidens quickly bustled about, pouring wine and serving the guests. "Distinguished guests, please, make yourselves comfortable. After you've had a simple meal, someone will arrange lodging for you." Li Chang'an was immediately surrounded by two beautiful immortal maidens who pulled him to drink wine. "Come on, young master, have a drink with us, won't you?" Suddenly, Chang and sneezed, startling both maidens. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and pointed towards Fei Fei's group. My apologies. Perhaps you should find them to drink with you. If I were to pass this cold to two beautiful sisters like you, I would feel terribly guilty." Hearing this, the two women immediately ran over to surround the other two. Seeing that Fei Fei's group also seemed a bit resistant, the two women left in a huff. The rest of the people were busy feasting on the fine food. A fat man, while eating, said to Li Chang'an, "For a newcomer to be favored by two fairies at once is your good fortune. Tisk, tisk. But now the duck that was in your grasp has flown away." Hearing this, Li Chang'an grew a bit tense and thought to himself, "It's fine. If it's truly your duck, it won't be able to fly out of the palm of your hand." A while later, another woman came out. Judging by her clothes, she seemed to be a manager here. She took out a list and began to call out names one by one. Anyone whose name was called stood up with extreme excitement and walked over. Li Chang'an, curious, leaned in and whispered to the fat man, "Brother, may I ask what this is?" The fat man heard and immediately replied, "You're new, so you probably don't understand yet. This place of ours is only considered the outer court. Every so often, the immortal officials will select a group of devout worshippers of the Weaver goddess to be brought to the inner court. If you want to experience the true life of an immortal, you have to get to the inner court. By my calculations, it should be my turn soon. You, on the other hand, will have to wait a while longer." After she finished reading out enough names, the woman folded the list. She then looked towards Lord Shay, who was sitting nearby. "The Weaver Goddess wishes to see the sword dance. You will come along this time as well." The woman's face showed a hint of sadness as she nodded. Seeing Lord Xie go along as well, Li Chang'an's mind began to race with thoughts. Soon, night fell, and everyone was assigned their quarters. Fei Fei and the scholar were still holding wine jugs, shouting non-stop, "Come on, scholar, let's keep drinking. Now that we're on the immortal mountain, how can we not drink until we drop? Ha ha, all right, tonight. I shall risk my life to drink with you, young master." Seeing the two of them enjoying themselves so merrily, Li Chang'an was speechless. He quickly walked over, closed the door to the room, and then pulled. "Don't be in such a hurry to drink. Let me ask you two something. What do you think of this place?" Hearing this, the scholar excitedly replied, "Of course, it's truly worthy of being the dwelling of immortals." Upon hearing that, Li Chang'an sneered and took out a talisman. The dwelling of immortals? How ridiculous. As soon as the talisman burned, the surrounding scenery transformed. The magnificent, splendid room from before had now become gloomy and filled with a deathly aura. Fei Fei walked over and used her finger to wipe the table lightly, then brought it up to look. "Look, this seems to be frost." Li Chang'an continued his spell, then tapped each of them on the forehead. Their eyes immediately widened in utter shock. They saw that they were standing in a dilapidated, ruined, and extremely filthy house. Only then did Li Chang'an speak up. "See clearly now? This demonic fog is extremely faint. If you're not paying attention, it's very hard to notice." Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Li Chang'an immediately signaled for Fei Fei and the others to be quiet, then looked toward the door and asked, "Who is it?" Outside, a woman in a pink dress was standing there. "I heard the young master has caught a cold. This humble servant has come especially to bring you a blanket." Li Chang'an quickly dispelled the spell, making the room magnificent again, and then put on an enthusiastic expression. "Please, come in, fairy maiden." The woman quickly pushed the door open and entered. "Young master, what are you busy with?" The moment the scholar saw her, he broke out in a cold sweat because Li Chang'an had used a spell to open their eyes. There was no beautiful fairy maiden before them. Instead, it was the true form of an extremely terrifying spider demon. The spider demon looked at the group and feigned a pout, saying, "You really made this humble servant wait for a long time." Li Chang'an chuckled. "My apologies, miss. We were just talking about the stunning fairy maidens on this immortal mountain. Hee hee. Young master, you really know what to say." After speaking, she pretended to trip on the doorframe and fell directly into Li Chang'an's chest. "Oh my, young master, you are so strong." Seeing this, Fei Fei and the scholars' faces darkened. Li Chang'an gave a helpless smile. "I think so too," he replied with a smile. To others, this would be an incredibly romantic scene of mutual affection, but in the eyes of Fei Fei and the scholar, it was utterly nauseating. The spider demon quickly handed the blanket to Li Chang'an, then leaned into his ear and whispered, "Young master, you truly are interesting. The nights in the mountains are long and lonely. If you're still feeling lonely, you can come find me any time. My body is much warmer than your bed." After saying this, she put on a shy expression and left. Li Chang'an looked at the silk scarf left on the blanket and thought to himself, "Did she leave this silk scarf for me on purpose?" Li Chang'an was just wondering how to find their real lair. He clutched the silk scarf in his hand, thinking, "This is perfect, just what I needed." Li Chang'an then cast the spell again to dispel the demonic fog. The surrounding scene was now completely revealed. "Taoist master, what on earth is all this?" Hearing their question, Li Chang'an calmly replied, "It's an illusion. So, for the food at the banquet, the fruits were still fruits. As for the other things, it's better if you never know for the rest of your lives." When Fei Fei heard this, she was so horrified she almost fainted, her mind racing, wondering what on earth she had eaten. The scholar, also terrified, asked, "Taoist master, we were confused and mesmerized by the demon's magic. But you, Taoist master, you could see, hear, and smell everything clearly. That spider thing was hugging and fawning all over you. And you weren't scared? You didn't feel sick?" Li Chang'an drew his longsword and replied calmly, "I'm used to it." Fei Fei was suddenly startled into realization. "So that means you didn't actually catch a cold. Why were you sneezing earlier?" Hearing this, Li Chang'an took out his handkerchief. The two of them looked at the handkerchief, confused. "It's just a piece of cotton cloth. Don't underestimate this cotton cloth. It can dispel the fog in these mountains, which kept me from falling for their illusions. The sneezing was just to clear my lungs. After speaking, he slung his longsword over his back and walked out. Seeing this, Fei Fei ran after him. "Where are you going?" she asked. Li Changan held up the silk scarf and replied, "I have a date with a beauty. How could I not go? That boatman over there is still talking to those demons. While the boat hasn't left yet, you two should get out of here quickly." Li Changan quickly followed the scent into the forest. Fireflies by the roadside glowed faintly, revealing a path. After walking for a while, Li Changan's pace slowed. The demonic energy is getting thicker and thicker. That weaver lady must be just ahead. After walking a bit further, the scene before him was suddenly shocking. He saw countless people ahead, wrapped in spider silk, hanging like cocoons. The scene was gruesome and incredibly gloomy. Just as Li Changan was wondering what had happened, suddenly, a horrified scream came from behind him. He turned his head and saw Fei Fei and the scholar. He shouted angrily, "What are you two doing here? Didn't I tell you to hurry back to Qi County?" Fei Fei scratched her head and chuckled. "It's our first adventure. How could we go back empty-handed? A demon's lair must have some treasures, right?" Although the scholar was terrified, he stood his ground and said, "Besides, Lady Shui is still here. Knowing she's in danger, how could I just go back?" Li Changan felt helpless seeing their attitude. Just as he was about to give them some instructions, another sound came from the distance. Li Changan quickly glanced into the distance. He suddenly had a realization, immediately drew his longsword, and swung it several times into the empty air. Sure enough, when he sheathed the sword, it was covered in spider silk. Heh, I was so foolish. What kind of spider doesn't know how to spin a web? This thick fog must be its web. Then, Li Changan took the lead and guided the group forward. After they had walked for a bit, the human cocoons hanging from the trees began to shake continuously. After shaking, they fell to the ground, one after another. A little further on, an enormous spider demon appeared up ahead. It stood there, using its legs to grab the human corpses. The creature then opened its mouth and spat silk, tightly wrapping them into cocoons before hanging them upside down from a tree. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something and turned its head to look toward Li Changan's group, letting out a loud roar. Seeing the spider demon up close, Li Changan's sword hand trembled with fear. When he read about the demon in the Golden Book, he only knew that the mountain spider was colossal. Seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that his iron sword was probably no better than a toothpick against it. But since he was already here, wouldn't he be a laughingstock if he didn't even try? With that, he swung his sword at the spider demon. The spider demon was furious. It swung one of its legs, and Li Changan was instantly sent flying, kicking up a storm of dust and rock. The attack even carved a gash in the ground tens of feet long. After that one exchange, Li Changan was so scared he nearly wet his pants. Well, he saw. It was probably best to just leave. With that thought, he decisively turned and fled, shouting at the two, "Fei Fei, what are you spacing out for? Run!" The three of them quickly took off, running for their lives. The spider demon behind them gave chase relentlessly, kicking up dirt and rocks with its legs to attack them. Seeing a giant boulder flying towards him, Li Changan had no choice but to stop running, turn around, and block it with his sword. Because the boulder was flying so fast, Li Changan had to strain himself to stop it. In the end, although the boulder was knocked back, Li Changan suffered internal injuries from the impact. A mouthful of fresh blood immediately sprayed out. Fei Fei and the other person rushed over to support him. The spider demon had already caught up to them by this point. Li Changan looked at it with cold eyes. If Madame Weaver is so enthusiastic, then this humble Taoist will have to play along. After speaking, he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The spider demon gave him no time to breathe, swiftly swinging a leg to attack. Li Changan quickly jumped to dodge, then stomped hard on a rock beneath him, launching himself into the air, ready for a life-or-death battle. The spider demon's 8 legs waved ceaselessly, slashing towards him. Li Changan dodged left and right before leaping onto the spider demon's body. He then took out a talisman and stuck it onto his iron sword, finally chanting an incantation. He activated a divine art to empower it, then gathered his strength and leaped up, intending to slash straight at the spider demon's head. Seeing this, the demon quickly raised a leg to block. The longsword, empowered by the talisman and the divine art, instantly severed one of its legs. Seeing one of its legs cut in two, the spider demon shrieked endlessly in pain and rage. After one slash, Li Changan was also somewhat exhausted, stumbling as he landed on the ground. Seeing the spider demon's massive abdomen in front of him, Li Changan once again raised his longsword. The third divine art, demon slaying, was unleashed. A massive wound immediately appeared on the spider demon's belly, and green blood sprayed out from it. Li Changan, standing nearby, was splattered all over, the stench absolutely putrid. With a loud thud, the ground shook. The spider demon pushed off with all its might, leaping high into the air. Then, its 7 legs, like 7 bolts of lightning, struck down directly at Li Changan. Li Changan gritted his teeth and used a movement technique, dodging everything before jumping in front of Fei Fei and the other. At this point, Fei Fei and the other were so shocked their jaws dropped. This was truly a scene straight out of a Hugo Review Channel video. Seeing them still, standing there watching the show, Li Changan roared in anger. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and run!" The spider demon had now returned to the ground, continuing to shriek and chase after them. Li Changan quickly pointed to the side and said, "I'll lead it away. You two take this chance to run over there and hide." After Fei Fei and the other had run off, he put his hand to his mouth and let out a blood whistle to attract the spider demon's attention. "Hey, you filthy spider, come and get me." As expected, the spider demon angrily ignored Fei Fei's group and turned, chasing after Li Changan. The man and the spider chased each other, causing a commotion throughout the entire forest. Li Changan was sprinting for his life, and as he ran, he once again activated a divine art on his iron sword. Feeling he had run far enough and was a good distance from Fei Fei's group, Li Changan decisively and abruptly stopped. He raised his longsword again, preparing to unleash another demon-slaying technique. The spider demon, having suffered under this move before, immediately slammed on the brakes and retreated. But Li Changan's sword momentum was already set. How could he give up? He roared, too late, then forcefully threw his iron sword at the spider demon. The iron sword flew like a shooting star at incredible speed, then stabbed straight into the spider demon's head. Although his aim was true, the iron sword was slightly off. It only pierced the spider demon's left eye. The spider demon shrieked in pain, its 7 legs flailing around wildly. The ground was churned up by it, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Just as Li Changan was about to flee, he suddenly felt an indescribable pain from within his body. He couldn't move and immediately fell to one knee on the ground. "This is bad. I've used the demon-slaying technique too much, and my magical power is completely drained." At that moment, one of the spider demon's legs was already striking at him. Just when Li Changan didn't know what to do, a rope suddenly flew from behind and wrapped tightly around him, pulling him back just in time to avoid the spider demon's attack. Having his life saved, Li Changan turned to look at Fei Fei, about to say something. Fei Fei immediately held up 3 fingers. "I don't even want to say it." She was indicating that she had saved him 3 times now. Seeing this, Li Changan smiled and sighed. All right, 3 rounds it is." Suddenly, he looked up at the sky in surprise. The fog had changed, and the sky was now visible. The spider demon's eye had been pierced, and green blood was flowing out non-stop. It was in so much pain it was about to pass out, standing motionless. Seeing this, Fei Fei drew her longsword. "That spider demon seems to have passed out. Should we take this chance to finish it?" Li Changan, behind her, quickly stopped her. "If you go up there now, I'm afraid you won't even leave a complete corpse behind. It's just adapting to the pain of its eye being destroyed. Once it fully recovers, it will only be more berserk than before. Let's get out of here first and figure things out later." The 2 of them quickly followed the main path down the mountain. On the way, they passed a dilapidated thatched cottage completely covered in spiderwebs. Fei Fei glanced over, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, was this the beautiful pavilion from before? The 2 soon reached the riverbank. In the distance, the faint silhouette of a person stood there. As Li Changan and Fei Fei got closer, they saw clearly that it was the scholar. "It's the scholar? Why isn't that fool running? What is he doing standing there?" Li Changan quickly ran over to ask what was going on. The scholar pointed towards the river and replied, "You guys, look over there." In the distance, a boat could be seen slowly sailing towards the other side. "I've heard before that this is the only boat on the island." Just then, the enraged roars of the spider demon echoed from behind them again. The 3 turned to look, and saw the spider demon had already caught up. Li Changan quickly drew Fei Fei's longsword, and once again charged towards the spider demon. "Fei Fei, I'm borrowing your sword for a bit. Taoist, don't forget you still owe me 3 rounds of drinks. Don't you dare die here." Li Changan, face to face with the spider demon, said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't forget." Seeing his demeanor, Fei Fei immediately raised her crossbow. "You stinking Taoist, trying to hog all the glory at a time like this? You're so uncool." The crossbow bolt shot out and hit the spider demon, but it couldn't inflict any damage at all. Instead, it just made the demon even angrier. Seeing this, Fei Fei was so scared she froze, unable to react at all. This is just great. The spider demon quickly swung its leg down to attack Li Changan. Li Changan gritted his teeth and dodged, thinking to himself, I can't drag this out any longer. My stamina is about to run out. He turned his head and shouted at Fei Fei, aim for its eye. Fei Fei raised her crossbow again. You don't have to tell me. Li Changan used every last bit of his strength to once again cast a spell on Fei Fei's sword. The sword's light blazed once more. This last strike is all or nothing. Fei Fei took a long time to aim. Model. It immediately fired a projectile. The bullet flew incredibly fast, and in an instant, it shot straight into the spider demon's eye. The spider demon's other eye immediately widened in shock. Although the spider demon appeared to be in extreme pain, Fei Fei still felt that something was off. At that moment, Li Changan charged forward again, wanting to cleave the spider demon's head with a single strike. Seeing this, Fei Fei screamed in fear, Taoist, no, wait a moment. Li Changan thrust his sword straight into the middle of the spider demon's head. It let out an agonizingly pitiful shriek. Li Changan quickly mustered his strength and pulled the sword back. As soon as the sword was out, green blood spewed out endlessly like rain. Only then did Li Changan glance at Fei Fei. What were you just saying? Wait for what? The spider demon quickly collapsed to the ground. Li Changan, having exhausted all his spiritual power, also fell to the ground and passed out on the spot. When Fei Fei and the scholar saw him unconscious, they quickly ran over to check on him. Fei Fei looked at the spider demon's corpse lying prone in front of them, still in disbelief. Success. Did we really succeed? Suddenly, the spider demon's abdomen trembled violently. Then, with a loud bang, a blinding golden light erupted. When Fei Fei and the scholar opened their eyes, they saw many tiny white specks of light appearing around them. The white spores grew more and more numerous, and soon, both Fei Fei and the scholar had also passed out. A short while later, Li Changan opened his eyes again. This time, he was wrapped in spider silk, hanging upside down. Opposite him was a man with a demonic appearance. He was holding something that looked like a section of a pink tube. Seeing Li Changan was awake, he immediately shoved it straight into his mouth. It felt like something was flowing down the tube, then pumped directly into Li Changan's mouth. Li Changan quickly spat the tube out, coughing non-stop. Seeing the demon-like creature walk away, he shouted, What the hell was that? The creature glanced back at him slightly and replied, Livestock feed. Hearing this, Li Changan's eyes widened in horror, overcome with nausea. Looking closely now, he realized the one who had just fed him seemed to be a human-turned demon, a living person who had been corrupted by demonic energy and transformed into this state. He continued to look around. There were even more human cocoons here than he had seen before, a great many of them. Looking a bit further ahead, there was a cave. This must be the true lair of that spider demon. Very soon, he also saw the unconscious Master Shui hanging nearby. On another side, Fei Fei and the scholar had also been captured. Seeing the pained expressions on their faces, Li Changan couldn't help but wonder, why do only the two of them look like they're in agony? Could they be dead? The demon man, who was feeding someone else, saw him and turned his head to say, They're not dead yet. They're just suffering a little, but it's not much different from being dead. At that moment, from inside the cave, the spider demon slowly emerged. Seeing this, the demon man immediately stopped his work and knelt to welcome it. Seeing his reaction, Li Changan also turned his head to look towards the cave. The spider demon still had Li Changan's iron sword stuck in its left eye. The wound hadn't closed, and green blood was still dripping out. It looked at Li Changan and roared with anger. Seeing this, Li Changan chuckled. Does it hurt? The moment he said that, a spider leg immediately whipped past his face. It didn't want to kill Li Changan yet, so he only got a small cut on his face. From beside Li Changan, it took down a cocoon. Inside was a middle-aged woman. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be lost in some beautiful dream. The spider demon lifted the cocoon, then extended its tongue from its mouth, revealing a venomous stinger on the tip. Seeing this, Li Changan was a bit confused. What is this monster planning to do? He quickly found out what it wanted. He saw the stinger on its tongue slowly vibrate, then it stabbed it straight into the woman's glabella. The woman, who was in a beautiful dream, suddenly had her eyes fly wide open. Then, a soul-tearing scream of pain erupted. A moment later, her body began to contort, her eyes filled with blood vessels, her consciousness faded, and her body wouldn't stop trembling. Then, Her skin became dry and shriveled, leaving only skin and bones. Through the stinger, it seemed to be sucking something out from inside the woman's body. The sound of gulping and swallowing echoed continuously. After it finished, it hung the woman's corpse back up next to Li Changan, then proceeded to take another cocoon. This time was similar, except it stabbed the stinger into the person's neck instead of their forehead. Very quickly, the fluids from that person's body were also sucked out. Li Changan, witnessing all of this from the side, cursed inwardly with rage, injecting venom into living people and then sucking out their flesh and blood for food. What a truly twisted monster with sick tastes. After it finished sucking the person's flesh and blood, it once again hung the body next to Li Changan. Li Changan glanced at the two dried corpses on either side of him and thought, "Is it trying to intimidate me?" After its meal, the spider demon went back into the cave to sleep. Once the demon's figure had completely disappeared into the cave, voices suddenly sounded in Li Changan's ears. It was Fei Fei and the scholar calling out to him. They had woken up, looking at him with terror in their eyes. Seeing their expressions, Li Changan chuckled. "You two really woke up at the wrong time." Fei Fei immediately asked, "Are they just going to die like that?" Li Changan closed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, just like that." The scholar, now trembling slightly, spoke up. "It seems the spider demon's intention is to save the three of us for last. It looks like, at least we get to live a little longer." Fei Fei nearly burst into tears. "Isn't that even worse? We're going to die sooner or later anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just die quickly and get it over with?" Hearing them talk, Li Changan replied, seriously, "Die? That's not a certainty." Hearing this, Fei Fei's spirits lifted as she asked, "Taoist, you have a way?" Li Changan looked towards the demon man who was feeding the victims and called out, "Hey, demon over there. Or perhaps I should call you Scholar Niu." Hearing this, the demon man's movements paused slightly. Seeing this, Li Changan continued, "Right now, Niu Bancheng is running everything in Qi County. The people of Qi County also believe this spider demon in the mountains is a descended goddess. Only the son of Scholar Niu says the Weaver Goddess is a demon. The only son of Scholar Niu has also caused a ruckus at the Weaver Goddess's temple time and time again, putting Niu Bancheng in a difficult position. Tell me, do you think Niu Bancheng might just decide to bring that brat here? If he were brought here, would he become a half-human, half-demon monster like you? Or would he simply be wrapped in a cocoon and sucked dry?" After speaking for a while and still getting no response, doubt started to creep into Li Changan's mind. Could I have been mistaken? Just then, the demon man spoke up. "I dare not call myself a scholar. This humble one is merely a minor student." Hearing this, Li Changan's face lit up with excitement. Thankfully, his gamble had paid off. The demon man turned his head to look at Li Changan and continued, "I know what you're trying to say, but it's useless." Hearing this, the scholar and Fei Fei said angrily, "You, demon man, how do you know it's useless?" "That's right. See that spider's eye? Our Taoist leader is the one who blinded it." Hearing them talk, the demon person then walked up to the two scholars. They were so frightened they nearly fainted, thinking he was there to eat them. The demon person pointed to his own face and looked at the two scholars, saying, "So what? Look at my eyes. Even if one is blind, I still have 7 left. The fog covering this mountain is its web. Even if I help you escape the cocoons, you can't escape this misty web. Not unless you have a way to kill this spider demon." As he said this, he clenched his fists tightly, a hint of anticipation in his heart. But Li Changan's answer disappointed him. "I don't have a way, but that doesn't mean someone else doesn't. Am I right, Mistress Xie?" Fei Fei looked at the still unconscious Mistress Xie with some confusion and asked the Taoist, "But Mistress Xie hasn't woken up yet." Li Changan chuckled. "How could a stunning beauty like Mistress Xie reek of fish?" And funnily enough, right at this moment, a fragrant scent is wafting from behind me. Just as he finished speaking, Mistress Xie's voice echoed from a nearby tree. "Little Taoist, you look so prim and proper, but I didn't expect you to be such a sweet talker." After speaking, she jumped down from the tree. Then she looked at the person with the exact same face as her, who was hanging upside down, and chuckled. "Heh heh, you look so stupid." Then, she gently tapped the person's forehead, and instantly, a mask peeled off, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Seeing the man's face, the scholar exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that the boatman from before?" Li Changan also sighed. No wonder he smelled of fish. Mistress Xie clearly wasn't captured, yet she entered the demon's lair. She must have had a foolproof plan. Hearing him, she stomped on the ground, did a somersault in the air, and then flew back up to a tree branch, sitting opposite Li Changan. She asked, "Little Taoist, Where do you think I'm from? Hearing this, Li Changan sighed and thought to himself, they say northerners are like oxen, goats, donkeys, and horses, while southerners are like crabs, fish, turtles, and shrimp. You, ma'am, look a lot like the turtle on my mountain. How would I know? Seeing him not answer, Mistress C said, I'm from Lingnan. In my homeland, it's 70% mountains, 20% water, and only 10% farmland. Every winter, if we have a bad year, people from an entire village will die. In a good year, people from an entire household will die. Heh, it's strange, really. People are like weeds. No matter what, they die but never completely. But luckily, there's a large spider species on the nearby mountains. Inside their silk sacs, you can sometimes find a type of white pearl. The nobles from the Central Plains love this kind of pearl. If you can find just one, you can trade it for enough food to help the whole village survive the winter. To get it, you have to cut the spider open to get the pearl. That spider is called the wheel spider, meaning it's as big as a wheel. That's what the Han people call it. We call it a thuo na la, which means man-eating, monster. This wheel spider is very powerful. 5 or 6 skilled hunters are no match for it, but we discovered a type of herb. It's called dinat tu. If a spider eats just a tiny bit of it, it will fall into a death-like sleep. As she spoke, she took out a small green plant. Li Changan's eyes widened as he stared at the blade of grass. The woman then continued, but a spider isn't a rabbit. It doesn't eat grass. So, the only way is to use bait. To get it to eat the dinat tu, you have to feed the bait to the spider. But since it was a famine, we were desperate. Any living thing that could be eaten ended up in the villagers' stomachs. So, you tell me, what could we possibly use for bait? Hearing this, the group fell silent. The woman paused for a moment, then continued. It's quite laughable, really. After all that effort to get the spider to take the bait, its belly doesn't always have a pearl. But so what? If there's none, we just have to. Continue baiting another one. First, use the old people. When the old are gone, use the children. When the children are gone, all that's left are the able-bodied young men. It's a cycle that goes on until we find a pearl or have enough food to eat. At this point, the scholar's face was pale with fear. Unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. Mistress Xie, if you have a plan, just tell us the plan. Why do you have to talk about these things? The woman chuckled at his words. Scholar, you might be mistaken. To deal with an ordinary spider, you can use bait, like I said. But to deal with this giant mountain spider, I have no plan at all. Hearing this, the demon person anxiously said, No plan? How can that be? Didn't you say you have the dinat too? Hearing this, the woman's eyes grew a little dim. Then she turned her head to look at Li Changan and asked, Do you know of the Huanzhang Xianxia? Li Changan heard this and replied, Of course I do. The woman asked again, What are its characteristics? Swords and blades can hardly harm it. That's right. Swords and blades can hardly harm this spider demon. It's like a pig. After eating, it goes back to its cave to sleep, and when it sleeps, it always uses its silk to wrap its entire body. Hearing this, Li Changan asked in surprise, How thick is it? The woman answered, a bit unsure herself, I don't know. I only know that when this spider comes out, the pit is filled with broken spider silk. It's probably no thinner than the walls of Xuanji City. Hearing this, Li Changan broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, That thick, even my demon-slaying sword couldn't break through that. He quickly thought of another way. What about using fire? Hearing this, Fei also got excited. That's right. Isn't that spider's silk very afraid of fire? When we entered the mountain, that boatman even deliberately took our fire-starting tools. But the woman replied again, That won't work. The dinat too can only make the spider fall into a death-like sleep. If a huge fire is burning its behind, even in a deep sleep, it will eventually be woken up. Li Changan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, If that's the case, then I have one more foolish idea. After hearing Li Changan's plan, the woman replied, Your plan is useful. That's true. But the key is that it requires a large amount of manpower. By the time I gather everyone, I'm afraid you all will have already turned into a pile of mush. Li Changan maintained his calm demeanor. What's the point of wasting our energy? Calling the authorities? They're not responsible for protecting the people and wiping out evil spirits. Hearing this, the woman sneered. The authorities? That fat-faced official in the main hall of Qi County doesn't even dare to deal with the fish-selling gang. You think he has the guts to take on demons? Pfft, she glared. Scream like that? Just put a dagger to his throat and see if he listens. Just then, the scholar spoke up. You don't need to worry about that, Lady Shui. Just go to the inn in Qi County and find a man named Wang Qi. Tell him our agreement, and the magistrate of Qi County will definitely bow his head and obey." After hearing this, the crowd looked at the scholar in astonishment. Li Changan quickly thought to himself that he had previously been suspicious of the scholar's strange, short-legged horse. It seemed to be a tribute from a vassal state, something impossible for anyone not from a prestigious clan to obtain. But he never expected the power behind the scholar to be. Even someone as powerful as Lady Xie was lost in thought. A single word from this scholar could make a local tyrant of a county magistrate bow his head in submission. Just what was his background? After a moment of thought, she leaped in front of the scholar, putting on a cute and charming expression as she asked, "And who might this handsome gentleman be?" The scholar, with his eyes closed, the man sighed and replied, "I am the untalented Prince Fu of Juzhou." Hearing this, the woman and Feifei immediately stopped and shouted in unison, "You infatuated womanizer!" Seeing their reaction, the scholar chuckled. Ahem, it's being passionate, not womanizing. But as for the infatuated title, that's just something my friends flatter me with. I wouldn't dare accept it. Hardly worthy. A slight smirk appeared on the woman's lips, and she leaped up. "If that's the case, then I'll use your highness's title to scare that official away. As for the three of you staying here, you'd best pray for your own good fortune." Seeing her just leave like that, Feifei shouted, "Wait, what do you mean by that? Aren't you going to untie us first?" The woman turned her head and glanced at Feifei with a smile. "Heh, little sister, you really are adorably naive." Seeing the woman call her sister, Feifei's face turned beet red. Then, snapping back to her senses, she yelled, "Hey, you, Xie, stop right there and make yourself clear. Who are you calling sister, huh? Are your dog eyes blind? This great one is a true man of the green forest." After a tirade of curses, Feifei glanced to the side, only to see the scholar trying to suppress his laughter. Feifei glared at him angrily. "What are you laughing at, huh?" The scholar immediately stifled his laugh and replied, "Feifei, my dear boy. Oh, I mean, my dear little miss. You see, the difference between how a man and a woman sits, stands, and moves is actually quite significant." Hearing this, Li Changan smiled in surprise. "Huh, is that so? That's quite an eye for detail. No wonder he has the title of pretty boy." Feifei, slightly annoyed, glanced at Li Changan. "You, Taoist, you knew all along, didn't you?" Li Changan just chuckled. "You could say that." He felt a little guilty, thinking to himself, "I can't exactly tell her I saw your chest bindings, can I?" Hearing this, Feifei stubbornly retorted, "Humph, when you're out in the world, who cares about the differences between men and women? The most important thing right now is that woman, Xie, just left. Why didn't she untie us?" Li Changan quickly explained. "About that. First, she was afraid that if she freed us, it would alert the spider demon. Second, you need bait to lure the spider demon and take it down. And that bait is us." A few days later, the mountain was still shrouded in the fog created by the spider demon. Li Changan was starting to get anxious. He noticed that the number of cocoons around him had almost all turned into dried-up husks. Feifei asked fearfully, "She's still not here?" Li Changan replied, "She's here." He looked towards the demon's minion and asked, "Niu, the scholar, was that strange flavor mixed into yesterday's food, the riatu?" The minion below immediately nodded. "Yes. Today, that Niu Bancheng fellow will bring another group of people. If your plan goes smoothly, we'll be free very soon." At that moment, inside the cave, the spider demon emerged once again. Seeing this, Li Changan tensed up. The first one it chose was Lady Xie's body double. After sucking out its flesh and blood, it hung the body on the tree as usual. Seeing that Lady Xie's appearance hadn't changed, Li Changan thought to himself, "That woman's disguise technique is incredible. Even after all that, her true form wasn't revealed. But, after she dies, we'll be the only ones left." Just as Li Changan thought, the spider demon approached the scholar and Feifei. Its poison stinger aimed straight for Feifei. Trembling with fear, Feifei screamed, "Monster! If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I so much as frown, then I'm not a true man of the green forest." The scholar, though too scared to open his eyes, still shouted defiantly, "Hey, you eight-legged roach, point those legs of yours somewhere else. If you want to eat someone, eat this prince first." Seeing him try to die in her place, Feifei was furious and yelled, "Shut up! I fell into this demon's hands because my skills weren't good enough. What does that have to do with a scholar like you?" Seeing them argue, Li Changan chuckled. "What are you two fighting for? Why waste your breath? This stupid monster can't even understand human language. Just as he finished speaking, the spider demon once again thrust its poison stinger toward Fei Fei. At that moment, Li Changan quickly spat a mouthful of saliva. The saliva shot out and hit one of the spider demon's eyes. The poison stinger stopped abruptly, just 3 inches from Fei Fei's forehead. Having saliva spat in its eye made it extremely furious. It threw its head back and roared, trying to shake the saliva from its eye. Li Changan laughed triumphantly. See? A little bit of spit is all it takes. Come on, you monster. This Taoist priest is in a hurry to be reincarnated. As soon as Li Changan finished speaking, the spider demon, without another word, aimed its stinger straight at him. This time, the stinger met no resistance and plunged directly into his neck. The poison quickly flowed through the stinger into Li Changan's body. His face immediately contorted in pain, and blue veins bulged all over his body. But now, those veins were being corroded by the poison, turning a dark purple. The spider demon watched Li Changan writhe in agony, a look of pure enjoyment on its face. Seeing this, Fei Fei immediately screamed, "You damned monster! Weren't you going to choose me? Come and get me if you've got the guts. Let him go, now." At this point, Li Changan's eyes squeezed shut, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Seeing this, Fei Fei desperately cried, "Let him go! Let Big Brother Li go!" In his haze, Li Changan felt like he was lost in an endless dark space. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared before him. From within, a voice called out repeatedly, "Big Brother Li! Big Brother Li!" The calls grew louder and louder, and the light grew closer and closer. Li Changan slowly regained consciousness. As he gradually opened his eyes, he saw the scholar calling out to him, "Taoist priest, are you all right?" Li Changan, somewhat surprised, asked, "Am I still alive?" The scholar didn't answer but turned his head and called to Fei Fei, who was crying nearby. "Fei Fei, look, the Taoist priest is finally awake." Fei Fei's eyes were still tear-stained, but she stubbornly said, "It's good that he's awake. I was worried there'd be no one to treat me to those 3 jars of wine." By now, it was twilight, and the sun was about to set. With Fei Fei's and the scholar's help, Li Changan stood up and looked around curiously. "Where's that spider demon?" At that moment, Lady Xie walked over with her people and said, "It's sleeping like the dead in its cave. All that's left is the final spark." Hearing this, Li Changan smiled happily. "Lady Xie, it seems everything went smoothly." People quickly began to pour kerosene all over the mountain. A moment later, a middle-aged man ran up. "You must be the Taoist priest, Li Changan?" "Thank you, Taoist priest, for saving my son." Li Changan quickly waved his hands. "It is I who should be thanking all of you." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, not standing on ceremony. "I've heard the whole story about the spider demon from Lady Xi. Following your plan, I've gathered all the kerosene from the surrounding area. We'll definitely be able to burn that spider demon to a crisp in one go." Seeing them chatting away so cheerfully, Lady Xie interjected, "You two can catch up later. For now, we should probably get on with it. Let's enjoy this blazing volcano to the fullest." After saying that, she threw the torch in her hand. The torch flew straight towards the trail of oil that had been laid out. The flames immediately followed the oil and erupted. In no time, the entire forest was burning fiercely. The group fell silent, watching the magnificent scene. A moment later, Li Changan walked up to a soldier and said, "Excuse me, may I borrow your spear for a moment?" The soldier was a bit curious upon hearing this, but ultimately handed the long spear to Li Changan. "Dao Zhang, you haven't recovered from your serious injuries. What do you need a spear for?" Li Changan took the long spear and headed straight for the sea of flames. To end everything, of course. At that moment, the spider demon had awoken from its stupor. The protective silk on its body had been almost completely burned away. It roared, trying to run towards the river to find a path to survival. Li Changan had anticipated that even a fire this large might not be enough to kill it, so he was already waiting here. "If I let you escape today, will the people of Qi County ever be able to live in peace again?" Seeing that Li Changan was still alive, the spider demon roared furiously and charged at him. The spiritual power in Li Changan's body erupted once more, channeling into the long spear, which he then directly snapped in two. He hurled the sharp end straight at the spider demon. The spear flew at an incredible speed, leaving only a dazzling blue streak of light. This one throw was aimed directly at the spider demon's head. It pierced straight into the creature's mouth and through its skull. The spider demon shrieked in agony, thrashing madly for a moment before it completely stopped breathing and collapsed in front of Li Changan. He quickly walked over to one of the spider's eyes, plunged his fist in, and rummaged around for a bit, finally, pulling out his iron sword. Looking at the long sword, covered in the spider demon's blood, Li Changan smiled. Old friend. It's been a while. Just then, the demon man rushed up from behind Li Changan. He ran to the spider demon and began tearing at its body, as if searching for something. As he tore at it, he laughed loudly. Ha ha! I've finally waited for this day. He clawed frantically, tears streaming down his face. He had been tortured into a state that was neither human nor ghost, and today, he could finally get his great revenge. A moment later, he pulled an enormous blood jade from the spider demon's abdomen. He held the blood jade high, laughing hysterically. Then, he brought the blood jade to Li Changan, knelt, and presented it to him. Benefactor, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Li Changan held the blood jade, looking at the demon man in confusion, wondering what this guy wanted the sword for. The demon man took the sword and pondered for a moment, then decisively swung it up and chopped off the spider legs on his back. Next, he sat down and gouged out all the spider eyes on his face. A mournful scream of agony rang out. Li Changan couldn't bear to watch and closed his eyes, turning his head with a sigh. Only after he had finished did the demon man turn to look at Li Changan. Benefactor, this humble one still has one last wish. He quickly tore off a piece of his clothing, wiped the blood from Li Changan's long sword, and then respectfully returned it. Li Changan took the sword, but found that a ring had appeared on his hand. After a moment of surprise, he clenched his fist around the ring and nodded. I understand. Please, rest assured. The demon man once again clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, benefactor, for fulfilling my wish. Then, he slowly walked into the sea of fire, his arms spread wide, a corner of his mouth turning up into a satisfied smile. Li Changan looked at the sea of fire, feeling a bit emotional about the man's life. A few days later, the sky over Xianxia mountain was once again clear and blue. Li Changan, holding his long sword, stood in a pavilion looking back. He saw the scholar running and shouting, Sister Feifei, the world is a treacherous place. How will I ever hear news of an old friend in the future? Feifei, on horseback, stopped and looked back at the two of them for a moment, then shouted, Remember this. One day, my name will be known throughout the world. When that time comes, you will definitely hear news of me. Then, she turned her horse and rode away. Hearing this, Li Changan let out a slight sigh. The scholar watched Feifei's retreating figure, then sighed, and turned to Li Changan, saying, After we part today, I don't know if in this lifetime we'll ever meet again. But when he turned back, Li Changan was no longer in the pavilion. He turned and asked the fat middle-aged man behind him, Wang Qi, where is the Daozhong? Young Master Li, the Daozhong just left. However, before he left, he entrusted his donkey to you, milord. The scholar immediately walked over and stroked the donkey's head, saying, The Daozhong left, too? Brother Donkey? Oh, Brother Donkey, now it's just you and me. Hearing this, the donkey became so sad that it began to cry. Wang Qi, standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, then what am I? That night, at the gate of Qi County, a prisoner holding a lantern slowly poked his head out from the city gate. He looked around for a moment. In the distance, a figure was standing there. Thinking it was his contact, he joyfully ran out. Perfect timing. I've bribed the gate guard. Get me out of here quickly. As long as I escape, you'll be well rewarded. Don't forget, a skinny camel is still bigger than a fat horse. My private stash is beyond anything you can imagine. Seeing him run out, Li Changan coldly shouted, Niu Bancheng. Hearing his name, the man was instantly terrified. His eyes widened in fear. No, I'm not Niu Bancheng. Who are you? Li Changan wasted no more words. His sword was instantly unsheathed. With one swift strike, Niu Bancheng was killed on the spot. After handling the matter, Li Changan decisively turned and left. Elsewhere, the demon man's wife and child were fast asleep. Li Changan silently brought the ring and placed it on the table. Scholar Niu, I've done my best to fulfill the task you entrusted to me. The scene changes to the modern day. A young man is in the bathroom. His name is Qian Cheng, a recent college graduate currently working for a media company. Because he has no money, he can only afford to rent a small room. It's a bit run down, but overall, it's livable. It's just that for a long time. Model. His house was always full of guests, cute little cockroaches. Every time he went to the bathroom, he would inevitably step on one. At first, he didn't care much. After all, cockroaches don't eat people. But the situation didn't get better. In fact, it got worse and worse. So he decided to buy some cockroach poison and wage an all-out war against them. He sprinkled the poison all over the room and quickly saw a huge harvest. Although the number of cockroaches was a bit beyond his expectations, he found the task to be somewhat enjoyable. It was like farming. You sow the seeds one day, and the next, you reap the harvest. What a joyful feeling. But life isn't always a dream. After a few peaceful days, he came home from work today, and as soon as he stepped inside, the scene before him was unbelievable. The entire house was filled with cockroaches everywhere. His harvest was growing larger and larger. At first, it was half a trash can, then a full one. Finally, they piled up into a mountain, so small that even a dustpan couldn't sweep it up. This was truly unnatural. No matter how many roaches there were, it shouldn't be this many. In his frantic panic, he kept telling himself to stay calm and figure out the cause. But after tearing apart every nook and cranny of the room, he still found absolutely nothing. He then decided to buy several security cameras, installing one in every corner of the room. The next day, he woke up before the sun was even up, quickly turning on his computer to check the surveillance footage as usual. At first, the room in the video was completely still. Impatient, he fast-forwarded the footage. Soon, a cockroach crawled out from a corner of the room, followed by a second, a third, and then a swarm of roaches he couldn't even count. The one thing they had in common was that they were all heading toward Xianxia's bedroom. At this point, he couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately jumped up and started searching. His room. Damn it, where the hell are they? Ugh, screw it. I'm definitely moving out tomorrow. In the midst of his frantic searching, he suddenly realized there was something in his nose. After a bout of sneezing and digging, he finally pulled it out. It was a baby cockroach. The young man looked at the roach in his hand and went into a fit of crazed laughter. Ha ha ha, I finally know where they're hiding. The scene changes to the room Changan rented. The ghosts in the house were all terrified. An uninvited guest had appeared in their territory today. What's more, this ghost looked extremely fierce and ferocious. A little ghost asked fearfully, "Ghost boss, Boss Wu, what should we do now?" The ghost boss's head was spinning too. "I don't know either. This ghost just barged in, and its resentful energy is so strong, who could possibly fight it? But remember this, if I don't make it, you're the new boss." After saying that, he charged forward, ready for a life-or-death battle with the vengeful spirit. Remember, I'm leaving them in your care. Seeing their boss sacrifice himself to protect them, the ghosts in the house immediately started shouting in unison, "Boss, be careful!" Changan, on the bed, couldn't take it anymore and suddenly woke up. He immediately cast a spell, and a blue light quickly shot out, striking the vengeful spirit. Soon, he had it captured neatly in his palm. Changan quickly stuffed it into a bottle, then sealed it with a cap. Finally, he took out a sealing talisman and placed it on the outside. Seeing this, the ghosts immediately cheered in excitement. "The boss is so awesome." The ghost boss, seeing Changan was awake, walked over to him. "Boss, you're finally awake, huh?" Changan ignored him, wiping the sweat from his forehead and saying, "Where did this ghost with such strong, resentful energy come from?" Changan quickly tested his new skill, thinking to himself, so this wind control technique really was a gift from that golden book. After eliminating the spider demon, it's quite easy to use. However, the spider demon's poison in my body hasn't been completely neutralized by the jade nectar wine. Forcing myself to use it was still a bit too much for me. Changan then passed out again. No matter how much the ghosts in the house called him, he wouldn't wake up. The vengeful spirit in the bottle had now revealed its true form, a cockroach. Changan slept like that on the floor until midnight, only to be startled awake by a call from Hugo Review. He groggily answered the phone. As soon as he picked up, the urgent voice of the quack Taoist rang out. "Is this Master Li? This is Zhang Suxuan. I've been looking for you for days." Changan thought his eardrums were about to burst from all the shouting. "Master, please, you have to save my daughter." Changan didn't say much after hearing this. The next morning, he left the house and went to the meeting spot with the quack Taoist. The two of them went to a residential complex together. As soon as they arrived, a chubby security guard came out to greet them. "Old Zhang, you're here." The quack Taoist quickly walked over and introduced Changan to the guard. "Xiao Tang, this is Mr. Changan. Don't let his young age fool you. His Taoist arts are profound. He's the expert I specially invited to crack this case." Hearing this, the guard smiled at Changan as a greeting, then said, "Oh, that's great. Master Zhang, Mr. Li, please, follow me." A moment later, the group was standing on a balcony, all of them panting heavily, as if they'd been chased by a dog. The guard unlocked the door while wiping his sweat and said, "The 8th floor has no elevator. Please wait a moment while I open the door." Just then, a beautiful female officer walked over and yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" The group was startled and quickly turned to look at her. The young woman immediately walked over, pointing her finger at the fat man and scolding him. "As a police officer, how could you bring two uninvolved people to a crime scene? If you tamper with any important evidence, can you take responsibility for that?" The fat man stammered in response. "Captain Zhang, it wasn't me. It was the chief's orders." The quack Taoist then stepped forward, stroking his beard and saying, "I say, Zhang Qian, Xiao Tong is right. Chief Wang has already handed this case over to me. You don't need to get involved." The female officer heard this and immediately turned her head, shouting, "Who's Zhang Qian? My name is Zhang Qian. And what do you mean, don't need to? Get involved? Am I the police? Or are you?" Just then, a phone started ringing. She immediately walked away to answer it. The quack Taoist proudly held up his phone to show off to the fat guard. After finishing her call, she glared at the group with some anger. "You'd better remember this. If you disrupt the crime scene, I'll have you locked up for a few days." The fat policeman didn't resist at all, just nodded his head repeatedly. The quack Taoist, however, pretentiously stroked his beard and replied, "Zhang Qian, if you're busy, you should get going. Don't worry, Xiao Tang is here." The female officer then left in a huff. The quack Taoist stood on the balcony, watching her leave, and let out a small sigh. Changan glanced at him and thought to himself, "This Officer Zhang must be the old charlatan's daughter, but since she's a police officer, what does she need me to save her from? Could the problem be with the deceased?" With that thought, Changan immediately walked over and pushed the door open. An indescribable stench immediately wafted out from inside. The room was not only foul-smelling, but also gloomy and filled with an aura of death. The fat policeman moved to open the curtains, but he was quickly stopped by the quack Taoist. "No, we must preserve the scene." Changan observed the room for a moment and began his analysis. The old charlatan said the victim was discovered a few days ago, so why haven't the police removed the body yet? He squatted down by the cans of roach killer in the corner, surprised. He thought, why would a normal person need this much roach spray? The fat policeman immediately provided the victim's background information. His name is Qian Cheng, 22 years old, a recent university graduate living alone in the city. He currently works for a media company. Changan glanced at the body in astonishment for a moment. That's strange. What's wrong with this person's eyes? He saw only the victim's eyes, which were suddenly bulging as if something inside wanted to burst out. Very quickly, a dense aura of death began to spew out from within him, unending. Cockroaches continuously crawled out from around the victim's body. Seeing this, the quack Taoist yelled, "Get out! Hurry!" The two Taoists and the fat policeman, they quickly ran outside. But there were too many cockroaches. Even though they ran fast, the bugs still latched onto them. The old Taoist, terrified, kept shouting, "Where did so many cockroaches come from?" The fat policeman heard him and replied, "As soon as you get near the body, a swarm of them flies out and attacks. That's why the police have been delayed in handling the corpse. I thought you guys already had a way to deal with this." Hearing that, the Taoist glanced back into the room. "A way to deal with it? That's right. I forgot." Inside the room, Changan was still standing calmly, observing the body. Not a single cockroach could get near him. The old Taoist led the policeman back inside, repeatedly begging, "Mr. Li, please save us." Seeing their disheveled state, Changan finally remembered them. "Oh, I was so focused, I almost forgot about you guys." After saying that, he quickly performed his divine art, wind control. He took a deep breath, and then blew out a powerful gale that sent everything flying, nearly blowing away the railing behind them. After that one breath, Changan was exhausted and collapsed to his knees. After killing the spider demon, he had obtained this wind control art. It was incredibly powerful, turning his own breath into a fierce storm, but it would take a long time to master it. The energy consumption was just too great. Just then, a voice from outside shouted, "Zhang Dali." The group heard it and turned to look. The old Taoist was confused, saying, "Zhang Dali? Who here is named Zhang Dali?" The female police officer from before walked in, her eyes blazing with fury. The old Taoist immediately trembled in fear and hid behind the fat policeman. The female officer entered the house and angrily scolded, "Zhang Dali, I don't care what you do, but I always told you to protect the crime scene. Is this how you protect a crime scene?" Following her pointed finger, they saw the room was in complete chaos. The old Taoist immediately wanted to explain, Zhang Qian, listen to me." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Shut up. I'll say it again. My name is Zhang Qian. With that, she directly handcuffed him. If you have anything to say, you can say it at the station. She then handcuffed the rest of them and led them away. As soon as they got down to the courtyard, they saw a huge crowd gathered there. On the ground, a man was rolling around and screaming, "Ouch! I don't know who threw glass from upstairs. This leg of mine is probably ruined. Boo-hoo!" The female officer saw this, walked over with her hands on her hips, and shouted, "Bai Xiu, what are you doing lying here?" The young man saw her, immediately stopped screaming, and without another word, jumped up and started to run. "Oh, it's Captain Zhang. It's nothing. I was just looking for some cockroaches to play with." Seeing him run away so quickly, the woman didn't chase after him, but stood there silently. Suddenly, a group of people rushed forward, surrounding her and shouting non-stop, "Captain Zhang, what is going on? Why are there so many cockroaches? It's so filthy and disgusting. We've been staying at a hotel for days. We have homes, but we're too scared to go back. That's right, that young man is dead. You guys need to hurry up and bury him. You can't just leave this problem unsolved." The woman quickly smiled to reassure everyone. "Please, rest assured. Trust us. We will definitely resolve this issue as soon as possible." Taking advantage of the chaos, the two of them, Li Changan and the priest, stealthily slipped away. Only after they were far away and out of sight did the two stop and remove their handcuffs. The old Taoist sighed slightly and said to Li Changan, "See, Mr. Li, you've probably figured out my relationship with Zhang Qian. It's true. She's my ex-wife's daughter. The reason I got involved in this is because I was afraid she would encounter something that ordinary people can't handle. But now it seems." Before he could finish, Li Changan took out a cloth bundle. "You weren't wrong to come find me." He opened the cloth. Inside was an enormous purple cockroach. Seeing it, the old Taoist cried out in fear. "Is that the thing?" Li Changan quickly explained. "At the scene, I discovered traces of dark magic. But whether it's curse magic or demon magic, I'm not sure. Someone is definitely pulling the strings from behind the scenes." After saying that, he took out the Chonglong jade talisman and placed it directly on the cockroach. As it burned, a deathly aura immediately rose from within it, then slowly drifted off into the distance. Li Changan followed the deathly aura with his eyes, thinking, "Is the next victim over there?" The two quickly arrived at a small street corner. The Taoist looked at the door in front of them and asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, are you sure it's here? I've been knocking for so long, it seems like no one is home." Li Changan didn't answer but handed him the cockroach. The old Taoist took it, trembling slightly as he asked, "Is this thing really dead?" Li Changan lifted his foot, preparing to break the door down, and smiled. "I'm not sure. I hope you have insurance." With that, he kicked the door open. A swarm of cockroaches immediately flew out from inside. Inside the house sat a desiccated corpse. Li Changan quickly used his wind control to drive away the swarm, then performed another spell to drive the roaches off the corpse itself. A moment later, after all the cockroaches had vanished, they stared ahead in shock. Lying on the ground was a young man, his body thin and frail, nothing but skin and bones, with flies constantly buzzing around him. It looked like he had been dead for several days. Li Changan walked over, wanting to examine the body. Seeing this, the old Taoist immediately shouted, "Mr. Li, be careful." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of deathly aura flew out from the victim's body. It was shaped like a ball and instantly shot past the two men, attempting to escape. Li Changan quickly pulled a hidden weapon from behind his back, his mouth chanting a spell. "Heavenly killing, yellow desolation, one breath, and 10,000 ghosts shall perish." He then threw it straight at the fleeing ball of deathly light. Instantly, a fly was struck down. A dart flew true, embedding itself in the wall. After executing that last move, Li Changan felt a bit weak and staggered. Swordsmanship. It's a real bargain. Although its power isn't great, at least its accuracy is decent. Li Changan quickly walked over and pulled something purple from the fly's body. "I've never seen this." Only someone with a bit of spiritual energy could sense what was inside. A novice Taoist, on the other hand, wouldn't know a thing. After observing for a moment, he asked Mr. Li, "So, what do we do now?" Li Changan gave a helpless smile. "What else can we do? We'll have to use that cockroach." As soon as he mentioned the cockroach, the two of them opened the shoulder bag and jumped in shock. "Where did the cockroach go? We're screwed, we're screwed. I must have panicked earlier and let it fly away. Mr. Li, quick, find it. Where is it hiding?" Li Changan put his head in his hands, completely fed up with this liability. He's more trouble than he's worth. We absolutely cannot let this menace escape. Just as he said that, Li Changan instantly threw a hidden weapon, shouting, "Freeze! Don't move!" The cockroach on the old Taoist's shoulder, which was about to bite him, was instantly killed. The old Taoist immediately knelt down, grabbing Li Changan's leg and crying, "Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you for saving my life." Li Changan looked at him helplessly and replied, "This is also my fault. Next time, don't come anymore." Hearing this, the old Taoist immediately stood up and begged, "Please don't, Mr. Li. If this case isn't solved, how can I rest easy about Zhang Qian? Besides, having me here is better than nothing, right?" Li Changan sighed. "Fine, but you have to buy insurance first. I don't want to get interrogated by Captain Zhang again." Hearing this, the smile on the old Taoist's face stiffened. "Haha, what are you talking about? If I really die, I'd be happy if that girl just came to burn an incense stick for me." Li Changan ignored him and stared at the cockroach's corpse, deep in thought. Then, he decisively stomped on it. From inside the cockroach, he picked up a purple stone, just like the one from before. "So, these cockroaches have them too, just as I thought." Before it could spread numerous invisible threads, which indicated that these troublesome insects were all over the city. Now that the cockroach was killed, the threads were also severed. The lingering scent was also dispersed. Only by identifying the victims can we follow the clues and find the real culprit. After that, the two of them headed to the police station. The chubby officer was on duty, constantly questioning people and taking notes. Li Changan and the old Taoist stood to the side, waiting. The old Taoist, looking extremely smug, patted Li Changan's shoulder and said, "Mr. Li, I told you it would be more convenient to bring me along, didn't I? All I have to do is call Chief Wang. And whatever we want to ask, whatever we want to investigate, won't it be as easy as flipping our hands?" Li Changan paid him no mind and looked toward the chubby, bald officer. "How's it going, Xiaotang? Have you identified the victim yet?" The chubby officer immediately replied, "We have. The victim's name is Sui Liang, just like Qian Cheng. He was from out of town. He used to live in the same boarding house as Qian Cheng and had only just moved out not long ago before he died. The medical examiner estimates the time of death is close to Qian Cheng's. Based on the current situation, we can confirm this is a serial murder case of an extremely vicious nature with unclear methods. Captain Zhang has already taken his team to seal off the scene. Oh, and everyone from that boarding house has been called in for questioning." After hearing this, Li Changan fell silent and looked at a man sitting not far away. It was the same guy who was faking an injury on the ground the other day, and then ran off when he saw the female officer. The women around him seemed terrified, keeping their distance. He sat there, sneakily, glancing at the young women next to him with a very sleazy expression. Seeing this, the pretty girl beside him grew even more scared, wishing she could just run home. Witnessing this, Li Changan turned and asked the chubby officer, "Who's that guy?" The officer answered immediately, "His name is Bai Xiao Ye. He's an addict." But that girl isn't. Looking at him out of fear, it's because she did something that weighs on her conscience. Just as he finished speaking, the female officer's voice came from behind him. "Something that weighs on her conscience? Tell me what you mean by that." Seeing her approach, the man immediately backed down. "And no, I was just kidding. Chief Wang is still waiting for these documents. I have to go deliver them now. Captain Zhang, Taoist master, you two take your time." Seeing the officer pass the buck to him, the old Taoist also turned to leave, chuckling. "Oh, I just remembered. I have an outer sect disciple I haven't seen in a while. I should go see him." She paid the two of them no mind, and turned to Li Changan, saying, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This Bai Xiao Ye is actually a pitiful person." She began to recount what she remembered about him. "This guy gets brought into the station all the time. He has a very strange illness. When it flares up, his whole body is in agony. That's why he started using drugs to manage the pain. Later on, he developed a tolerance and became a full-blown addict. But the most pitiful part is his daughter. She's only 3 or 4 years old, very cute, and he was dragged into this by another addict. Fortunately, this guy isn't completely gone. No matter how bad his addiction gets, he always makes sure his daughter has enough to eat. So that's his situation. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. But I have to warn you, it's best not to act on your own. Otherwise, before she could finish, Li Changan sniffed the air and asked, "Is the morgue on this floor?" The woman looked confused. "The morgue isn't on this floor." "Why?" Li Changan was surprised. "I just smelled the stench of a corpse lingering around here." Just then, the old Taoist ran back in from outside. "I've found it. Mr. Li, let's go, quickly. A new victim has been found." Li Changan quickly followed the old Taoist to the crime scene. Outside, the police had already taped off the area. The old Taoist led the way, running and shouting, "He's here! He's here! The consultant is here!" Ahead of them, a group of police officers was constantly vomiting. Inside the room lay a desiccated corpse, rotten and reeking. Its eyes were wide open, milky white, and its teeth were bared in a terrifying grimace. The old Taoist leaned in and whispered to Li Changan, "Mr. Li, I told them you're a professional consultant. You should show them what you can do." Li Changan nodded. "All right, I'll try." He then quickly took out a special jade talisman and burned it. A moment later, he too turned away and started vomiting. The old Taoist quickly patted his back. "Mr. Li, what's wrong? What is it?" Li Changan's eyes sharpened as he looked at the body. "The smell is the same as the other corpses, but I can't detect any insects or foreign objects inside this one. Either I haven't found it yet, or the killer has discovered we're onto them and quickly hid the evidence." The body was quickly covered and taken away by the police. When Li Changan went outside, he saw a group of female officers standing there, crying. He walked over to ask them, "Did you know the victim?" Xiao Tang sighed heavily and replied, "His name was Sun Yong. He used to be our colleague." "Used to be? Why?" "Used to be. He was dismissed from the force not long ago for a mistake he made on the job." "Ah, what's the point of talking about this now? He's already gone." Model Li Changan, still curious, asked, "So what exactly was his mistake?" "I think your colleague's death was most likely an act of revenge." The fat policeman heard this and was skeptical. Revenge? How could that be? Especially Bai Tu Da. After he received such a large compensation payment, he should have been overjoyed. Revenge for what? Li Changan was even more confused. Bai Du Zhang is Bai Tu Da? What's his story? "I heard he has a daughter, and that he went to rehab." "So, what happened to his daughter?" "That's the problem. It's said that before Bai Tu Da was taken to the facility, he knelt down and told Sun Yong that his daughter was still at home, all alone. But at that time, this Sun Yong guy had just been cheated on by his girlfriend and was in a daze all day. We don't know if he forgot or if he simply didn't hear him at all. By the time we remembered the little girl, she was already gone. The front door was covered in a child's bloody handprints." After hearing the whole story, Li Changan let out a sigh. Negligence of duty. A few people involved were fired and sentenced. Sun Yong should have gone to prison, but his family has some connections. After it happened, the higher-ups, worried about the negative impact, suppressed the whole incident. Even many people in the bureau don't know the full story. It's just, we never expected that not long after being fired, it would come to this. Li Changan glanced back at the scene. He escaped the law, but he couldn't escape murder. Huh? The group then left the scene together. As they walked, the fat policeman spoke again. "Come to think of it, that Sun Yong guy deserved it. But what about Bai Tu Da's neighbors? The little girl pounded on their doors until her hands were raw. Forget checking on her, couldn't they have at least called the police?" Hearing this, Li Changan replied, "Bai Tu Da's neighbors are probably all dead by now. Is Bai Tu Da a local?" "Ah, no, he isn't. I remember his registered residence is in Jianan. He's from the Miao tribe." When Li Changan and the other man heard Miao tribe, their expressions turned to shock. Their minds immediately jumped to the Miao methods of raising goo worms. The group quickly got in the car and headed back to the police station. In the car, the old Taoist priest was crying, begging Li Changan, "Mr. Li, please, you have to save my daughter. She's at the police station with Bai Tu Da right now." Li Changan tried to reassure him. "Don't panic, Captain. Zhang is at the police station, but she's not Bai Tu Da's next target." The fat policeman then spoke up. Although Sun Yong was the one responsible, Captain Zhang was the one who arrested Bai Tu Da that time. The old Taoist quickly took out his phone to make a call. "Come on, answer the phone. Why isn't anyone picking up? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I asked Chief Wang to let Zhang Qian take the shift. If Bai Tu Da is the insect-controlling killer, then I've really doomed Zhang Qian." Li Changan quickly suggested, "Can we contact any nearby police forces? To investigate this case, all the officers have been dispatched. Master Zhang, you don't need to worry so much about the captain. She." Before he could finish, the old Taoist angrily shouted, "Damn it! It's not your daughter. Of course you're not worried. Can you drive any faster? How fast do you want to go? Drive as fast as you ran when you were trying to get reincarnated." Hearing this, the fat policeman immediately warned everyone to hold on tight, then slammed his foot on the gas. The scene shifts to the police station. Bai Tu Da is holding a large box of children's toys. A female officer is sitting next to him, chatting. How has your daughter, Choo-Choo, been lately? I brought this toy back for her from my business trip a few days ago. Take it home to her later. Don't keep coming here all the time. How much more does your daughter have to suffer? The pretty girl, Bai Tu Da's neighbor, heard the officer mention his daughter and was terrified. Just then, Bai Tu Da burst out laughing. The female officer, confused, asked, "What are you laughing at?" He clutched his head in anguish and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, it's nothing. Nothing at all. So, you still don't know. Don't know? Don't know what? Speak clearly." Bai Tu Da's eyes turned, cloudy and incredibly terrifying. "All right. Since that pesky guy isn't here, we have plenty of time. Let's talk." Slowly. The old Taoists group arrived back. At the police station, the moment the car stopped, the old Taoist got out and started vomiting, his head spinning. Li Changan grabbed his sword and ran inside. "You guys stay out. Here, don't come in and get in the way." The fat policeman insisted on following. "But, I'm a police officer." Li Changan glanced at him, thinking to himself, "This guy, usually, seems so timid, but he can be tough when it counts. To be a cop, you've got to have some guts." Li Changan quickly stopped and patted his shoulder. "Comrade officer, can you handle insects?" Hearing the word insects, the policeman shut his mouth. Seeing this, Li Changan continued inside. "A police officer's duty is to protect the people. That old commoner sitting over there, I'm leaving him in your care." The fat policeman heard this and sighed. "Master Zhang, I advise you to stay outside too. Mr. Li can probably handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw the old Taoist was gone. "Master Zhang, where did you go?" Li Changan hurriedly rushed inside. "I vaguely smelled the rotten scent of goo worms at the station before. I thought it was the smell of corpses from the forensics lab, but now it seems it was definitely coming from Bai Tu Da." Running into the main hall, Li Changan saw a toy box on the floor, surrounded by many bodies lying scattered about. He quickly went to check if they were still alive. After checking them all, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had only fainted. But where are Captain Zhang and the woman who was with Bai Tu Da? Just then, Li Changan sensed something, rushing at him from behind. He turned his head to see several purple snakes. Without hesitation, he drew his longsword. Evil star of silent abnormality. White ghost's demise. Heaven slaying golden earth. Slaying true direction art. After reciting the incantation, his sword flashed out, and the purple snakes were instantly sliced to pieces. The pretty girl's body was revealed. Li Changan held on to the hope that she could still be saved. He knelt down, and just as he reached out to check her breathing, a purple snake suddenly shot out of her mouth, biting towards him. Luckily, Li Changan was quick. He grabbed the purple snake's neck, swiftly dodging to the side to avoid its venom. Then, he quickly took out a dagger and cut off its head. He then searched inside the purple snake's stomach to see if there was a purple stone, like the previous 2 times. It seems this Bai Tu Da is quite weak. The life force of the insects he controls isn't very tenacious. Soon, another purple stone was retrieved. This is the 3rd piece. Each piece can control a different type of insect. Chong also didn't know how many pieces like this Bai Shuye had. Just then, a sound came from the room behind Li Changan. He quickly ran over to check, and discovered it was Bai Shuye. The man was about to escape. Li Changan quickly leaped in pursuit, instantly throwing the dagger in his hand, stabbing him in the leg. In so much pain he couldn't run, lying helplessly on the ground, screaming. Seeing Li Changan approach, he threw another swarm of insects, which quickly transformed into a sea of insects surrounding Li Changan. Li Changan swiftly executed his divine art, the demon-slaying sword. Wherever the blade struck, the goo worms disintegrated. Soon, the corpses of the insects were scattered across the ground by Li Changan's sword. The tip of his blade pointed directly at Bai Shuye's face. "Give it up. You're not getting away." But Bai Shuye showed no fear. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up. He then quickly jumped out the window. Before leaping, he didn't forget to turn his head and taunt Li Changan. "Run? Who's running, you idiot?" Li Changan saw this and quickly flew after him. Because the jump was so high, his landing was a bit unstable. "Damn it, I twisted my ankle." He almost forgot his old wound hadn't fully healed yet. Taoist Luo was still hiding in a dark corner outside the police station, constantly praying in his head, "Zhang Qian, you have to be okay." A moment later, he saw Li Changan chasing Bai Shuye, who was running ahead. Despite his fear of the goo worms, his love for his daughter gave him the resolve to clench his fists and rush out to grab Bai Shuye. "You bastard, give me back my daughter." Mr. Li, hurry up and deal with him. I've got him. Unable to break free, Bai Shuye finally resorted to breaking off his own arm and continued to flee. That severed arm wasn't idle either. Once detached, it lunged forward to attack the Taoist. He was immediately swarmed by goo worms, his mouth constantly screaming for Li Changan's help. Don't talk. Be careful not to let the poisonous worms get inside you. After saying that, Li Changan quickly took out a paper charm and stuck it on the man's head, then began chanting an incantation. Very quickly, the goo worms on the old Taoist were eliminated. Seeing that he had fainted from the ordeal, Li Changan slapped him a few times. Wake up! Bai Shuye and his insects have gotten away. The Taoist, having just woken up, grabbed Li Changan's arm and anxiously asked, What about Zhang Qian? Where's Zhang Qian? Just then, Zhang Qian returned, carrying 2 bags of food. She looked at the two of them, confused, and asked, Why are you two here? Shouldn't you be guarding the crime scene? What are you doing here? Li Changan and the Taoist were both extremely surprised to see her safe and sound. A while later, at the hospital, doctors were trying to resuscitate the people Bai Shuye had knocked unconscious. Hurry, there are 2 more people back there. Prepare the oxygen tanks. Taoist Luo was also sitting there, sighing, looking very sad. A moment later, the chubby police officer rushed over and said, Master Zhang, Mr. Li, are you all unharmed? Seeing him, the old Taoist replied, We're fine. Where's Zhang Qian? How is she? Don't worry, Captain. Although she's blaming herself, she understands there was nothing that could be done. Who would have known that Bai Shuye would make his move while the captain was out buying food? Her phone was also left at the headquarters. Hearing this, the old Taoist's spirits lifted a little. That's good. That child has a lot of pride. I was so worried she would go after that monster herself, and that monster would want revenge. Li Changan then walked over and patted the old Taoist's shoulder comfortingly. You don't need to worry too much. Although Captain Zhang arrested Bai Shuye before, she knows nothing about his daughter. Bai Shuye's target probably isn't her. Hearing this, the old Taoist began to tremble. Mr. Li, he attacked the police station. Look at him. Do you think he cares who's guilty and who's innocent? Li Changan fell into deep thought at his words. It was true that one shouldn't judge the mindset of a practitioner of dark arts by a normal person's standards. But if Bai Shuye really wanted to make a move, why would he wait for Zhang Qian to leave? Seeing Li Changan's silence, the old Taoist asked, Mr. Li, is there really no other way to find him? The chubby officer also pleaded. If you have a way, please help us find that murderer. Li Changan turned and glanced at the two of them. In the modern world, spiritual energy is scarce. The effectiveness of the divine jade dragon talisman is already diminished. The city's auras are also mixed, making it easier to hide. The old Taoist didn't give up and asked again, Mr. Li, can you summon the spirits of the dead? We could just ask the spirit of Bai Shuye where he is, right? Hearing this, Li Changan sighed. I don't know how to summon spirits. Or, are you saying you know how? Just then, Li Changan suddenly remembered something. Don't we already have a resentful spirit on hand? A little later, at Li Changan's apartment, he had just returned and immediately took out the jar containing the resentful spirit to examine it. The other ghosts in the house saw how serious he was and didn't dare to ask, only hiding in a corner to whisper among themselves. Li Changan stared at the soul jar, pondering. Some wandering spirits in the mortal realm find a place to bind their souls, allowing them to remain in this world for a long time and gradually let go of the rage in their hearts. But you? Can you let go of your rage, Qian Cheng? As soon as Li Changan finished speaking, the cockroach's resentful spirit immediately emerged. That night, in an abandoned residential area, Li Changan was drawing a 7-talisman array. After finishing, he took out a bowl of salt, placed a candle in it, and lit it. Let's see if this soul-guiding technique I learned from the old Taoist works here. After setting everything up, he stood up, lit some incense, and bowed. I respectfully invite the gods of the 4 directions. Please open the gates. After paying his respects, he picked up the soul container at his feet and opened it. The ghost rushed out and immediately looked around, wailing loudly. Li Changan pointed to the lantern at his feet and said, I invite the immortal to ascend the sedan. The ghost ignored his words, standing still and continuing to wail. Li Changan gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and continued, to invite it. Please, immortal, ascend the sedan. Please, immortal, ascend the sedan. After repeating it several times, the ghost paid him no mind. Instead, it shrieked and lunged forward to attack him. Li Changan couldn't take it anymore and punched it. Respect my ass. He then pinned the ghost down and gave it a good beating. all the while yelling, "Do you still want revenge? Huh? Do you still want revenge?" A moment later, the ghost obediently crawled into the lantern. Li Changan quickly picked up the lantern and left. They say this spirit lantern will point to the place the ghost hates the most. If the place Qiancheng points to is Bai Shuye, then just how many people has that man killed? Guided by the spirit lantern, Li Changan quickly arrived at another abandoned residential area. Just a few steps inside, the spirit lantern let out a few sneezes. Seeing this, Li Changan quickly took out a paper charm and stuck it on the lantern. "I don't need you to remind me. The stench of goo worms here is so thick, it won't dissipate." Li Changan quickly walked to the final destination. He quietly followed the light and approached a window. Sure enough, inside was Bai Shuye, sitting there and writing something. When Li Changan observed his body, he was a little surprised. This Bai Shuye, I can't believe his broken arm, grew back so quickly. He looked around the room for a moment and saw that all four walls were completely covered with goo worms. After observing for a bit, Li Changan slowly backed away. That's way too many, and some are even being nourished by blood and vital energy. No wonder he gets thinner every day. I need to report this to the police. While walking, Li Changan suddenly felt like he stepped on something. He quickly looked down to see. Inside the room, at that moment, Bai Tuda also heard a sound coming from outside. He figured the wind was picking up and it was about to rain, so he decided to go out and shut the door tightly, wanting to get it secured quickly. What he feared most was the sound of thunder. Just as he reached the door, before he could even touch the lock, bam! The door was instantly shattered by a flash of sword light. Li Changan. Li Changan walked in, sword in hand, staring at him. "Bai Shuye, you have nowhere left to run." Bai Shuye quickly took out a bamboo flute and began to play. Instantly, the goo worms from all around the house swarmed together, then launched a coordinated attack on Li Changan. When Li Changan saw the goo worms approaching, he wasn't the least bit afraid. With one move, he unleashed his divine ability, demon slaying. A single sword strike annihilated countless goo worms. He then followed up with wind control to blow the worms away, followed by another demon-slaying strike aimed straight at Bai Shuye. The man just stood in place, playing his flute, controlling the goo worms to defend. At this moment, half of his face was covered by the worms, making him look just like. After escaping the swarm of goo worms, Li Changan instantly lunged at the man, unhesitatingly driving his sword straight into his chest. The man, Bai Tuye, didn't even grimace in pain. Instead, he burst into a loud laugh, and a shower of goo worms spewed from his mouth. Li Changan quickly withdrew his sword. He fell back, raising his blade to defend himself as his mind raced. "If this keeps up, he'll wear me down and kill me. I have to kill the mother worm. That's my only chance to destroy him." Bai Tuye grew more and more frantic, and the worms surrounding him became increasingly aggressive. Seizing a moment of Li Changan's distraction, he commanded the worms to attack once more. Li Changan leaped away to dodge, then swiftly drew a hidden weapon. Without a word, he took aim at Bai Tuye and threw it. The projectile flew with incredible speed, piercing the man's chest and embedding itself directly in the mother worm within. Bai Tuye roared in agony as green blood poured from the corners of his mouth. With one final, massive roar, the goo worms around him scattered in every direction. A moment later, Li Changan resumed his patrol, lantern in hand. On the ground, only a shed skin remained, along with the mother worm's corpse. Li Changan lifted the skin with his sword and sighed. He got away again. But can you even call him human after he shed his skin to survive? Not far away, he spotted an altar. Laid out on it were demonic worms, pig livers, lungs, and hearts. When Li Changan saw this arrangement, he immediately recognized it as an offering. The wild ghost inside his lantern suddenly broke free from his control and flew out, rushing straight toward the altar. It began to pick up the offerings and tear into them relentlessly. Seeing this, Li Changan raised his sword, ready for a fight. But just as quickly, he lowered it. The resentful energy surrounding the wild ghost had vanished. Li Changan glanced down and noticed a book on the ground. He quickly picked it up, thinking to himself, "Is this a diary? Bai Tuye's diary?" Li Changan opened it and began to read. "Today, Grandma found a new goo vessel for me. Sas, open the door. We have a guest." I quickly went to open it. He was named Bai Tuye. He had such a foolish look about him. I shyly asked Grandma why she was home so early. She just looked at me, smiled, and said, "It's all thanks to this kid. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead in the streets by now. Now hurry up and invite the young man in for some tea. Aren't you thirsty?" No, that didn't sound right. Then I'll impose on you both. After that, Ye's body was used as a vessel to incubate goo worms. To be honest, I could tell Ye wasn't a fool at all. It was obvious that he had realized something was wrong. He was clearly in immense pain, but he was determined to stay. He never chose to leave. I don't know why. I know my grandma, the ghost tamer, shouldn't fall in love, especially not with a goo vessel. But I'm pregnant, I told Ye, and he just gave me that silly smile. He's already thought of a nickname for the baby. Boy or girl, we'll call them Choo Choo. He said he's too foolish and that I should choose a proper name later. But my dearest Ye, Grandma will never allow this child to live. We have to get out of here. Following that entry, the house was swarmed by goo worms. Horrific screams echoed from within, until only a single diary was left, alongside the corpses of goo worms. Ye, by the time you read this, I'll probably be gone. But you have to live. Live a good life, and raise our choo-choo. Don't ever come back here. Don't use the goo worms again. And, please, forget about me. When Baituye returned and found the diary, he clutched his daughter and made a vow. Exa, my love, just wait a little longer. I won't let you be alone for too long. Once Choo-Choo is grown, I'll join you. Right after that, Baituye took his daughter and left. From that day forward, he continued to write in his wife's diary. Today, I found a strange little stone. The moment I got near it, the goo worms. Inside, my body began to bite me. This stone is too dangerous. I've hidden it far away. Zaza, don't worry. I won't touch the goo ever again. But as more time passes, the pain inside me grows more and more intense. I'm taking several times the recommended dose of medicine, but it's not working. Chew. I'm so sorry. I've become an addict. When I finally came back from rehab, the police told me that my little girl, Choo-Choo, was gone. I went home and just clawed at the walls, screaming in despair. It can't be. Choo-Choo isn't dead. You're all lying. How could she be dead? You die. All of you. Just die. No, just letting them die would be getting off too easy. You all laughed at me, called me a poisonous insect. Fine. Then I'll let you feel what it's like to be devoured by them. I really am useless. First, I couldn't protect my wife, and now I can't even protect my daughter. No, I will find a way. Haha, this stone. It's useful after all. I've clearly finished raising them, so why? Won't they obey my commands? I see now. It must need offerings. Take them. Take all of their livers, lungs, and hearts. Take everything. It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts so much. Being devoured piece by insects. It would be weird if it didn't hurt. Ha ha ha. Choo-Choo, can you see this? Daddy's getting revenge for you. Don't you worry. They'll all be joining you down there, one by one. And that Miss Zhang Qian you liked so much? She'll be down to play with you very soon. Za Sha. I really can't hold on much longer. But there's still one person left. If I sacrifice what little I have left, I can probably control the worms one last time. Sa Sa, Choo-Choo. Don't be impatient. I'll be with you both very soon. With you both. Li Changan closed the diary. He glanced over at the wild spirit on the altar, which was still eating the offerings. By now, its resentful energy had completely vanished. The form of Qiancheng was revealed. He sat there, sobbing endlessly. It hurts so much. Sob. Li Changan quickly formed a hand seal to help him pass on. Universal salvation for all heavenly beings. Let resentful energy gather into merit. With one voice, we save the world. By the celestial lords whose numbers are like dust, may your form dissolve into the 10 realms. As Li Changan finished the chant, Qiancheng's soul slowly faded away. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Taoist Lao is lying in a hospital bed. He couldn't stop sighing. Getting old is rough. Your own bones don't even feel like they belong to you anymore. I just thought I was coming in for a quick checkup. I never thought I'd end up admitted. If I hadn't collapsed right here in the hospital, I might have just kicked the bucket. And on top of that, I troubled Mr. Li to look after me all night. Standing behind him with his hands in his pockets, Li Changan replied, Actually, I wasn't the one who took care of you. The old Taoist grabbed a cigarette from his nightstand and was about to light it, but he didn't have a lighter. He asked Li Changan if he had one, but just as the words left his mouth, the cigarette was snatched from his lips. It was his daughter, Zhang Qian. Even though she was clearly worried about him, she put on a stern face. There's no smoking in the hospital, she said, putting her hands on her hips to lecture him. And don't think just because Mr. Li is here that you can get away with anything. Look at you, at your age, lying in a hospital bed, and you're still trying to smoke? The old Taoist protested from his bed. I'm really fine. I told you not to call everyone. Now Mr. Li is going to think we're a joke. Seeing the father and daughter bickering like cats and dogs, Li Changan was at a loss for words. After a long lecture, Zhang Qian still ended with one final command. No matter what, he was not allowed to smoke. The old Taoist had no choice but to compromise, tearfully nodding his head. Afterward, the two of them left to let him rest. Li Changan pointed to the basin of water nearby and said to Zhang Qian, "Aren't you going to help me clear things up? He still thinks I'm the one who helped him wash up." Zhang Qian didn't seem to care much. She crossed her arms and replied, "Come on, it's just a small thing. No need to let him know." Li Changan didn't press the issue. He continued, "Captain Zhang, if you're free, could I buy you a drink?" Night fell. In a bar, Li Changan was sitting alone, having a few drinks. Soon, a young woman walked in. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Qian. Today, she had changed into a slit dress and was wearing stunning makeup. She was gorgeous. As she approached Li Changan's table, she nervously asked, "Sorry, am I late?" Seeing her like this, Li Changan felt a bit uncomfortable with the situation. He waited for her to sit down before speaking. "No need to be so tense. We're just friends hanging out and chatting. Look, I'm still in the same clothes from this morning." Zhang Qian tied up her hair and chuckled. "Heh, don't laugh at me. Work has been so busy, I've forgotten how long it's been since I've been on a date. Going out like this, all of a sudden. It really feels a bit strange." Hearing this, Li Changan also sighed. "Me too. There's just way too much work." The two of them then clinked their glasses together. After drinking for a bit, Li Changan took the lead and asked, "Oh right, on your way here, did you smell anything unusual? An unusual scent?" "Huh? I didn't notice anything." Hearing that, Li Changan held out his hand and continued, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered I forgot my phone. Can I borrow your phone to make a call?" Although she didn't understand why this guy was acting so weird on a date, Zhang Qian still handed over her phone. Li Changan quickly took the phone and walked to the back of the bar. Then, he just stood there quietly. A moment later, behind him, a figure completely shrouded in darkness appeared. Li Changan glanced at him and said, "No matter what kind of magic it is, from hexes and curses to voodoo dolls, they all need some kind of medium to confirm the target. High-level ones use a person's birth date and time. Low-level ones use blood, flesh, or fingernails. So, what does your goo art use for tracking?" I finally figured it out. It's scent, isn't it? But a scent is the easiest thing to wash away. How can you guarantee it'll always be there? What's something a person always carries with them that can't be cleansed? The answer is simple: a phone. Am I right, Bai Shuye? At this moment, Bai Shuye's entire body was deformed, no longer human-shaped. His body was covered in countless goo worms. He said nothing and lunged straight at Li Changan. Seeing how decisive he was, Li Changan didn't waste words either. Hidden weapons instantly appeared in his hand, which he threw straight at him. Bai Shuye was immediately hit and sent flying backward. Seeing this, Li Changan thought to himself, he's even lost his basic instinct to dodge danger. He's completely sold his soul. Is this the so-called final offering? Following Bai Shuye's endless roar, countless ghostly souls flew out from his body. Li Changan took out a talisman and looked at him. "Looks like you're not completely stupid. But do you know why I chose the back of this bar? Because this place is both quiet and secluded, and what's more, it has a gas pipe." Bai Shuye remained silent from beginning to end, only roaring continuously, wanting to fight to the death with Li Changan. Seeing him charge, Li Changan slowly threw the burning talisman in his hand. The talisman fell to the ground and continued to burn. Li Changan then quickly swung his sword, unleashing the wind control technique. The sword energy, like a tornado, swept everything away. Whether by accident or on purpose, it also severed a water pipe. Bai Shuye was now being burned by the talisman's fire, his whole body engulfed in a sea of flames, screaming ceaselessly. The goo worms on his body were also burned clean, revealing a purple stone on his chest. It was much larger than any of the previous ones Li Changan had gotten from the goo worms. At that moment, the sky began to rain, helping to wash away the scent and traces of their fight. Li Changan stood there, watching him scream for a moment, then decisively plunged his sword down, ending it all. A little while later, when everything was over and Li Changan had sheathed his longsword, the bar's security guard and Zhang Qian arrived and opened the door to investigate. What happened here? Why is there such a strange smell? Li Changan ignored the man, took out the phone, and handed it to Zhang Qian. Captain Zhang, thanks for the phone. Zhang Qian took it and asked curiously, what on earth just happened? Li Changan walked away slowly in the rain. I guess the gas pipe over there must have exploded. 1 month later, at Li Changan's apartment complex, a new neighbor was moving in. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Ghost Bro couldn't take his eyes off her. Li Changan, now in a Taoist robe, was taking a few things from the fridge, preparing to leave. Li Changan glanced at Ghost Bro and asked the ghost next to him, is old Wu always like this? He just can't look away from a pretty girl. The other ghost shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Li Changan's bag and asked, Boss, you're heading out again? Li Changan stood before a spatial vortex and replied, yeah, last night, I had another dream telling me there's something I need to do. The scene shifts to ancient times. In a tavern, an old man was telling a story, surrounded by a group of children listening intently. North of the Shang River, south of the Tu River, is a place called Yuzhou, and this Yuzhou is truly strange. Entering the city gate, you're in Yuzhou County, but leaving the gate, you suddenly find yourself at the Thousand Buddha Temple. A little girl asked, puzzled, what's the Thousand Buddha Temple? It's a sacred place, famous for hundreds of miles around. The Thousand Buddha Temple's greatest and most unique achievement in all the 9 provinces is that, every year, a disciple of the Buddha attains enlightenment. Because of this, the Thousand Buddha Temple is extremely prosperous. It has endless temples, thousands of mansions, and tens of thousands of pavilions. Yuzhou's land has mostly become the Buddhist fields of the great abbot, and most of its citizens have become his faithful followers. In just a few more days, it'll be the great Buddhist ceremony. Oh, if I had the chance, I'd love to go see it with my own eyes. At this time, Li Changan was also sitting in the tavern, looking at the golden book. This time, inside the book, an image of a great, 3-headed, 6-armed Buddha appeared. As he looked at the book and listened to the old man's story about the great Buddha in Yuzhou, Li Changan seemed lost in thought. Could these two things be related somehow? Night fell. The scene shifts to a magnificent pagoda, patrolled below by many people in plain clothes carrying clubs. In a vasta treetop, a young man was quietly observing the situation. He watched the people patrolling continuously below, scratched his head, and thought, Amitabha, why is security so tight? Damn it, that fat abbot is rolling in dough, but he won't even leave me a bowl of soup. Even bribing the head chef with the boss's gift didn't get me a damn thing. Whatever. As long as I can score some silver tonight, tomorrow I'll turn it into a fortune. I'll definitely win it all back. Just then, there was a sound. A scream echoed out, I don't want to become a Buddha. I don't want to become a Buddha. Not far from there, a group of monks was endlessly chanting a sutra. One should not dwell on form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or thought. One should give rise to a mind that abides in nothing. Hearing them chant, the young man nearly fell out of the tree. Demons and ghosts probably wouldn't be chanting Buddhist scriptures. After a bit of climbing, he saw a group of people gathered around a fire in a small, nearby courtyard. They were dragging a person over, forcing him to drink something. He screamed in terror, I don't want to become a Buddha. I'm begging you. Please let me go. His desperate cries continued to ring out, but in the end, they still forced him to drink the liquid from the bowl. Witnessing the entire scene, the young man hiding in the tree couldn't help but think, Tsk, isn't that the kid? Ben Yuan. Everyone said that even though he was young, he had a profound understanding of Buddhism. He was definitely going to be chosen to become a Buddhist disciple this year. So what are they doing to him now? Tian Zuo, Liao Yuanji. They're all here. Why have all the great monks of this temple come here? Below, the ones directing the crowd were 3 great monks, and every single one of them had a devious look on his face. The young man, after drinking the bowl of water, was let go. He wanted to run away quickly, but as soon as he took a step, his legs suddenly felt weak, and he immediately fell down, unable to move. He clutched his legs, crying and screaming, My legs! What in the world did you people do to me? The monks behind him each held a flower lantern, their mouths endlessly chanting sutras. Soon, a large lotus pedestal, big enough for one person to sit on, was brought before the young man. But the strange thing was, a very long, sharp spike protruded from the center of the lotus pedestal. As the pedestal was brought over, 2 men walked up and lifted the young man. Then, amidst his horrific screams, the 2 of them held his head firmly, impaling him onto the lotus pedestal. The great monk at the side continuously gave orders, adjusting his posture. Neck to the right, chin tucked in a bit, eyebrows lowered slightly, legs folded neatly. The right corner of the mouth is a little too high. Fix it. After making adjustments for a while, he let out a loud laugh and took out some object. Then, he led the chanting of the sutras, and the other monks chimed in one by one. One person walked over and took the item from his hand, shoving it into the young man's mouth. After a period of crafting, a statue of a monk who had become a Buddha was formed. The young man hiding in the tree was now so scared he almost fainted. So this is becoming a Buddha? What they call becoming a Buddha is molding a living person into a statue. After everything was done, the fat monk turned his head and instructed the monks beside him. After moving Banyuan into the room, remember to guard him carefully. Remember, don't let anyone get near. The reputation of our 1,000 Buddha temple cannot afford even the slightest mistake. After they left, the young man still sitting in the tree thought back in anguish. Previously, that fat monk had taken notice of him, too. He'd said he had an innate spiritual talent and would surely become a great Buddha in the future. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, resolving in his heart that he had to find a way to escape this place quickly. But his problem now was that he had no travel money. In these hard times, without money, it's difficult to get very far. Just then, 2 monks carrying lanterns came out of the adjacent courtyard. "Junior brother, I just remembered I have some urgent business today. How about you cover the watch tonight?" Hearing them talk, the young man turned his head to look. Unfortunately, his foot slipped, and he almost fell from the tree. Luckily, he managed to grab a branch with both hands, barely, holding on. Just then, the 2 men continued their conversation. "Humph, urgent business? You mean you're going to see that widow Lin, don't you? Hey, junior brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" "What nonsense? To be honest, senior brother, that widow is fair-skinned and voluptuous. I've wanted a piece of her for a long time, too. Why don't we, you and I, get even closer as brothers tonight, and go have some fun with her together? But there's no one on guard duty over here. What if someone finds out?" The other junior brother heard this and shouted, "Humph, what's there to be afraid of? We've done this so many times. Who do you think would come to a place like this? Frankly, who would even dare?" The young man in the tree was starting to lose his grip. Fortunately, the 2 men quickly decided to go fool around together. The young man didn't try to hold on any longer and quickly let go, tumbling down to the base of the tree. He stood up, rubbed his butt, and looked at the great hall in front of him. That fat monk better have left something good in Banyuan's mouth. I'll take it as my travel money. Otherwise, I'm really done for this time. The young man quickly grabbed a lantern and quietly approached. Since the 2 guards had gone to fool around, he easily reached the great hall. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened. Inside, there were many Banyuans. This proved that many people had been murdered. He quickly knelt and kowtowed. "Amitabha Buddha, my dear senior brothers, every grievance has a source. Every debt has a debtor. I'm just here to get a little money. If you want revenge, don't come looking for me." After praying, he silently observed for a moment. Seeing no movement, he quickly stood up and reached into the original body's mouth, searching for something. Soon after, he pulled out an enormous yellow jade. "Haha, this is truly top-grade quality. You can tell it's valuable." As soon as he pulled the yellow jade from the original body, blood started flowing from its eyes. The young man, completely unaware of this, walked over to the other original bodies. If this Banyuan has yellow jade in his mouth, then the others probably do, too. He quickly went from one to another, prying open their mouths and taking out the yellow jade. In a moment, his hands were piled high with jade. "Haha, I've struck it rich this time. It seems heaven hasn't cut off all my paths." Lost in his joy, he failed to notice that the golden light on the first statue he took the jade from had completely vanished, revealing a normal human body. What's more, it seemed to still be alive, its mouth letting out a constant growl. As the young man approached the door, he sensed something was wrong and stopped. Glancing back, he saw that one of the lotus pedestals was now empty. He said in fear, "Where did the Buddha go? What's happening here?" Just as he finished speaking, a growling sound echoed by his ear. The creature then swiped at him with its hand, sending his head flying. The yellow jade and the lantern immediately scattered across the ground. At the crack of dawn, before the rooster crowed, the 2 monks came back together. "Junior brother, when it comes to having a good time, you really know how." "Haha, senior brother, you're pretty amazing yourself. Hitting the mark in one go, eh?" As they walked into the courtyard, they saw that the door to the great hall was open. The faces of the 2 men immediately changed. "Oh no, someone's been here." They hurriedly rushed inside. As soon as they entered, They saw the headless corpse of the young man. They immediately recognized him as the kitchen monk who loved to gamble. The golden light on the statues had now dimmed considerably. A few of them had started to move, their mouths open and growling. Seeing this, the two men were terrified. Damn it! If the abbot finds out about this, we're dead for sure. Calm down. Quickly, use the Buddhist beads and place them on their heads. Hearing the big man's words, the two immediately placed the Buddhist beads back onto the heads of the original bodies. The golden light that was fading was once again restored. The original bodies also stopped moving. Only then did the big man let out a sigh of relief. Lucky we managed to suppress them. Don't just stand there. As long as we move quickly, the Lord won't find out. The other big man heard this and angrily cursed. Are you blind? Take a look. We're missing a golden body. The young man turned his head, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said, No, none are missing. The scene changes to Changan. He is now holding an umbrella, walking, in the rain on his way to Ya County. He admired the scenery as he walked, reciting a poem. The verdant, cold mountain path slopes gently. By the stream bank, birds chirp and chatter, quiet and serene. No one passes by. After a few more steps, he suddenly noticed something. He turned to look toward the other side of the stream and saw someone. In the distance, by the stream bank, there was indeed a monk in white robes. Seeing Changan looking his way, the monk immediately fled into the forest. Changan saw this and quickly waded through the stream to give chase. Venerable monk, please wait a moment. He ran with incredible speed, but in the blink of an eye, the monk had vanished. Changan followed the forest path, running straight until he reached the end of the road, where a temple suddenly appeared before him. Changan quickly pushed the gate open and stepped inside. There was a small courtyard, and in front of it, a grand hall. Changan continued, opening the door to the main hall. As soon as he entered, he set down his umbrella and luggage and began to look around. That monk deliberately led me here. Why? Is he hiding and not meeting me? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang in his ear, Amitabha. This humble monk and the Taoist master have never met. Why would I need to hide? This humble monk's Dharma name is Kong Yan. May I ask the Taoist master for his Dharma name? Changan turned around, clasped his hands in a Buddhist greeting, and replied, Greetings, venerable monk. This humble Taoist's name is Changan. Venerable monk, why are you standing in the rain? Come in and take shelter. Taoist master, you jest. This humble monk is a lonely soul. What difference is there between standing in the rain or in a house? Why would I need to take shelter? I wonder. What brings the Taoist master to this wild and desolate place? Hearing this, Changan calmly replied, Nothing much. Just slaying demons and exorcising evil. After hearing this, the monk sat down and chanted a Buddhist phrase. Taoist master, do you see this humble monk as a demon? Changan glanced at him, a bit tense. A monk's soul is not, but if the body undergoes a corpse transformation, it could still bring disaster to the region. The monk immediately looked up and pointed straight at Changan, saying, Why don't you see for yourself, Taoist master? Hearing this, Changan was a bit confused. He turned his head, and with a loud rumble, the temple was suddenly gone. All that remained was the head of a bodhisattva statue lying there. The monk was still sitting in the same spot, chanting Buddhist scriptures non-stop. Changan jumped onto the pile of rubble to take a look. Very quickly, underneath, a decomposed corpse appeared, with only dry bones remaining. Changan was a bit surprised, and turned to ask the monk, Is this you? The monk stood up, nodded, and replied, That is this humble monk's mortal flesh. Just after I died, I watched my flesh rot away day by day. Insects bit it, grass grew over it, and finally, it collapsed and was buried. That was the end of a lifetime. It's just that, I occasionally think of it when it rains, and come back to take a look. Changan fell silent after hearing this, then walked over and lifted the skeleton. He then brought it over and placed it in the monk's hands. The monk accepted the body, closed his eyes, and bowed his head in thanks. The green fruits in the mountains are now ripe enough to serve guests. After speaking, he gave Changan a green, jade-like object. Although Changan didn't know what it was, he still accepted it and put it away. Afterwards, the two sat in the rain and discussed the Tao for a while. Changan then reached into his chest, about to take something out, and asked, Great Master, in your 100 years of pure cultivation in this mountain, detached from desire and unharmed by the world, have you ever encountered this demon? Sure enough, he took out the golden book and showed the picture of a 3-headed, 6-armed monk to the other man. The monk looked closely at the drawing in the book, pondering for a moment before finally saying, This humble monk has never seen it. But, Taoist master, You've come deep into the mountains, visiting ancient temples and asking old ghosts, all because you want to find this demonic creature? Li Changan didn't hide it and nodded. That's right. In that case, the Taoist master should just find it himself. Slaying this karmic obstacle would also be considered as eliminating an evil for my Buddhist sect. Just don't go east anymore. These past few days, clouds and rain have been coming from that direction, filled with a menacing aura and dense energy. This is an omen of military disaster. Taoist master, you are a hero, brave enough to enter the deep mountains alone to find a demon, so you must be very capable. But the dangers of war are immense. Getting swept up in it is no different than a grain of sand being swept into the sea. In an instant, you could meet your doom. Li Changan listened to the monk but remained silent from beginning to end. After a while, the sky cleared, and the monk slowly stood up. This rain has stopped. It is time for this humble monk to take his leave. Taoist master, take care on your journey. After speaking, the monk's phantom slowly dissipated. Li Changan also stood up and walked out. He took the golden book from his chest to look at it. The closer he got to the demon, the clearer its image on the book became. But he had already gone in a full circle in this area. Only by heading east does the portrait reveal its colors. It's not that I'm ignoring his good intentions, but I am forced to go this way. Li Changan headed straight east. As he walked, he looked at the mountain forest and thought, is this military disaster really as dangerous as the monk said? Why have I been walking for days without seeing a single soul? As if, on cue, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from behind him. Li Changan immediately turned his head and raised his hand. Catching a sharp A-long spear flew towards him, followed by 3 or 4 more right behind it. Li Changan quickly used the spear he had just caught to parry and defend. After dealing with them, Li Changan looked to the side and said, aren't you going to come out? I've already memorized the exact spot your voice came from. When there was no reply, Li Changan raised the long spear, preparing to throw it back. Just then, 2 strangely dressed men walked out from the forest. Wait, Taoist master, please don't attack. This is all a misunderstanding. Behind the 2 of them, a hidden group of people also emerged. The man walked up to Li Changan and said politely, my name is Sun Zhong, and these are my brothers. We're hunters in these mountains. We heard a noise earlier and thought it was a wild animal, so we acted rashly. We hope the Taoist master will be magnanimous and forgive us. Li Changan glanced at the spears and thought to himself, hunters? How could ordinary hunters be this wealthy? Those spears are clearly all identically manufactured. The other young man held his rear, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Li Changan, as if Li Changan had done something to him. The burly man in the lead, seeing Li Changan didn't respond, continued, we are truly sorry for offending you, Taoist master. How about this? The mountain path is winding and desolate. Why don't you rest at our place for a night? It will also give us a chance to prepare some food as an apology to you. Hearing this, Li Changan didn't hesitate to nod. He thought to himself, let's see what tricks you're planning. Li Changan then followed them to a ruined temple. As they arrived, that long-haired young man slowly reached behind his back, intending to draw his short sword for a sneak attack on Li Changan. But just then, the brawny man in the lead rushed over to stop him. Then, he turned to Li Changan with a warm smile. We're home! We're home! Everyone, hurry back and get some rest. After traveling for so long, the Master Taoist must be hungry, right? Master Taoist, please, come into this room with me. I'll bring you some food right away. The moment Li Changan stepped inside, he caught a strange scent. He gave a slight smile and glanced outside, saying, haha, you're too kind, Chief, inviting a humble Taoist like me over, and even specially preparing fragrant meat. This smell, it must be coming from over there, right? Hearing this, the brawny man's expression immediately became a bit anxious. Master Taoist, you must be mistaken. The small room opposite Li Changan's looked like a kitchen, but Li Changan sensed a dark, deathly aura emanating from it. He walked out and pointed towards that room. It's coming from over there, isn't it? The brawny man immediately ran to block his path. Master Taoist, please wait. For an honored guest like you, we should normally prepare the very best meat. But, as you can see, Master Taoist, my brothers really didn't have any harvest this trip, so of course there's no meat. Hearing this, Li Changan rubbed his nose, a little annoyed, and replied, Chief, you're not being very honest. Even though the smell is a bit strange, I can definitely tell what it is. Or are you planning to eat it all by yourselves? With that, he decisively marched towards the kitchen. The brawny man was a bit stunned, standing in place and shouting, Master Taoist, you really have smelled wrong. My brothers barely have anything to put in the pot. Where would we get meat to eat? After saying that, he also quickly dashed over to catch up, very quickly getting in front of the door to block him. Master Taoist, please, hold on. It was my fault for being petty. It's true. Not long ago, we did manage to hunt a wild beast. Please, go back to your room and wait. I'll immediately cut the best part and bring it over for you. Hearing this, Changan just snorted coldly, then directly pushed him aside and walked in. Don't trouble yourself. I'll do it myself. As Changan pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of a large pot bubbling over a fire in the middle of the room. When he saw clearly what was in the pot, his expression grew tense. It was human flesh, and not just one person, but 3 people being boiled alive. At that moment, the brawny man behind him dropped all pretense, roaring, I was going to let you live a few more hours, but since you're in such a hurry to die, don't blame Sun Zhong. Brothers, get out here. Immediately, a group of tall, burly men appeared outside. Each and every one of them looked vicious and cruel. Ha ha ha, we should have done this from the start. We've never tried the meat of a Taoist priest before. Changan turned his head and glanced at the group. Thin lips, sparse teeth, black veins, red eyes. And they ate human flesh. It was exactly as the old Taoist master had said. He wasn't wrong at all. The brawny man crossed his arms and looked at Changan. I was planning to make a meal out of you, Taoist, but I, Sun Zhong, also respect talent. If you surrender peacefully, Taoist, we'll let you be our leader. How about it? Hearing this, Changan sighed. Join you? Why would I do that? To eat human flesh? Hearing his reply, the brawny man licked his lips and let out a sickening laugh. Heh, what's wrong with eating human flesh? The old are tough, the young are soft, the women are tender, and the men have a nice chewiness to them. In this world, if you don't kill people, where do you get meat? And if you don't eat meat, where do you get strength? And without strength, how can my brothers cause chaos in this world? Seeing his boss was talking too much, a subordinate next to him spoke up. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on this snot-nosed kid? Let me go gouge out his heart and liver, then we can toss them in the pot for a hot pot to go with our wine. The brawny man replied, Heh, what's the rush? This one looks tougher than he seems. After speaking, he ordered all his men to charge. Changan also quickly drew his sword. They even know how to use a battle formation, so they're all deserters, are they? Changan thrust his sword straight into the blazing furnace. Seeing this, the brawny man realized his intention and shouted, Not good, brothers, scatter. But his reaction was nowhere near as fast as Changan's. As he shouted, countless burning logs had already shot towards the group of men. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a brawny man wielding an axe appeared behind Changan. Seeing this, Sun Zhong yelled, Old Chin, get him now. Changan quickly spun around, pushing one man away with one hand, while raising his sword with the other to block the descending axe. He then spotted an opening in his opponent's defense, ducked down, and with one swift move, stabbed him in the leg. The brawny man screamed in agony. You bastard! I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. But he would never get the chance. That scream was his last, because Changan had already run a sword through his neck, finishing him. Seeing the huge man die in just 2 moves, Sun Zhong's face had turned pale with fear. He shrieked, Form up! Form a formation for me! But Changan gave them no chance to form up. He immediately charged forward, rushing straight into the middle of the crowd, and began to slaughter them. The clash of weapons, followed by endless cries of pain, echoed non-stop. Even the dog digging for bones outside was startled, dropped its bone, and ran for its life. A moment later, Changan's sword was dripping with fresh blood. Now, only Sun Zhong was left alive. Changan stood on a pile of corpses and looked at him coldly. I thought the blood of scum like you would all be cold. Hearing this, Sun Zhong laughed coldly. Our blood is cold? What about you? How many people have you just killed? Changan paid him no mind, raising his longsword. Those who eat human flesh commit a crime that cannot be forgiven. Hearing this, Sun Zhong burst into a loud laugh, a laugh that was almost insane. A crime that cannot be forgiven? Is eating human flesh really a crime? What kind of crime is it to eat a little bit of human flesh? Seeing his madness, Changan asked, confused, What are you talking about? Sun Zhong quickly began to tell a story. Years ago, Butcher Ren led us brothers to besiege Taizhou. The siege lasted for half a year. Inside and outside the city, all the food ran out. But the battle had to go on. Tell me, what were we supposed to do? The people inside the city ate the people outside the city. The defending imperial army ate the people inside the city. In the end, Was this battle good or evil? The people of Taizhou were eaten by us until they were nearly extinct. Li Changan listened to him in silence. Sun Zhong had now become completely unhinged. Taoist, you want to kill cannibals? Then go. Inside and outside that city, there are more than 10,000 of them. If you have the guts, go find and kill every single one. As he spoke, he stealthily moved to pick up a longsword from the ground. Then, taking advantage of Li Changan's distraction, he lunged at him. In these chaotic times, aren't the weak just meat for the strong? Li Changan, enraged, gritted his teeth. What kind of twisted logic is that? Then, he quickly swung, his sword, lopping off Sun Zhong's head. He then turned and glanced at the bodies being cooked in the pot. This humble Taoist may not have any great power, he said, but to do the good I see before me, and eliminate the evil around me. I suppose that makes this journey into these chaotic times worthwhile. Just as Li Changan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a noise from inside. Model. A cry for help. He quickly turned back and knocked on the wall inside the house to check. As he knocked, the cries for help grew more intense. He gave the wall a hard push, and it immediately swiveled open, revealing a passage. Li Changan slowly stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his expression turned grim once more. Inside, there were countless people tied up and imprisoned. Above them, a man was suspended, fresh blood constantly dripping from his body into a bucket, as if they were deliberately imprisoning him to collect his blood. When the man saw Li Changan, he struggled to speak. Taoist master, please save the child. Save the child. Li Changan quickly untied everyone. After checking them all, he found they were all dead. The old man crawled around frantically, turning over the corpses, searching for his child. Unable to find him, he ran over, grabbed Li Changan's robe, and asked, Taoist master, have you seen my child? He's about 7 or 8 years old, with a round face and a mole between his eyebrows. Li Changan remembered the child being cooked outside, and immediately closed his eyes, sighed, and shook his head. Seeing this, the old man lowered his head and sighed. Taoist master, can you do this humble one a favor? My surname is Mao, and my name is Fengnian. I'm from Shahe village, down the mountain. Because of the recent wars, to ensure my family line continued, I brought my wife and young son into the mountains to seek refuge. Who knew we would end up in this tragic state? Please, Taoist master, pass a message to my parents. Tell them their son, Mao Fengnian, was unfilial. After these last words, the old man passed away on the spot. Li Changan stood there in silent lament before sitting down beside him. Rest assured, he said, I will definitely deliver your message. After that, he continued on his journey. As dusk approached, a village appeared before him. He stood at the village entrance, looking around, a bit puzzled. Why? Don't I see anyone? Just as he finished speaking, someone approached from behind. Oh, our esteemed guest has finally arrived. The newcomer was an old man with incredibly rough, leathery skin all over his body, making him look terrifying. He clasped his hands, smiled, and greeted Li Changan. I am the chief of this village. I have been waiting here for you for a long time, Taoist master. Li Changan, confused, pointed to his own face and asked, Me? An esteemed guest? The old man immediately smiled and replied, I have already prepared a feast to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey, Taoist master. Please, follow me. Li Changan suddenly noticed that the man cast no shadow on the ground and immediately realized something was wrong. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he accepted the invitation and followed him. Then I shall trouble you, old sir. Soon, night fell upon the village. A grand feast was underway. Li Changan looked at the scene of happy families before him, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Soon, the old man brought a bowl of wine to Li Changan. Our humble village is poor. We could only prepare these things. I hope you won't find them lacking, Taoist master. Li Changan quickly took the bowl and replied politely, Old sir, you are too kind. As he lifted the bowl to his nose to smell it, he discovered it wasn't wine, but water. A moment later, when the moon was high in the sky, Li Changan glanced around and saw that everyone sitting at the table with him had turned into headless ghosts. He quickly stood up and drew his sword, about to deal with them, when the old man hurried over to stop him. Taoist master, please stop. Please don't misunderstand. We don't want to cause trouble. Seeing his expression, Li Changan was still a bit confused. Just then, the old man who had asked him to deliver the message approached, knelt down, and clasped his hands, saying, Greetings, benefactor. Thank you for burying my wife. Li Changan finally understood what was happening. He quickly smiled and sheathed his sword, then went to help the man up. So, it's you. When did you return? Just last night. Did you find your wife? Thanks to you, benefactor, my family has finally been reunited. Seeing this, Li Changan walked over and patted the child's head. The child quickly thanked him as well. He watched the family of three slowly depart, and Li Changan couldn't help but sigh to himself. The living are separated by chaos, while the ghosts are reunited. I suppose this is what they mean. The old man continued to pour water for Li Changan. We are people of the netherworld. We have nothing to offer guests. This clear water. Do as it to your liking, Taoist master? Li Changan took a sip, then smiled and replied, morning dew collected after sunrise. How could this be mere clear water? This is the best thing for brewing tea and medicine. It's the dewdrops that linger after the first rays of sunlight in the early morning. These ghosts risked burning their hands in the morning sun to collect it, bit by bit, just to get a basin of this dew. It is quite a thoughtful gesture. After thinking for a moment, he put the teacup down, clasped his hands, and looked at the crowd. Old sir, if you have something to say, please speak directly. I will certainly do my best to help. Hearing this, the ghosts all knelt down. Taoist master, your perception is truly extraordinary. The dead desire nothing more, but our bodies are mutilated and our souls are incomplete, so we cannot be reincarnated. We beg you, Taoist master, to take pity on us and retrieve our heads. Afterwards, Li Changan followed the old man to a dark and desolate forest. Seeing the scene before him, Li Changan's eyes instantly widened. In front of him, human skulls were piled so high they formed a mountain. Is this a skull tower? This is usually a tactic used by the army to suppress its enemies. But to kill these villagers and build a skull tower, what could these unarmed villagers possibly be suppressed for? Li Changan thought for a moment, then pointed to the pile of skulls and said, I heard the imperial court sent troops to suppress the rebels. Did they do this? The old man sighed and replied, it wasn't the rebels. It was the imperial army. Li Changan was shocked. The imperial army did this? How? That's right. In these times, bandits are like a comb. But the imperial army, perhaps that's how it was. The old man began to recount with hatred. Before the government troops even arrived, the bandits had already plundered all our food. We thought that once the troops defeated those bandits, our lives would get better. Who would have thought that after waiting with our necks stretched out for the government troops, we'd end up having our grain requisitioned by them as well? Where were we supposed to get the grain to offer them? But that quartermaster said if we didn't hand over the grain, the entire village would be considered traitors. I also could only beg for a 3-day extension for us to try and scrape something together. Who would have thought that before the 3 days were even up, another group of soldiers would arrive and, without a word, kill everyone on sight? My poor grandson, he was only 3 years old, and he was beheaded too. As he spoke of his grandson, he grew even more distraught, wanting to reach out and grab the skull, to take it back. But as soon as his hand got near, he was thrown back by some kind of barrier. The head also vanished instantly. Behind him, a few other villagers quickly ran over. Village chief, why are you suffering like this? Together, they opened their mouths and exhaled a cloud of smoke, and the old man's head slowly reformed. The moment he came to, he continued, living in chaotic times, life is as worthless as grass. Although our Haha village met with a sudden disaster, we had no intention of seeking revenge. But as you can see, Master Taoist, our heads are imprisoned here, and there's no way for us to be buried. We can only remain here in sorrow, just praying to soon leave this miserable mortal world. What sin have we, the common folk, committed to be oppressed even in death? Li Changan immediately took the longsword from his back. Don't worry, old sir. I, Li Changan, will definitely do my best. After saying that, Li Changan walked towards the pile of skulls. He then took out a talisman and placed it on his iron sword, then poked forward with the sword. But surprisingly, there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Li Changan immediately thought to himself, could it be that this thing only targets ghosts? After a moment of thought, he sheathed his sword and touched a skull with his hand. The moment his hand made contact, the surroundings stirred. A wave of sword energy suddenly tore through the air, striking at him from behind. Li Changan quickly spun around, raising his iron sword to block. Then, with a single slash, he shattered the sword energy. At that moment, a ghost soldier stood imposingly before him. Looking at its aura, Li Changan thought, it seems to be a veteran ghost soldier from the battlefield, and it's much stronger than a normal one. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. The ghost soldier stared at Li Changan for a moment, then immediately swung its sword and charged. When Li Changan saw it attack, he quickly raised his longsword to meet it. The villagers behind them all had worried expressions on their faces. Li Changan was continuously suppressed by the ghost soldier, forced onto the defensive. Luckily, his movement technique was nimble. Each time, he managed to narrowly dodge those devastating strikes. After dodging one of the ghost soldier's slashes, Li Changan spotted an opening. His longsword quickly twisted, striking at its sword arm. The sword in the ghost soldier's hand was sent flying by Li Changan's move. But before Li Changan could celebrate, the ghost soldier continued its attack with its bare hands. Its two hands immediately shot out, one grabbing Li Changan's iron sword, while the other grabbed his left arm. Li Changan was immediately captured by it. Face to face with the creature, he was still wondering what was happening when the ghost soldier suddenly opened its mouth. Inside its mouth, a ball of power gathered, aimed straight at Li Changan. Feeling this power, Li Changan immediately recognized it as White Tiger Killing Aura. He had long heard that ghosts who died in battle were exceptionally fierce and vicious. The thing in its mouth was a ball of White Tiger Killing Aura, an incomparably powerful force that could easily shatter gold and jade. Although it's very powerful, you'd best keep that killing aura for yourself. After speaking, Li Changan dropped to one knee, gathering his strength to unleash the first divine ability he had ever acquired, Tong Yu. Then, he sprang up with great force, slamming the top of his head directly into the ghost soldier's chin, forcing its mouth shut. The ball of White Tiger Killing Aura instantly exploded in its mouth, and because of that, it was sent flying into the distance. Having regained his freedom, Li Changan immediately swung his sword, unleashing his next divine ability, Zhan Yao. This single strike condensed all his spiritual power. The sword energy erupted like a storm, slashing towards the ghost soldier. The ghost soldier's body was instantly cut in two, and then it exploded in midair. As the ghost soldier exploded, another talisman flew out, heading straight for Li Changan. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Changan took out a hidden weapon and threw it. Although Li Changan's hidden weapon's destructive power wasn't strong, its accuracy was nearly perfect. The talisman was instantly shattered by the hidden weapon. By the time it reached Li Changan, only a small fragment remained. Li Changan bent down, picked up the talisman, and examined it for a moment. His thoughts immediately started racing. I Lao, Shofeng, Ren Jing Yi. I've never heard of this deity. It sounds more like the title of some Taoist priest. But who signs their own name when drawing a talisman? Could it be that this isn't a talisman, but a command edict? This edict is used by disciples of a Taoist sect with a spiritual foundation, invoking the name of their patriarch or sect to summon deities for assistance. Li Changan then recalled that the old Taoist had mentioned this before, and he also said that the Kangjing sect couldn't use this. If that ghost soldier only appeared because of this edict, then the origin of this bamboo view is not so simple. Well, whatever his reasons are, killing innocent villagers is no different from being a vile demon. That Taoist who cast this spell, if he dares to come find me, I'll just kill him with a single slash. At that moment, the old man walked over, scratching his head and asking, Master Taoist, that ghost soldier, what happened to it? Li Changan glanced at him and replied calmly, Don't worry, I've taken care of it. Hearing this, all the villagers' faces broke into smiles. Then they all scrambled towards the pile of skulls. My head, where's my head? Ha ha, my head is finally back. Move aside and let this old lady find her head. The old man, however, seemed much calmer than the rest. He stood beside Li Changan, smiling. They're just like children. I hope the Master Taoist isn't amused. Li Changan didn't pay it much mind. He glanced at the old man. Old sir, aren't you going to find your head? Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard with a dignified air and replied, No rush, I'm not like those hasty people. Just as he finished speaking, a young man brought his head over, saying, Village chief, I found your head. Seeing this, the old man's expression turned extremely ugly. He then rushed over and gave the kid a beating. Humph, you brat, be gentle, don't break my beard. Li Changan paid him no mind and turned to leave. As he passed a spot with a mother and child, he paused for a moment. The little boy was holding his own head, showing it off to his mother. Mommy, look, there are bugs in my head. Hearing this, the woman coaxed him. I see them, I see them. Come here and lie down for a bit. The boy immediately obeyed and lay down in his mother's lap. Once the boy was settled, the woman continued. All right, let mommy sew your head on for you. The boy was still a bit curious and asked, Mommy, do you think they made my head their home? The woman, while sewing the head on, replied, Mommy doesn't know either. But bugs don't have homes. Li Changan stood quietly to the side, observing the whole story unfold. He then turned his head and continued to leave. He had only taken a few steps when the mother's terrified scream rang out from behind him. "Son, what's wrong with you?" He saw that after the boy's head was sewn on, when he returned, he had turned into a malevolent demon. The resentful energy on him was so thick, he even tried to bite his own mother. Fortunately, Li Changan arrived just in time, blocking it with his longsword. Then, he placed a talisman on its forehead. The boy with the talisman immediately calmed down and was no longer aggressive. Li Changan then began to chant the salvation mantra. May the deities of the 10 directions, as numerous as grains of sand, transform into avatars across the 10 realms to deliver all of heaven and earth. As the salvation mantra was chanted, the resentful energy on the boy was instantly dispelled. The woman immediately hugged her son and turned to ask Li Changan, "Taoist master, how is my son?" Li Changan sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "He's fine." It was just a case of murderous rage overwhelming his heart. Li Changan glanced at the pile of skulls, thinking to himself, no wonder the ghosts in this village, who met with such misfortune, turned into malevolent demons. It turns out their resentful energy was locked within the skulls to raise ghost soldiers. Once the heads are returned to their bodies, it's the same as the resentment returning. In that case, I'm afraid all the ghosts in this village will turn into malevolent demons. At this thought, Li Changan couldn't help but shudder. He looked over at the villagers, who were also holding their heads and standing and staring at him. Confused, Li Changan looked at them and asked, "Why have you all stopped? Please continue." The old man spoke on behalf of the entire village. "Master, we've discussed it, together, but we haven't stitched our heads back on. As you can see, Master, if our heads were reattached, we'd turn into malevolent spirits, and as spirits like that, we wouldn't be able to reincarnate." Hearing this, Li Changan said, "Well, that's not so difficult. I can just perform salvation rites for each of you." The old man quickly replied, "You are a righteous master. We can't repay your kindness with malice. You must have figured it out by now. We overheard the rebel leader in the city. He used sorcery. The Imperial Army killed us specifically to harness our resentful energy for his spells. We humbly ask you, Master, to destroy this mound of corpses. We've already involved you in so much trouble. If we let you exhaust yourself performing salvation rites for us, you'll just draw those soldiers here for revenge. Wouldn't that be repaying your kindness with evil, bringing a fatal disaster upon yourself?" After hearing him out, Li Changan let out a sigh and took out a gourd flask. "Old sir, you don't need to worry so much. The great battle is imminent. Where would the army find the energy to bother with you? Besides, I still have plenty of this first sun morning dew. It's meant for good deeds like salvation rites. Even if it's a waste, how could I possibly regret it?" The scene shifts to a nearby fortress city. A Taoist priest was standing inside a tent, casting divination hexagrams. He then lit some incense and stuck it into the map in front of him. Just then, a streak of blue light suddenly flew in from outside. Sensing the unusual aura rushing toward him, he turned his head to look outside. Just as he turned, he saw Li Changan's soul speeding towards him like a gust of wind. The old Taoist didn't have time to say a word, and immediately clasped his hands together to form a seal. Li Changan's advancing soul was instantly knocked back, and then exploded in midair. On the ground, a nearly burnt-out talisman appeared. The Taoist priest picked up the talisman to examine it and said, "A short-haired Taoist priest, is it?" He immediately turned back to the battle map on the table, observing it thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at a specific location on the map. Xianxia village, huh? Having pinpointed the location, he turned and called out loudly, "Zhang Jihu." A young general wearing white armor immediately entered. "At your service." The old Taoist quickly gave his orders. "Quickly dispatch the Jinghan Erlang to Xianxia village. If you see any suspicious individuals from any Buddhist or Taoist sects, capture them all and bring them back to me." The general heard this and asked, "And what if they resist? We have already committed a monstrous crime. Why bother with a few more insignificant lives? Monks and priests are cunning and treacherous, masters of unpredictable transformation. If we are to resist, it's best to just kill them without question." The scene changes to the nearby mountain range of Ha Ha Thoi. A man was riding a horse at full speed. As he passed by, he heard the sound of salvation chants in his ear. He was a bit curious, so he urged his horse to a stop and then followed the sound. Soon, he arrived at the burial site for the villagers. Looking at the freshly made graves, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What happened here?" He walked over to a grave that was still being dug. Below, someone was continuously digging, and the sound of the salvation rite was coming from there. Seeing this, he spoke up. "Excuse me, is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, a Jiangshi lunged at him from a distance. Seeing the hopping corpse attack, he immediately drew the long saber from his waist. He raised the saber and swung it down at the Jiangshi's head. Fortunately, at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared and pulled the Jiangshi back. Then, a shovel handle swung up, striking the man's long saber hard, causing him to stagger back. Once he regained his balance, he looked at Li Changan and asked, "A monk?" Li Changan chuckled and replied, "A Taoist priest." He glanced at the middle-aged man's clothing and thought to himself, "Armor? Could he be one of the soldiers who created that mound of corpses? Did they really track me down this fast?" After a moment's thought, Li Changan reached his hand behind his back, preparing to draw his sword, and asked, "General, you are?" The other man quickly replied, "A bailiff." Hearing this, Li Changan took out a talisman and stuck it on the Jiangshi's forehead, temporarily controlling it. The middle-aged man also postured, ready to draw his blade, and asked, "Corpse refinement?" Li Changan calmly replied, "Salvation." Only then did the man relax a bit, taking off his headscarf. "May I ask, master, do you know where the nearest village is? I mean no harm, I just want to buy some dry rations for my journey." Li Changan shouldered his shovel again and continued his work. "In that case, I'd advise you not to waste your energy going there, officer." The middle-aged man was a bit curious. "What do you mean by that, master?" "The officer wants to go into the village to buy food, but you need someone to sell it to you to be able to buy it, don't you think?" "Well, of course, I'm not some bandit robbing the rich to help the poor. It's just a simple transaction." Li Changan continued to dig the grave, speaking as he worked. "That's good then. The village you're looking for is just ahead. But the people you're looking for, well, they're all buried right here." The middle-aged man was shocked and shouted, "Who did this?" Li Changan glanced at him. "Looking at the armor you're wearing, you don't know. Who's responsible for this?" Hearing Li Changan's answer, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, are you one of Liu Heizi's men?" Li Changan didn't know who Liu Heizi was and asked, "Who's he?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, just closed his eyes and sighed, then climbed back onto his horse. "I admire your compassion, master, but this place is very dangerous. You should leave quickly." Hearing this, Li Changan turned his head and looked at him. "Why? Because of the innocent villagers who died unjustly under the blades of your army?" Seeing Li Changan's attitude, the middle-aged man stopped trying to persuade him. "If that's the case, please take care, master. We'll meet again." Li Changan stood there, watching him leave, then went back to his work. After a while, he let out a big yawn, standing in a newly dug pit, and sighed. Working day and night without a wink of sleep. It's finally almost done." Suddenly, he heard the sound of hoofbeats approaching from the distance. He quickly climbed out of the pit. That bandit? Why is he back? But as soon as he poked his head up, countless arrows flew towards him. Without a second thought, Li Changan dove back into the pit to take cover. The general in the white armor saw this and sneered. "He died just like that? How utterly boring." Then, without even bothering to check, he turned to leave. Li Changan scrambled out of the pit, looked after him, and yelled, "You little brat! Your granddaddy's right here." The general immediately stopped, turned his head, and glared at him. So it's a monk who doesn't know his place. With that, he spurred, his horse charging with his spear. "This siege has been so damn boring. You'll be a good warm-up for me. Monk, to die by my hand. You can consider it your final meritorious deed. When you get to the underworld and King Yama asks, don't forget to tell him the name Zhang Jihu." As he charged, Li Changan didn't even bother to draw his sword. He just quickly dodged to the side, then ducked down and swung his shovel, aiming straight for the horse's legs. The horse's leg was broken. It lost its balance and began to struggle violently, refusing to be controlled. Zhang Jihu was thrown from the horse's back. His helmet and spear were sent flying. The young man angrily snatched a sword from a subordinate's hand, gritting his teeth. "You rotten monk, I'll take your damn head." But, before he could even draw his sword, Li Changan's foot was already pressing down on the hilt, stopping him. He then swung his spade, and it seemed like he had finished off Zhang Jihu. However, Li Changan felt that something was off. When he looked again, he saw Zhang Jihu trembling as he poked his head out from his chest plate. At this moment, a patch on his head had gone bald. Li Changan glanced at him with contempt and sneered. "Humph, just clinging to your last breath." The surrounding soldiers immediately fired arrows, attacking Li Changan to rescue Zhang Jihu. Seeing the incoming arrows, Li Changan temporarily ignored Zhang Jihu, turning and swinging his spade to meet the volley. He easily blocked them all. By now, Zhang Jihu had been helped up by the other soldiers, who were protecting him. He glared at Li Changan, absolutely furious. With a cold snort, Li Changan looked at the wig on his spade and remarked with some amusement, "Heh, I didn't realize a military man like yourself was so fated for Buddhism. But why seek out a Taoist like me for salvation?" Hearing this, Zhang Jihu snatched a bow and arrow from a soldier and roared, "Kill him, quickly, kill this rebel. For me!" Just then, a piercing voice shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Jihu paid it no mind, raising his bow and aiming straight at Li Changan. "Stop my ass." Even if the Jade Emperor himself came down, he couldn't protect him. With that, he let the arrow fly. However, just as his arrow was released, it was struck by a beam of blue light that flew in from a distance, shattering it. When it landed in the ground, it was revealed to be another arrow. Both Li Changan's and Zhang Jihu's expressions grew incredibly tense. The one who had acted was the middle-aged man who had just left. He quickly tossed a command token for the soldiers to see, then urged his horse forward until he was in front of Zhang Jihu. "Zhang Jihu, give Yan Hangli some face. How about we just let this matter drop here?" The young man immediately pointed his long spear straight at the middle-aged man's face and replied through gritted teeth, "The army is apprehending a rebel. Who are you to interfere? Are you, a mere man, trying to rebel as well?" Just as he finished speaking, the soldier brought the token over and said, "General, please look at this." He turned his head, glanced at the token, and his expression instantly changed. He quickly took the token, inspecting it carefully. Only then did he look at the middle-aged man with a hint of fear and say, "So it is Yan Hongli, here in person." The middle-aged man quickly took the token back and replied, "I am no longer in the army. I don't dare accept the title of Tichong. But if Zhang Jihu is willing to give Yan Hongli some face, then let's just drop this. Is that acceptable?" The young man stammered, "Well." Before he could finish, the middle-aged man cut him off sharply. "All right, it's settled then. I have important matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Please, Zhang Jihu, send my regards to your Lord General." After speaking, he decisively spurred his horse and left. The young man shot a bitter glance at Li Changan behind him, then immediately leaped onto his horse and ordered a retreat. After they left, Li Changan fell into silence. A demon-subduing captain of the imperial court. No wonder. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be more demons in this world than people. The scene shifts. After the man left, he rode at full speed and soon arrived before an abandoned temple. He stopped here, tied his horse to one side, and then glanced at the withered trees nearby. He saw a flock of red-eyed crows perched there. The red-eyed crows of the town suppression division are all here, but I wonder if the other support units have arrived. He took a wooden box from his horse. When the box opened, another red-eyed crow flew out. Red-eyed crows are mystical beasts raised through Taoist arts, used for surveillance, tracking, communication, and many other wondrous purposes. When the town suppression division's cavalry is on official business, they often bring them along. The town suppression division itself was established by the imperial court, with 26 units under its command, serving as the emperor's personal army, stationed throughout the land to eliminate demons, evil spirits, heretical monks, and Taoists. With the imperial court now in decline, the town suppression division managed a major case, catching a big fish and escorting it back to the capital, causing a stir in all directions. But a few days ago, the escort team suddenly lost contact. The town suppression division immediately dispatched people to provide support. Yan Hongli was one of them. As he entered the abandoned temple, he thought to himself, "I just hope I'm worrying over nothing." As he pushed the door open, he smelled something strange. He then clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Dragon Elephant Guard, Yan Hongli, here on orders to provide support." From a dark corner of the room, a voice immediately rang out. "So, it is the renowned Captain Yan, in person. Forgive my rudeness." As the voice spoke, a flame erupted in the middle of the room, revealing the figure of an old man in a brocade robe. This old man is Hu Daogong, vice commander of the Fengtian Guard. Yan Hongli quickly took out his command token and official documents, saying, "Greetings, great. Please, inspect the seal." The old man sighed and called out, "A woo." Hearing this, Yan Hongli glanced back curiously. Then, from the darkness, another person emerged, also wearing a brocade robe. Their face was covered by a cloth, and their body moved with a strange, lurching gait. Yan. Xingli reached out and grabbed their hand. The figure immediately opened its mouth to bite him. Seeing its ferocious face, Yan Hongli didn't hesitate with his other hand. He slammed the figure's head to the ground, pinning it, using such a strong, cloying scent to cover the stench of decay. It's a Xianxia, just as I thought. Yan Hongli wasted no words and directly took out a talisman. He quickly chanted an incantation. By the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, I command the soldiers to break the evil and expel the blight. Swiftly bring forth the light. As soon as the spell was cast, the talisman erupted with a brilliant golden light. He then threw the talisman high into the air, and the golden light was so powerful, it pierced straight through the roof and into the sky. Inside house, the scene was fully revealed. Jiangxi corpses lay scattered across the floor. Dianzhong De Gong, Jianglingzi, Jianshan Shu, Zhongba Ma. After reciting a few lines of a rite for the dead, he sighed, then drew his long blade and aimed it at the old man. "All right, you villain. Time to die." But the old man didn't attack. Instead, he pulled open his robes, revealing a section of his skeleton, completely devoid of flesh. Seeing this, Yan Hongli paused his attack and asked, "What? What is this?" The old man stared at him and asked, "Venerable Captain, have you ever heard of the art of the enduring dead?" Before he finished speaking, the old man sat down and warmed his hand over the fire. Then, he clasped that same hand over his own heart, causing it to sizzle as if it were being cooked alive. The searing sound was incessant. A moment later, Yan Hongli finally spoke up. "You mean the escort team was completely wiped out? But this time, we gathered the best guards. How could they all have died without a single word getting out? Elder, what in the world happened?" The old man's eyes welled with tears as he sighed. Indeed. How did it come to this? The mission started out so smoothly. With so many of our best guards gathered, no matter how arrogant those villains were, they wouldn't dare to mess with the elite of our suppression bureau. But a few days ago, our group of old-timers was ambushed by those scoundrels. We lost 70% of our strength, completely unable to use our skills. We couldn't even send out a message. We fought our way here, and although we repelled several waves of attacks and killed many of those villains, we also suffered extremely heavy losses. I was lucky to have my disciples. Even after turning into Jiangxi, they were determined to protect their master, no matter what. A powerless old man like me, combined with the art of the enduring dead, was the only reason I've held on until now. But as it stands, from the Xian Suppression Bureau, the only one left alive in this room is you. And as you can see, what comes next is incredibly dangerous. Will you take on this task? Yan Hongli sheathed his long blade, calmly replying, "Why would I spare myself when it's a matter of state?" Yan Hongli, your reputation is well deserved. Then, before he could finish, the sound of horses neighing erupted from outside. The red-eyed crows standing guard outside scattered in a panic. The old man immediately stood up and went outside. Those villains caught up to us fast. Inside the house, 2 Jiangxi brought out a large sack. "Yan Hongli, this big fish is yours now. Go quickly. I'll hold them off." Yan Hongli said nothing and went to inspect the sack. He opened it slightly and saw an exceptionally beautiful woman inside. He immediately lifted her up to leave. "I, Yan Hongli, will definitely complete this mission. Elder, please take care." The old man didn't reply, simply leading the Jiangxi outside. The scene shifts to Changan. Tonight was a full moon, as usual. He took out his moon cup to collect the moon wine. But tonight's moon wine was different from usual. Instead of its pure white color, it was tinged with a hint of red. Changan immediately poured it out, saying sadly, "The pure moon wine has been tainted by corrupting energy." As he tossed out the wine, he looked toward the opposite mountain and saw that it had suddenly lit up, as if the forest was on fire. At that moment, Yan Hongli was riding like the wind. Behind him, a horde of ferocious ghost soldiers was in hot pursuit. Thanks to the red-eyed crows, he had a clear view of the situation behind him. There are still pursuers. If that's the case, then my only choice is to fight. Just as he said that, a ghost soldier from below thrust a spear at him. Yan Hongli immediately pulled the reins, making his horse leap up to dodge. Then, with one stomp, he crushed the ghost soldier's head. Before man and horse could even catch their breath, 2 more ghost soldiers attacked from the left and right. Seeing this, he quickly took out a talisman. A golden light erupted, and the 2 ghost soldiers beside him were immediately affected. They were both violently thrown from their horses, flying into the distance. Yan Hongli spurred his horse and charged straight at them. Wherever the horse charged, ghost soldiers were crushed. After a short while, 2 more ghost soldiers ran up to block his path. This time, he used his bare hands to block their long spears. Then, with a surge of strength, he lifted the spears, flinging both ghost soldiers high into the air. Afterwards, they were impaled through the chest by their own spears and died. Having dealt with the pursuers, Yan Hongli once again rode off like the wind. After putting a hill's distance between himself and the battle, he finally stopped. He stroked his warhorse and said, "Get some rest. You've been through a lot these past few days." With that, he pulled a paper horse from his robes, along with a paper man. He quickly chanted some kind of spell and threw them onto the ground. Poof! With a cloud of white smoke, an exact copy of his warhorse and Yan, Xingli appeared. He looked at the copy before him with a smug grin. Then, he led his real warhorse and the decoy to find some corpses. He took down the sack containing the woman, opened it, and laid her on the ground. He then gathered a pile of human bones and stuffed them inside, finally placing it on the back of the decoy horse and slapping its rump to make it run. Although it looked clumsy and obviously fake, it was better than nothing. As long as it could fool those ghost soldiers for a little while, that's all that mattered. Once that was done, he slung the real woman over his shoulder, turned, and led his warhorse away. Very quickly, another squad of ghost soldiers arrived at the scene. One ghost soldier dismounted to examine the tracks, then drew some kind of secret symbol on the ground. The ghost soldier still on its horse saw this and pointed in the direction the paper horse had run, then led the charge after it. After they had been gone for a while, Yan Hengli emerged from a bush behind them. They must have chased after the paper horse. I wonder if there are any more pursuers behind them. Let's wait a bit longer. After a short wait, he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw several Jiangshi beating drums and playing horns. Following them was a procession of Jiangshi and ghost soldiers escorting a palanquin. Seeing this formation, Yan Hengli immediately realized, this is Hanzhong, full of mountains. The Ba mountain range is the most remote area, known as the Ghost Prefecture. A few years ago, there were rumors that within, a demon cultivator appeared in the mountains. His specialty was refining corpses using plague demons. He took advantage of the prolonged war to imprison many wandering souls from the battlefield, learning from the living. He established his own mansions and houses, forming his own faction known as the Ghost Prefect. At this moment, the Ghost Prefect didn't realize that Yan Hongli was nearby. Sitting in his palanquin, he said with some regret, "That old rascal named Hu really had some skills, but he was still no match for my ghost general. Not only did his soul scatter and perish, but the zombie under his control is now mine. It's just a shame that the fine corpse from the town suppression division in that house was burned by that old man. What a pity." Just then, a golden light shot from the distance, aimed straight at his palanquin. Seeing this, the Ghost Prefect cried out in fear, "Ghost General, save me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost General had already grabbed him by the collar and thrown him backward. Only then did he turn to face the approaching golden light. But it was already too late. He didn't have time to dodge, and was struck directly by the golden light, which sent him flying and pinned him to the carriage behind. The Ghost Prefect saw who had arrived, and his face tensed up. It's the town suppression division. The person who had come was Yan Hengli. He stared coldly at the Ghost Prefect. Very quickly, the Ghost Prefect calmed down. He immediately roared an order for the ghost soldiers to charge and attack Yan Hengli. Looking at the bow and arrow in his hand, Yan Hengli thought to himself, ordinary junk like this probably can't kill this Ghost Prefect. If only I had one more Red Crow arrow, that would be great. After a moment's thought, he decisively threw away the bow and arrow in his hands, pulling from his chest a golden command tablet, which he immediately crushed. This golden light divine talisman from the Celestial Master Mansion can only last for 3/4 of an hour. But that's more than enough. Seeing the ferocious ghost soldiers charging at him, he immediately drew his long blade, then quickly charged forward, leaping into the middle of their formation and beginning to slash away. The demon prefect in the back, while controlling the demon soldiers, taunted, "A tiny human like you? What do you think you can do to me?" Yan Hengli. Yan Hengli was incredibly efficient. In just a short time, he had already slaughtered nearly all the surrounding demons. Seeing this, the demon prefect remained composed and immediately brandished the magical artifact in his hand. He intertwined his fingers and continued to cast a spell. Instantly, the 3 or 4 demon soldiers guarding him also charged forward. Yan Hengli was still, under the enhancement of the divine talisman. Seeing the demon soldiers slash at him, he showed no fear, quickly raising his long saber to parry. Then, he swiftly gathered all his strength and slashed them away. At this moment, the 3-mark time limit was up. The demon prefect had also finished casting his spell. A glowing, jade-green orb appeared between his palms, and then, he aimed it straight at Yan Hengli. Seeing this, Yan Hengli quickly raised his long saber and brought it down with a single strike. The blue light was instantly sliced in two, but it didn't stop there. The severed blue light immediately spread out in all directions, enveloping him. It then transformed into a cage, trapping him inside. The demon prefect slowly walked up to him and said contemptuously, "Humph. So much for the ruthless adjudicator. You're nothing special after all." But just as he finished speaking, one of Yan Hangli Xingli's hands reached out from inside the cage and directly grabbed his head. To the demon prefect's horrified disbelief, Yan Hangli Xingli easily shattered the bindings and stepped out. The prefect no longer looked smug. His face trembled with fear as he begged Yan Hangli Xingli, "Even if you kill me now, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of my sect. If you know what's good for you, surrender to me now. I will guarantee your safety." Before he could finish, Yan Hangli Xingli crushed his head. After the demon prefect died, the surrounding demon soldiers slowly dissipated. A moment later, Yan Hangli Xingli's warhorse, carrying the woman, trotted over. Yan Hangli Xingli stroked its head and said, "Things have come to this. We must quickly find the nearest Imperial Army encampment and report this." Just then, a flock of red-eyed crows flew over, seemingly reporting some news. Yan Hangli Xingli glanced at them and ordered, "There's an army unit nearby? Lead me there at once." Then, Yan Hangli Xingli rode his horse, following the red-eyed crow's directions. But when he arrived, he couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was a scene of utter devastation, with soldiers relentlessly forcing themselves on innocent women. Witnessing this scene made him grind his teeth in fury. "All of you, listen up. I am the demon-slaying captain of the Town Suppression Office's Dragon Guard, Yan Hangli Xingli. Take me to your commander immediately." A soldier, pulling up his pants, heard this and replied with a smirk, "So it's an esteemed official from the Town Suppression Office. I am a subordinate of General Zhang Jihu. Just a moment, sir. I'll take you right away." Just then, the woman behind him on the horse regained consciousness. She struck an incredibly alluring pose, her captivating legs fully displayed before the soldiers. Her face was the picture of seduction, as she called out, "Master Officer." Yan Hangli Xingli turned his head and immediately exclaimed, "Humph! A demoness." The soldiers were already completely bewitched by her, their minds in a daze, utterly lost. They were drooling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yan Hangli Xingli gritted his teeth and uttered two words, "Beasts." On the other side, at the same time, the same shout of beasts was heard. Changan was relentlessly cutting down soldiers here. Looking at the woman who had been assaulted to death before his eyes, he couldn't contain his fury. As he tore the cloth from a soldier's body, he said, "The Grand Master taught that fortune and disaster have no door. They are summoned by men themselves. I, a humble Taoist, admit I'm not one to meddle in affairs that reach the heavens. Last night in the city, the killing intent was so thick it reached the sky, tainting my wine. But the dangers of war are something this humble Taoist cannot get involved in, nor can I avoid them. This morning, I deliberately avoided the main road, choosing to climb mountains and cross streams along the small paths. And yet, I still ran into you filthy maggots. Could it be that because I, this Taoist, haven't bathed in a few days, I'm attracting flies like you?" The soldiers in front saw Li Changgan's righteous demeanor, and one of them stepped forward, grabbed a child, and held him up, saying to Li Changan, "You stinking Taoist. I know you people think you're so noble. Well then, this brat. Are you going to save him or not?" After speaking, he threw the boy into the air. If no one caught the boy, who was now flying through the sky, he would surely die without a doubt. Seeing this, Li Changan quickly pushed off the ground with his toes and leaped up to catch the child. But as soon as he was airborne, the soldiers below all drew their bows. Seeing the sky full of arrows flying towards him, Li Changan felt a bit of pressure. In the end, he had no choice but to use his divine art, wind control, to blow all the arrows away. The arrows, deflected by the wind spell, flew back and struck the soldiers. Li Changan then gently landed on the ground, holding the boy safely. As soon as he was released, the boy ran to his mother, crying incessantly. The officer was now trembling with fear, repeatedly stammering, "Demon! You're using demonic arts." Li Changan looked at him with cold eyes. "Demonic arts? This is nothing. You imperial soldiers, piling up skulls into mountains, and raising demon soldiers for heretical purposes. And that is the true path of wickedness." Behind the officer, the villagers were all looking at him with faces full of hatred. Feeling the killing intent coming from them, he became terrified. He immediately turned around and raised his saber, threatening, "Don't come any closer. Don't you dare come any closer." Just then, from behind him, another man, holding a wooden club, smashed it straight down on his head. Then, the villagers rushed forward, beating him to death. "You're worse than beasts! Give me back my son! Give me back my daughter!" Li Changan stood to the side, witnessing everything, and thought to himself, "When the greedy wolf loses its fangs, even the weak sheep will show its horns." In these chaotic times, life is as cheap as grass. After dealing with the soldiers here, Li Changan turned to leave. As soon as he turned, the villagers all knelt down in gratitude to see him off. "Thank you for saving our lives, Taoist priest." Li Changan quickly went to help them up and asked, "I don't deserve such thanks, old sir. What on earth happened here? Why were you blocked by soldiers on this road?" The old man heard this and sighed. "Taoist priest, you may not know. Ever since the imperial army arrived, our village has had to exhaust its resources to supply them. They wanted food. We gave them food. They wanted people. We gave them people. Only by doing so could we avoid the fate of having our village wiped out. Last night, we saw the flames in the direction of the capital, reaching the sky, and felt uneasy, so we decided to flee into the forest for refuge that very night. But we never expected that those soldiers would still find us. Today, we were fortunate to have the Taoist priest intervene. Otherwise, we would all have become vengeful spirits in these mountains. So, what do you plan to do now? We are burdened with our families. What else can we do? If we don't starve to death in the mountains, we will of course return to our village after the soldiers leave. We can only hope that the next officials aren't too exploitative and leave us a path to survive." After hearing this, Li Chang'an's expression darkened, and he didn't say a word. Just then, someone suddenly emerged from behind them. Li Chang'an turned his head for a look, and he saw an incredibly beautiful woman running and constantly screaming for help. She then threw herself straight into Li Chang'an's arms. Seeing this, Li Chang'an quickly tried to calm her down, asking, "Miss, what on earth happened?" The woman quickly and sorrowfully explained, "I was getting married today. I didn't expect that. While I was saying goodbye to my relatives, a bandit suddenly appeared. That bandit killed everyone else and wanted to take me back to be his wife. I refused, so he put this on me and then escorted me back to his camp. I took a chance when he wasn't looking and barely managed to escape. That bandit was in hot pursuit." After hearing the story, Li Chang'an continued to ask, "What did that brute look like?" That brute was as tall and large as a bear, with a face like Zhang Kui and a terrifying beard. Hearing this, Li Chang'an immediately turned and headed into the forest. "Don't be alarmed, young lady. Rest here with the elders for a moment. This humble Taoist will help you chase off that brute." A short while later, Yan Hongliyi had caught up to the vicinity. Li Chang'an was already leaning against a tree, having waited for him for a long time. Seeing Yan Hongliyi arrive, he was a little surprised, thinking to himself, tall as a bear, with a face like Zhang Kui. Why does he look so familiar? Yan Hongliyi walked over and asked, "Taoist in front, will you make way or not?" Li Chang'an quickly asked in return, "Big beard, are you chasing a newlywed maiden?" Yan Hongliyi didn't deny it, and simply nodded. Seeing this, Li Chang'an drew his sword. "My apologies, but this humble Taoist will not let you pass." Seeing Li Chang'an's action, Yan Hongliyi didn't waste words and directly drew his blade and attacked. Li Chang'an was a bit surprised by how decisive he was, but he quickly raised his long sword to block. The moment they clashed, Li Chang'an found it hard to hold on. What's more, he felt as if he was being pressed down by something, unable to move. He strained with all his might and jumped back, not wanting to take another direct hit from that blade. Seeing him retreat, Yan Hongliyi immediately swung his long blade and pursued him relentlessly. Seeing this, Li Chang'an's expression became extremely tense, and a hidden weapon instantly appeared in his hand. With one hand, he swung his sword to block the blade's momentum, and with the other, he threw the hidden weapon. With a loud bang, he was sent flying by the last blow, only stopping when he crashed through a tree. His sword-wielding arm was still trembling violently. Li Chang'an sat up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and muttered, "If my sword hadn't been forged in modern times, and if this man wasn't already injured, I'm afraid that last blow would have shattered my sword and killed me." On the opposite side, Yan Hongliyi wasn't in much better shape. By the looks of it, he was also struggling greatly. He propped himself up with his blade, then pulled the hidden weapon from his leg. At this moment, Li Chang'an walked over. He looked at him and said, "Rested enough? Let's continue." Yan Hongliyi wanted to get up, but the wound on his leg made it impossible for him to stand up right away. His face was extremely tense as he watched Li Chang'an approach. Li Chang'an walked over and knocked the long blade from Yan Hongliyi's hand with one strike of his sword. His face was cold. The tip of his sword pointed straight at his face. Yan Hongliyi said with extreme fortitude, "If you want to chop me or kill me, Do as you please. Seeing how stubborn he was, Li Changan replied with some disdain. Huh, huh, a captured bandit, and you're still putting on such a heroic act? As he said this, Li Changan suddenly paused. Wait a minute. This man is covered in injuries. How could he still have the strength to go robbing? Kidnapping a bride? No, that's not right. I was careless. In these chaotic times of war, what normal person would choose to marry off their daughter right now? Yan Hangliyi, still half kneeling on the ground, stubbornly said, You bandit Taoist, if you want to kill me, just kill me. How dare you humiliate me, Yan Hangliyi, like this. When Li Changan heard him say his name, he quickly sheathed his sword. I knew it! No wonder you look so familiar, you old scoundrel, but I just couldn't place you. Sir, do you recognize this humble Taoist? Yan Hengli raised his head to look at Li Changan, a surprised expression on his face. It seemed he had recognized him as well. Afterwards, the two of them returned to the villagers together. When they returned, the villagers said joyfully, The Taoist master is back. Heaven has eyes, our granduncle is saved. But when they saw Yan Hengli, they were terrified. Li Changan quickly stepped forward to explain, Everyone, please rest assured, this brother Yan Hengli is not a bad person. By the way, where is that young lady? The old man heard this and replied, Taoist master, not long after you went into the forest, that young lady said she was worried about her family and ran off by herself. When Li Changan and Yan Hengli heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Seeing their faces, the old man continued apologetically, No matter how we tried to persuade her, we couldn't. Please forgive us, Taoist master. Li Changan didn't blame them and replied, This matter was never your concern. You don't need to blame yourselves. Did you happen to notice which way she went? The old man immediately pointed to the side and said, She went to the right, down the mountain. Hearing this, Yan Hengli immediately spurred his horse to give chase. Li Changan saw this and was about to follow when the old man behind him called out again, Taoist master, please wait. Please, save my third grand-uncle. He then led Li Changan over to the group of villagers. There, an old man was sitting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The other old man walked to his side and said, Third grand-uncle, look quickly. The Taoist master is back, and your uncle will be fine in no time. Seeing this, Li Changan asked, Is this some kind of seizure? The old man heard him and replied, I don't know what's wrong with him. As soon as you left, he collapsed to the ground, shaking, and hasn't been able to get up. Li Changan immediately sat down, intending to check on the old man's condition. Sir, are you all right? Just as he finished speaking, the old man turned his head back, his face ferocious, crying non-stop while repeatedly saying, The white lotus descends, the people rise. Li Changan was a bit startled by this. He stood up, but at that moment, another person from below rushed forward and grabbed his leg. Then, the whole group of villagers swarmed in, clinging tightly to his body. They were all in his ear, endlessly chanting, The white lotus descends, the people rise. Li Changan was trapped by them and, no matter how hard he struggled, couldn't break free. How could these people be so strong? If this continued, he was afraid he'd really mess this up. From behind, 10 more people brandishing knives ran toward him. Demon, face my blade. Just then, a cloak flew in from a distance. The one who acted was Yan Hengli. He had left and come back, and upon seeing this scene, immediately intervened to save Li Changan. Li Changan was a bit surprised. A cloak could be that formidable? Although the villagers were knocked away, they showed no fear, getting back up and charging at Yan Hengli with their knives. Each and every one of them screamed, Kill the demon. Yan Hengli quickly took out a talisman and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, a fierce, loud roar erupted. The charging crowd was instantly blown away. Li Changan, sitting behind, felt his eardrums vibrate, making him extremely uncomfortable. Yan Hengli then walked over and helped Li Changan up. Taoist, don't be alarmed. These villagers were just under the demoness's mind-controlling arts. I've temporarily knocked them out. They'll wake up and be normal again soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto Li Changan. Very quickly, he once again stood up, turned, and wanted to continue pursuing the demoness. Yan Hengli has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders and dares not delay. We'll meet again in the Jianghu. Li Changan, seeing his focus, asked, Who is that demoness anyway? Why are you willing to risk your life to capture her? Yan Hengli wiped the blood from his mouth, glanced at him, and replied, Since I've already been exposed by that mob, I, Yan Hengli, won't hide it anymore. As a Taoist who travels the 4 corners of the world, have you ever heard of the White Lotus sect? Hearing this, Li Chang'an's expression immediately turned to shock. The White Lotus sect? You mean that #1 treacherous sect? He immediately recalled a time when he was with the old master. Passing through a village, he saw a group of people performing crude magic tricks to scam people, then beating gongs and drums to call for support. He had recognized their deception at the time, and was about to teach them a lesson when the old Taoist grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, lecturing, "You little brat, if you're wandering the Jianghu and run into the White Lotus sect, you take the long way around and avoid them." Got it? At that time, he had curiously asked the old Taoist why. The old Taoist then asked him in return, "Do you know the 3 types of people in this world you must not mess with?" Without hesitation, he had answered, "Old people, women, and children." But the old Taoist's answer was completely different. It's experts, madmen, and great figures. And this White Lotus sect, they have all 3. The White Lotus sect gathers countless unorthodox schools and paths. Among them are many experts. In the 100 years since its founding, through all the years, it has only ever done 2 things. 1. Deceive the common people. And 2. Raise the flag of rebellion. This kind of treacherous sect, you must not provoke them. I don't want my Shangjing sect to be left without a successor. While Li Chang'an was lost in thought, Yan Hongli spoke. That's right. That demoness is an important figure in the White Lotus sect. The reason Yan Hongli attacked in the forest earlier was because he thought you were a member of the White Lotus sect sent to support her. He remembered his fallen comrades, and his face turned grim. This time, if I let her escape, Yan Hongli could die 100 times, and still not escape his responsibility. After hearing this, Li Chang'an patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Yan, rest assured. This matter started because of this humble Taoist. How about I make a trip for you?" As Li Chang'an moved through the forest, he recalled what Yan Hongli had said. That demoness was the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, a very special status. The sect had surely already dispatched skilled masters to search everywhere for her. Furthermore, this demoness was also a powerful evil master. Although her cultivation was sealed by the Zhenfu Sea, the fact that she could use mind-controlling arts showed that the seal had already loosened somewhat. If she were to fully regain her magical power, she would likely be difficult to subdue. Taoist priest, this time, you must be careful. Li Chang'an then took out the Xunlong jade talisman, sniffed it for a moment, and found the direction the demoness had fled. Moving with incredible speed through the treetops, he finally stopped and landed on a branch. Seeing several figures in the distance, the corner of his mouth immediately curled up slightly. Ahead, a group of soldiers were gathering firewood while complaining. "What, the soldiers are tired and need to rest. I think it's that little lady the general picked up who's tired. I wonder which noble family that little lady is from." And she even brought 2 black-robed guards with her. As they were gossiping, another soldier walked over and kicked each of them. "Zhang Sun, you go left. Li Si, you go right. Don't just gather firewood. Find some other forest game to eat. Be quick about it. After the young general takes roll call, we have to eat Kiashan's wild game. If you can't find any, don't even think about coming back." After sending the others off to work, the young man sat down by a tree to take a nap. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, covered his mouth, and silently, without a sound and unknown to the 2 in front, dragged him away. After some questioning, the young man cried out, begging for mercy. "Sir, spare my life. I've told you everything I know." That young lady was indeed picked up by our young general from the side of the road. She said she ran into a bushy-bearded villain and had to split from her family to escape. Those 2 black-robed men also showed up on the road, claiming to be the young lady's servants. "I really don't know their origins. I'm begging you. Please let me go. I've even earned merits and nearly died for the imperial court." Li Chang'an didn't care. He dragged him by the collar, then tossed him aside. Yan Hongli was sitting there, treating his wounds. After hearing the soldier's words, his expression remained unchanged. Li Chang'an saw this and asked, "Brother Yan, you heard everything Zhugezi said, right? What do you think we should do?" Yan Hongli replied calmly, "If what he said is true, then those 2 black-robed men in the army are probably people from the White Lotus sect sent to support the demoness." Li Chang'an also mused. "A moment ago, I saw their army from a distance. It seems to me the commander of that White Banner army is also going along with the demoness's story. If you reveal your identity as a member of the Zhenfu Sea," Yan Hongli immediately cut him off. "I'm afraid that won't work. If we go through official military channels to pass on an order, 1, I'm afraid there isn't enough time, and 2, I fear that commander is already too deeply bewitched and won't listen to orders. If we show up directly in front of those officials, I'm afraid the demoness will incite them to surround and kill us. Hearing this, Li Changan felt helpless. Then aren't our hands tied? But then, Yan Hengli continued, no. Perhaps there's still a Taoist priest. Have you ever seen the iron shackles on that demoness's hands? Those are dragon-suppressing locks, a tool our Zhenfu division uses to escort high-value criminals. They're designed to lock one's very soul. Once they're on, not even the Heavenly King himself could escape. The mechanism inside was crafted by the Grand Overseer, and every single dragon-suppressing lock is unique. There's only one key for each, and the key for the lock on that demoness's hands happens to be in my possession. Meanwhile, on the other side, the demoness was also furious. Her 5 fingers scraped against the rock in front of her as she gritted her teeth and ordered her 2 subordinates. The key is in the hands of that man surnamed Yan. You two, find him immediately and get the key. The 2 men, kneeling on the ground, replied, Saintess, the evil emissary has received our message and is on his way here. Once we rendezvous, we'll find a way to open the dragon-suppressing lock back at the sect. Why must we bother with a mere crow? Hearing this, the demoness let out a cold laugh. You two truly are talents of our sect. The notoriously vicious judge, in your eyes, is just a mere crow. So why do you keep refusing to deal with a heavily injured crow? Could it be that I, your humble saintess? Before she could finish, one of them immediately bowed his head, cutting her off. We wouldn't dare. It's just, I was thinking, in this mountain forest, if we can't find Yan Hongli right away, and the saintess has no one to attend to her, wouldn't that leave you open for someone to take advantage of you? The woman, now a little angry, stood up. Humph. Don't you worry about finding him. I have my own ways. Just then, a general approached from behind her, calling out, My beauty. This was the same bald general who had tried to ambush and kill Li Changan the other day. Seeing him approach, the demoness immediately put on a flirtatious air, called out, Zhang Lang, and threw herself into his arms. The young man's eyes immediately glazed over, as he had been completely mesmerized by her. He immediately grabbed the demoness's hands and swore, My beauty, please rest assured. These shackles will be removed very soon. Then, he glanced behind him, at the soldier who had been captured by Li Changan earlier, and said, That scoundrel Yan Hengli, I've already found him for you. Then, the group followed the soldier's directions into the forest. Hurry, he's just up ahead, just up ahead. As he ran, he thought smugly to himself, What a couple of fools. Good thing I ran fast. This time, I'm finally getting a promotion. The group quickly arrived at the spot where Yan Hongli had been treating his wounds earlier. But now, there was no one in sight. The soldier looked at the ground for a moment, then picked up an arrow and went to the bald general. General, I was captured by that Taoist. While I was gathering firewood, I discovered that bearded man. He was pulling an arrow out of his body. I was worried I'd alert him, so I quickly ran back to report. General, look, this bloodstain is still fresh. They couldn't have gone far. Hearing this, the bald general immediately ordered a search of the surrounding area. But just as he gave the order, an old general stepped forward to object. Hold on, young general, we can't. That Yan Hongli is a man of the Imperial Zhenfu division. Back in the day, he was also a... Before he could finish, the demoness at his side cut him off, feigning weakness. If it's too much trouble, then just let him go. For you, Zhang Lang, this foolish iron slave, can endure it. The young man immediately looked at her and reassured her, My beauty, don't you worry. I will definitely capture that man surnamed Yan and make him hand over the key to unlock your cuffs. Then he turned his head and shouted, ordering the soldiers, Search. I want you to search every inch of this ground and find me Yan Hongli. Soon, night fell. The soldiers were still scouring the forest. By now, the soldiers were extremely dissatisfied, gathering in groups to whisper, That Zhang Jihu is trying to impress some woman and making us suffer for it. What a bastard. Keep your voice down. Those are military orders. Do you have a death wish? What's there to be afraid of? It's just us here. If we really go deep into these mountains, we won't even see our own men. Let alone Yan Hongli. Back at the carriage, only the demoness and a few others remained, as most of the soldiers had scattered to search the mountain. The young man held the beauty in his arms, constantly trying to flatter her. My beauty, that villain is already injured. He definitely couldn't have gotten far. I will get the key, and then I'll help you vent your anger. The demoness played along perfectly, putting on a gentle and weak facade. Zhang Lang, I'm entrusting my entire life to you. Just then, a twig snapped in the forest. The young man instantly reacted, turning his head and shouting, Who's there? Get out here. Stop skulking in the shadows. Yan Hangli, knowing his carelessness had exposed him, stood there in silence. After a moment, he stepped out and pointed towards the carriage. Zhang Jihu, the woman behind you is a wanted criminal of the imperial court. Can you hand her over to this humble officer? Hearing this, the young man on the carriage furiously pointed at him and shouted, Hand her over? My ass. It's obvious you're the one who's lusting after her, and you dare use official business as an excuse to bully the weak. Hearing this, Yan Hongli immediately drew his blade. Truly a slave to your own lust. If that's how it is, then don't blame Yan Hongli for being impolite. The young man laughed coldly and clapped his hands repeatedly. Impolite? Ha ha. Everyone, come on out. As he clapped, countless hidden soldiers emerged from the forest. He smugly wrapped his arm around the beauty and laughed loudly. You fiend! Your little trick of luring the tiger out of the mountains was seen through by my beauty long ago. The soldiers immediately swarmed forward, attacking the two. Yan Hongli looked at the soldiers charging like hungry tigers. He let out a great roar, then unleashed an incredibly powerful slash, sending them flying. The demoness, continuing her act, feigned terror and burrowed into the bald general's chest. I never knew this scoundrel was so strong. Even with so many men, we can't beat him. I fear this foolish iron slave will have to stay by my side forever. Hearing this, blood rushed to the young man's head. He immediately grabbed the longbow beside him, leaped down, and aimed straight for Yan Hangli. My beauty, don't worry, it's a small matter. Watch how I take this fiend down. The arrow shot out, instantly whizzing past Yan Hongli and, striking Li Changan, who was behind him, pinning him to a tree trunk. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately started cheering. The general's divine archery is magnificent. The young man himself was a bit surprised. Since when did I have this kind of power? He wondered. Very quickly, he realized something was wrong. The thing he had shot wasn't Li Changan's real body at all. He quickly turned his head towards the carriage and shouted, My beauty, be careful. Just as he finished speaking, Li Changan appeared behind the demoness. The demoness turned her head, and her expression tensed as she saw Li Changan rushing towards her. The two servants beside her immediately leaped in front to block him. They simultaneously slapped their own stomachs hard, and an eerie, dark blood energy began to radiate from their bodies. Then, they opened their mouths and spat it towards him. As Li Changan rushed forward, Yan Hongli, who was in the middle of a fight, stopped and yelled, Be careful. That's the Xianxia Qi of the Wu clan brothers. If it touch you, you'll die, Li Changan. Without hesitation, Li Changan immediately unleashed his demon-slaying divine ability, bringing his sword down in a single slash. This strike instantly dissipated the Xianxia Qi, leaving nothing behind of those two old servants. They were stunned by what they saw. Before they could even recover, Li Changan landed, and quick as the wind, struck out with his sword, finishing one of them off. The remaining servant saw this and roared in grief, Big brother! His arm instantly transformed into Xianxia Qi. This was his ultimate technique, the Du Tian Xianxia. You damned Taoist. You dare kill my brother? I'll make sure your soul can never be reincarnated. But before he could even finish his threat and attack, Li Changan had already thrown a hidden weapon. The hidden weapon struck him right in the skull, killing him on the spot. Seeing her two henchmen defeated, the demoness screamed in fear, Zhang Ling, hurry and save me. As soon as the words left her mouth, a sword was already at her throat. Don't move. Swords don't have eyes. It wouldn't be good if the saintess were to get hurt. She immediately turned her head, putting on the appearance of a delicate, fragile woman. She looked at Li Changan and said tenderly, How would I dare? Taoist master, your schemes are truly extraordinary, and you are so full of skill. It seems I was truly blind to your greatness. Hearing such praise from a beautiful woman, Li Changan's face reddened slightly. I don't deserve such praise, saintess. You flatter me. Oh, where's the flattery? A girl like me isn't made of bronze and iron, you know. I can't possibly withstand a single strike from you. Perhaps you could hold me in a different position? As she spoke, she slowly reached up to push Li Changan's sword away from her neck. Just as she was about to take the opportunity to escape, she felt a chill on her neck. A streak of blue light flashed by, sending a shiver down her spine and freezing her in place. In Li Changan's other hand, a dagger had appeared out of nowhere. He looked at her coldly. Saintess, it's best you hold out your hands. Don't make any unnecessary movements. Just then, that general galloped up, shouting, Taoist scoundrel, let the beauty go. Seeing him, Li Changan delivered a fatal verbal blow. Well, if it isn't the little, bald-headed general? The enraged young man immediately thrust his spear towards him. My lady, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Li Changan didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he pressed his longsword closer to the demoness's neck and threatened, Zhang Zhihu, how can you be so heartless? With such a beauty before you, why must you resort to weapons? Seeing the spear coming at them, the woman screamed in fear, My dear Zhang, save me. Seeing Li Changan use the demoness as a shield, the young man quickly pulled back his advancing spear. Li Changan seized the opportunity and jabbed his sword straight into the horse's rear. The horse, in so much pain it was brought to tears, bucked wildly, throwing the young man off and sending his wig flying. At that moment, tears streamed down the general's face, not from pain, but from humiliation. To have his bald head exposed in front of the beautiful woman, he roared in anger, Men, kill these two dog thieves for me. At his command, the soldiers immediately charged forward to cut down Li Changan. Seeing this, Li Changan wasn't afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He unleashed his wind control divine power. A fierce wind, like a tornado, instantly materialized. The soldiers were immediately swept up by the vortex and sent flying. When the whirlwind dissipated, the bald general shakily got to his feet. He quickly looked around and yelled, Where did those two dog thieves go? A soldier immediately pointed into the forest and shouted, General, they're over there. The words had barely left his mouth when a streak of blue light shot out from the woods, whistling past. The general and piercing straight through the soldier who had just spoken, pinning his lifeless body to a tree. Yan Hangli glared back at them and shouted, Anyone who follows dies. A short while later, the demoness, now knocked unconscious, was draped over a horse's back. Yan Hangli and Li Changan sat to one side, drinking wine and looking extremely pleased. After downing a bowl in one go, he handed it to Li Changan. Taoist master, for your help in this battle, I, Yan Hangli, am eternally grateful. Li Changan took the wine bowl with a smile and replied, Brother Yan, you're being too formal. But this White Lotus sect has many powerful members. What do you plan to do next? Hearing his question, Yan Hangli replied, Taoist master, do you know of a place in the Yuzhou region called the Heavenly Buddha Temple? Li Changan heard this and replied, a bit vaguely, I've heard it's a sacred temple, possessing the preserved body of a Buddha, though I don't know if that's true or not. Yan Hangli glanced at him and answered, Taoist master, there's something you may not know. Within the Heavenly Buddha Temple, there is a demon transformation grotto, which can purify all evil miasma and demonic beings. The Zhenfu division plans to take this demoness there to eliminate the threat for good. When Li Changan heard the words demon transformation grotto, he immediately recalled the demons mentioned in his golden book. He thought to himself, looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Buddha Temple. After thinking it over, he turned and said to Yan Hangli, As it happens, this poor Taoist was also heading to Yuzhou. How about we? Before he could finish, Yan Hangli cut him off. No, this journey will certainly be fraught with danger. I, Yan Hangli, cannot involve you any further, Taoist master. Let us part ways. Here. And with that, without giving Li Changan a chance to reply, he spurred his horse and rode away. Li Changan stood there helplessly, wanting to say something, but it was already too late. The scene changes to the Heavenly Buddha Temple in Yuzhou. A festival of some kind was being held, and a large crowd of commoners had gathered. The sound of Buddhist chanting echoed ceaselessly. And why? Because this person is free from the notion of a self, a person, a living being, and a lifespan. And why? Because one who is free from all notions is called a Buddha. At that moment, the golden statues, molded from living people, were brought out for display. When the commoners saw the golden figures, they began to shout excitedly, A living Buddha! He has appeared! A living Buddha has appeared! Meanwhile, on another side, two monks were also watching. The young monk looked at the old monk and asked, Master, this flawless festival of the Heavenly Buddha Temple, why is it so different from other places? Can this still be called the Dharma? As soon as the young monk finished speaking, the surrounding commoners turned to him with ferocious expressions. What did you say? Little master, what do you mean by that? How is this not the Dharma? My own son is up there. Little monk, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. He's the second one from the left. Seeing this, the old monk immediately pulled his young disciple back and bowed his head, saying, My disciple and I are new to this esteemed place and have never witnessed such a scene before. I hope all you patrons can forgive him. Just then, a large donation box was brought out and placed in front of the crowd. A head monk stood there, quickly chanting Buddhist phrases. Seeing this, the crowd below immediately rushed forward to make donations. Our Buddha has revealed himself. The Bodhisattva protects us. Our Buddha has revealed himself. The Bodhisattva protects us. The couple from before no longer paid any attention to the two monks. The husband immediately told his wife to take out their money for a donation. He took a single coin and went up. As he donated, he prayed, "Living Buddha, please protect our son, protect him." But when the head monk saw that he had only donated one coin, he suddenly let out a soft cough. The man understood the meaning immediately. "Venerable Master, please don't be offended. Please don't be offended." He then turned back and told his wife to take out all their money. The wife quickly took out the money and gave it to him, but she still hesitated, saying, "Old man, we should keep a little." But he wouldn't listen and shouted, "Our son has become a living Buddha. Even if we starve to death, it must be a glorious one." Seeing this, the young monk immediately tried to stop him. "Patron, wait. Those fancy Buddha titles over there are just an illusion." As soon as he finished speaking, his master bonked him on the head. The little monk rubbed his head in confusion and turned to look at his master. The old monk just faintly said a few words. "Watch your tongue." Soon, the grand ceremony ended, and night fell. The golden statues were moved back to their gathering place. After being wiped down and returned to their original positions, the great monk ordered the monks to leave. He then turned to the burly monk beside him and said, "Quick, test it. How is it?" The monk immediately walked over to one of the golden statues, reached into its mouth, and pulled out a yellow stone. The statue instantly transformed into a demon, roaring as it tried to bite him. He quickly shot his hand out to grip the statue, while his other hand checked its eyes, nose, and so on. After a moment, he returned the yellow jade to its place, and the statue returned to its original majestic form. Only then did the great monk ask, "How is it compared to last year?" The monk immediately replied, "The corpse's nature is much more profound. The refinement process is very different." Hearing this, the great monk's hand, holding his prayer beads, unconsciously tightened. After a moment, he asked, "Can this corpse be turned into a golden statue within 10 days? The monk immediately replied, "I'm afraid not. But if we get help from the demon transformation grotto." Hearing this, the great monk fell into deep thought. He then quickly waved his hand. "We've used the demon transformation grotto too often these past few years. The people's faith is growing thin. The number of people attending the Dharma assembly hasn't decreased, but the number of people truly worshipping Buddha has dwindled. The root of the problem is within our own temple. Go and pass down this order. From now on, the tenant farmer's land rent will be cut in half, and on a daily basis, you must tighten discipline among the monks. Tell them to stop going down the mountain to gamble at every opportunity, especially the martial monks under your charge." Having said that, he turned and left. When he was completely gone, the monk cursed bitterly. "That old fraud. Faith is growing thin. My ass. Hasn't more than half of the profits ended up in the abbot's, hands?" As he walked out, he spotted two monks passing by. He immediately called them over. When the two approached, he whispered, "Have you found that Xianxia that escaped yet?" One of them scratched his head and said, "Not yet." Hearing this, the monk flew into a rage. "Then what are you waiting for? Go find it. If that thing causes any trouble, I'll have your hides." After the two had walked a fair distance away, one of them complained bitterly, "Damn it, that old fraud. Back when he was taking our money, he certainly didn't talk like this. There are no clues about that Xianxia. How are we supposed to find it? Our temple is bathed in Buddha's light. That demon definitely couldn't stand it and must have fled. But what if it hasn't left and is just hiding? That Xianxia is just a mindless thing. It doesn't have sentience, so how would it know how to hide? What if it does have sentience?" The scene changes to another location. The old couple is on their way down the mountain. As they walked, the husband said, "Walk a little faster. If it gets dark, we won't be able to get down the mountain." His wife, exhausted, replied, "You went and donated all our money. I haven't eaten all day. Where am I supposed to get the energy to walk faster?" Hearing this, the old man got a little angry. "Don't bring that up again. Being so petty. You'd better be careful the Bodhisattva doesn't punish you for it." Just then, a sound came from the nearby bushes. The two looked over, alarmed. "Who's there?" From inside, a Jiangshi slowly emerged. Seeing it, the couple looked overjoyed and said, "Could it be our newer? Is this our answered prayer?" The two of them immediately knelt and began to worship. "A living Buddha protects us! A living Buddha protects us!" As soon as the words were spoken, the Jiangshi struck out with its claw. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The scene changes to a certain camp. A soldier is being brutally tortured. his mouth ceaselessly begging for mercy. After finishing the interrogation, a middle-aged man closes his eyes and waves his hand. The man is released, but he continues to scream insanely while clutching his head before passing out, his fate unknown. The middle-aged man then walks up behind a young man, clasps his hands respectfully, and says, "Reporting to the left emissary. I've questioned him thoroughly." The young man looks at the two corpses killed by Changan and asks, "Who killed the two Wu family brothers?" The Taoist quickly relayed everything he learned from the interrogation. It was Yan Hongli and a short-haired Taoist. The saintess has also fallen into their hands. Hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he snapped his fan shut. Seeing this, the old man immediately advised, "Left emissary, don't be hasty. Our inside source at the garrison command sent word that they've decided to imprison the saintess in the demon transformation grotto of the Thousand Buddha Temple. We just need to set a trap in Yuzhou. Yan Hongli will walk right into it himself." The young man glanced at him. "A trap at the Thousand Buddha Temple?" He then sat down next to the corpses. "I'm afraid that place is already an inescapable net. We'll just have to wait. We'll be meeting soon enough." With that, he waved his hand, and a jet of blue flame shot out, incinerating the corpses and the crazed soldier. "Relay my orders. Have our spies watch all roads leading to Yuzhou, day and night. The moment you spot that Yan Hongli, at any cost, you are to retrieve the saintess." The scene changes again, to a riverbank in a forest. A woman is resting there, looking at the river before her. She says, "General, this Ti-Hu position is just that of a minor official. Why must you risk your life and rush off? Besides, I heard that in Donduo City these days, a Ti-Hu, like you, has no opportunity to use his skills. They say there's a demon nearby that kidnaps women. Aren't you afraid, dear, that by rushing off like this, I'll be taken by that demon?" The young man, fetching water by the river, listened to his wife's nagging and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought to himself, "Such is the short-sightedness of a woman. If I had known, I would have traveled alone to avoid this racket." Who doesn't know the current situation in Donduo City? Whether the city holds or falls, the ones who suffer most are always the common people. It's true that a Tihu is just a minor official in this newly reclaimed territory. Being an official here is bound to be fraught with difficulties, but what great tower wasn't built from the ground up? Just as the young man was about to drink from the water gourd he had just filled, a voice from behind suddenly warned him, "It's best if you don't drink that river water." The young man turned his head and saw a kindly-faced old man with a staff approaching. A little confused, he asked, "Old sir, what do you mean by that? Is this river water not drinkable?" The old man immediately raised his staff and pointed towards the middle of the river, replying, "Young master, please, have a look." Following his gesture, the young man looked again and saw something bobbing to the surface in the river. Very quickly, the thing fully emerged before their eyes. It was a human corpse. Startled, he immediately covered his wife's eyes. The old man then began to explain, "This river is the Four Waters tributary. Its upper stream connects to the moat of Donduo City. The other day, General Xu Li crushed Liu Heizi's army. Since you've only arrived today, you're seeing just a few. In the beginning, the river was clogged with corpses, and the stench was unbearable, who stank for 1,000 miles. The young man heard this and clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you so much for the warning, old sir." The old man gave a gentle, cold smile and looked at them. "It was nothing, just a word of advice. I just happened to overhear you two chatting. You must be tired from your journey. My humble home is nearby. If you don't mind, young master, why not bring your wife to rest for a bit and have some wine?" After that, the young couple followed the old man to his home. The old man invited the young man to drink his fill until he was quite drunk. With a bit of a buzz, he started badmouthing his wife. "Old sir, you have no idea, but this wife of mine is truly unreasonable. She knows full well I'm in a hurry to take up my new post, yet she complained the entire way. Just a moment ago, she was even throwing a fit, saying this place had too much yin energy. It took forever to convince her to come inside. She worries too much. It would have been better to just let her wait outside." Hearing this, the corner of the old man's mouth curled into a cold smile. He then continued to pour wine for the young man. "Relax, young master. Wives are emotional creatures. After all, what would they know of a great man's ambitions? However, your wife's body is indeed frail and can't endure such hardships. She's probably asleep in my humble home by now. I have an idea. How about you let her stay here for a while? After you've settled into your new post, you can send a carriage to pick her up. What do you think? The young man was a bit taken aback by the suggestion. A moment later, in another room inside the house, the woman lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She couldn't stop thinking, what in the world is going on? Why would my husband leave me behind to travel by himself? Ever since he came in here, he's like a completely different person. No, I can't just wait for my husband to come get me. I have to get out of here, now. With that thought, she stood up, planning to slip away quietly into the night. But just as she sat up, she heard a knock on the door. The woman was startled but still took a candle and went to open the door. The moment she opened it, she saw a servant standing there. The woman fell backward in fear, screaming, "A ghost! There's a ghost!" Seeing this, the middle-aged man held out a hand and said, "Mrs. Huyan, Mrs. Huyan, please don't be afraid. Our master sent me to take you to another courtyard to wait for a while." By now, the woman had calmed down a bit. Wait? Wait. For what? A Taoist master just arrived. He is insisting on staying in this courtyard to drink. Hearing this, the woman asked, confused, "Staying here to drink? Didn't your master tell that Taoist there are women in this courtyard?" "My master did." But the Taoist master replied that on a long, endless night, having a beautiful woman for company, wouldn't that be a wonderful scene? The woman was furious when she heard that. How can there be such a shameless, thick-skinned Taoist in this world? Just as she finished speaking, she saw Li Changan walking to her door with a loud laugh. "You flatter me, little lady. I don't believe I've asked your name." Seeing him, she replied with a look of disgust. "My husband's surname is Huyan. My name is Yi. He's the newly appointed magistrate of Dantu City." Hearing this, Li Changan walked right up to the woman's face. "Ah, so you're Mrs. Huyan. This humble Taoist is honored to meet you." The old man also approached at this moment, carrying a jug of wine. "You're too kind, Master Taoist. It is my good fortune to meet you tonight. How about we share a drink?" he said, quickly pouring the wine. But just as he was about to hand the cup to Li Changan, his hand was stopped. "Old sir, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing his attitude, the old man asked back, confused, "What do you mean by that, Master Taoist?" Li Changan immediately flicked his hand, knocking the cup from the old man's grasp, and sending the wine jug in his other hand tumbling to the floor. He then picked up the cup and said, "Even if this humble Taoist isn't considered an honored guest, you can't try to fool me with this cheap swill, can you?" He then took out a gourd. "Here, look, this is real fine wine." With that, he poured a full cup. Seeing this, the woman stood to the side with her arms crossed, thinking scornfully, "Humph, it's just rice wine, and he's over here bragging about it." While she was lost in thought, Li Changan grabbed her by the shoulder and lifted the cup to her face. "Madam, you don't seem convinced. Why don't you have a taste and see for yourself?" The woman decisively swung her hand, aiming to slap Li Changan across the face. "You, rude country Taoist, how dare you?" Li Changan smoothly dodged the slap, and the cup of wine went flying, splashing directly onto the face of the old man standing behind him. After the wine hit his face, the joking expression on his face vanished completely. His expression turned as grim and cold as ever. The woman quickly ran to the old man to check on him. "Old sir, please don't blame him. It's all this Taoist's fault." Before she could finish, the old man cut her off. "It was just an accident, miss. Don't worry about it." But when he turned his head back, the woman's face twisted in terror. The old man's face had become horribly distorted, looking neither human nor ghost. He still hadn't noticed the grotesque change in his own face. Seeing the woman's expression, he asked, confused, "Mrs. Huyan, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Chang, Anne, who was standing nearby, chimed in. "So? Isn't my wine much tastier?" Hearing this, the old man licked a bit of the wine from his face and immediately understood. "Oh. So, it's talisman wine." He then walked to a mirror to get a look. "You damn Taoist, you really have no sense of propriety. This face was sculpted for me by the most skilled artisan from the Bodhisattva temple, from 100 miles around. I was kind enough to give you shelter for the night, and you go and ruin my face." Li Changan continued to pour his wine nonchalantly and replied, "No problem, just invite that craftsman to sculpt you another one. Won't that fix it?" The old man shouted in a rage. "That won't work. Because of a moment of gluttony, that craftsman has already been sacrificed to my five-organ temple." At this point, the woman was so terrified her entire body was trembling. Unable to stand, she collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, the old man turned to her and smiled, but that smile was more terrifying than any demons. "Mrs. Huyan, don't be afraid. This old man means you no harm. I merely want to offer you a wonderful marriage proposal." Li Changan cut in again. A wonderful marriage proposal? To marry your old demonic stomach? This Mrs. Huyan is already another man's wife. I'm afraid she'll have to decline your kind offer. By now, several henchmen had appeared behind the old man. He pointed at Li Changan and lamented, "Why is it that young people today just never listen to good advice?" Of the old man? If that's how it is, then this old man will have to be impolite. Men, seize them. Don't injure this lady Huyan, but as for that Taoist priest, I'll use his heart and liver to pair with my wine. As soon as he finished speaking, the men behind him lunged toward Li Changan like hungry tigers. Seeing this, Li Changan shouted, "Wait!" Hearing this, the old man chuckled. "What, you want to leave some last words?" Li Changan quickly poured the cup of wine in his hand onto the ground. "Last words won't be necessary. This humble priest hasn't lived nearly long enough." The moment the wine hit the floor, the beautiful room instantly became gloomy and filled with a deathly aura. Then, it slowly transformed into a burial chamber. Seeing this, the woman exclaimed in fear, "You mean we've been in a burial chamber this whole time?" Li Changan looked at the wine jug in his hand, a little surprised himself, thinking, this talisman from the Zhenfu division is truly powerful. Yan Hengli said it could drive away a Xuantian-level master. I never expected it to be this effective. The next time I see him, I'll have to ask for a few more jugs. Just then, the old man burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, lady, you certainly have a good eye. But if this were just an illusion, you might have had some hope of escaping. Now that it has transformed into a true burial chamber, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings." Li Changan ignored him and glanced at the woman. "Lady Huyan, since you've recognized this as a burial chamber, do you know who those dried corpses on the wall are?" Hearing this, the woman looked at the dried corpses pinned to the wall. After a moment, she screamed, "Could these be sacrificial burials?" Hearing her answer, Li Changan nodded. "That's right. Do you know why they had to be nailed here with iron spikes?" As he spoke, he walked over and gripped an iron spike. "Let me tell you. It's because the master of the tomb was afraid of his own sacrificial servants." Seeing Li Changan's action, the old man's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by extreme panic. He quickly turned his head and shouted at his subordinates, "What are you all standing around for? Kill him!" But at that moment, his men just stood there in a daze, constantly murmuring, "Venerable priest, save us. Venerable priest, save us." Seeing this, Li Changan gave a cold smile. While alive, the master was high and mighty, and the servants were as insignificant as dust. But after death, everyone is just a ghost in the same tomb. How can one still rely on power to abuse others? Therefore, to preserve the reverence he had in life, he could only use steel nails to pin down the corpses, using special methods to control their souls and force them to continue serving as his slaves. After speaking, he decisively pulled out a nail. A corpse immediately fell from above, but if you remove the steel nails and give them back their freedom, what do you think will happen? As Li Changan pulled out the nail, a pair of eyes filled with resentment glared towards the old man. Next, Li Changan swung his sword, slashing away all the nails on the remaining corpses. Dried bodies fell to the ground one after another. The old man, his face pale with terror, immediately tried to rush forward and stop Li Changan, but he had only taken 2 steps when countless freed, wronged souls rose up behind him. They immediately grabbed hold of him, biting and tearing at him frantically. Very quickly, he was engulfed by the resentful energy, leaving only his unwilling screams echoing in the burial chamber. After a moment, the resentful energy gradually dissipated, and the ghost souls all knelt before Li Changan. "Thank you, venerable priest. We are eternally grateful for your kindness." Li Changan raised his longsword, sighed, and asked, "Have any of you ever harmed a human?" One of them took the lead and replied, "I dare not hide it from you, venerable priest. This lowly one was a servant here. My name is Ma San. This tomb is merely a place where energies intersect, arranged by a master to gather yin and murderous aura, making it suitable for nurturing ghosts. Although we were trapped here, we never went out to do evil, greedily feast on blood, or harm people. We have never done such things. That old ghost murdered the living simply because it was in his cruel and greedy nature. We were forced against our will to aid a villain, but we never intended to harm anyone." Hearing them speak, Li Changan pondered this. These servant ghosts only have resentful energy, no murderous aura. It seems they truly haven't devoured humans. But good and evil are intertwined. Who can claim to be completely innocent? While he was lost in thought, the ghost servants bowed again, pleading, "Venerable priest, please spare us. We will definitely devote ourselves to good. We only ask for a place like this to preserve our remnant souls." Li Changan looked at them with a cold expression. "And what if I say no? The ghost servants replied without a hint of blame. Venerable priest, you have given us a new life. We would never dare to attack you. We can only disperse our own souls to prove our sincerity. We hope the venerable priest will make his decision. Hearing their reply, Li Changan was a bit confused. Why are you so attached to this place? Why not just enter the underworld? Venerable priest, there's something you don't know. We are sacrificial ghosts. Our spirits are bound to the master of this tomb. If the master doesn't enter the underworld, we cannot reincarnate. Hearing this, Li Changan scratched his head helplessly and chuckled, thinking to himself, the master of the tomb? Wasn't he just torn apart and eaten by them? Oh, forget it, forget it. A halfway Taoist priest like myself isn't some god or judge. Why must I pass judgment on the sins of others? With that thought, he sheathed his sword and gestured to the woman behind him. Since you can't enter the underworld, then after you escort Lady Huyan home, you're on your own. Hearing this, the ghost servants were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. A moment later, the lead ghost servant guided Li Changan out of the burial chamber. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Li Changan looked out curiously. It's so late. Is there a visitor? The ghost servant replied. This lowly one doesn't know who would come at this hour. After speaking, he quickly went to open the door. Seeing the person, the ghost servant greeted him respectfully. So, it is Envoy Liu. The man also turned to look at him and asked, Hey, Ma-san, where is your master? The ghost servant didn't answer, turning to glance at Li Changan behind him. Li Changan gave a slight nod. Only then did the servant look at the man and reply respectfully. Reporting to Envoy Liu, my master heard that the Mountain Lord's wife had passed away and was worried the Mountain Lord had no one to serve him. Coincidentally, he recently met a beautiful woman and wished to specially offer her to the Mountain Lord. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Your master is quite thoughtful, but it's no longer necessary. Yesterday, while on patrol, the Mountain Lord found an exquisite beauty, a woman of infinite charm. Even a fox spirit from Qingqiu couldn't compare. The Mountain Lord has already decided that she will be his next wife. I came here today to deliver the wedding invitation. The ghost servant immediately took the invitation. In that case, congratulations to the great Mountain Lord. Just then, the young man glanced into the courtyard and saw Li Changan standing there. He asked with some curiosity, Oh? And who might this be? Li Changan watched him as he walked in and silently glanced back at him. The young man walked directly up to Li Changan and asked, Well now, where did this young man come from? You look awfully unfamiliar. Seeing this, the ghost servant quickly interjected, This is a distant relative of my master. Hearing this, the young man flicked out a snake-like tongue and looked at Li Changan with curiosity, saying, A relative of the old ghost? Strange. Why is he a living person? Li Changan looked at him coldly and replied, This humble one is not a ghost, so of course, I'm alive. The young man, hearing that, he kept asking, Not a ghost? So you're a demon? But why don't you smell like one? Li Changan just shook his head slightly. A new demon, still weak. The young man pressed on. Then why is the human smell on you so strong? Li Changan, getting annoyed now, gritted his teeth and shot back. As luck would have it, I'm a demon that was once human. Hearing this, the young man chuckled. A demon that was once human? Huh? Now that's a rare sight. We snakes become snake demons, rats become rat demons, a human becomes. Right. You'd be called a human demon. Seeing that smug look on his face, Li Changan was furious enough to beat him to a pulp. But he quickly calmed himself, thinking to himself, People say to kill a snake, you strike it 7 inches below the head. I just wonder, where would that spot be on a snake that's taken human form? Just then, the young man's face flushed red as he covered his mouth and said, My little bro, you don't even blink. You're a tough one to get through to. We're a respectable clan of bear demons, you know. As he spoke, he pulled out an invitation and stuffed it into Li Changan's robes. Then he turned to leave. All right, we've still got more invitations to hand out, so I've got to run. Hey little bro, make sure you show up, all right? Our family really likes the human taste you have. Li Changan and the ghost servant, each holding a baffling invitation, just stared as the young man walked away. After a long moment, Li Changan finally spoke up, asking, So, that old demon captured Madame Huyan just to trade for a red thread? But this mountain lord, is he a powerful, enlightened tiger demon, or some kind of mountain god, that this old ghost is so desperate to get on his good side? Hearing Li Changan's question, the ghost servant replied, Taoist master, you give him too much credit. A tiger demon, or a mountain god? Please, he's nothing but an old mountain ghost. He uses what little power he has to bribe a gang of mountain spirits and monsters, and then proclaims himself Mountain Lord. This old demon is utterly depraved, and his favorite hobby is abducting beautiful women. But he has a vicious temper. Every woman he's ever taken has either been tormented to death or driven to suicide by the sheer humiliation. Counting the previous one, that makes 60 women he's abducted and driven to their deaths. Li Changan grew grim after hearing this. He had only intended to casually exterminate an old demon. I never expected to get tangled up with a so-called great demon king of the mountain. These demons, they're just like people. Once they get a big enough group, they start scheming together to cause trouble. At that moment, another knock came from the door. Li Changan flinched slightly, then said to the ghost servant, "I'll get it. If that snake demon figures us out, you get Madame Hu Yan and leave immediately." The moment Li Changan opened the door, he saw a large, burly man who clasped his hands and said, "I seem to have lost my way, but I have not." But before he could reply, the other person had already turned to leave. Li Changan quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait, is that you, Brother Yan?" Yan Hengli seemed a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. A moment later, the two were sitting around a campfire in the courtyard, drinking wine. As Yan Hengli drank, he began to recount his story. It wasn't that Yan Hengli was ungrateful, but he was truly too ashamed to face the Taoist master again. "After we parted ways, I was afraid the White Lotus sect would find and hunt me down, so I traveled through the desolate mountains. But I was still discovered and ambushed by one of their experts. By the time I fought him off and looked back, that demoness was gone." Hearing this, Li Changan was surprised and asked, "What about your Imperial Edict talisman?" Yan Hengli sighed. "That's gone too." "Then what about your talismans and magic tools?" "They were on the horse, which is also gone. I was treating my wounds at the time." "Ugh, let's not talk about it. I searched the area for a while after, but ended up getting lost and came here. I never expected to meet you again, Taoist master." After listening, Li Changan asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Yan Hengli let out a small sigh. "I can only ask the town suppression division for help. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Yan Hengli, seeing no other choice, replied sadly, "I have no other option. I'll just have to accept it. Right now, whether that demoness is alive or dead, whether she's returned to the White Lotus sect or fallen into someone else's hands, I have no idea." At that moment, Li Changan suddenly remembered the Mountain Lord's wedding banquet. He quickly reached into his robes and pulled out the invitation. "Brother Yan, I might have a clue about that demoness's whereabouts. I just don't know if the Mountain Lord will give you face with this invitation." Just then, the ghost servant ran out in fear, saying, "What? You two want to go to the Mountain Lord's residence? You really can't go there." Seeing how agitated he was, Li Changan asked, "Why can't we go?" The ghost servant quickly explained in terror. That Mountain Lord, although shameless and despicable, is genuinely powerful. Now that he's invited so many guests to his banquet, there will be even more demons and monsters gathered at his soul-locking valley. If you two barge in now, you'll be walking straight into the tiger's den, serving yourselves up on a platter. Li Changan and Yan Hengli listened in silence as the ghost servant explained. After a moment, Yan Hengli spoke up. "Thank you for your kind warning, sir. But I, Yan Hengli, have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I must make this trip. I, Yan Hengli, must shamelessly ask for the Taoist master's help one more time. In a moment, I'll write a letter, and I must ask the Taoist master to deliver it near Pingye City for me." Hearing him say this, Li Changan's expression tensed. He thought to himself, "This isn't about delivering a letter. He's clearly afraid I'll go with him. This bushy-bearded fellow has already accepted that this is a suicide mission." Just then, the ghost servant spoke again. "Taoist master, Lord Yan, perhaps, I have a way. Have you two ever heard of monkey wine?" Li Changan immediately replied, "Yes, I have indeed heard of it. Rumor has it that this is a type of wine brewed by monkeys using a great many fruits. Its aroma travels for 10 miles, and it's incredibly easy to get drunk from it. But if a woodcutter or a wine lover goes there to steal a drink and gets caught by the monkeys, they will surely be beaten to death." The ghost servant continued. "I remember one time, that old mountain demon caught a very beautiful woman. He was so excited he brought out the monkey wine to treat his guests. All the demons got dead drunk. If the woman the Taoist master and Lord Yan speak of is truly that stunning, then he will definitely bring out the monkey wine again. We can take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters." After hearing the plan, Li Changan thought it was pretty solid, but he soon faced another problem. "So, how do we blend into the wedding feast now?" The ghost servant's ghostly aura flared up as he said, "The demonic presence will be scattered, and the security won't be strict. Blending in will be easy. The only thing is, there will definitely be many demons with keen ears and noses inside. You absolutely cannot let them discover that you two are living humans." After speaking, he flew straight through Li Changan's body. The Taoist master is simple. Although you're alive, your body exists in both the realms of yin and yang. Just a touch of yin energy like this is enough to conceal you. Li Changan could feel his own state and thought, "The ghostly souls around me don't feel any different. This must be the wondrous effect of the netherworld connection." The ghost servant then looked at Yan Hengli. "However," he continued, "Lord Yan's vital energy is so strong that low-level demons can't even get near you. Anyone can tell you're a living person at a glance. A little bit of yin energy won't be enough to hide it." Yan Hengli sighed. "In the saddlebag on that horse of mine, there were some items to conceal. My life force. A pity they disappeared, along with the demoness." The ghost servant then said, "My lord, no need to lament. I have a way to conceal your life force. I just don't know if you can withstand the cold." Hearing this, Yan Hengli replied confidently, "I can withstand blades and axes on my body, let alone a bit of mere cold." A short while later, Yan Hengli was walking while shivering uncontrollably with every breath. It turned out the ghost servant's method was to possess him, using his own yin energy to conceal Yan Hengli's life force. As a result, the ghost servant clung tightly to Yan Hengli's body, the piercing cold making his very soul tremble. Li Changan looked at the two of them, with a helpless smile and said, "Can you two still hold on? Maybe we should separate for a bit first." The ghost servant immediately replied, "No, the stone path beneath our feet is becoming clearer. We're about to reach the mountain demon's lair. If we separate now and run into a demon, all our efforts will be for nothing." Yan Hengli also gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. This cough is just an old ailment. It's nothing. I've troubled you, third brother. The Taoist master has shown me great kindness before. What's a small thing like this?" Li Changan watched their backs and smiled, thinking to himself, "In this world, some ghosts are more righteous than humans, while some humans are more wicked than ghosts." Inside the mountain valley, countless demons and evil spirits were noisily gathering for the wedding feast. Li Changan's group had also arrived. The ghost servant immediately looked toward the magnificent palace ahead and said, "We've reached Soul-Locking Valley. That's where the mountain demon lives." At that moment, shouts and curses rang out endlessly. "Where's your invitation? Hey, no cutting in line. Forgot your invitation? Then please go back home. You can't bring weapons inside. If you want to enter, leave your weapon outside. Brother, you misunderstand. This sword is transformed from my tail. I don't care what it's transformed from. Either leave the weapon or don't come in." Witnessing all this, Li Changan couldn't help but sigh in amusement. He thought, these demons are actually lining up so obediently. It's just like a security check at a train station. Just then, a demon pointed at Li Changan and Yan Hengli and yelled, "Hey, you two, are your weapons transformed from your tails too?" Li Changan and Yan Hengli immediately drew their weapons and replied with a smile, "Easy, easy. We'll leave our weapons outside." After that, they were allowed inside. As soon as he stepped in, Yan Hengli's face changed as if he'd realized something. Seeing this, Li Changan asked, "Brother Yan, did you find something?" Yan Hengli pointed towards a pavilion and replied, "Taoist master, don't worry. Before, Yan Hengli was only 30% sure, but now, I'm 80% certain. I've confirmed that the demoness is here." Following the direction his hand was pointing, they saw his horse tied under a tree, grazing. The scene shifts elsewhere. The demoness was currently being pinned to the bed by the mountain demon, who was eager to have his way with her. She, however, showed no signs of alarm, instead acting extremely weak and gentle. Looking at the mountain demon, she said, "Ah Lang, if you keep this up, I won't be able to take it." The mountain demon was drooling. He stared at the demoness beneath him. "Be good. We're about to get married anyway. Let me satisfy this longing first." "Oh, but I can't do that. I am a proper lady from a good family. You promised that we could only do this after the wedding ceremony. If not, I'd rather smash my head against the wall and die." Hearing this, the mountain demon immediately ran outside. All right, my beauty, don't be hasty. Your husband will leave right now, right now." After he left, the bridal chamber fell silent again. The demoness was furious, cursing, "That old demon. If my cultivation base wasn't sealed, I would have flayed that dark skin off him long ago. The only plan, for now, is to resort to this crude method." After speaking, She took out a hairpin and stabbed it straight into the back of her own neck. The moment the pin went in, her face twisted in excruciating pain. Then, fresh blood spurted out like rain, instantly gushing down and staining one of her shoulders red. Meanwhile, outside, the grand ceremony was proceeding as planned. A large, burly man walked out, looked at the crowd of demons below, and shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Honored guests, please enter." A demon with a human body and a goat's head tried to walk in, but was blocked by him. "Get lost, get lost. The Mountain Lord has decreed that only those who can transform to look human may enter the feast." The goat demon, hearing this, was annoyed. "What part of me doesn't look human?" he asked. "Look at those horns of yours. Your demonic form isn't fully hidden, and you still dare to say you look human? Scram. 1. Look at you and I can tell you're an expert at getting cheated on by your lover. Damn it. If you're not letting me in, fine. Why'd you have to hit a nerve?" Seeing Li Changan's group looking confused, the demon slave immediately spoke up to explain. "You two may not know this, but although the old mountain demon is a man-eating monster, he has always been very studious. He dislikes it when other lesser demons reveal their original forms in front of him." The goat demon, furious, ignored him and pushed forward anyway. "Humph. That requirement of yours, how many here can even meet it? Isn't that old mountain lord just making things difficult for us on purpose?" He had only taken a few steps when the large man behind him transformed back into his original form with a fox head, lunging forward and swallowing the goat demon whole. Blood gushed out endlessly as he stood there, chewing and gnawing, finally spitting out the goat's head. "Humph, this old monster's meat is way too tough." After eating the goat demon alive, he looked at the rest of the crowd and shouted, "Do you all understand now? If I say you look human, you look human. If I say you can enter, you can enter. If you dare act up again, be careful, or I'll swallow you whole too." As for the standard of looking human, it's like those two over there. After the inspection, those who passed were invited into the main hall for the feast. With music and dancing beauties, it was truly no different from a human celebration. Li Changan looked around and sighed. The ones who want to enter can't, while those who don't want to are singled out. Fate is truly cruel. Yan Hongli, who was beside him, also spoke up. "For now, all we can do is play it by ear." Their gazes shifted to a nearby table where 3 figures were seated. One looked like an elegant scholar, another was as skinny as a starving ghost, and the last one was tall, dark, and foul-smelling, still retaining the appearance of a pig-headed demon. Seeing Li Changan's group looking, the demon slave immediately explained, "Those guys are all honored guests of the Mountain Lord. They didn't need to line up outside to get in. Master Taoist, please look. The one in the head seat is the snake demon from South Mountain, who calls himself Shengqing Gongzi. The one in the second seat is the pig demon from the western swamps, known as Dadu Taisui. As for the third one," but before he could finish, they saw that demon staring intently at them. Seeing this, the group quickly turned their heads towards the singing girl, applauding and praising her performance. But that person didn't let up. His sharp gaze remained fixed on them. Feeling his stare, Li Changan couldn't help but tense up, thinking, "This old monster in yellow. Why on earth does he keep staring over here? Could it be that we've been exposed?" Li Changan became extremely vigilant, pulling out a small knife from the roasted chicken dish, ready to defend himself at any moment. Just then, something was thrown from an unknown direction. Li Changan reacted by stabbing his knife into the floor to pick it up. When he lifted it, he saw it was a venomous insect. That demonic person had also walked up behind Li Changan. "This little brother looks very unfamiliar," he said. "Those who receive an invitation from the Mountain Lord are all people who have served him closely. I wonder who this little brother is." Li Changan quickly turned around, hiding the knife behind his back, and replied, "Old Ghost Zhong Chong is a distant relative of mine. He went out recently for a gathering but was unexpectedly injured by a Taoist priest. It wasn't convenient for him to come, so he asked me to come in his place." Hearing this, the demon feigned concern and asked, "Oh, is he all right?" Li Changan quickly forced a smile and replied, "It's just a minor injury. He's fine." Li Changan was extremely tense, thinking to himself, could it be that this demon has already seen that we're living humans? But if so, why hasn't he exposed us directly? And if he hasn't figured it out, why does he keep pestering me? What kind of demon is he? Anyway, Li Changan's gaze then fell on the demon's chest, visible through his clothes, and he immediately realized, this is a Sai demon. The so-called Sai are venomous insects, and a Sai is a demon formed from the resentment of various poisonous insects. Damn it. Why did I have to run into this type of demon? Back when I dealt with Bai Shuya, I burned so many goo insects. 2. Insects. I must reek of blood. No wonder I attracted this Psy demon. This Psy demon probably hasn't discovered our true identities yet. He's just targeting me based on his instincts. As long as I handle this carefully, it should be fine. Having thought it through, Li Changan spoke up. Little brother is here for the first time. If I have been impolite in any way, I hope your majesty can forgive me. The Psy demon paid him no mind and said bluntly, You killed that old ghost, didn't you? Hearing this, Li Changan's group all jumped in shock. The surrounding demons also stopped eating and drinking, turning to look. Yan Hongli's hand was already gripping his small knife, ready for action. Although Li Changan's heart was pounding, he remained extremely calm on the surface and replied, Why would your majesty say such a thing? His hand behind his back, holding the knife, was also ready. Just then, a woman's scream rang out from the side. They saw the pig demon had grabbed a female demon and lifted her up. Looking at her feet, she seemed to be some kind of bird or chicken demon in human form. The Psy demon also paused, turning his head to look. Fresh blood immediately spurted out, splattering onto a painting hanging on the wall. The pig demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, This feast is so boring. If the host doesn't come out, then the guests might as well leave. They promised fine wine and delicious meat, but this wine and meat is completely ordinary. It's clear they just threw this together carelessly. Just then, the mountain lord walked out from inside. He looked at the pig demon and said, Oh, Taisui, why are you so angry? It's just that this old fool has been a poor host. I am here to apologize to your excellency. Seeing this man, Li Changan thought. So, the big boss finally shows up. The mountain lord immediately turned his head and ordered those behind him. Servants, bring out the fine wine. Instantly, 2 demon underlings emerged, hauling 2 large wine jars. The other demons saw this and gasped. Could this be the mountain lord then looked at them and replied, Your excellency is correct. This is my 100-fruit brew. Servants, pour the wine for me and for my honored guests. Today is a day of great celebration for this old master, and we will not stop until we're all drunk. Very quickly, everyone had a cup of the 100-fruit brew. The whole crowd was ecstatic, raising their cups in a toast. Li Changan brought the cup in his hand to his nose for a sniff, and was instantly taken aback. It really was an exquisite wine. No wonder it could captivate all these monsters. Too bad, he thought. I can't drink this. If I get drunk and pass out here, it'll all be over. Just then, the ghost servant leaned in and whispered a warning. Taoist Master, Master Yan, in a moment, no matter what you see, you must hold back. Hearing this, Li Changan asked, confused, What do you mean by that? Just then, the mountain lord gave another command. Servants, bring out the meat. In an instant, several bound, living people were dragged into the hall. Only then did Li Changan understand the ghost servant's warning. Standing on a dais, the mountain lord waved his hand expansively and boomed. To thank all of you for honoring this old man with your presence today. I didn't know how to possibly repay you, but as it happens, my kitchen staff has just perfected a new dish. I haven't even had a chance to try it myself, so today is the perfect time for us all to sample this delicious and fresh delicacy. Dongguo, let our guests have a taste of your handiwork. The large man immediately began sharpening his blade, announcing, This humble servant once learned a craft called kuai. It is the art of slicing meat into incredibly thin pieces, preserving the original flavor and texture to the highest possible degree. A true master can carve off the flesh, slice by slice. While the ingredient is still living, the meat is at its most tender and flavorful when the subject is in the most extreme agony. But the pain of the flesh, how can it compare to the pain of the heart? As the saying goes, the hearts of mother and child are linked, and these two are mother and son. As he said this, he sliced the knife across the young man. The youth, in agony, bit down hard on the cloth, gagging his mouth. His mother, beside him, wasn't cut, but she was in absolute torment, trembling as she watched her own son being slowly carved to death before her very eyes. This, plus the agony of being flayed alive, this is when a person's grief is at its peak. Li Changan and Yan Hongli's faces were both dark with fury, but they forced themselves to hold back. The large butcher made a single cut, then brought the bloody blade to the corner of his mouth to lick it. Ah, yes, human flesh is, of course, at its most delectable at this very moment. Watching him, Li Changan couldn't help but curse in his mind. Lower than an animal, the snake demon behind him noticed his expression and sidled closer, Hey little bro, what's wrong? You don't seem pleased with our little culinary display here. The demons at a nearby table looked over, confused, and grunted. Hey, old snake, why are you pestering that little ghoul? It's the Mountain Lord's big day. We've got fine wine and fresh meat, a rare treat. Don't go ruining the mood for everyone. Hearing this, the snake demon pointed at Li Changan and yelled, These two ghouls aren't telling the truth, Your Excellency. You've misunderstood. That old ghost was the most vicious of them all, and he got what was coming to. Before he could finish, a pig demon interrupted him. So what? He got himself killed, that's all. It's not like he was your old man. You're not actually thinking of avenging him, are you? The snake demon flicked his tongue and spoke up. Even though we're the same type of spirit, we're all different individuals. Naturally, nobody's the father of anyone else here. I'm guessing those two must have done something to offend him. Hearing them talk, the first snake demon was at a loss for words. Li Changan, who was behind him, let out a long sigh. The snake demon noticed and turned his head. What are you sighing for now? He asked. I just find it a pity, Li Changan said. This chef talks a good game, but I'm afraid before he's even made. A few cuts. Both of them will have already stopped breathing. Hearing this, the large butcher became enraged. You little pipsqueak, my skills are perfectly honed. If I can't make a full 999 cuts, before this person stops breathing, you can carve me up and eat me instead. If your technique is so great, why do you need that iron pot? Li Changan retorted. I'd wager your skills aren't as refined as you claim, and you plan to just boil them alive when you mess up. Am I right? Besides, I only needed one sniff to know that this broth is poorly made, and from that, I can infer that your knife skills are nothing to brag about either. The large butcher, enraged, immediately rushed over and grabbed Li Changan by the collar. What does a pipsqueak like you, who isn't even fully fledged, know about anything? This arm of mine. Just then, the Mountain Lord's voice cut in, stopping him. Hold on. This little brother here seems to be quite the connoisseur. Do you, perhaps, have a secret recipe you could share with everyone here? If so, then I would be happy to oblige. Li Changan quickly walked over to the prep table, examining the tools for a moment. Then, he picked up the smallest knife there and asked, What is this little knife used for? What's that? The big fellow heard him and replied scornfully, Humph, you don't even know that? Obviously, it's to get the marrow. This big knife for chopping bones isn't for chopping livestock. You want to use it now? Li Changan waved the knife in his hand and replied, Using this feels the most natural. Yanheng Li and the other man still didn't understand what Li Changan wanted to do. They kept staring at him. Li Changan then walked over to the mother and child. The mother's eyes were already filled with tears, her gaze constantly pleading with Li Changan. Li Changan looked at them for a moment, then pointed at the pot of boiling water and said, You, come over here and see. Isn't the soup missing a little seasoning? The big fellow heard this and, without any suspicion, walked over to take a look. Impossible. How could it be missing anything? Li Changan immediately swung the knife, and the man's head was lopped off his neck, falling straight into the pot. Li Changan then glanced at the demons and said, Gentlemen, what do you think of this humble Taoist's pot of soup? The Mountain Lord now also realized that Li Changan was a living person. He immediately shouted for his subordinates to charge forward and seize him. A nearby brute quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, aiming straight for the back of Li Changan's neck. But before he could strike, a hand blocked him. The one who intervened was Yanheng Li. He pushed with all his might, and the man was sent flying. Li Changan, holding the knife, immediately slashed out. The beastly brute was instantly cut down, tumbling over to the pig demon's table and revealing its true form, a fox demon. The pig demon and the snake demon remained indifferent, continuing to sit and eat their meat. Li Changan's expression tensed as he said to Yanheng Li and the other, This humble Taoist has been reckless and has gotten you two into trouble. Guinu was crying without tears. Taoist master, in that case, take this remnant soul of mine as thanks for your kindness. Yanheng Li also chuckled and said, Taoist master, what are you saying? You were just one step ahead of me, Yanheng Li. Witnessing such a scene, what man could hold himself back? Li Changan quickly went over and cut the ropes, freeing the two. He then told them to stay close to him. The Mountain Lord was now furious. He looked at the pig demons and yelled, Whoever kills these two gets the beauties and fine wine. When those two heard this, their eyes immediately filled with killing intent as they stared at Li Changan's group. Seeing them stand up, Li Changan muttered to himself, This is bad. It's over. At this feast, it wasn't just the Mountain Lord and his lackeys. The pig demon approached him with a murderous look and said, Haha, Taoist, you listen up. This is a generous reward from the Mountain Lord. Don't blame me, the Grand Marshal, for being unreasonable. Just obediently let me eat you." After saying that, he immediately flipped the table and charged forward. Seeing him rush over, Li Changan was utterly terrified, frozen on the spot. Just then, Yan Hongli also charged forward, grabbing the 2 tusks of the pig demon and stopping it in its tracks. The restrained pig demon couldn't help but exclaim, "You brute! You're pretty strong. Too bad your meat is the type to get stuck in my teeth. I'm not even interested in eating you." Li Changan finally snapped out of it, and once again channeled his divine power into his blade, unleashing another demon-slaying strike. But this time, his attack did absolutely no damage to the pig demon. In fact, the pig demon just laughed mockingly. "Too light, way too light. Are you trying to scratch an itch for me, you old grump? Why are you using so little strength?" This was getting intense. The demon-slaying technique was meant to destroy the demonic aura, protecting a body, but this pig demon was just pure thick skin and fat. Li Changan glanced around and saw countless demon folk surrounding them. He quickly said to Yan Hongli, "Brother Yan, if you don't use your ace in the hole, we're really going to end up meeting again in the belly of a wild pig." Beside them, the ghost servant was trembling, shielding the mother and child. Yan Xing Lai knew the situation was dire and didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately roared, "Sword, come to me!" Li Changan was confused when he heard the shout. A moment later, an explosion erupted from the roof. A ray of blood-red light shot down from the sky, flying past the group and piercing straight through the pig demon's chest. It was finally revealed to be a long sword. The pig demon groaned in pain a few times, and then its primal spirit escaped from its body. Li Changan was astonished by the sight. Wow, this pig demon even knows the trick of having its spirit leave its body. But before the pig demon's primal spirit could get far, the sword once again transformed into a ray of blood-red light and gave chase. Very quickly, the pig demon's primal spirit was devoured. Li Changan was extremely tense watching this. Not only does this sword eat flesh and drink blood, it even devours souls. Where did this bushy-bearded guy get such a vicious sword? Yan Hongli continued to control the blood sword, sending it back into the fray. Wherever the blood sword flew, demon folk were torn to shreds. It then shot straight towards the ghost servants. Seeing this, Li Changan immediately stood in front of them, blocking its path. Yan Hongli also gritted his teeth and screamed, "Stop!" As expected, the moment he yelled, the blood sword stopped in midair. It then circled around the group and flew to Yan Hongli's side. Li Changan glanced at him and asked, "Old brother Yan, this sword of yours seems a bit disobedient, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Yan Hongli replied, "To be honest, Master Priest, this is just a semi-finished product. Its viciousness hasn't faded, and its sword spirit hasn't been born yet. A moment ago, consuming that pig demon awakened the savagery within it, making it extremely difficult to control. If I let it loose again, I'm afraid." Just then, someone kicked the door in from outside. The Psy demon led a group of demon folk in and, looking at Li Changan's group, said, "Gentlemen, the Mountain Lord has spoken. Kill these 2, and you can drink all the fine wine in the valley and sleep with any woman you desire." Li Changan recognized him and sighed, "Isn't this the Psy ghost? I thought he'd already left. Why is he still here?" The moment Yan Hongli turned his head, the ghostly creatures charged towards him. "Brothers, let's go. Kill them, and the fine wine and beautiful women are all ours." Holding the pig-slaughtering knife, Li Changan gritted his teeth and stood in front of Yan Hongli. "Let me." Seeing this, Yan Hongli gritted his teeth, pulled something off the sword's hilt, and threw it to Li Changan, shouting, "Master Priest, catch! These are the golden needles of the Tita Prefecture Guard. As for what they do, you'll know once you use them, Master Priest." Li Changan didn't ask any more questions and quickly took out several needles, holding them between his fingers. Then, he flung them with all his might towards the ghostly creatures. The few creatures in the lead were hit by the golden needles and immediately froze. Li Changan saw them standing still and said helplessly, "Huh, they don't do anything?" The moment he finished speaking, all those demon creatures collapsed. Li Changan was shocked. He looked at the golden needles in his hand. "Whoa, this is insane. This is some seriously good stuff." The Psy ghost in the back smirked slightly. "I knew it. How else could this little Taoist priest be so bold? So, that's his trick." Hearing it speak, Li Changan immediately flung a golden needle at it. The Psy ghost couldn't dodge in time and was hit, but unlike the other minor demons and ghosts, it didn't collapse. It stood there perfectly fine, its sharp eyes fixed on Li Changan as it chuckled. "So, this is the trick you're relying on? These golden needles are indeed powerful, but they have no effect on me. Ha ha ha." As it spoke, its body began to emit a bizarre green aura. The aura quickly spread out, rushing towards Li Changan. Upon inhaling the gas, Li Changan couldn't stop coughing. Damn it. Just a whiff is enough to make my heart and lungs sting with pain. This Psy ghost is even more venomous than Bai Shuya. Li Changan quickly retreated out of the aura's range. He then performed the wind control technique. A whirlwind immediately appeared, sweeping away all the poisonous gas and the minor demons surrounding the Psy ghost. By now, the Psy ghost had completely merged with the green smoke. It rushed towards Li Changan, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, little brat. If you have any other tricks, you'd better use them all now." As Li Changan observed the smoke in front of him, he was suddenly startled. From what he could see, the thing controlling and hiding. Inside, the smoke was a scorpion. Without hesitation, Li Changan swung his knife at the spot where the scorpion was hiding. The smoke was sliced in two, and the scorpion's body was instantly fully revealed. Li Changan gave it no chance to react. He quickly threw out a golden needle, and the scorpion was immediately struck and pinned to the ground. After dealing with the Psy ghost, Li Changan's aura erupted once more. The surrounding minor ghosts were sent flying by his move. He then quickly moved to help Yanhang Li and free the mother and child. Suddenly, he sensed something. Glancing back, he saw the mountain lord quietly trying to escape. Seeing this, Li Changan bent down and picked up a longsword. "Not good. That mountain lord is getting away. Brother Yan, you're injured, so stay here and watch over Ma San and the mother and son. Leave the mountain lord and that demon woman to this humble priest." Yan Hengli wanted to stop him, but by the time Li Changan finished speaking, he had already run off after the mountain lord, giving him no chance to object. The mountain lord ran, cursing non-stop. "Damn it. When I saw the luggage on that horse's back, I should have known. My king, your humble servant was robbed by a scoundrel. Please save me. A scoundrel who could capture such a stunning beauty. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? To think I'd run right into this killer star." The poison hand judge of the Tita Prefecture's Dragon Guard, Yan Hengli, son of a bitch. This estate is a lost cause. But I absolutely cannot lose that beauty. As he spoke, he quickly ran back to the bridal chamber. The demon woman was still sitting on the bed. The mountain lord rushed in and yelled, my lady, we're in big trouble. The scoundrel you mentioned has broken down our door." The demon woman put on a frightened act and asked, "That bearded fellow chased after them?" The mountain lord quickly went over and unlocked the iron shackles on the demoness's feet. "That's right. And there was another Taoist with him. That one is also not easy to deal with." The demoness asked again, "So, what should we do?" The iron chain on her leg was quickly unlocked by the mountain lord. He then took her hand and pulled her along. "Don't worry, my lady. That scoundrel won't find this place for a while. Let's take this chance to get out of here." The demoness then suddenly cried out in pain and fell. The mountain lord saw this and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" The demoness cried and complained, "Sob, it's all because of this heartless iron chain. It's been shackling me for so long, my legs can't even walk anymore." The mountain lord quickly piggybacked her and left. "It's all my fault. Let your husband carry you." The demoness took out a needle and smiled coldly. "From now on, I'll have to rely on you, husband." The scene changes to outside the residence, which was now engulfed in a massive fire. The lesser demons and monsters were screaming in agony. Li Changan chased after the mountain lord, thinking to himself, "That old mountain lord, while the lesser demons are going crazy seeking revenge. Where on earth are this mountain lord and his new bride?" While running, Li Changan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Not far away, a man was furtively trying to escape from behind. Seeing this, Li Changan immediately sent his sword, flying towards the man. The young man, completely unaware, was stabbed in the back by the longsword. The moment the sword pierced his body, the man suddenly vanished, leaving only a set of clothes pinned to the ground by the sword. Li Changan walked over to the clothes and saw a snake's tail sticking out. He quickly grabbed the snake's tail and lifted it up, asking, "Envoy Liu, we just met yesterday, and we meet again today. Could this be a fated encounter?" The snake shook its head repeatedly, feigning innocence and ignorance. Seeing this, Li Changan sighed. "Oh no, it seems I've got the wrong snake. But that's all right. I heard that snake. Gallbladder is very good for the eyes. My eyes have been a bit dry lately. Since you're not Envoy Liu then." The snake heard this, and its eyes widened in fear, immediately screaming, "Wait, it's me, the demon. Taoist master, with your great power, why must you make things difficult for a small demon spirit like me?" Li Changan looked at it seriously and asked, "Look, we can be considered Old acquaintances. Take me to where that mountain lord and his new bride are, and I naturally won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, he released the snake to the ground. A moment later, Envoy Liu led Li Changan to a large residence. The mountain lord has always resided in this estate. The new bride is also being held captive here. That's all I know. What do you think? Li Changan glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, I am a man of my word. Thank you, Envoy Liu. Hearing this, the envoy was so overjoyed he burst into tears. Without hesitation, he quickly took his leave. Li Changan looked at the fog-filled residence ahead and pondered for a moment before quickly pushing the door open and entering. Inside the room, bloodstains were splattered everywhere, and the owner of that blood was none other than the mountain lord. Li Changan walked over to the mountain lord's corpse to inspect it. The new bride doesn't seem too happy with her new groom, does she? Suddenly, Li Changan heard a sound. He turned his head and saw the demoness silently approaching him from behind. When the demoness saw Chang and turned to look at her, she broke out in a cold sweat. Very quickly, she put on a pitiful act again, yelling, Taoist master, save me. The long sword in Li Changan's hand immediately swung up, pointing straight at her face. Still pulling this trick? Can't we try something new? The demoness looked at the sword before her, sweating profusely. Taoist master, what is this? In this demon's lair, you and I are on the same side. We should be working together, Li Changan sneered. My head isn't made of iron. How would I dare to be in the same boat as the new bride? The demoness got a little petulant. Taoist master, you clearly know that I. Before she could finish, another sound came from outside. The demoness looked out in fear. It's here again. Li Changan, not understanding what was happening, exclaimed, It's here? Who's here? Very quickly, a man carrying a giant snake entered. Seeing that snake, an image immediately appeared in Li Changan's mind. It's young Master Shengqing from the banquet. Earlier, Li Changan secretly took out a needle, his heart pounding with alarm. I don't know where this scholar came from. The scholar paid him no mind, a slight smirk on his lips. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the giant snake, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to shrink. Seeing this, Li Changan was even more astonished. In a flash, the giant serpent shrank into a tiny snake, no bigger than his thumb. The scholar then took out a gourd and slowly stuffed the little snake inside. Once that was all taken care of, he finally spoke. My apologies for making you wait, Taoist master, Li Changan replied tensely. It's no trouble, his gaze fixed on the gourd in the man's hand. He wondered, is he making wine? Using a live snake demon to brew wine? This scholar is certainly something else. But I can't tell if he's a friend or an enemy. Li Changan's golden needle was held at the ready in his hand. Just then, someone else arrived. Yan Hongli burst in, pointed at the scholar, and yelled, Taoist master, look out! This scholar is formidable. He was the one who ambushed me before. His methods are extremely ruthless. During our fight, I couldn't keep an eye on the demoness, so I had to let Meyer carry her and leave first. That's what led to the situation today. The scholar glanced at him and replied, This humble one was merely acting on someone else's request. For the sake of the world, I must eliminate this demoness. You two righteous heroes, please do not stand in my way. The two sides immediately fell silent, locked in a stalemate. Just then, the demoness threw herself into Li Changan's arms, putting on a scared and weak act. This young master's gaze is so fierce, I'm afraid he wants to eat me alive. But I belong to Lord Yan and the Taoist priest now. If you want me, well, you'll have to get through them first. Yan Hongli ignored her and looked at the scholar, replying, This demoness should indeed be killed. However, it is the duty of the Yan Ti Chong to protect her completely. Forgive me, brother, but I cannot comply with your request. After speaking, he brandished his blade, pointing it directly at the scholar. The scholar clasped his hands in respect toward them. You two are truly righteous. Why would you bravely stand up for a stranger in this den of demons? I, this humble one, feel ashamed of my own inadequacy. How could I possibly attack you two here and now? As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, that demoness has already removed the sealing golden needle. You two must be extra careful with her. Hearing this, Yan Hongli and the other man were utterly horrified. The demoness clutched her chest in fear, exclaiming, Wait, don't listen to his nonsense. But as soon as she finished speaking, Yan Hongli grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. He quickly checked the back of her neck, and sure enough, there was a needle mark. He then turned to Li Changan and asked, So, she really did remove the seal. Taoist priest, do you still have the golden needles? Li Changan held up the golden needles in his hand and replied, Yes, but there's only one left. The demoness, held up by the collar, cursed nonstop. You damn bearded bastard. You ugly scholar. You idiot. You stupid, ill-bred. Yan Hangli Xingli paid her no mind. He quickly raised the golden pin and plunged it straight into the back of her neck. The pained woman only had time to scream the words, "You son of a," before immediately passing out. Yan Hangli Xingli picked up the demoness, then turned to Li Changan and explained, "To be frank, Taoist master, the seal on this demoness has two parts. The first is the dragon suppressing lock, and the second is the demon subduing pin. This pin was forged from the golden body of a Buddhist master. It's a sharp weapon that the guards of the Zhenfu division keep ready. Even if she pulls the golden pin out, its effects will linger in her body, rendering all her tricks useless. That's why that scholar was able to force her to flee back here on my way over. Although I've retrieved the golden pin, its spiritual power is greatly diminished after a single use. I must return to the Zhenfu division to get a new one." Hearing this, the mother and son villagers in the distance chimed in. The only Zhenfu division post nearby is in Pingtai City. Li Changan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Brother Yan Hengli, please be careful. This Fan Hedang of the Zhenfu division has taken down so many masters in just a few days. I fear it's not just the White Lotus sect's power, but that there is a spy within their ranks. If you continue to contact the Zhenfu division, aren't you afraid a spy will leak your whereabouts and lead the White Lotus sect right to you?" Yan Hengli Xingli sighed. "The person I'm contacting is trustworthy. It's just, we aren't familiar with the roads around here. Getting to that town might take a lot of extra time, and I don't know if this pin's effect will last that long." Just then, the female villager spoke up again. "Benefactors, are you trying to get to Pingtai town? I'm from near there. There's a shortcut nearby that leads there." But, seeing her hesitate, Li Changan asked, "But what?" The woman quickly replied, "It's just that a while ago, there were rumors of an evil spirit plaguing that place. Ever since then, no one who has taken that path has ever come out again." Hearing this, the faces of both Li Changan and Yan Hengli Xingli darkened. The scene changes to the Thousand Buddha Temple during the Water and Land Dharma Assembly. A young monk was sweeping the courtyard while sighing. How strange. Just yesterday, there were still faithful lay believers, here to help. Today, suddenly, not a single soul is in sight. This is just not right. Isn't this Dharma assembly about monks chanting sutras? How can they be so lazy? Like 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the nets? As he spoke, he spat on the ground. Just then, someone walked up from behind, and the spit landed right on the person's foot. The young monk was startled. Behind him were a master and disciple, 2 monks who had just arrived from a faraway land. The young monk glanced at their clothes, then waved his hand dismissively. "Hold on. During the Dharma assembly, our temple doesn't take in beggars for the night." The old monk slowly took the luggage off his back, while the little monk beside him made a funny face at the sweeper. The old monk took a wooden box from his pack. "Pardon me, but please inform your abbot that Liao Wu of the northern sect of the Thousand Buddha Temple has come, bringing the sacred remains of his master, Zen Master Jue Xian, back to the temple." The scene shifts to the Sutra Hall within the Thousand Buddha Temple. The abbot of the Thousand Buddha Temple was currently inspecting the golden statues with his disciples. Most of them are decent enough, but this one still lacks a bit of a spark. Behind him, a few monks were arguing non-stop. "Damn it, I told you the court's order was too difficult." "Humph. If we didn't sell to private buyers, wouldn't that court order have been a huge bargain for them?" "Huh. Someone didn't talk like that when they were taking the money. Who are you calling someone, you bastard?" The abbot raised a hand and shouted, "Enough, making such a racket in the Sutra Hall. Where is your decorum? This time, bring up the cauldron from the cave." Just then, a knock came from outside. The abbot immediately ordered the person to enter. Very quickly, the sweeping monk came in. He hurried over and whispered into the abbot's ear. Seeing this, the other monks in the hall all looked extremely tense, sweating like it was raining. After hearing the young monk's report, the abbot waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing important. The old monk, Jue Xian, is dead. Liao Wu is bringing his ashes back to the mountain." Humph. They call it returning the sacred body to the mountain. Anyone can cultivate a sacred body like that. It's just a jar of ashes. Liao Nan, the demon. Cave is mostly your responsibility. You go take that Liao Wu to the demon transformation cave. It'll help him get down the mountain sooner. The young man named Liao Nan was stunned and pointed at himself. After a moment, he accepted the order, clasped his hands, and asked, "What about the burial fee?" The abbot replied nonchalantly, Take a few taels from the treasury and send them away. After leaving, Liao Nan looked at the person next to him and said, "The abbot is too stingy. For better or worse, Master Xian and his disciple are still our brethren from the 1,000 Buddha temple. Go to the treasury and get 100 taels. Just put it on my expense account." Elsewhere, the little monk was staring at the magnificent and grand architecture. In front of him, his jaw agape. "Master, are we really from the same family as the 1,000 Buddha temple?" The old monk shook his head and sighed. What wealthy family ever stays close with its poor relatives? Remember, back in the day, this 1,000 Buddha temple was just called the Three Buddha Temple. Legend has it that 300 years ago in Yuzhou, an earth dragon stirred, causing a mountain range outside Yuzhou city to collapse. Within the mountain, a deep, dark demon cave was revealed. Demons, ghosts, and monsters swarmed out of the cave. In just a few days, Yuzhou was filled with white bones, and a resentful aura soared to the heavens, blocking out the sun. At that time, there were 3 great monks here, Kong Jian, Kong Xing, and Kong Yan. Because they could not bear to see the people suffer, they entered the demon cave themselves, transformed into 3 Buddha bodies, and suppressed the demon transformation cave, protecting the peace of Yuzhou. The disciples and grand disciples of the 3 patriarchs, in order to watch over the demon transformation cave, built this 3 Buddha temple in the great mountain nearby. Later, a great turmoil occurred in the temple, and after that, the 3 Buddha temple's name was changed to the 1,000 Buddha temple. Although our lineage left because of that turmoil, we still ultimately originated from the 1,000 Buddha temple. After each abbot from our line passes away, their sacred remains are always brought back to the 1,000 Buddha temple and placed inside the demon transformation cave to help the patriarchs suppress the demons. The little monk asked again, Master, what exactly was the turmoil that happened in the temple back then? And Grandmaster clearly achieved an indestructible physical body, so why did you still cremate his golden body into ashes? If we bring him back like this, how can he help suppress the demons?" The old monk didn't answer, but instead shouted angrily, "What did I tell you before we left? You're too clever for your own good. You shouldn't." Before he could finish scolding, the little monk rattled off, "Don't say what shouldn't be said. Don't do what shouldn't be done." I know. The 2 of them then continued inside. As they walked, the old monk blurted out 2 lines of a poem. "Sparse and cold, the river ford is frail. Long and winding is the path to Cold Mountain." The little monk heard this and asked, "Is that a poem by our patriarch?" The old monk chuckled. "Ha ha, impressive, you little rascal. You still haven't forgotten." The little monk asked again, "Master, some people say that Patriarch Kong Yan's spirit never faded and that he was reincarnated, remembering his past life. If that's true, why didn't he ever return to the temple?" He had just finished speaking when a voice rang out from behind them. "Because the rumors are fake, of course. At best, it's just a few crooked poems trying to swindle people by using Kong's name. Ancestor Yan is all talk and no substance. Senior brother Lu Wu, it's been many years. You're certainly as spry as ever." The old monk immediately put his palms together. "Amitabha, junior brother Lu Nan, have we not yet reached the demon transformation grotto?" Lu Nan pointed ahead and replied, "Yes, it's just across the suspension bridge up ahead." In front of them was a suspension bridge connected to a magnificent mountain peak. The group quickly got on the bridge to cross to the other side of the mountain range. It was the little monk's first time on a suspension bridge at such a height, and he trembled non-stop as he walked. The group silently followed Liu Nan. After a while, they finally reached the other peak. As soon as they stepped onto the summit, Liu Nan turned and said to the old monk, "Senior brother Lu Wu, the demon transformation grotto is just ahead." Outside the cave entrance sat 4 monks around a campfire, drinking wine. Seeing this, Liu Nan gritted his teeth in anger. He walked right up and kicked each of them. "Damn it, is this how you little brats stand guard? Ow, senior brother, why are you here? Weren't you the one who told us to relax? Why are you hitting us today?" Hearing this, Liu Nan got even angrier and was about to hit them again. Just then, the old monk from behind came over and patted his shoulder. All right. It's getting late, Liu Nan. Junior brother, we should go arrange our master's Dharma body." Hearing this, Liu Nan stopped his attack. "I'll deal with you lot later." After saying that, he ignored them and led the way into the demon transformation grotto. "I've made a fool of myself in front of senior brother Liu Wu. Please, follow me." After a short walk, the group saw countless heads embedded in the cliff face, followed by living people imprisoned by vines. The little monk was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. After walking a bit further, He even saw a living person the body was pinned into the cliff wall. Seeing him, the little monk suddenly realized something. Those faces on the stone wall just now. Could they be? Amitabha. 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 Marshal Uncle Liu Nan. How long must these people be imprisoned? Liu Nan answered nonchalantly. Of course, they're kept here until their karmic hindrances are gone. The little monk asked again, and how do you know when their karmic hindrances are gone? Liu Nan shot him a fierce glare. It's when they look like those things you just saw, nearly dead. Hearing this, the little monk's jaw dropped, speechless. Seeing his expression, Liu Nan chuckled. Ha ha, senior brother Liu Wu, this disciple of yours has a good heart. What a pity it's wasted in the wrong place. That person you just saw is called Lu Tu. He knows a dark art of draining yin to supplement yang, allowing him to change between male and female forms. He often transforms into a woman to sneak into the inner courtyards of good families, absorbing the vital energy of their daughters until they die. Now, look over there. The one on the left is Pu Chi, a goo master from the southern border who specializes in raising goo worms with the heart blood of living people. The one on the right is Taoist Long Tu, a bastard who colluded with his master's concubine to wipe out his master's entire family. So, what do you think? Don't all these people deserve to be cast into the Avicii hell? They are fundamentally unworthy of a single shred of pity. The little monk was still very confused and asked, if their crimes are so heinous, why not execute them immediately? What's the point of? Before he could finish, the old monk cut him off. Ben Shan, that's enough. The old monk closed his eyes and sighed, thinking to himself, the demon transformation grotto eliminates all demonic nature, so they naturally become Buddhas. There are countless temples in this world. But why is this place alone, called the Thousand Buddha Temple? And how can it sell those precious Buddha relics? It's all because of this method of turning demons into Buddhas. After walking a bit further, the group saw a headless corpse inside a prison cell. Seeing this, even the old monk couldn't keep his composure, exclaiming in horror, Liu Nan, junior brother. How does this? Liu Nan was also extremely surprised and exclaimed, those little brats are really useless. They don't even report a death in the cave. He probably couldn't bear the torment of the prison and committed suicide to end it all. This method is rather novel, though. To be able to break his own neck, the little monk then exclaimed in confusion, but where's his head? Just as the group was staring intently and puzzled at the headless corpse in the cell, a voice came from the prison cell behind the little monk. Patron, do you want to know where that head went? The little monk turned around to look and saw a gaunt monk inside, bound by vines. The little monk scratched his head. I am also a monk, not a patron. The man sat up excitedly. From this lowly monk's perspective, anyone who can provide food is a patron. Little patron, since you also chant sutras and pray to Buddha, why not give this one a small offering? The little monk nodded and reached into his robes. All right, but this is all I have. With that, he pulled a steamed bun from his chest. But before he could hand the bun to the person inside, Liu Nan reached out and stopped him. What this fan monk wants to eat is a person's spirit. The sutra he chants is the Skin-Flaying Sutra. If you want to be this man's benefactor, I'm afraid a single steamed bun won't be enough. As soon as Liu Nan spoke, the monk inside seemed to go mad. His eyes turned blood red and he roared, for a little monk to become a bald donkey is such a waste. Why not? While your skin is thin and your flesh is tender, offer yourself as alms for me to carve. Up and eat? Fellow patrons, what do you say? Am I right? As soon as he finished speaking, voices from the surrounding cells immediately clamored in response. That's exactly what I was thinking. The meat on the legs is the best. You have to save that part for us. He looks pretty good, too. Wouldn't it be a waste to just eat him? The little monk heard them screaming, demanding to eat him. Model was terrified of my own flesh. I quickly ran to my master, held him, and cried. Liu Nan glanced at the two of them and asked, have you had a good look? This is their true face. All right, the main hall is just ahead. Let's walk a bit faster before this kid pisses his pants. Haha. The three of them then quickly went deeper inside. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. A three-headed, six-armed statue was worshipped here, surrounded by countless golden statues, looking extremely magnificent and solemn. The three-headed, six-armed Buddha statue had a gentle smile, holding a golden pearl in its hand that looked very holy. The little monk stood there, stunned, staring at the statue, lost in thought. Seeing his expression, the old monk walked over and asked, Ben Shan, what are you spacing out for? Hurry and follow me to pay respects to the ancestral master. The little monk immediately followed his master's instructions and went to light incense. After placing the incense sticks, the master and disciple began to kneel and pray. After the little monk finished praying, he raised his head and continued to look around. He looked at the golden statues next to the Buddha and asked, "Master, are these all the Dharma bodies of the past, sages of the temple? Is Grandmaster's Dharma body also placed here?" Before his master could answer, Liu Nan came up from behind and explained, "Only a high monk with an immortal body who leaves behind a Dharma body is qualified to enter the temple and accompany the ancestral master. As for your Grandmaster, he can only be placed over there." As he spoke, he pointed to the wall of funerary urns beside the little monk. Seeing this, the little monk shouted agitatedly, "But my Grandmaster clearly had an immortal body too." He had only gotten halfway through his sentence when the old monk yelled, cutting him off, "Ben, Shan, that's enough." The little monk was not convinced, snorting coldly and turning his head away. After a moment, the old monk took the urn from his back and walked over to the wall to place it. His eyes glanced towards the empty lotus platforms in the distance as he sighed to himself, "Humph, there are even fewer than the last time I was here." After a moment, once everything was done, the three of them quickly left the cave. The little monk saw that there were only a few guards outside, and even they were constantly dozing off and yawning. He couldn't help but walk up behind Liu Nan and ask, "Marshal uncle, with only a few guards like this, aren't you afraid the people inside will escape?" Liu Nan turned his head, glanced at him, and chuckled. "Leaving monks to guard the cave entrance is just to prevent pilgrims who don't know any better from wandering in. The three ancestral masters have presided over this demon-purging grotto for 300 years. People go in, but they don't come out. It doesn't matter if he's a demonic sovereign whose evil aura blots out the sky once he enters the demon-purging grotto. He'll just turn into a stone and wait for death." Hearing this, a terrifying thought appeared in the little monk's mind. The demon-purging grotto. The demon-purging grotto. If it can turn demons into Buddhas, can it also turn Buddhas into demons? What if the ancestral master fell to the demonic path? Before he could finish his sentence, the old monk shouted, "Ben Shan, shut your mouth." The little monk realized what he said was wrong and was startled, quickly covering his mouth with both hands. Liu Nan turned his head and glanced at him. "What are you thinking about?" Then, he lowered his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Our three ancestral masters are the top divine monks in the world. If they fell to the demonic path, they would naturally be the number 1 demonic sovereigns." After the group left, the demon-purging grotto returned to its usual silence. By midnight, the monks guarding outside were all deep asleep. Just then, a figure climbed up from the base of the mountain. This person's eyes were blazing red, and his body was covered in wild fur like a beast. Just like that, he silently entered the demon-purging grotto. When the prisoners inside saw him enter, they immediately started screaming, "Pick me! Pick me! Give me release!" That monster ignored them and went deep into the cave, stopping in front of the cell of the monk from that afternoon who wanted to eat the little monk. The monk saw this, walked over, stuck his head out, and yelled, "Hee, you're looking at us, huh? Fine by me. A quick death is better than barely living." Seeing the monster raising its claws to charge, the monk felt no fear in his heart. "Come on, take my resentment, my evil karma, my sins, take them with my head." The monster's claws swung down, and fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. The headless body of the monk fell limply to the ground. The monster took the monk's head and entered the main hall. It opened a secret chamber next to the 3-headed, 6-armed bodhisattva statue, then placed the head of the just-killed monk inside, where there were already several other skulls. After doing all this, it went down and kowtowed to the bodhisattva statue, then opened its mouth and roared madly. The bodhisattva statue immediately responded. Its 6 eyes glowed blood red, the corners of its mouth turned up, and a sky-high demonic aura radiated from its body. The scene changes to the mountain path outside Pingxi City. At this moment, it was raining heavily. At the foot of the mountain, outside a cave, a flock of sheep was grazing. Inside the cave were 2 people, one old and one young. Both of them were currently suspended by a sharp stick pierced through their faces. Something was cooking below their feet, and next to them was a pile of human bones. The young man looked at the large pot, which was billowing with smoke, his heart filled with resentment. Can it be that a fine man like me, Fu Jiulong, is going to die like this, as a meal for a monster? Damn it, you damn goat herder. If you had just sold me 1 sheep, I wouldn't have had to chase you to this god-forsaken place. And, as a result, I ran into that thing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, struggling and kicking the old man next to him. Just then, someone entered from outside. The newcomer was Changan, As soon as he entered, he took off his hat and said, "Excuse me, I saw some sheep outside. May I ask?" But before he could finish, his voice trailed off. The scene before him was quite surprising. After a moment, not knowing what to say, he gave a helpless smile. "You two friends are quite interesting, huh?" Seeing the young man unable to speak, just making muffled sounds, Li Changan quickly went over to help him pull out the stick. "Little brother, don't worry. This humble Taoist will rescue you two. Right now." As soon as Li Changan helped him pull out the stick, the young man grabbed his hand and shouted, "Quick, get out of the way!" The moment he shouted, a strange person appeared behind Li Changan and launched a sneak attack. Just as Li Changan turned his head, the strange person's wooden club had already struck. With a loud thud, fresh blood immediately flowed out. After a moment, the strange person was beaten unconscious on the ground, one of his eyes even knocked out. Outside, a few more figures entered, accompanied by a voice saying, "We're finally here." The newcomers were Yan Hongli's group. Li Changan quickly stepped forward. "My two friends, it's raining heavily outside. Would you mind if this humble Taoist brought a few more people inside?" The other two didn't pay them any mind. As soon as they were freed, they immediately started fighting and arguing. "If you don't sell me a sheep today, you're not leaving this place." I said, "I'm not selling, so I'm not selling. Stop pestering me." Li Changan finally couldn't take it anymore and went over to mediate. "My two friends, what's going on here?" Seeing him approach, the young man pointed at himself and shouted, "Taoist priest, you be the judge. I offered a price higher than the market rate, a city to buy his sheep. Humph, but that old man wouldn't sell them to me, Fu Julong. I'm a renowned swordsman in the neighboring regions. I don't have any other vices, except for my stubborn personality. The more he refused to sell, the more I insisted on buying, even offering double the price." The old man coldly retorted, "I already told you, these sheep have all been reserved. No means no." The young man continued, "I offered him double the price, and the old geezer still wouldn't sell. I even argued with him for a while. As a result, that old man was dodging me left and right, which ended up getting us both captured by that long-haired monster." Li Changan turned his head and glanced at the flock of sheep outside. He wouldn't sell even for double the price? He mused to himself. This flock of sheep looks quite plump and healthy, but from the beginning until now, they haven't made a single sound. Could they be sick with something? While Li Changan was lost in thought, the two had once again launched into a fierce battle. "I'll ask you one last time, 3 times the price. Will you sell me one?" The old man didn't back down in the slightest, retorting, "So, you young people are allowed to be stubborn, but an old man like me isn't allowed to be headstrong? I absolutely will not sell. Let me go. I have to feed the sheep." Li Changan, feeling helpless, didn't bother with them anymore. He turned and walked away. "Forget it. Do whatever you want." The next day, after raining all night, the sky finally cleared. Li Changan was the first to wake from a pleasant dream and observed his surroundings. After a moment, seeing that the young man was also awake, he spoke up and asked, "Where's that old shepherd?" The young man rubbed his head and moaned, "Ow, it hurts, it hurts. Don't even mention it." Before it was even light out today, that old shepherd hastily and secretly herded the flock of sheep away. Li Changan glanced at him and smiled. "Listening to you run your mouth all night, it seems you still couldn't buy a sheep in the end, huh?" The young man stood up, chuckling. "Hee, I wouldn't be so sure about that." He walked over to a large rock behind him and pulled out a rope. Then, he pulled a plump little sheep out from behind it. Li Changan asked suspiciously, "Did you steal that from the old man?" The young man smiled. "Of course not. Why would I be such a lowly person?" This sheep ran off on its own. That old man was so flustered and in such a rush to leave that he didn't even notice it. The sheep walked up to Li Changan and looked at him with round, human-like eyes. Seeing this, Li Changan was startled and exclaimed, "It was too dark in the cave yesterday. I didn't notice. Why are the sheep's pupils round?" But it didn't stop there. What happened next shocked the group even more. The sheep actually clasped its front legs against its chest, knelt down on its other 2 legs, and bowed to them. The young man on the side screamed in terror, "This sheep has become a spirit. How can it imitate a human and kneel?" Li Changan reached for his sword. It can imitate movements, but can it imitate bone structure? He swiftly swung his sword, slashing at the sheep. The outer layer of sheepskin was instantly split in 2. Inside, the body of a woman was hidden. Li Changan and Yan Hongli were both horrified and exclaimed, "It really is a person." The scene changes to the city god temple of Pingye City. At this moment, many commoners are gathered, with several people carrying a Buddha statue. As they walked around, they chanted incessantly, "Welcome, The White Sheep Buddha. Welcome, the White Sheep Buddha. Amidst the sacred and solemn atmosphere, a beggar walked by, singing a strange ditty. What a strange world. What a strange world. Officials act like bandits. Bandits hold court. And monks have taken over the city god temple. A young man in brocade clothes, mixed in the crowd, heard this and sighed. He then tossed a silver coin to the beggar. A middle-aged man standing next to him saw his reaction and asked with curiosity, "You're from out of town, aren't you? On this great and joyous day welcoming the White Sheep Buddha, what are you sighing about?" The young man turned to look at the middle-aged man. "You're a local, yet you don't even know the legend of the city god temple?" The middle-aged man, hearing this, became even more curious. "What legend? Tell me about it." The young man immediately began to explain. Legend has it that 100 years ago, in Pingjie, there was a tyrant who specialized in evil deeds. The people suffered terribly, beyond words. It just so happened that a scholar skilled in magic learned from ghosts and spirits that the lord of the Mount Tai prefecture was on an inspection tour of the mortal realm and would be passing through Pingjie. The scholar intercepted his procession late at night and reported the tyrant's crimes. Upon hearing this, the lord was furious and immediately ordered his magistrate to erase this tyrant's lifespan. But the laws of nature have their own rules that cannot be changed. To take a life must be given in return. Thus, the scholar also died. An unnatural death. The common people, grateful for his kindness, made a divine statue in his honor, making him the city god of Pingjie, and offered incense day and night without rest. Today, the world has fallen into ruin, so the city god temple has naturally fallen into disrepair. But has anyone ever considered that after this 100-year-old temple was painstakingly renovated, it was only to welcome a new master? On another side, a flock of sheep suddenly appeared on the road. The one leading them was none other than the old shepherd that Changan's group met last night. He quickly led the flock of sheep into a residential compound. The courtyard inside was a scene of utter ruin, with broken Buddha statues scattered all over the ground. In the criminal underworld, there is a type of human trafficking, colloquially known as Daru Ba. Within their ranks, they pass down a demonic art called livestock transformation. It involves using a secret technique to create animal hides, then using these hides to tightly wrap a living person. In this way, they can turn a living, breathing person into livestock. As soon as the old man entered, he quickly tore off the sheepskin from the sheep. One by one, he pulled people out from the sheepskins, then gathered them and locked them into a large room. Once this technique is performed, if the animal hide is not removed for a long time, the person inside the skin will completely become an animal. By then, even if the outer skin is removed, the person inside can never return to being human again. While the old man was in the courtyard, a knock suddenly came from the door outside. He quickly went over, pressed his ear to the door, and asked, "Who's knocking?" A voice immediately replied from outside, "Ah Shu, are you back? It's me, Wang Cheng." Hearing the familiar voice, the old man opened the door. The visitor was a bald, one-eyed brute. Following him were several subordinates carrying a city god statue. After having his subordinates place the statue inside, the brute went over to light incense and pray. The old man beside him asked doubtfully, "If these gods and Buddhas were real, you and I would be the first ones to be punished. If they're not real, then why are you praying to it?" The brute chuckled. "Just for some peace of mind." The old man glanced at the city god statue. "The city god temple is supposed to house a male and female pair, isn't it? How come there's only the male city god now?" The brute replied, "When we brought it back, the resident monk said that the temple was lonely, so he had the female city god stay behind to keep the White Sheep Buddha company." The old man was speechless upon hearing this. The brute paid him no mind and asked, "You mentioned earlier that there was an accident on the road. Is this shipment still complete?" The old man sighed. "There was a little mishap on the way. I lost one model." After that, he recounted the whole story to the big man. In the end, looking a bit scared, he gripped the man's hand and said, "Look, what if we just abandon this courtyard?" The big man stood with his hands on his hips. "That Fujulong is just a local, wandering swordsman. No need to worry about him. On the other hand, that Taoist priest you mentioned, and the man in black following him. I've heard that recently. The White Lotus sect has put a bounty out for someone everywhere. Based on your description, he sounds a lot like the person the White Lotus sect is looking for. I think his name was something like Yan. Yan." Just then, a voice rang out from outside. "It's Yan Hengli." The big man, not paying much attention, nodded. "That's right, it's Yan Xingli." But then, he suddenly snapped to his senses. He and the old man looked outside. Who's talking? Li Changan stood on a nearby wall, looking down at them. He smiled. My friend, don't worry. This humble Taoist just wants to ask this old man why he left without saying goodbye. The place they were standing was called Jingchen Manor. Soon after, the old man and the big man were tied up by Li Changan. Li Changan kicked over the incense burner in front of them, furious. The young man beside him spoke up mockingly. Humph, you animals are quite diligent in your prayers to Buddha, aren't you? But trying to fool the city god with such cheap, odorless incense? How could he possibly? Bless you? Hearing this, the big man immediately defended himself. How can this be cheap incense? You call yourself a man of Pingye City, and yet, in Pingye, every household worships Buddha and burns incense. Is there anyone who doesn't know about this top-grade, odorless incense? This is what's used to worship the white sun Buddha. Li Changan sat down, examined the incense, and exclaimed, Wait, are you saying everyone in this Pingye County uses this type of incense to worship Buddha? The big man immediately replied, That's right. Of course, if you use any other kind of incense to worship the white sun Buddha, you'll face immediate retribution. The young man couldn't hold back and instantly kicked him. Such arrogant nonsense. And you talk of retribution? What kind of Shakyamuni Buddha would kidnap an immortal from another house to be his wife? In my opinion, they're just a bunch of vulgar, fake Buddhas. But it's true that every household worships this Buddha and every person burns this incense. Many of the elders in my family also worship this white sun Buddha. Some people would rather let their wives and children starve to death, and they'd trade everything they own, even their houses, for incense to worship the Buddha, all in pursuit of some white sun, pure land. Li Changan asked doubtfully, It's gotten that bad, and the authorities haven't done anything about it? The youth shouted angrily. Do anything? This white sun Buddha was brought in by a few old officials leading the way. Hearing this, Li Changan stroked his chin and lowered his head in thought. Several hours later, someone suddenly approached from outside. Li Changan's group immediately looked out with suspicion. Yan Xing. Lai quickly made the introductions. Taoist priest. This is Cheng Liang, an old comrade of mine. He's also the chief of the town guard here in Pingye. These crippled young women should also be handed over to him to be escorted home. Then, he introduced Li Changan to the other man. This is Taoist priest Li Changan. We were able to arrive safely in Pingye this time, all thanks to the Taoist priest's help. Li Changan said modestly, Not at all, not at all. Brother Yan, you're too kind. Just then, Cheng Liang suddenly knelt down. Taoist priest Li Changan, please accept this bow from me, Cheng. Seeing this, Yan Hengli immediately went to stop him, asking, Brother Cheng, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Liang sighed. This town guard mission. Others may not know the dangers involved, but how could I not? If it weren't for the Taoist priest's righteous assistance, I'm afraid our Lord Commander would have. Yan Hengli smiled. The debt Yan Hengli owes will be repaid by Yan Hengli. How could I let you bow? How many times have I told you? Don't call me Lord Commander anymore. I am not the Captain Zhe Chong of the past, and you are no longer the Central Army officer from back then. Let's just address each other as brothers. Cheng Liang nodded bashfully. Yes, Commander. Ah, no, elder brother. The group then quickly went to Cheng Liang's residence. After chatting for a while, Li Changan was shocked and exclaimed, What? Pingye doesn't have any soul-purifying pins either? Cheng Liang replied, The soul-purifying pin isn't extremely rare, but when distributed to all the garrisons under heaven, the town guard can only be supplied with 1 or 2. A few days ago, the Pingye town guard eliminated a powerful demon, losing many magical artifacts in the process. Even the soul-purifying pin of the vice commander was used up. Li Changan asked again, So, you're saying the only way to get a soul-purifying pin is to go to another garrison? Cheng Liang shook his head. No need. The matter of our depleted supplies has already been reported. In a few days, new magical artifacts and talismans will be restocked in our armory, but it will take some time. How long? Li Changan asked. Cheng Liang replied, According to the official document from above, they will be delivered tomorrow. Night fell at the west gate of Pingye City. At this moment, a group of people was approaching. As soon as they arrived, they shouted, Open the city gates! Now! The gates were quickly opened, and a group of strange figures on horseback immediately entered. The kid riding the corpse is Xiao Tong. The one sitting on the tomb is Monk Bi Feng. This androgynous youth is the lecherous Tong Chong. Behind them, there was another young man sitting in a palanquin. An old man jumped down from his steed and asked, Where is Fragrance Master Cheng? As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Liang walked over and knelt. This lowly one, Cheng Liang, of the Pingye Town Guard, welcomes the evil envoy. The old man smiled in praise. Fragrance Master Cheng, you haven't been in the cult for long, yet you've already achieved such a great merit. It truly makes this old man feel ashamed. Cheng Liang lowered his head to the ground. It is all thanks to your teachings. I dare not take any credit. The old man immediately helped him up. Ha ha, the younger generation is truly formidable. Truly formidable. So, how is Yan Hongli now? Cheng Liang replied, I have arranged for Yan Hongli to stay in a residence. Under the pretext of protecting him, this lowly one has sent subordinates to keep an eye on him. So far, there has been no movement. Tong Chong, sitting on his horse, heard this and spoke up. I heard that scoundrel Yan has a Taoist priest with him. Those subordinates of yours were probably deceived by some sorcery and didn't even know it, right? Cheng Liang turned his head and glanced at him. I have set up talismans and magical artifacts. Whether it's sorcery or escape arts, there's no way they could have hidden from them. Very quickly, the group arrived outside Cheng Liang's mansion. The place was indeed covered in a dense formation of talismans. The old man glanced at Cheng Liang and asked, Fragrance Master Cheng, you are the host in Pingye. Do you have any strategies for this operation that you can teach me? Cheng Liang immediately clasped his hands and replied, the fellow cultists brought by the evil envoy are all highly skilled individuals. This operation will certainly not fail. However, Yan Hongli once served in the army. If we charge in on horseback, we might alert the enemy and create obstacles. It would be better to dismount, sneak in, and surround them tightly. If we do that, Yan Hongli will surely die without a doubt. A moment later, the group did as Cheng Liang suggested, silently moving in to surround the residence. Even though they were standing outside in the courtyard, they could still see the silhouettes of Li Changan and the other person inside. Cheng Liang held a bow and arrow in his hand. He chuckled. Brother Yan, don't blame your brother for not warning you. This time, you have no chance of escape. Why don't you just hand over the saintess and surrender? Don't drag those with you into a pointless death. Seeing no movement or response from inside, the old man walked over and said, previously, the evil envoy was concerned for the saintess's safety, which is why we only surrounded and didn't attack. But now, it seems this Yan Hongli is being stubbornly defiant. Fragrance, Master Cheng, is there any way to scout them out? Hearing this, Cheng Liang immediately cursed inwardly. This damned old man. I knew you were up to no good. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his head and sighed. Forget it. What's there to be afraid of from a mere Yan Hongli? Let's do this. After speaking, he raised his bow and pointed it towards a subordinate behind him. Seeing this, the man pointed at himself in confusion. Cheng Liang barked impatiently. You, go. The man had no choice but to slowly approach the door. Terrified, he kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting, I'm going to die sooner or later anyway, so bring it on. The people outside saw him push the door open and go inside, and they immediately got into a ready stance. But very quickly, Cheng Liang's jaw dropped in shock. Sitting in the room were just two dummies. The guard who had just entered came to his senses and shouted, They're gone! They've escaped! As soon as he yelled, Cheng Liang strode over and grabbed him by the collar. You bastard! Where's the saintess? The young man replied in fear. I really didn't see that Yan Hongli guy come or go. Forget him, I barely even saw any passers-by. There was only a steamed bun seller and a dung collector. Oh, and there was a sheep merchant. His sheep were really fat, as big as a cow. The scene changes. Li Changan is recounting a story from his past, when he was traveling the martial world with his master. As they passed through a market, they saw a group of people putting on a street performance. A young man, without a moment's hesitation, shouted as he plunged his hand into a wok of oil. The people next to him started banging gongs and drums, yelling, A real spectacle! A hand in a wok of boiling oil. Come and see, folks, come on over. If you have the money, please spare a little for the performance. If you don't have money, a round of applause will do. The old master saw Li Changan watching intently, so he pulled him away. Don't watch anymore. Let's go. Li Changan pointed at the distant group and asked doubtfully, Master, how can you be so sure that those people, earning money with the oil wok trick, are from the White Lotus sect? The old Taoist glanced at him and chuckled. Haha, did you see the incense sticks behind that man? Even though many are burning, there's no smell of smoke. That is the unique Dharma incense of the White Lotus sect. Li Changan grew even more skeptical. In this world, there's plenty of incense that is smokeless and odorless. It's impossible that everyone who uses it is from the White Lotus sect, right? The old Taoist stroked his beard. My dear disciple, today, your master will teach you a trick. The Dharma incense of the White Lotus sect actually does have a scent. It's just that a regular dog spirit wouldn't be able to smell it. But let me ask you, what is your master's most formidable skill? Without a second thought, Li Changan immediately answered, running away. The old Taoist flew into a rage and immediately started pummeling him. You rotten brat. As for food and lodging tonight, don't even think about getting a single coin from me. While getting beaten, Li Changan wailed, Master, we've been sleeping in an abandoned temple for 3 days. You don't have any money left in your pouch either. As he told the story up to this point, he suddenly stopped. Chu Jiulang quickly asked, and then what? Even though the Taoist master knew those people were from the White Lotus sect, did you still just leave? Li Changan sighed and replied, and then? Then, we snuck back, stuffed that charlatan into a sack, threw him onto a burial mound, and summoned some wandering ghosts and wild spirits to mess with him. But unexpectedly, they thought their evil deeds had led to ghostly retribution. The next day, not only did they return the money to the townspeople, but they even turned themselves in to the authorities. So, regardless of the excuses they make about the White Yang Buddha, or the origins of Cheng Liang and the White Lotus sect, I've heard similar stories before, which is why I knew. Chu Jiulong patted his head and sighed. If it weren't for my family, well, never mind. I really wish I could be like the Taoist master, wielding my sword everywhere and taking satisfying revenge. Yan Hongli, who was sitting to the side, then spoke up. In that case, I have a matter to ask for your help with, brother. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. The demoness was lying unconscious on the bed, with a sheepskin placed underneath. Yan Hongli sighed. Cheng Liang has long since taken refuge with the White Lotus sect. The girl we rescued earlier can only be brought back with your help, Brother Fu. Chu Jiulong smiled. Big brother Yan, there's no need to be so formal. This little brother will certainly do his best. Unexpectedly, Yan Hongli knelt down and cupped his hands towards him. Brother Fu, this debt of gratitude. Yan Hongli will never forget it. Chu Jiulong was startled. It's only what I should do. Big brother Yan, please don't shorten this little brother's life. Li Changan, sitting behind them, also stood up and said, Next, brother Yan and I will head south to lead the pursuers astray. Tonight, Jiulong, you must leave this place immediately, and you must remember, from now on, be careful, in both your words and actions. Don't tell anyone that you know the two of us. The White Lotus sect's power is immense. I'm afraid they'll take their anger out on the wrong person and bring harm to you, Jiulong. The three of them cupped their hands in farewell. I will not fail this mission. Taoist Master, Big Brother Yan. On this journey, you must take care. The scene shifts to Pingxi City. At this moment, it was raining heavily. Cheng Liang was kneeling, trembling in fear behind two people, an old man and a young man. The young man, the left envoy of the White Lotus sect, glanced at him and said coldly, You're saying your men lost Yan Hangli's trail? And not a single one of them made it back alive? Cheng Liang trembled and nodded. Yes, this lowly one will immediately send more men to continue the search. The old man beside them stroked his beard and advised, Left envoy, no need to rush. Although Yan Hongli is cunning, he will eventually reveal his tracks. We've already caught his tail. This time, aside from our elite experts, the majority of our manpower has spread out in all directions around Pingxi City. Every route has already been blocked by us. Moreover, our good sect members have all inquired, with our spirit hounds, about where to find the scent of blood. This Yan Hongli won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He painted a fine picture, but when Cheng Liang's group followed the signal flare and rushed over, they found that all the White Lotus sect disciples had already been dealt with by Yan Hongli and his companion. Cheng Liang stared at the pile of bodies on the ground, feeling extremely tense. One step too slow again. He glanced at the left envoy's group behind him and thought to himself, aside from these people, the outer disciples of the White Lotus sect were already a disorganized bunch. It was a miracle they could even reveal Yan Hangli's whereabouts. How could they possibly stop him? But if Yan Hongli escapes, then whether it's the White Lotus sect or the garrison command, there will be no place left for us. A few of his subordinates were whispering amongst themselves. Isn't that Sheng Baizi, the 100-tusk blade of Black Wind Fortress? A man that not even the imperial troops could eliminate. Yet he was killed by Yan Hongli. A single, fatal strike. Even his body isn't intact. This Yan Hongli is truly formidable. Hearing them talk made Cheng Liang even more tense, not even leaving a complete corpse. Suddenly, he had a realization. That's right, he's getting tired. His arm is getting weak. His dagger, went off target. He couldn't kill with a single blow. A wounded beast is always a bit more dangerous, but eventually, a beast will reveal an opening. Just then, another White Lotus sect signal flare shot up behind them. Without another word, the group spurred their horses and gave chase. The scene changes again. Another group of White Lotus sect disciples had once again been handled by Li Changan and his companion. Yan Hongli smiled. "What's wrong? Is your arm getting weak, or is your sword getting dull?" Li Changan laughed. "What about you? You've been fighting all this way and can't even keep your cloak on." Yan Hongli walked into the bushes and led out a sheep. "Thanks to this sheepskin covering her, others won't know where she is even if they run into her. Otherwise, the White Lotus sect would have used the chaos to snatch her away long ago." Li Changan frowned. He replied, "But the sheepskin is only a temporary shield. Sooner or later, the White Lotus sect will find out the demoness is among them. We need to leave as soon as possible." Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Both of their expressions turned grim and extremely tense. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The newcomer was the same young man they had met at the Mountain Lord's place. He smiled and explained, "Gentlemen, please, hold your hands. This humble one bears no ill will." Yan Hengli recognized him and asked doubtfully, "It's you? What are you doing here?" The scholar chuckled. "I came here specifically to help you two, but now it seems I've been meddling. With your skills, these followers of the White Lotus sect would never be able to stop you." Li Changan squeezed his shoulder and sighed. "That's not quite right. One of this humble Taoist's arms is currently feeling quite weak." The scholar said, "If you have something to say, please don't hesitate to speak your mind." The young man clasped his hands and said bluntly, "If that's the case, then forgive my forwardness. You too must be aware that although the road ahead seems clear, what you've faced so far is nothing but a disorganized mob. The experts of the White Lotus sect, although you managed to lure them to Pingye City, your plan was exposed the moment the fireworks appeared. The White Lotus sect's masters could catch up at any moment. Right now, I'm afraid the two of you are hopelessly outnumbered. I have a plan. Not only can it get you two out of this perilous situation, it can also capture all the pursuing White Lotus sect elites in one fell swoop. That way, your journey east will no longer be dangerous. Now, it all depends on whether you two trust me." Li Changan sheathed his sword and frowned, staring at the man. Yan Hengli glanced at him and asked, "What do you think?" Li Changan shook his head. "I don't trust him." Hearing this, the young man's face filled with confusion. Li Changan smiled and continued, "But in this situation, we have no other choice. Why don't you tell us your plan?" A moment later, the signal flare of the White Lotus sect was fired once again. Cheng Liang led his subordinates, spurring their horses to a full gallop. "Faster, faster," he recalled someone's words. From before he left, "Yan Hongli must die." Since he has given the order, Yan Hongli, you can only blame yourself for not being on our side. A short while later, outside an abandoned village, the members of the White Lotus sect had caught up. The nine-tailed fox imprisoning the demoness was hidden to one side, while Li Changan and Yan Xingli were once again locked in a fierce battle with the sect's followers. This time, with the young man's help, the situation felt much more manageable. Cheng Liang wasn't late this time. From a distance, he spurred his horse forward, brandishing his blade. "Yan Hongli, come and face your death." Yan Hongli frowned as he looked back. "It's you, you bastard." Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang ignored his insults, his face cold and his aura imposing as he charged. Yan Hongli turned, gripping his greatsword tightly. He then swung his blade up to block Cheng Liang's attack. The moment Cheng Liang's longsword collided with his greatsword, it was sent flying from his hand, and his body was jolted from his horse. Both man and horse lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Yan Hongli walked up to him and asked, confused, "Why would you do this?" Cheng Liang got to his feet and let out a loud, self-mocking laugh. "Ha ha. Why? Why did I side with the White Lotus sect? Why did I betray the Suppression Bureau? Why did I sell you out? I want to know why too," he roared, once again swinging his sword at Yan Hongli. "Cheng Liang, I'm so capable. Why can't I be better than you? Why can't I live in glory and wealth forever? Why am I stuck in this tiny county? He's just a 7th-rank county magistrate, and yet he gets to order me around." Yan Hongli, already exhausted from the long fight, was caught in his frantic and relentless assault. For a moment, he was on the defensive, constantly retreating. Cheng Liang grew more frenzied as he fought, until someone talked to me, and I finally understood. The imperial court, the Suppression Bureau, and even you, Yan Hangli. What none of you could give me, the White Lotus sect could. They could even give me more, Yan Hangli calmly asked. Who was it? Cheng Liang answered faintly. Li Kuiji. Hearing this name, Yan Hangli's expression darkened. Li Kuiji was one of his 3 sworn brothers. When they were young, he, along with Cheng Liang and Li Kuiji, were an inseparable trio of brothers, always fighting side by side. Cheng Liang lowered his head and sighed. Then, while Yan Hangli was distracted, he seized the opportunity and threw a demon-subduing needle. By the time Yan Hangli snapped out of it, the needle's tip was right in front of his face. Although he reacted quickly, dodging to the side to avoid a fatal blow, the needle still struck his left shoulder. He looked at the wound on his shoulder in utter disbelief, his mouth agape. Cheng Liang, having succeeded, laughed excitedly. Did you really think the supplies from the Suppression Bureau hadn't arrived yet? But whether it's the golden armor talisman or the demon-subduing golden needles, you won't get to use them. Haha. Yan Hangli, I'm not the first one to do this. If you must blame someone, blame the world. Don't come haunting me in the underworld. After saying this, he raised his sword and charged, intending to finish Yan Hangli off. Just then, a golden flash shot out from the side and blocked Cheng Liang. The one who acted was Li Changan. Cheng Liang was stunned by the surprise attack, frozen in place. The longsword was knocked from his hand. Li Changan then swung his sword again, aiming for his head. Fortunately, Cheng Liang reacted quickly, using a movement technique to retreat and dodge the blow. The young man also rushed over to support Yan Hangli. Li Changan shouted at them, "Go, now!" Cheng Liang frowned, looking at the group as he contemplated killing Yan. Model killing Yan Hangli is how I show my loyalty to the White Lotus cult. If I let him escape and fail to recapture the Saintess, what place will I have left? In the cult? With this thought, he stood up once again and ordered his subordinates to give chase and bring back the Saintess. After a long pursuit through the forest, the members of the White Lotus cult were now standing outside an abandoned temple. A subordinate came forward to report to Cheng Liang that people here had witnessed the 3 of them, Yan Hangli included, escape into that dilapidated building across the way. Cheng Liang looked at the building, deep in thought. This ruin is indeed in the Bin Tree area, he mused. But I've been in Bin Tri for so long, why have I never heard of this place? Just then, a voice called out from inside. Listen up, you people outside. A young scholar emerged, smiling. I'm tired of fighting. Let's call a temporary truce. If you don't care about the Saintess's life and death, then by all means, come on in. Hearing his threat, everyone's face contorted, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. Cheng Liang approached the evil emissary, and cupping his hands, asked, a powerful attack could forcing his hack to grow, harm the Saintess, but if we just wait here, I'm afraid Yan Hangli's group will escape. Should we surround them, or attack? Please, evil emissary, make a decision. The evil emissary frowned, lost in thought, unsure of the right move. Inside the abandoned building, Li Changan looked out and sighed. The elite members of the White Sunflower sect have arrived too. If your plan doesn't work, we'll really be fish in a barrel. The scholar casually picked his teeth and replied, whether this plan works or not depends on if an opportunity presents itself. Besides, even if it doesn't, there's no need to panic. Taoist master, Yan Hangli, spoke up, prompting, do you see that green-robed young master outside, and how the crowd is fawning all over him? That's the Saintess of the White Lotus cult. She is the bride of the White Lotus emissary, on her way to her husband's home. But halfway there, she was stopped and captured by the local garrison, which is why he is chasing after his wife. That's why he had to resort to such tricks. The scholar patted the head of the lamb next to him and smiled. To deal with a lovesick man like that, all you need is his wife in your hands. Then what is there to be afraid of? As he spoke, he reached into his robes, searching for something. Soon, he pulled out a wine gourd. Ha ha, after being out in the rain all night, I'm soaked and cold. It's uncomfortable. The time isn't right yet, and I have nothing better to do. Would you two care for a drink? Li Changan looked at the wine flask in surprise. Oh, is this the wine brewed from the snake demon in the Yan army back then? The scholar nodded. That's right. This is it. Li Changan then raised his cup with him. Yan Hangli sat to one side, just watching, not participating. As soon as Li Changan took a sip, he couldn't help but exclaim in praise, good wine, excellent wine. It's a shame we couldn't have picked a beautiful moonlit night. A beautiful moonlit night, with some lime leaf chicken jerky and smoked buffalo meat to go with it. Now that would have been perfect. The young man took out another wine flask. I may not have any delicacies, but, A beautiful night is simple enough. With that, he flicked his hand, splashing the wine into the air. The wine hovered in midair, sparkling, creating an incredibly mystical scene. The young man chuckled. This is the moonlight from the peak of Mount Taihua during last year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Would you call this a beautiful night? Li Changan reached into his chest, searching for something, astonished. This is moonlight? Very quickly, he took out the moon cup. The moonlight rapidly gathered and condensed into the cup, forming wine. The young man looked at the cup in Li Changan's hand and asked quizzically, "What is this thing?" Li Changan smiled and explained, "Moon wine. Brother, would you care to try some?" The young man didn't stand on ceremony, accepting the cup and taking a sip. The moment the wine touched his lips, he exclaimed excitedly, "This wine is not only delicious, but it also restored 20 years of my spiritual power. I've wasted my life. Only now do I know what truly good wine tastes like. Looking back, my gourd is just filled with plain water. It's truly sullied my gourd." Li Changan was so pleased he grinned from ear to ear. The scholar suddenly grew serious and glanced outside. "Having tasted good wine, and with the time being right, you two, look quickly. The show is about to begin." Hearing this, Li Changan and the other man turned to look outside. The old man's talisman, when thrown, failed to activate. He looked at the paper talisman on the ground, completely baffled. It failed again? Why does the formation always break here? He stood up and asked Cheng Liang, "City Lord, where exactly is this place?" Cheng Liang didn't know either, so he glanced back and shouted, "Zongqi, come forward. You're a local. I'll ask you again. Where is this place?" Zongqi replied nervously, "My lord, we should go back. This place is Pingjie City." Hearing this, Cheng Liang's jaw dropped, unable to believe it. "What nonsense are you spouting? We set out at midnight from Pingjie City. After all our efforts, Pingjie City has been reduced to rubble. How is this possible? This is absurd." Zongqi knelt in fear and explained, "My lord, there is something you do not know. 42 years ago, a great earthquake occurred in Pingjie. For 3 consecutive days, the earth shook and the sky spun. All the tall buildings collapsed. The entire city of Pingjie sank more than 3 feet into the ground. Nearly all people and animals perished. Everyone was left with no way out, no way to live here, so they chose a new location to build the current Pingjie City. My lord, look, that is the market district, and that is the government office. The old and young who lived here back then were visiting relatives, so they were lucky enough to escape with their lives. There's no mistaking this old place." Cheng Liang broke out in a cold sweat. "If what you say is true, then why have I been an official in Pingjie for so long and never been here?" Zongqi replied in fear. "Because the earthquake broke the Sishui Dike, diverting the river. The old Pingjie city was long gone." After hearing this, the group frowned. Just then, a fog suddenly enveloped them. "There's something wrong with this fog. Someone's been taken." The old man and his group quickly surrounded the emissary, protecting him within their circle. The lecher, Zhang Chong, cast a spell for a moment, but to no effect. He exclaimed, "It's useless. Spells are completely ineffective against this fog." Bifeng said worriedly, "Let's go back. Let's go back." From within the fog, screams echoed continuously. "The fog is here. Don't come over here. Don't come over here." The crowd roared in fear. A moment later, the fog slowly began to dissipate. As the fog cleared, the scene before them changed. They now found themselves in a bustling, prosperous city. Zongqi exclaimed in fear, "This really is Pingjie City." The old man glanced at the building behind them, deep in thought. He then cupped his hands towards the emissary. "Your Excellency, continuing on like this is not a solution. Just now, something changed in that building. How about we go take shelter for a bit? If the worst should happen, we can still act." Cheng Liang then took the lead, pushing open the door and stepping inside. It was an inn, and inside were many patrons drinking and making merry. Cheng Liang walked over to an empty table, touching it to check. Ruins turning into a bustling city. A dilapidated house turning into a lively inn. Does such an illusion technique really exist in this world? Suddenly, he glanced at the 3 people sitting behind him. It was Li Changan's group, sitting and drinking tea. They were also narrowing their eyes, glancing at him. Cheng Liang's heart pounded with fear as he thought, Yanhang Li is here as expected. What are they so confident about? While he was lost in thought, the innkeeper came out to inquire, "Esteemed guests, are you here to eat or to stay?" Hearing his question, everyone's eyes widened, completely clueless. The monk, Bifeng, swung his prayer beads and shouted, "Vile demon, how dare you act so insolently before this Buddhist master?" The innkeeper didn't dodge. letting the prayer beads strike his head. But as soon as the beads touched his head, they shattered, while he remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, Bifeng was utterly terrified. Having been struck, the innkeeper's face darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. Bifeng sensed the killing intent on him, and couldn't help but tremble and back away. The innkeeper walked over and picked up a bead. "Why are you throwing your things around like this? Please, esteemed guest, have some pity. This humble one has a hard time cleaning up." The monk Bifeng was so scared his face turned pale. When the innkeeper offered the bead back, he didn't dare reach out to take it. Just then, the scholar sitting at a nearby table suddenly laughed mockingly. Bifeng angrily turned to look at him and shouted, "You dare mock me?" The scholar chuckled, ignoring him. As he poured more wine, he asked, "Taoist Master Li Changan, do you know what this place is?" Li Changan shook his head. "I do not." The young man slowly explained, "This place is both real and illusory, half in the netherworld, half in the mortal realm. Therefore, ordinary mortal spells are useless here. They can't be used. It may sound strange, but people usually call it the ghost market." Bifeng didn't believe him and shouted, "Nonsense. How can a simple ghost market be so dangerous?" With that, he reached out and grabbed the innkeeper by the head. "Even if my spiritual powers are useless against it, it can't do anything to me. This Buddhist master tells you now. You old devil." Suddenly, the shopkeeper shot out a hand and grabbed his wrist. "Wait, you're a— No, no," he cried out, trying to yank his hand away from the man's head. Bifeng was by no means weak, but his opponent easily grabbed his hand and pulled it away. The shopkeeper then swung his arm, sending him flying. Bifeng's plump body sailed through the air like a kite with its string cut, only stopping when he smashed through a customer's stall on the opposite side of the room. He struggled to climb out from the pile of wreckage. The moment he emerged, he saw a mob of townspeople with bloodshot eyes staring him down. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward and began beating him. They pummeled him, and Bifeng's pathetic screams for help echoed endlessly. Although the evil envoy's group inside could hear him, not a single one of them dared to go out and help. Every last one of them was frozen with tension, not daring to even breathe. The shopkeeper then turned back to them with a warm smile and asked, "So, my esteemed guests, will you be staying the night? Or are you just passing through for a rest?" While the group was still stunned, Zongqi suddenly rushed out. He ran up to the shopkeeper, fell to his knees, and began to plead, "City God, Your Excellency, please spare our lives. City God, Your Excellency, have mercy." An enraged Cheng Liang strode over and slapped him across the face. "What are you shouting about? Huh? What city god? We of Pingzi only worship the white poplar Buddha now." He then shot a glance at the shopkeeper, deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to the evil envoy, cupped his fists, and said, "Evil envoy, your subordinate suspects, this place isn't a ghost market, but a ghost city presided over by the city god." He thought to himself, "This place may be dangerously strange, but this White Lotus evil envoy is the son of the White Lotus sect leader. He'll definitely have a way to get out of this. My only chance of survival is to stick close to him." Meanwhile, the evil envoy was also silently cursing this bunch of useless trash. "Ever since the Saintess was captured, I can't keep anyone in line. Everyone wants to take a piece of the White Lotus sect. Rescuing the Saintess is hard enough as it is. If I back down now, I can't imagine the troubles that will follow." Just then, Li Changan raised his cup and sighed. "Well, when you don't listen to a friendly warning, death is the only thing that lies ahead." The scholar chimed in with a sneer. "You poke a snake's den, you raid a rat's nest, and suddenly you think, you're invincible enough to barge into the dragon's lake and the tiger's den. Isn't that hilarious?" Yan Hongli nodded. "Hilarious indeed." Li Changan continued. "However, if this is a ghost market, then it has its own rules. As long as there are rules, if you just follow them, you should be able to get through this safely." Hearing this, Cheng Liang and his men seemed to have a moment of understanding. But the scholar spoke up again. "What the Taoist master says isn't wrong. It's just a bit misguided. Let's say you were the master of this place, and someone came and robbed your temple, killed your servants, and on top of that, stole your wife. Then, when he had nowhere else to run, he comes barging right into your home and even has the gall to attack you first. Would you still be willing to talk about rules with them?" The moment he finished speaking, every other patron in the inn rose to their feet. They then moved to surround the group from the White Lotus sect. The shopkeeper's expression turned grim as he asked once more, "So, are you just passing through, or will you be staying?"